Ah, ah.
The chilling screams pierced the air. Banksia, clad in a resplendent red wedding gown, bore the marks of brutal whipping, her body marred and bruised. The fabric, soaked in blood, elicited a visceral dread in those who beheld it. Defiantly, she gazed at her tormentor, who masqueraded as the benevolent and easily deceived elder sister, the so-called White Lotus. Gritting her teeth, she summoned every ounce of strength to inquire, "Why?
Ha ha ha.
You dare to ask me why?" "Mother was right, you four siblings are nothing but fools," Qingdai replied slowly, her voice harsh and grating, her eyes directed at Banksia, filled with venomous hatred. "Mother, no. Mother would never utter such words," Banksia retorted, disbelief etched across her features. The kind-hearted matriarch, who had always cherished and doted upon her four children as if they were her own, could not possibly utter such malicious sentiments. Qingdai regarded Banksia as though she were utterly dim-witted, saying, "Truly a fool, do you not comprehend that there exists a concept known as killing with kindness?" In that moment, the truth dawned upon Banksia. Killing with kindness, it explained how her three brothers and she had been nurtured into mere useless shells of their former selves. Qingdai approached, gripping Banksia's face, a cold smile creeping across her lips. "Since you are to die, let it be with clarity." With a sharp tearing sound, the delicate skin of Banksia's face was ripped away, yet she felt no pain.
What is that?
Banksia questioned, her confusion palpable, utterly oblivious to the astonished gazes of the dozen or so burly men and the hatred and jealousy simmering in Qingdai's eyes. Qingdai loathed the infatuated gazes of those men, detesting the celestial beauty of Banksia's face that drove her into a frenzy of envy. The dagger was gripped tightly in hand, slashing across Ban's face. Bansha, devoid of any capacity to resist, could only endure the excruciating pain from the wound on her visage.
Ah, ah.
Bansha yearned to fight back, yet she was reduced to a mere breath, utterly devoid of strength to oppose her assailant. The dozen or so burly men, who had once seen her as a celestial being, now shook their heads in dismay at the sight of her disfigured, bloodied face. After a frenzied outburst, Qingdai took a deep breath and proclaimed, "You are just like your wretched mother. Even if you possess beauty akin to that of an angel, you are still destined to be vanquished by me and my mother. Ha ha ha." Bansha, clutching her bleeding face in agony, gazed at the architect of her torment. "I am to wed Prince E. Do you truly believe you will survive beyond tomorrow, after what you have done to me?" "Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, Qingdai erupted into a sinister laughter. "You are indeed the offspring of that foolish woman, equally as dim-witted. Do you think I would dare to act without Prince E's sanction?" With that, she donned a resplendent red wedding gown before Bansha, embodying the very image of a victor. "Let me enlighten you, Bansha, today. It is I who weds Prince E, not you. Just as my mother seized your father, I too can claim the prince. You, your mother, and your feeble brothers are fated to be losers, foolish and inept. Ha ha ha. Brother E, why? Because Prince E loves me, you, a laughingstock of the capital, are utterly unworthy. Prince E has merely been toying with you all along. It is impossible. I refuse to believe it. Brother E has always treated me with such kindness, he would never act this way toward me." Qingdai suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. "Brother Crown Prince, look, she still does not believe it. Ban Xia, accept your death as a sacrifice for my fulfillment." The ethereal man appeared abruptly, his words piercing Ban Xia's heart like a cold blade. "Brother E, what are you saying?" Ban Xia felt as though she must be imagining things. How could the Crown Prince, who had always been so gentle with her, say such things? "Even now, you remain lost in your dreams. How could I, the Crown Prince, forsake the most beautiful woman in the capital, your sister, for you, a mere rustic village girl?" Ban Xia could hardly believe her ears. These were the words of the man she adored. No, Brother E. You have forgotten your promises to me, forgotten that you vowed to love only me in this lifetime, that we would never part. Crown Prince E pressed his lips tightly together, his gaze as frigid as ice. Ban Xia stepped forward, grasping his sleeve and caressing her belly. "I am carrying your child, Brother Crown Prince." The Crown Prince coldly cast Ban Xia aside. "The child is not mine."
No, how could that be?
That night, it was clearly. Before Ban Xia could finish her sentence, Qingdai interjected, "The man you spent that night with was merely a wild man, while Brother Crown Prince was with me." Ban Xia gazed at Crown Prince E in disbelief. So, it was a calculated deception. The Crown Prince regarded her with a cold stare, remaining silent, yet gently clasping Qingdai's hand. "Let us go." Hanxia, unwilling to yield, called out to the retreating figure of Prince E, "Did you ever love me? Even just once?" The response was a deafening silence, a piercing ache in her heart. She collapsed to her knees, weeping inconsolably. You promised that I would be your only bride in this lifetime. You swore that even if you betrayed the world, you would never betray me. You declared that we would never part for eternity, that your love for me surpassed even your own life. Yet now, I am to blame for believing you too deeply, for loving you too sincerely. A deceiver, a liar. Suddenly, she lifted her head, shouting at the unfeeling silhouette, I despise you all even as a ghost. I shall not spare you. Seize her, was all Qingdai said as she and Prince Yi donned their crimson wedding garments and departed with an air of finality. Hengxia's eyes brimmed with resentment and hatred.
Ah, ah.
Tears streamed down her face as she cried out, the pain unable to stifle her anguish. The dozen or so burly men were taken aback by the overwhelming rage reflected in Hengxia's gaze. Without hesitation, they hurled the barely breathing Hanxia into the blazing inferno. The searing flames scorched her skin, engulfing her in a wave of torment that swept over her until she was reduced to ashes alongside the fire. Chapter 2. Rebirth from the ashes cold, so cold. My lady, the doctor will be here shortly. Please bear with it a little longer. Xiaoyao gently covered Bansha with yet another quilt, making it the fifth. Bansha, in a daze, opened her eyes. Where am I? The underworld? Xiaoyao, observing her lady's disoriented state, expressed her concern. My lady, you are feverish and speaking nonsense. How could you possibly be in the underworld? Brother Yi, why?
Why?
I hate you all. I hate you all. My lady, please wake up. The doctor said if you cannot survive this night, you might. Sob, sob, sob. The mere thought of her lady becoming a fool drove Xiaoyao to tears. The noise. Bansha abruptly opened her eyes to the sight of her anxious and weeping maid, Xiaoyao. My lady, you are awake. This is truly wonderful. Bansha felt a bit bewildered. She remembered being cast into the sea of flames, destined to perish in agony. Now, there was no pain from the searing flames, no scent of charred flesh. No unbearable torment. Am I still alive? Bansha instinctively reached to touch her face, finding it unscathed, free from the knife's cruel cut. Xiaoyao exclaimed with joy, My lady, you have finally awakened. You need not become a fool after all. Bansha. This scene feels so familiar. Yes, that year when she had just reached womanhood. The same year, she was to be brought back to the capital. In the first 3 days after leaving the small village, she had gone out to play with her sister, Qingdai, who had come to fetch her. By the pond, her sister had pushed her in, and afterward, she was swayed by Qingdai's deceitful words, claiming it had been an accident. Subsequently, it was revealed that she was not merely a fool, but a complete imbecile, stumbling through life with unsteady steps. She had inexplicably returned to the eve of her departure from the village 4 years prior. Since fate had granted her a second chance, she resolved to become more ruthless than those malevolent individuals, ensuring they endured a torment far worse than hell itself. She vowed to live solely for revenge, to arrive in this world driven by hatred. As she regained her composure, she endeavored to calm her tumultuous emotions. Xiaoyao, startled from her reverie by the terrifying gaze of her mistress, observed her eyes return to normal and mistakenly believed she had imagined the fearsome look. Hastily, she remarked, Mistress, I am here. Your hands have cooled. It appears your fever has subsided, which is truly wonderful. After glancing outside, she murmured, Mistress, I suspect Miss Qingdai is not as amiable as she appears. Having pushed you into the pond today, who knows what more malicious deeds she may perpetrate tomorrow. Upon hearing the name Qingdai, the hatred in Bengxia's eyes deepened momentarily, leaving no trace behind. In the past, Xiaoyao often spoke ill of her stepmother and sister. And at that time, she had been naive enough to be deceived by their fade, punishing Xiaoyao multiple times for her gossip. Reflecting on those days, Xiaoyao had ultimately been expelled from the Yao Marquis residence, while she had grown ever closer to the deceitful mother-daughter duo, leading to her eventual downfall. Yes, I understand now.
Thank you, Xiaoyao.
This expression of gratitude bore a hint of remorse, infused with genuine sincerity. Xiaoyao, taken aback by her mistress's demeanor, momentarily fell into a daze. The young lady, having lost her mother at a tender age, was raised in this countryside devoid of parental love. Suddenly, her mother arrived to take her back, and the young lady felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, resolutely refusing to allow anyone to speak ill of her mother or sister. In the past, even a single utterance would have drawn reprimand, yet today, upon awakening, She sensed an unusual shift within herself. What transpired? Why the silence and stillness? Observing the dazed Xiaoyao, Banksia nearly erupted in laughter, realizing that the girl must be startled by her own transformation. And no, miss, you have improved. I shall inform immediately. No, we shall go together. Banksia's eyes narrowed, brimming with unbridled resentment. In the past, 3 brothers had faced dire consequences. 1 executed, 2 exiled, and it seemed the stepmother played a significant role in these misfortunes. Given that fate had granted her a second chance at life, she was determined to prevent such calamities from occurring. Miss, let us depart. Just as they were about to leave, Banksia suddenly recalled something, a subtle, imperceptible smirk curling at the corners of her lips. Chapter 3. Stepmother Jean. Upon exiting the room, she was momentarily blinded by the sun's brilliance, which left her in a daze. This rebirth felt as though it had spanned a century, yet it was also as fleeting as the previous night. Whether in dreams or reality, she longed for those who had tormented and harmed her to descend into hell. In the main hall, her stepmother was engaged in conversation with several relatives from the countryside. The Yao family was renowned in this small locale, well known for their connections to a noble cousin in the capital, which rendered them untouchable in their domain. Thus, although Banksia had grown up without the presence of her parents, no one dared to bully her. As she entered the main hall, she overheard her stepmother speaking in a tone reminiscent of a benevolent deity. Alas, my heart aches for this little daughter who has suffered the loss of her mother and has been raised in this countryside for over a decade without seeing her father. Such a pitiable fate. Wasn't that the truth? Years ago, a fortune-teller had proclaimed that Banksia's fate was fraught with calamity, destined to bring misfortune to her parents. Initially, her cousin had dismissed these predictions, but following the demise of Banksia's mother, he had no choice but to send her to this small place for foster care. As the aunt spoke, she cast a discreet glance at the expression of Banksia's stepmother, Jean. Noticing the lack of any discernible emotion on her face, she continued, fortunately. The fortune-teller mentioned that once Banksia reaches maturity, her misfortunes would transform into blessings. And now, the time has come for you to bring her back, has it not? Though Jean was in her early 40s, she was exceptionally well-preserved, appearing more like a woman in her 30s. She lifted her teacup and took a delicate sip, concealing a glimmer of disdain in her eyes. Setting down her teacup, her eyes returned to their natural state, still bearing the demeanor of a compassionate figure as she remarked, "Who could deny it? This child is unfortunate. Henceforth, as her mother, I must cherish her dearly." Upon hearing this from Jean, the aunt felt a sense of relief. Although Banksia was not her biological daughter, she had been raised by her side since childhood. Having borne only sons and lacking a daughter, it was only natural for her to regard Banksia as her own cherished girl. It is often said that women from the countryside are unsophisticated, yet the aunt never treated Banksia as a mere peasant girl. She ensured that Banksia acquired all the necessary skills and knowledge, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as poetry and song. This was precisely what infuriated Jean. She had initially assumed that living in the countryside would allow Banksia to grow up just like any village girl. However, with each annual visit, she discovered that Banksia had only become more remarkable. Curiously, every attempt to undermine her was thwarted, as if fortune had favored her. Due to the frequent incidents, the aunt became increasingly wary, ensuring that someone accompanied Banksia at all times, leaving no opportunity for her adversaries to strike. As Banksia approached, she concealed the hatred simmering beneath the surface. She stepped forward respectfully and greeted, "Mother, I am sorry for causing you worry after my fall into the water. It is indeed my fault." At the moment Jean laid eyes on Banksia, a flicker of disappointment crossed her gaze, mingled with distaste. Nevertheless, she concealed her feelings adeptly, quickly shedding a couple of tears, feigning concern as she exclaimed, "Banksia, you have finally awakened. Is there any discomfort in your body? You have truly distressed your mother." Jean pretended to reach out for Banksia, who subtly evaded her grasp. Turning to her aunt, she said, "Aunt, it is entirely Banksia's fault. Please do not blame my sister. I am certain she did not intend to act this way." This unexpected shift in tone left everyone momentarily stunned. Banksia recalled a similar scene from her previous life, where she had been deceived by her stepmother's feigned tears, leaning against Jean to enact a touching mother-daughter bond. One can only imagine the heartache her aunt must have felt, witnessing her cherished child, whom she had raised with utmost care, so closely attached to a mother who had only recently arrived. Jin's demeanor became rigid, utterly unprepared for Banxia's words. Although she had spent little time with Banxia, she visited annually and was well aware of her temperament. How could this typically soft-hearted, kind yet naive girl utter such a statement? Banxia, this has nothing to do with your sister. Do not speak out of turn, Jin quickly signaled to Banxia, urging her to remain silent. Banxia immediately adopted a demeanor of fear, cautiously standing beside her aunt, refraining from further comment. The eldest uncle discerned the tension, setting down his teacup with a disapproving expression. The other younger uncles and aunts also appeared troubled. The atmosphere in the main hall became palpably awkward, fueling Jin's desire to tear Banxia apart. This Banxia, deliberately feigning such a demeanor, implied that she had been oppressed, instilling fear of Jin within her. The eldest aunt glanced at Jin, recognizing her displeasure, leaving no room for doubt regarding the situation. Grasping Hansa's hand, I inquired, "Pray tell, was it not you who fell into the pond?" Hansa, with a visage marred by fear, cast a glance at Jin, her expression a poignant mix of desire to speak, yet paralyzed by trepidation. At that moment, the elder uncle rose and declared, "Hansa, speak the truth. There is no need for fear, for your elder uncle shall support you." Only then did Hansa confess, "It was my fault. I should not have taken my sister to the pond's edge. Perhaps she was merely careless as well." At this juncture, Hansa deliberately paused, her gaze shifting towards Jin's countenance. Despite her meticulous effort, Jin's expression was far from pleasant. "Enough, cease your words. Now that you recognize your error, refrain from venturing to perilous places like the pond in the future." With a deft shift in tone, Jin cast the entirety of the blame upon Hansa. In ancient times, a woman's reputation held immense significance, and thus, she would never permit Hansa to utter anything that could tarnish Qingdai's name. Hansa was well aware of this. Indeed, the kindness of her past life had only served to nurture her downfall. The moment she deviated from Jin's will, her true nature was unveiled, and she now found it laughable that she once believed in the guile of this venomous mother-daughter duo. A single tear escaped her eye, embodying her suppressed anguish and reluctance to voice her thoughts. Witnessing this, the elder uncle was immediately incensed. If Hansa could endure such indignities within her own home, how would she be treated in the capital? "Hansa, your unfortunate slip into the water has left an impression of folly, one that may jeopardize the prospects of your sisters in marriage. Pray, explain how you could have been so careless." Although my uncle appeared to reproach himself, in truth, he was cleverly seeking a means to articulate the truth. This approach was astutely devised, utilizing the feminine persona to present the matter, leaving the Jin family with no grounds for reproach. "Uncle, who claims I fell into the water due to my own misstep. It was indeed my sister Qingdai who inadvertently pushed me." This statement rendered the room in stunned silence. The phrase "inadvertently pushed" still served to defend, as the younger sister nearly faced death, yet continued to protect the very sister who caused her distress, a virtue that was beyond reproach. At that moment, Jin was filled with fury. "Banha, while meals may be carelessly consumed, such words must not be spoken. As a younger sister, tarnishing the image of your elder sister is unbecoming of a lady." With a thud, Banha knelt down. Tears streamed down her face as she lamented, "Mother, it is I who am in the wrong. I should not have spoken thus. Even if I were to perish, such words should remain unuttered." This remark once more thrust Jin into the eye of the storm. What manner of mother is this, who, while her daughter was nearly harmed, forbids the truth to be spoken? Such cruelty is truly abhorrent. Chapter 4. The Bodhisattva's Masquerade. Mrs. Jin was seething with indignation, pointing at Banxia, rendered momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Qingdai, who had been covertly observing from outside, yearned to leap forth and tear Banxia to shreds. Assuming no one had witnessed the incident, she mustered the audacity to step out and declared, "Sister, when have I ever accompanied you to the pond? Do not wrongfully accuse me." With this single utterance, she dismissed all of Banxia's previous assertions. Mrs. Jin's expression softened somewhat as she gazed at Banxia and admonished, "Banxia, regardless of any grievances, Qingdai is your elder sister. How can you so brazenly defame her? Do you not realize that such accusations tarnish your sister's reputation?" Banxia anticipated their denial, knowing they believed no one had seen the truth. Yet, she had already considered this possibility. Otherwise, she would not have recklessly pointed fingers. A simple inquiry among the household servants would suffice, for the estate was large enough that at least one or two must have witnessed the event. At that moment, Xiaoyao stepped forward, asserting, "I was momentarily distracted while fetching something and had Lu Hu watch over the young lady in my stead," concerned that she might feel displeased. Lu Hu kept a discreet eye on her. It was Lu Hu who first called for assistance when the young lady fell into the water. Before Mrs. Jean could interject, the elder uncle hastily said, "Bring Lu Hu and Sun De here to be questioned." Panic seized Qing Dai. If they were to inquire, she would undeniably be implicated in the crime of harming her sister. Mrs. Jean had not anticipated that Xiaoyao possessed such cunning. She had even managed to locate two individuals who had been observing discreetly, leaving any attempt at denial precarious at best. Without hesitation, she exclaimed, "Wait." The maid who had been sent out to summon assistance halted abruptly, caught in uncertainty about whether to proceed or remain silent. The elder cousin and the others looked at Mrs. Jean in confusion. The divine image they had always held of her had shifted considerably at this moment. "Whether or not it was you who inadvertently pushed your sister into the water, one might overlook your youthful ignorance." Believing that the elder cousin and aunt would not hold it against you too severely, Qing Dai immediately grasped the situation and quickly knelt down, exclaiming, "Mother, I was merely tripped by a stone, which accidentally caused me to push my sister into the water. I am so sorry." How eloquently she spun her words, transforming malice into mere misfortune, proving herself to be quite the silver-tongued. Mrs. Jean feigned anger, retorting if it was indeed an accident. "Why did you not speak up at that moment?" Tears streamed down Qing Dai's face, as if she were the one who had almost perished. "Mother, I was utterly terrified. I did not dare to speak up. I was wrong, Wowo." This display resembled that of an immature child who had erred, evoking a sense of compassion that made it difficult to reproach her. Ban Xia, having anticipated this outcome, understood that this incident alone could not possibly bring down the mother-daughter duo. Thus, she interceded, saying, "Elder cousin, my sister did not act with intent. Please do not blame her. I beg of you." The elder cousin regarded Ban Xia, recognizing the goodness of the child he had raised. With a sigh, he responded, "You are kind-hearted and righteous. I cannot bear to be harsh with you. Let this matter rest." The Jean mother and daughter, experiencing their first setback, felt as though they had swallowed a fly, discomfort gnawing at their insides. Yet, with the situation having reached this point, there was little to be done but to let it be, sparing themselves further inquiry that might expose the truth and lead to greater humiliation. "Miss, it is quite late. Why are you still awake?" Half-Summer inquired, observing the drowsy Peony. "Have you finished packing for your departure?" "Yes," Peony replied with a yawn, nodding her head. "Since we are leaving early tomorrow morning, everything must be prepared in advance." Half-Summer nodded in satisfaction, noting the lingering warmth of early autumn. She gestured towards the window, saying, "Close the doors and windows tightly." Peony hesitated, taken aback. "Miss, on such a warm day, wouldn't it be stifling to close everything up?" "Do as I say, and stop with the unnecessary chatter," Half-Summer playfully chided Peony. Reluctantly, Peony went about sealing the doors and windows, suppressing her complaints. Meanwhile, Half-Summer sat before the bronze mirror, incessantly fussing over her appearance. "Miss, there is something I am unsure whether to voice," Peony cautiously remarked. "Speak your mind," Half-Summer encouraged. Gathering her courage, Peony stated, Miss Qing Dai is renowned as the most beautiful woman in the capital. That is an undeniable fact. No matter how much you alter your visage, it cannot surpass her beauty." The most beautiful woman in the capital, Half-Summer's eyes narrowed slightly. In her past life, Qing Dai had deceived everyone with her enchanting looks. It was also because of that face that Brother Yi. The thought pierced her heart, recalling that man, who was perpetually cold as ice to everyone, yet displayed tenderness solely toward her. Yet, beneath that gentleness lay a terrifying deception. Miss, what are you pondering?" Peony asked, gazing at Half-Summer with confusion. Banksia regained her composure, concealing the indelible hatred lurking within her eyes. In her previous life, she had witnessed how Qing Dai had stripped away the gossamer veil of her own visage. Countless attempts had been made in vain, as she found no flaw. It seemed that the ethereal mask was indistinguishable from her own face. Closing her eyes, she endeavored to recall the location from which it had been torn. Suddenly, her eyes fluttered open, focusing on her ear. With great care, she pressed her fingers to the area just behind her ear, and a soft tearing sound echoed. Indeed, the diaphanous mask was gently peeled away from her countenance. The incessant chatter of Xiaoyao ceased as her eyes widened in disbelief, beholding Banxia's breathtaking beauty. "Miss you. You." Banxia's moonlit gaze sparkled like the stars above, rendering her unforgettable. Her features were exquisitely refined, resembling a celestial fairy stepped from a painting, yet infused with a vibrant essence that surpassed mere fantasy. Her grace was akin to that of an orchid, her beauty as precious as the finest jade. To describe her as captivating would be an understatement. A single glance was enough to ensnare the heart and mind. At that moment, she comprehended the jealousy reflected in Qingdai's eyes, the true reason why the most beautiful woman in the capital envied her. Enlightened, she swiftly readorned herself with the gossamer mask. Xiaoyao, momentarily entranced, snapped back to reality as Banxia's unparalleled beauty was obscured. "Miss, what? What is happening?" Banxia did not respond immediately to Xiaoyao's inquiry. Instead, she applied the beauty cream bestowed upon her by her stepmother. As anticipated, the delicate mask adhered seamlessly to her skin once more. No wonder she admonished herself to apply this beauty cream both morning and night. It turns out her true appearance had been deliberately concealed by her stepmother. Miss Xiaoyao was utterly anxious, even doubting whether her young lady had been swapped. Let us keep this matter confidential. My lady, for so many years, my stepmother has obscured my true visage. Thus, even if I returned to Kyoto, I would be unable to compete with Qingdai for the title of the most beautiful.
Is that so?
Then, why do you still wear that false mask? Banxia's lips curled into a smile. This mask serves as a testament to my public exposure of my stepmother's pretentiousness. I must protect it diligently now. Xiaoyao understood and vowed not to divulge a word. With that, Banxia finally felt at ease enough to sleep. In her previous life, her stepmother had spread rumors of her foolishness, claiming she had fallen into a pond. By the time she arrived in Kyoto, the news had already circulated, and she became a laughingstock in the city. Chapter 5. Entering the Marquis in this life, circumstances have changed. She is convinced that her stepmother will go to great lengths to conceal the truth. However, this incarnation of Banxia, fueled by the blood of demons and seeking vengeance, will ensure that the mother-daughter duo faces dire consequences. After the carriage had traversed the road for 5 or 6 days, they were finally nearing the capital. Suddenly, the sound of an arrow pierced the air, startling the horses into a frenzied gallop. In the midst of the chaos, her stepmother cried out in distress. "Quickly! My daughter is in that carriage. Save her. If anything happens to her, I shall not live." This lament would tug at anyone's heartstrings, yet Banxia remained utterly unmoved. In her previous life, a similar incident had unfolded at this very spot, an uncanny coincidence as her carriage was similarly spooked. If it were not for human interference, she would hardly believe it. "Miss, what should we do? What should we do?" The carriage was careening wildly, and the terrified Xiaoyao had burst into tears. Yet Banxia sat composed, unperturbed, for she had been rescued by the same returning young general in her past life, and she had faith it would happen again. All the passers-by stared at the terrified carriage, their faces etched with concern, yet they were powerless to intervene. Just as the carriage seemed poised to plunge down the hillside, bringing doom to its occupants, a white figure suddenly flashed by. He rode a magnificent white steed, galloping like the wind as he pursued the frightened carriage with relentless determination. In an instant, the horse was on the verge of tumbling down the slope, and the man in white leapt, landing deftly onto the back of the startled steed. At a critical moment, he gracefully seized the reins with such strength that he forcefully turned the horse's head. The startled horse, in its fright, veered away from the hillside and continued to dash wildly in all directions. The figure clad in white swiftly tore off a piece of his garment, using it to cover the eyes of the terrified steed. Gradually, the frightened horse began to calm down, and instantly, the carriage ceased its tumultuous swaying, returning to tranquility. Bystanders, witnessing the near calamity averted, gathered around to extol the white-clad man, proclaiming him a true hero of remarkable skill. Flattered by the praise, the young General Jun Han felt quite gratified. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao, thoroughly shaken, remained in a daze, her limbs trembling uncontrollably. Ban Xia emerged from the carriage, her expression serene, devoid of any sign of distress, as if she were not even present in the carriage at all. She promptly extracted the short arrowhead that had frightened the horse and discreetly tucked it into her sleeve. Jun Han furrowed his brow, perplexed by the woman's intentions. "I am deeply grateful for your life-saving intervention, my lord," Ban Xia politely acknowledged with a bow. The young general, raised in the military camp, had always been unruly. Observing Ban Xia's unruffled demeanor, his gaze darkened slightly. Feigning calmness was Jun Han's initial reaction. In the face of such peril, one would expect panic, especially from a woman. He found her pretense of composure insufferable. Ban Xia remained expressionless, not the least bit offended by the young general's remarks. After expressing her gratitude once more, she took Xiao Yao, still bewildered, by the hand and departed. The disdainful young general scoffed. Had I known she was such a pretentious woman, I would not have intervened. As he spoke, he observed the retreating figure of Banksia. Her gait flowed with the grace of water, devoid of any sign of panic, and her strength remained unwavering. Banksia's composed stride stood in stark contrast to the trembling Peonia, who appeared utterly frightened. The young general's captivating phoenix eyes sparkled with genuine amusement. It was truly intriguing that this woman displayed no fear. "Young master, are you unharmed?" Dao Nan, the young master's attendant, hurriedly approached, concern etched on his face. Jun Han retracted his thoughts, replying, "Do I look as if I am in trouble?" Only then did Dao Nan feel reassured, stating, "Young master, you mustn't act so recklessly again. If anything were to happen to you, the old marshal would surely have my head." Jun Han chuckled heartily. "So, it seems your concern lies not for me, but for your own life." Dao Nan pouted. "Of course. A servant's life is just as important as that of the young master." With a swift motion, Jun Han playfully rapped Dao Nan on the head, saying, "Your ineptitude in conversation is only bearable to me." Dao Nan grinned sheepishly and hurried to follow. "Young master, I have already gathered information. The lady in the carriage is a young miss from the Medicine Marquise estate, recently brought back to the capital from the countryside." Jun Han scoffed. "Who instructed you to pry into such matters? You truly are a busybody." Despite his words, the smile on his face remained, and Dao Nan knew that beneath the surface, the young master was quite pleased. In such circumstances, it is truly exasperating that the wretched girl remains unscathed. Inside the carriage, Qingdai's eyes were reddened with fury. Jean swiftly glanced outside to ensure no one was watching, then whispered reassuringly, "What is the rush? Since she has returned, there are myriad ways to ensure her demise. Mother, how can she be so fortunate? Humph, luck may be on her side, but under my control. Even if she were to transform into the Monkey King, she could never escape my grasp. Just look at her inept brothers. They are evident examples." Upon hearing this, Qingdai smiled contentedly. The thought of those 3 useless brothers, destined for demise, filled her with delight. The title of Marquis would inevitably fall to her beloved younger brother. When the carriage came to a halt, Jean, brimming with enthusiasm, led Bansha into the estate. She proclaimed to anyone within earshot that Bansha was the legitimate daughter of the household, instructing the servants to attend to her with utmost diligence, lest they suffer the consequences of any negligence. Bansha merely smiled gently at the household servants, remaining silent throughout. Reflecting upon her past life, she realized she had acted like a fool, following Jean into the estate, believing that Jean was establishing her authority, thus behaving with arrogance.
Now,
she understood that Jean was crafting a troublesome persona for herself, ensuring that the servants would take an instant disliking to her. As the saying goes, water can carry a boat, it can also capsize it. Do not underestimate the seemingly inconspicuous servants. Their future utility could be immense. Listening to their mistress's words, the servants began to harbor concerns about the character of this young lady. Having never interacted with her before, they feared their service would fall short. However, observing the young lady, who always wears a smile and behaves with grace, one cannot help but feel that she is quite approachable, contrary to the rumors of her being difficult to deal with. "Come, let us first pay a visit to your grandmother. Your father should be waiting for your return there,"
she said.
"Thank you, mother." Banksia's demeanor always carried a polite detachment, yet it was impossible to find any fault in her behavior. Throughout their journey, while Banksia greeted the servants with a smile, Jean Sher was seething with frustration. Despite her efforts to please, Banksia remained elusive, which infuriated her further. The Yao Ho residence still stood grandly, with its 7 courtyards, intricately carved pavilions, and exquisite architecture, all reflecting an undeniable elegance from any vantage point. The ancient charm of the place was immensely comforting, with the ground meticulously cleaned by the servants, leaving not a single leaf upon the azure bricks. Following the small bridge through the back garden, adjacent to the serene Anha courtyard, lay the abode of the elderly matriarch, the old Lady Ho. "Grandmother, grandmother, your granddaughter misses you dearly." Upon entering, Qingdai radiated vivacity as she embraced the elder seated upon the high chair, displaying her affection. The old lady Ho, cherishing her granddaughter, the most beautiful in the capital, expressed her concern. The journey must have been arduous for you, my dear. Jean Sure approached with a smile, saying, Mother, what hardship has she endured? She traveled by carriage and did not have to walk. Besides, how could she complain about fetching her own sister home? Banksia stood in the hall, observing their joyful exchanges, feeling like an outsider, completely out of place among them. Chapter 6. Banksia's weakness. Only then did the elderly Madame Ho turn her gaze towards Banksia and inquire, Are you Banksia? Jean hurriedly pulled Banksia closer, saying, Mother, this is your little granddaughter, Banksia. In her previous life, when Banksia first returned, she had heard Jean mention that her grandmother, due to her advanced years, cherished lively gatherings, delighted in feasting on sumptuous dishes, and had a fondness for vibrant colors. In an effort to endear herself to this grandmother, Banksia resorted to every tactic suggested by Jean. Yet ultimately, she only succeeded in inciting her grandmother's disdain, to the point where the old lady would not even spare her a glance. Banksia understood that her initial distance from her grandmother necessitated a more profound approach, yet employing the same tactics as Qingdai only served to increase the discomfort of others. The elderly were often steeped in sorrow, and thus she chose to evoke her grandmother's sympathy. With a sudden thud, she knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing her head. Grandmother, your granddaughter has been unfilial for many years, unable to serve you by your side. I bow in penance. The once cheerful Madame Ho felt a pang of distress at Banksia's unexpected display of remorse. Oh, my dear granddaughter, why put yourself through this? She urged, helping Banksia to her feet. Observing the reddened forehead from her repeated bows, which stemmed from guilt over not having attended to her, Madame Ho experienced a surge of compassion. Child, you have suffered so much these years. How pitiful. Tears brimmed in Banksia's eyes, yet they refused to fall, amplifying the heartache. It is enough that my dear granddaughter has returned. That is all that matters. Having said this, Madame Ho gestured towards the medicinal officer, exclaiming, quickly, Look there. That is your father. Banksia turned to behold a middle-aged man seated beside the elderly Madame Ho. Despite being in his early 40s, he exuded vitality, embodying the essence of a charming middle-aged gentleman. Banksia paid her respects to her father. No, child, do not bow. The medicine lord quickly intervened, preventing Banksia from kneeling. With a pang of empathy, he asked, Child, after all these years in the countryside, have you harbored resentment towards your father? The same words, the same inquiry. In her past life, she had buried her grievances and remained silent. Her father understood her feelings of animosity, which is why he seldom appeared before her. However, the present Banksia was no longer naive. To overthrow the Jean family's dominance within the household, she first needed to win the favor of the two influential figures at home. The Jean matriarch had previously advised Banksia that her father preferred those who spoke little. If she remained silent, he would naturally come to believe she harbored disdain for him, thus avoiding her. Yet, Banksia recognized that her father would always be her father. She could never resent him. She understood that he acted out of concern for her well-being. Suddenly, Banksia spoke, which infuriated the Jean matriarch, who clenched her fists so tightly that her nails nearly pierced her palms. The lord was moved, patting Banksia's hand and exclaiming, Good child, truly a good child. The old lady nodded in agreement, remarking, Although this child was raised in the countryside, she bears no trace of its rusticity. Very commendable. At that moment, Wang Momo, who stood beside the old lady, reminded her, Old madam, it is time to dine. The old lady nodded, her face brightening, and declared, Let the banquet commence. Madame Wang is an elder in this household, casting a discerning glance at Banksia, sensing something amiss. She hesitated to voice her thoughts. Yet the old matriarch was well aware of Madame Wang's concerns. Thus, in a dual tone, she remarked, A girl transformed significantly by the age of 18. It is not surprising that she bears little resemblance to her childhood self. The Marquis also perceived the change, but Banksia's portrait, presented annually by her cousin from the countryside, had gradually evolved into her current likeness, hence he found it unremarkable. Why have the brothers been absent since the sister's return? At the dining table, Jean deliberately posed this question, aiming to incite the Marquis's ire and instill disappointment regarding his three ineffectual sons. Indeed, the Marquis's previously cheerful demeanor darkened immediately, for Banksia had not yet caused any disturbances since her return. Qingdai promptly voiced her grievances on Banxia's behalf. Those 3 brothers, knowing sister has returned today, still choose to indulge in frivolities, showing no regard for her. Qingdai, do not speak out of turn, Jean admonished, feigning authority. In her past life, Banxia wept for an extended period over this very matter at the dining table, feeling that her 3 biological brothers cared little for her. Consequently, no one was able to finish their meal, and the gathering ended in discontent. Their father grew increasingly frustrated with the 3 brothers, who faced severe repercussions upon their return. In this lifetime, however, she observed the antics of the mother and daughter duo with a sense of detachment, akin to watching a performance. With a serene smile, she remarked, "Brothers are in their youthful exuberance. It is beneficial for them to explore the world outside. There is no need for father to be upset over trivial matters." With a straightforward remark, she effortlessly shielded her 3 brothers, simultaneously showcasing her generosity while highlighting Qingdai's petty nature. Qingdai's face turned a shade of green with anger. Yet she could not unleash her wrath in the presence of their grandmother and father, forcing herself to endure. Hastily, Bansha personally served a piece of chicken to her father, saying, "Father, I have just arrived and have yet to have the opportunity. I shall cook for you and grandmother another time." This statement brought immense joy to both the medicine marquis and the old Madame Ho. "Grandmother, do indulge in more vegetables. This tofu is soft and flavorful, and it is said in medical texts that greens and tofu promote longevity and beauty." Her words sparked the marquis's interest. "You possess knowledge of medicine?" Bansha replied with a smile, "Father, our Ho family attained the marquisate thanks to our great-grandfather's miraculous medical skills that saved countless lives in the palace. As a daughter of the medicine family, how could I ever forget our roots?" "Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid." The marquis was elated. "Ever since our family inherited the marquisate, our medical expertise has dwindled significantly. Even your father knows but the surface, let alone the younger generation. It is truly rare for my daughter to speak of not forgetting one's origins and have knowledge of medicine." The old Madame Ho nodded in satisfaction. "Bansha, Qingdai, as daughters of the medicine family, your grandmother wishes to test you. Please pose your question, grandmother." Both Bansha and Qingdai responded almost in unison. "Do you know the origin of your names?" "Qingdai, as the elder sister. You may go first." Qingdai was momentarily taken aback. She had been called Qingdai since birth and had no idea there was a story behind her name. Jinsher was taken aback, recalling the perilous moment of her own birth when she nearly perished. She had only heard the old master say that a calming name was needed, hence the appellation Qingdai. Noticing that Qingdai was at a loss for words, both the old lady and the marquis shook their heads simultaneously, turning their attention to Banxia. Banxia maintained her serene smile, exuding composure. "According to the Shinong Benchao Jing, Banxia grows around the summer solstice, perfectly coinciding with my birth. It is a herb known for its ability to dry dampness, transform phlegm, quell nausea, and treat abscesses." Upon hearing her succinct explanation, both the marquis and the old lady nodded in agreement. The old lady cast a disappointed glance at Qingdai before inquiring of Banxia, "Do you know the origin of your sister's name?" Qingdai, meaning to calm and stabilize, possesses properties of clearing heat, detoxifying, cooling the blood, and alleviating spots. The melodious voice concluded, bringing great joy to both the old lady and the marquis. Qingdai, who was accustomed to being adored by others, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction for the first time as she found herself overshadowed. Was it merely her medical knowledge that was so remarkable? What was so extraordinary about it? Chapter 7. The resurgence of the Jean family due to Qingdai's grievances. The attention of both the medicine marquis and the elderly Madame Ho was swiftly captured. The once cheerful couple found their spirits dampened by Qingdai's complaints. The medicine marquis, displeased, admonished, "Do not forget that the wealth and splendor you enjoy today are all a result of this exceptional medical skill." Seeing the marquis's anger, Madame Jean hastily intervened. "My lord, the child is young and lacks understanding. Please be patient with her." The marquis snorted coldly. "Bansha is even younger, yet she comprehends everything. This is all your indulgence." Though Madame Jean felt a surge of indignation within, she could only endure in silence. At last, Bansha seized a fitting opportunity, producing a gift box and saying, "Father, please do not be angry. I have brought a gift for my younger brother. Would you kindly deliver it on my behalf?" This remark reminded everyone that her younger brother Xianchen was not at home. Previously, Madame Jean had only mentioned her 3 elder brothers, neglecting to mention Xianchen at all. Without needing to say more, the elderly Madame Ho and the medicine marquis understood everything. Good child, I will certainly pass on the gift. You are quite considerate, the marquis replied. Madame Jean was infuriated, her teeth clenched in frustration, wishing to cast Bansha away at that very moment, yet she could only suppress her feelings. Feeling utterly stifled. Upon returning home, the elderly Madame Ho sipped her tea, smiling as if in remarkably good spirits. Wang Momo approached and remarked, Madam, I can see that the fifth miss is quite formidable. No one will dare to bully her. The elderly Madame Ho chuckled. Did you see the look on Madame Jin's face? She was livid, yet she could only keep it to herself. Madam, you need not worry excessively about Miss Bansha in the future. You can rest assured now. The old Marchioness's expression turned cold. How can I be at ease? Those 3 unworthy offspring have never allowed me a moment's respite. Madam, observe that Miss Bansha has returned, and contrary to the rumors, she may very well alter the current predicament. The old Marchioness nodded with a sense of relief. At this juncture, we can only proceed thus. Yet the esteemed family of the Jean clan may bring hardship upon that girl Bansha in the days to come. Madam, for the sake of the deceased young lady, you must not show weakness. Upon hearing this, the old Marchioness could not hold back her tears. Indeed, she must not falter. After contending with the Jean clan for so long, she could not believe she could be bested by them. Each day, pretending to be amiable with the Jean family, while feigning affection for their mother and daughter, she had truly grown weary of it. Madam, how shall we arrange for the newly arrived young lady? Mama Jean is the wet nurse of the Jean clan, having accompanied them upon their marriage. Initially, due to the Jean family's high standing and the demands of the medicine marquis, she was granted the status of a concubine upon her arrival. Mama Jean has always assisted the Jean family in managing household affairs. Thus, she has engaged in many unsavory dealings within the estate. The Jean matron chuckled coldly, informed the servants that the 5th young lady's return is indeed of the highest honor, have Qingdai vacate her courtyard for Miss Bansha. Upon hearing this, Mama Jean nodded with a sly smile. Madam, your wisdom is remarkable. I shall attend to it immediately. Miss, I have inquired thoroughly and, as you instructed, have arranged for you to be settled in the small jade pavilion. At this moment, Miss Qingdai is directing her servants to pack and move out. Bisha, setting down her teacup, allowed a cold smile to curl at the corners of her mouth. The scenario was remarkably reminiscent of her past life, who was unaware that the Jade Pavilion had been specially constructed for Miss Qingdai by the esteemed concubine Jean of the palace. In her previous existence, she had been foolishly oblivious to the underlying motives, naively believing that they were genuinely fond of her and that her moving in was a privilege. The following day, rumors spread that this village girl had audaciously occupied her sister's small jade pavilion, being both sharp-tongued and domineering, which earned her the disdain of the palace's inhabitants. Xiaoyao was perplexed. I truly do not comprehend Miss Qingdai's thoughts. Why would she willingly relinquish such a delightful small jade pavilion? Bixia rose and uttered a single phrase. To surrender a small jade pavilion could earn the admiration of the entire capital. This transaction is one of pure profit. Scratching her head, Xiaoyao replied, Miss, I do not understand. Bixia quickened her pace, stating, There are many things you do not comprehend. In the future, learn more, observe more,
and speak less.
I understand, Mississippi. At that moment, the setting sun cast a gentle glow, less blinding than before. Before the small jade pavilion, the servants and attendants were ostentatiously moving their belongings out. Both Qingdai and Jean displayed smiles on their faces, evidently basking in the praise from the esteemed Minister of Medicine. This man may be oblivious to the intricate intrigues of the inner court, but Bixia was not so naive. She approached with measured steps and said, Sister, I have heard from Mother that you are to relinquish the small jade pavilion to me. At that moment, Qingdai affectionately approached and linked her arm with Banxia's, declaring, You are my sister, I would willingly give you anything. Observing her naive and fervent demeanor, Banxia, having lived a second life, could easily have fallen victim to deception once more. The malicious aura emanating from Qingdai was so repugnant that even through her clothing, it made Banxia feel nauseous. However, she had no choice but to endure it, suppressing her revulsion. Jean Sure then approached and inquired, How is the move progressing? Mother, we are almost done, Qingdai replied, playfully acting like a little girl. The medicine marquis appeared quite pleased, praising, Madam, you have handled this matter splendidly. I am truly gratified. Jean Sure quickly responded with a smile. Banxia has endured much hardship in the countryside. Now that she has returned, all good things must be reserved for her. The medicine marquis nodded in satisfaction, fully endorsing Jean Sher's intentions. Yet, Banksia wore an expression of distress and suddenly knelt on the ground, refusing to rise. This unexpected action puzzled everyone present, and the servants looked on, bewildered by the fifth Miss's behavior. "Banksia, what are you doing?" the medicine marquis asked, confused by his daughter's intentions. Banksia replied, "Father, mother, I understand that you wish the best for me, but if I were to accept everything as my due, what would others think of me? To return and usurp my sister's living space, how could I face the world afterward?" Her words struck at the heart of the matter, prompting the medicine marquis to finally grasp the underlying issue. Han Xia continued, "Father, mother, I have heard from the people in the manor that this small jade building was specially constructed for my sister by the esteemed concubine Jean from the palace. If I were to reside here, it is inevitable that concubine Jean would harbor resentment, even if she did not voice it." The medicine lord instantly comprehended the implications and promptly replied, "Quickly rise. It is my oversight that nearly caused harm to my daughter." Han Xia stood and hastily consoled him. "Father, you navigate the complexities of officialdom daily. How could you possibly concern yourself with such trivial matters within the manor?" With one statement, she deftly directed the blame toward the Jean family, implying that while her father may neglect the affairs of the household, surely they must be managed by the Jean family. The Jean matriarch's fury was palpable, her teeth nearly grinding in frustration, while Qingdai's countenance turned ashen, revealing her displeasure. This blatant flattery, delicately articulated by Han Xia, was evident even to the dim-witted. The Jean matriarch swiftly suppressed her indignation and remarked, "My lord, it is entirely my fault. I merely wished to compensate Han Xia properly and momentarily forgot to consider the broader implications." The medicine lord merely grunted, aware of the underlying tensions yet reluctant to confront them publicly. He instructed, "Qingdai, you should return to your quarters. Han Xia will seek alternative accommodations." Just as the Jean matriarch was about to interject, Han Xia preempted her. "Father, there is no need for such inconvenience. Let me reside in the courtyard that mother arranged for my sister." The medicine lord pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "That seems acceptable." The Jean matriarch nearly choked with rage. The courtyard designated for Qingdai was the closest to her husband's study, and also the least desirable. She had intended to evoke sympathy for Qingdai by juxtaposing her with Han Xia. By evoking sympathy from outsiders for Qingdai, her reputation would soar even higher, however. It has now backfired completely. Chapter 8. The worry-free courtyard. In that moment, the elderly Madame Ho, who was resting, was abruptly awakened by a call. "This is dreadful. The Jean family wants Miss Qingdai to relinquish the Xiaoyu building, and it is likely that Miss Banksia will be moving in." Upon hearing this, Madame Ho immediately rose, exclaiming, "What? This Jean family is truly reprehensible. Although this may seem trivial, its ramifications could be significant. Not to mention that this Banksia girl would acquire a formidable reputation. The crucial question remains, how will she fare after incurring the palace's ire? It was the Jean family that compelled Miss Qingdai to vacate. It should not be so grave," remarked Wang Mama, fully aware of the situation's seriousness, but only able to offer comfort to Madame Ho at this moment. As Madame Ho hurriedly made her way outside, she continued, "Words spoken by a single pair of lips can twist the narrative. What circulates may not align with the actual events in the residence. Moreover, will the esteemed individual in the palace trust her elder sister, or will they trust you and me?" Wang Mama ceased further conversation and hastened to follow Madame Ho. Just as they exited the courtyard, a maid who had been gathering information returned. "Xiangzhu, do share what has transpired," Madame Ho inquired with palpable urgency. Xiangzhu patted her chest and replied, "Reporting to you, madam. The fifth miss is indeed formidable. Has she moved in?" Madame Ho's concern deepened. Xiangzhu shook her head. "No. The fifth miss has relocated to the quarters previously occupied by the fourth Mississippi." With this news, Madame Ho felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her spirits lifted as she turned to re-enter the house. Wang Mama quickly interjected, "Madam, should we not go and take a look?
What is there to see?"
"That girl possesses a strong will, far surpassing her mother's." Madame Wang chuckled, sensing the old lady's good mood, and turned to Xiangzhu, urging her, "Do hurry and recount how remarkable the fifth miss has been." Xiangzhu chattered eagerly, vividly recounting everything that Bansha had said and done previously. The old lady's smile remained unwavering throughout. After the laughter subsided, the elderly matriarch suddenly regarded Xiangju with a grave expression. Xiangju lifted her gaze, her small face serious as she addressed the old lady. "Madam, your command? From this day forth, you shall attend to the fifth miss, and you must vow to protect her with your very life." Understanding the old lady's intention, Xiangju, who had been raised by her since childhood, recognized that her life was already entwined with the old lady's. With a resolute thud, she knelt down, declaring earnestly, "Madam, I swear that I shall dedicate my life to safeguard the fifth miss, even if it costs me my own. Go forth, go forth." The old lady waved her hand, retreating to her chamber to secretly retrieve a tablet from beneath her pillow. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she clutched the tablet, weeping like a child. Madame Wang watched with a heavy heart, her eyes glistening, as she murmured to herself, "My lady, your daughter has grown. She is clever and resourceful and will no longer be bullied." Pushing open the dust-laden half-moon door, above which the words Wanyu Courtyard were inscribed in bold strokes, Bansha curled her lips into a cold smirk. Even if a place of forgetfulness existed, she would have no part in it. Her hatred must be remembered clearly and distinctly. As she pushed open the grand door, she was met with a sight of disarray and desolation. Utterly deplorable. Peony wrinkled her nose in disdain, remarking, "Miss, this dilapidated place is unfit even for beggars." However, Banksia remained unfazed, retorting, "Is it truly broken? Is it merely missing a brick or a tile?" Left at a loss for words, Peony could only express her disdain. "Miss, look at this place. It is both chaotic and old, and distanced from the main entrance. To venture outside requires a long trek." Banksia merely smiled and chose silence, knowing that Peony would soon come to appreciate the merits of residing here. "Let us step inside and take a look," Banksia declared, proceeding down the narrow path toward the interior. Upon pushing open the door, she discovered a realm of enchanting beauty, where antiques and artworks were arranged with meticulous order. The exquisite screen was adorned with picturesque landscapes, and as she moved behind it, she beheld the intricately carved chairs and tables made from premium sandalwood, each piece exuding the delicate and gentle essence befitting a lady. The subtle aroma of sandalwood filled the air, while dappled sunlight streamed through the intricately designed windows, casting playful patterns upon the floor. Entering the bedroom, she was greeted by the warm glow of sunlight illuminating layers of ethereal purple gauze, complemented by remarkable carved decorations. Peony was left in awe, exclaiming, "Miss, the outside is a desolate, dilapidated mess, overrun with weeds, yet this room is so exquisitely and elegantly arranged." Banksia merely nodded slightly, betraying little emotion, her heart remaining cold. This had been prepared for Qingdai. After all, how could it be ordinary? The exterior was naught but an illusion to deceive the world. Ifa Ade intended to draw attention and highlight Qingdai's virtue. Han Xia stood coldly, contemplating the ignorance of those outside, unable to fathom how the Jin family could bear to treat their own daughter with such indignity. Moreover, was the Marquis of Medicine's residence truly so impoverished that it lacked even a decent courtyard? How could such blatant theatrics go unnoticed? "Miss, it would be quite acceptable if we tidied up a bit outside," suggested Xiaoyao. "Do not move," Han Xia swiftly interjected. "Why, miss?" Xiaoyao questioned, bewildered. "At least for the next few days, we must refrain from any alterations. Rest assured, capable hands will arrive to assist us." Though Xiaoyao was puzzled, she dared not press further, trusting that her mistress would speak when the time was right. "Miss, why do you always gaze out the window?" Xiaoyao inquired, having organized her belongings, only to find Han Xia still lost in thought. Han Xia frowned slightly, recalling her previous life spent in the azure-hued Jade Tower, where her grandmother had stormed in, delivering a harsh reprimand. At that time, she had been naive, misunderstanding her grandmother's intentions, believing that she was unloved and despised, thus feeling resentful and reluctant to pay her respects. Now, having grasped her grandmother's true sentiments, she felt certain that her grandmother would no longer be angry. Yet, why had she not come to visit even now? As Han Xia pondered this, she overheard old Madame Wang's voice from outside, 5th Mississippi snapping back to reality. Han Xia hurriedly stepped outside, opening the door to see old Madame Wang accompanied by a young maid, making their way through the untidy weeds.
Han Xia,
She exclaimed with a bright smile, "Old Madame Wang." Madame Wang wore a benevolent smile upon her face. "The 5th Miss has just returned and is unfamiliar with the customs of this household. The matriarch has graciously sent Xiangju to attend to the 5th Mississippi. Should you require anything, you may directly command her. Xiangju stepped forward and knelt on the ground, speaking earnestly. I hope the 5th Miss will accept Xiangju. I shall wholeheartedly serve you.
Xiangju?
Upon catching sight of her, Banksia felt a well of tears welling in her eyes. Initially, due to her distant relationship with her grandmother and the instigation by the Jin family, she had always regarded Xiangju as a spy planted beside her by her grandmother, holding her in disdain. It was not until her elder brother encountered misfortune, and she ventured forth to rescue him, only to fail. Witnessing Xiangju sacrifice her life while attempting to save her from the clutches of several men, that her perception began to shift. 5th Miss, what troubles you? Madame Wang inquired. Noticing the disquiet on Banksia's face, Banksia immediately regained her composure, steadying her fluttering emotions, and promptly helped Xiangju to her feet. You may remain by my side, but do not kneel without cause. Such customs do not exist here. Xiangju had previously heard others speak of the 5th Miss as particularly difficult and somewhat foolish. Yet she was pleasantly surprised to find her to be such an accommodating person. Chapter 9. An incident with the 3rd brother. Madame Wang observed the naturally recovering Banksia and pondered that perhaps she had misjudged the situation. How could the 5th Miss possibly weep upon her first encounter with Xiangju? Madame Wang, please enter the room, Banksia said. However, Madame Wang waved her hand and replied, this servant shall not intrude. The 5th Miss is needed by the old lady. I shall take my leave first. Banksia nodded, her gaze following her departure. In this second life, many things had transformed due to her actions, and the path ahead remained a mystery. She must exert every effort to alter the current predicament. She could not bear to see her 3 brothers meet untimely ends at the hands of treacherous individuals or be exiled. In the dead of night, while all others were in slumber, Banksia suddenly opened her eyes, gazing at the violet gauze curtain. Miss, you are not asleep, remarked Xiangju, who, being skilled in martial arts, was acutely aware of the presence of others. Banksia had not truly been asleep, as she could sense it from her breathing. Indeed, Banksia was wide awake. For a significant event was poised to unfold that night. Her 3rd brother was likely to suffer severe injuries to his legs as a consequence. As anticipated, after a brief moment, the raucous sounds of commotion erupted from outside. Banksia sprang up, donned her clothing, and swiftly made her way outside. Xiangju promptly followed, while Xiaoyao, having swapped night watch duties with Xiangju, remained blissfully unaware of the Miss S departure. Since this courtyard was adjacent to the Duke of Medicine S study, Banksia navigated her way there with relative ease. Upon entering the courtyard of the study, she was greeted by the sound of a heavy cup shattering. Immediately, a furious voice from the Medicine Lord echoed, You wretched creature, truly a wretched creature. Why must you provoke the notorious Maisie Chu of the capital? Even his father cannot manage him. How can I? Jean was secretly pleased, knowing that the 3rd son would undoubtedly fall into a trap. However, she feigned concern, saying, My lord, even if our son is a disappointment, you cannot neglect Xiangju. If anything were to happen to him, I would be utterly devastated, sobbing endlessly. Banksia scoffed inwardly, recognizing the pretense of Jean. In her previous life, the 3rd brother had suffered a brutal beating from that tyrant, and she wondered if Jean had played a part in it. She pushed the door open and stated, Father, I heard that the 3rd brother is in trouble. The Medicine Lord, in a foul mood, did not greet her warmly. What does a girl know? Go back to sleep. Banksia remained unperturbed, responding calmly, Father, though I may not understand much, he is still my dear brother. How could I not worry? The Medicine Lord sighed deeply. If your 3 brothers could show even a fraction of your sensibility, I would be at ease. Just then, the steward hurried in with alarming news. My lord, it is terrible. The 3rd young master has lost 100,000 taels of silver. What shall we do?
What?
100,000 taels? The Medicine Lord's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly bursting with rage. What are you standing around for? Hurry, let us see. Without further ado, he rushed out with his entourage. No one paid attention to Banksia as she quietly followed beside the Medicine Lord. The carriage proceeded steadily, halting directly before a renowned brothel known as the Goddess Pavilion, which served as a lavish den of indulgence for the man. It is said that the Goddess Pavilion falls within the domain of the enigmatic Heavenly Mechanism Tower, a substantial force of darkness. The black markets across the 7 kingdoms, numerous provinces, and countless counties are all under the control of the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Tower. Rumor has it that the combined treasury of the Seven Kingdoms pales in comparison to the annual income of the master of this tower. However, the identity of the master remains shrouded in mystery. To this day, no one knows who they are. In a hurried manner, the medicine lord, with little time for contemplation, was guided inside by the steward. The hall was adorned with exquisite decor that evoked a sense of ethereal purity upon entry. The women present, all clad in flowing white garments, possessed delicate and graceful features, exuding an aura of aloofness. As an adage rightly states, that which is most elusive is most precious. Hence, the women here offer their talents without surrendering their bodies, rendering them irresistible to the men who frequent this establishment. A long table was set in the hall, laden with various gambling paraphernalia, dice, pai gow, fortune slips, and a spinning wheel. Encircling the table was a lively crowd, eagerly engrossed in the unfolding game of chance. You've lost again. It's either a million taels of silver or a broken leg. Choose wisely, declared the brazen young overlord, his voice resonating throughout the hall, instilling a sense of fear that stifled any dissent. Beads of sweat dotted the forehead and palms of Song Shu, as he understood all too well that the medicine lord could not possibly produce the million taels required. Feeling guilty, he could hardly believe it. He shouted at Mei Zichu, "Impossible! How could I possibly keep losing? It's you, surely. You must be cheating." The moment those words escaped his lips, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Everyone understood that the greatest taboo for this little tyrant was the accusation of cheating. "How dare you insinuate that I am a cheat? Just wait until I teach you a lesson." With a swift and agile leap, he vaulted onto the table, bellowing, "Bring me someone to bind this scoundrel. I shall flay his skin." Instantly, several burly men emerged, seizing Song Zhu. Witnessing the scene, the pharmacist lord was taken aback, his legs trembling slightly. Song Zhu, frightened, cried out, "No, no, no. If you want silver, just ask my father. Do not harm me. If you kill me, I have nothing to offer." "You ungrateful wretch. How could I have spawned such a reckless creature?" The pharmacist lord stepped forward, furious, and lashed out at Song Zhu with 2 strikes. In pain, Song Zhu shouted, "Father! Father! I know I was wrong. Please save me. I might die." In his previous life, this inept brother would always beg for mercy and admit his faults whenever he erred, and the Jin family had never truly punished him, leading to his increasingly brazen behavior. Despite his anger, he could only relent and turn to Mei Zichu, saying, "Lord Mei, this child merely spoke out of turn. Please do not hold it against him." Although the little tyrant was indeed a bully in the capital, he was not without reason. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth, perfectly accentuating his youthful and audacious charm. Indeed, as one of the 4 most handsome young men of the capital, his looks were undeniably impeccable. Coupled with his signature mischievous grin, he exuded a distinctive allure that was both roguish and captivating. "Well, since the esteemed Lord Yao had personally interjected, I shall refrain from holding a grudge. However, in matters of gambling, one must either repay their debts or face dire consequences. Lord Yao, what shall you choose for your son?" The Lord Yao found himself in a predicament. A sum of 100,000 taels of silver was utterly beyond his means. Yet, the alternative, mutilation, would render his son a cripple. What to do? "My Lord Mei, is it not excessive to demand such a sum?"
Ha!
With countless eyes upon him, how could I possibly deceive? Behold, the agreement is clearly inscribed in black and white. Your son lost to me, without question. Upon seeing the signature on the document, Lord Yao felt a sharp pain in his temples. With a face full of regret, he implored, "Young lord, even if I were to sell the entire Yao estate, I could not muster such a fortune." Mei Zichu, however, possessed little patience for such excuses. "If you cannot produce the sum, then we shall resort to the alternative. Bring forth the enforcers." "No, no, please don't." Song Zhu cried out in terror. Yet, the enforcers showed no mercy, preparing to act.
Stop!
A cool, clear voice rang out, drawing the gaze of all present to a rather ordinary-looking woman who stood before them. Chapter 10. Banxia's fury. Mei Zichu's captivating Danfeng eyes narrowed slightly as she cast her gaze upon the unremarkable woman. "What? You intend to repay the debts of the 3rd son of the Yao family?" Banxia approached, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Mei Zichu, inciting her ire. In the bustling capital, which woman could resist being enamored by his striking appearance? Yet, this seemingly ordinary woman regarded him with disdain. Banxia reached out and picked up the dice from the table, examining them closely. In a clear and melodious voice, she remarked, "I am impoverished. My pockets are emptier than my visage." The crowd erupted in laughter at her amusing phrase. Pockets emptier than my visage, finding it both novel and entertaining. Raising an eyebrow, Maisie Chu retorted, "You little wretch, if you are indeed destitute, what pretense are you maintaining here?" Only then did Banksia turn her gaze towards Maisie Chu. "Does the law of our country prohibit the impoverished from speaking? Furthermore, are you exempt from criticism for your underhanded dealings?" Her words struck a chord, causing the Yao Marquis to hastily grasp Banksia's arm. "Child, cease your reckless talk. This is Lord May. His mother is a princess." Unfazed, Banksia replied, "The emperor's law applies equally to nobility and commoners, and besides, this Lord May is merely a county lord." The onlookers instinctively took a step back, wary of becoming embroiled with this audacious woman, eager to avoid any repercussions. The Yao Marquis, beads of sweat forming on his brow, was alarmed. This girl was indeed a fearless novice, unaware that she was treading a perilous path. Meanwhile, Song Zhu, previously intimidated, felt emboldened by Banksia's words. "I knew it. With gambling, one cannot always lose. Indeed, it is clearly a case of cheating." The veins on the forehead of the esteemed pharmacist surged ominously. It seemed only the emperor could resolve this predicament. Who could be unaware of the obstinate temperament of this local tyrant, whose own father had no sway over him, let alone these unrelated individuals? With a resounding clap, the young lord slammed his palm on the table, pointing at Banksia as he bellowed, "You insolent woman! How dare you slander me? Just watch. I shall make you pay dearly." The pharmacist, trembling with fear, felt his legs weaken. Despite his elevated status, he could not compare to the princess's son. As he moved to plead for mercy, his daughter boldly interjected, "What's this? Is the young lord feeling guilty and lashing out in shame?"
Ah.
How delightful it was for Songju, who had always held disdain for the overbearing Maisie Chu, to have someone stand by her in confrontation. Casting aside her fears, she exclaimed with excitement, "Well said, girl. If you expose this Maisie for cheating, I shall take you as my concubine." Banksia was instantly beset by a flurry of cawing crows overhead. The pharmacist was nearly driven to apoplexy by his foolish son, who, in a fit of indignation, struck him across the face. "You wretched boy, take a concubine? This is your own sister." Songju, initially feeling wronged by the slap, found solace in the revelation of her relation. Indeed, she deserved it. Yet, she felt a strange joy in being struck. "My sister has returned. Though she may not be as beautiful as her brother, I do appreciate her fiery spirit, akin to my own third brother." The pharmacist was utterly exasperated by his dim-witted son. If his precious daughter resembled this rascal, he might as well end his own life. Bansha cast a disdainful glance at Songshu, still as foolish as in her previous life. However, in her past existence, she had been oblivious to the events unfolding here during the night, only to discover the next day that this fool had been carried back. At the time, she had blamed herself for being a harbinger of misfortune, believing her return had caused him to break both legs. "I care not who your father is. If you dare to slander me, you shall face the consequences." Bansha's expression darkened, and she admonished, "Whether or not you possess manners is of no concern to me. Do you even consider whether you can bear the repercussions?" For the first time, someone dared to shout at Maisie Chu, leaving everyone, including Maisie Chu, momentarily stunned. Bansha showed no sign of fear, locking her gaze onto Maisie Chu's eyes, denying him any opportunity to retaliate. "If you are a gentleman, permit me to inspect these dice and pai gao tiles. Should I find no discrepancies, I shall leave your fate in your hands." Maisie Chu, initially intent on destroying Bansha, took a moment to comprehend the implications. If he were to refuse, would he not be deemed a scoundrel, raising further suspicions? He had no choice but to swallow his pride. With integrity, there was no fear of shadows. This little firecracker would uncover nothing, and he would ensure she would regret her boldness. He leaped from the gambling table, landing directly before Bansha, close enough to hear their soft breaths. The apothecary lord was thoroughly alarmed and hastily approached, saying, "Lord May, my daughter has just returned from the countryside and is inexperienced. I implore you." Before the apothecary lord could finish, Maisie Chu's hand ruthlessly interrupted, pushing him aside. "This concerns my dealings with that insufferable girl. No one is permitted to meddle. I shall observe what this little village girl is capable of conjuring." Banksia lifted her gaze and met Maisie's eyes directly. "Does this mean you are agreeing to investigate?" "Investigate at your leisure. However, should you uncover not even a shred of information, not only will I take your brother's legs, but yours as well. A deal is a deal. Maisie furrowed her brow. Such promptness in agreement left her questioning whether this audacious woman had any demands of her own. Banksia, uninterested in further engagement, turned her attention to the dice and pai gow laid out on the table, her fingers gliding over them. At a window in a lavish private room on the upper floor, a man clad in light garments observed the scene below with keen interest. My lord, shall I assist the fifth miss? This master May is not easily dealt with. The man, with a countenance as refined as jade and brows like swords, resembled a celestial being, captivating and radiant. Yet an aura of chilling coldness surrounded him, instilling an instinctive dread in anyone who dared approach, particularly due to the oppressive dominance he exuded. No need, he replied, his lips parting slightly, his voice rich and melodious. Dealing with the Jean family is one matter. Handling Maisie is certainly within my capabilities. Below, the crowd murmured as they watched Banksia's retreating figure. What a truly unsophisticated country bumpkin. She has offended Master May upon her arrival. It seems the rumors of her being simple-minded and foolish are indeed accurate. It is said that this country girl from the Yao family knows nothing. Just look at her unremarkable face, which pales in comparison to her sister, the most beautiful woman in the capital. Indeed, it is said that the young lady from the countryside is not only coarse but also acerbic and difficult to deal with, possessing a heart of considerable malice. Amidst the whispers and murmurs of the crowd, Bansha listened attentively but did not let their words affect her. In her previous life, she had heard far worse rumors. What did this amount to? Bansha meticulously examined all the dice and cards, yet found no traces of tampering. Maisie Chu, filled with pride, taunted, dead woman, have you seen enough? Do you have any evidence of this young master cheating? Bansha shook her head. I have found nothing.
Meisie Guskoft.
You dare to show off? Someone, take this dead woman's eyes out and feed them to the fish. Yes. Just as the crowd broke into a cold sweat for Bansha, she pointed directly at the servant beside, Maisie Chu. I wish to search him. Upon hearing this, the servant's face paled, and he instinctively took a step back. His reaction only strengthened Bansha's suspicions. It was hard for anyone to believe that one could win a fortune of 1,000,000 taels without any foul play. Chapter 11. The general steps forward indeed. It is often the case that an unseemly woman stirs up trouble. Today, you shall meet your fate with clarity. Although Mei Zichu is domineering, he is not devoid of reason, considering himself a man of honor. He turned to his attendant, Changbai, and commanded, Go forth and search her. Let her understand her impending doom. Changbai's hands trembled as he hastily interjected, My lord, if this girl has no evidence, you may dispose of her as you see fit. Why allow her to lead you by the nose? Go, I said. Cease your prattle. Mei Zichu was tempted to deliver a swift kick to the insolent servant, frustrated by his disobedience at such a critical moment. Bansha, intentionally exacerbating the situation, taunted, Your attendant seems reluctant. Could it be that he harbors a guilty conscience? Fearing to allow me to search him? Mei Zichu, incensed by her words, glared at Changbai. Do not dawdle. Do you believe I will hesitate to kick you to death if you delay further? Changbai, unwilling to permit a search, retorted mockingly to Bansha, As a woman, are you not concerned that searching a man might jeopardize your prospects of marriage? Bansha remained unfazed. I never claimed I would do it myself. With so many here, there are bound to be volunteers. Upon hearing this, Changbai exhaled in relief. The familiarity of those present would deter them from challenging the small lord, even if they uncovered something untoward. He then declared, We cannot involve your family. Who knows if they might resort to trickery. However, I propose we summon the young general, Junhan, to conduct the search. Surely that would suffice. Junhan, you have returned? Upon hearing those two syllables, the young lord began to survey the surroundings in search of the man. On the second floor, a white figure leapt gracefully from above, embodying elegance and agility. Truly, even as a mere spectator, I find myself disturbed by this country girl who always seems to stir up trouble. Banksia offered a slight bow, saying, I apologize for the trouble, young sir. The young general, Junhan, stood alongside Mei Zichu, one exuding warmth and brightness, the other exuding a charmingly rogue allure. Together, these two handsome men of the capital created a captivating sight, pleasing to the eye. Even the maidens of the Divine Maiden Pavilion, who feigned an air of detachment, could not help but feel their hearts flutter upon seeing them. You return, and do not seek me out. Are you feeling restless? Jun Han remarked, playfully patting Mei Zichu on the shoulder. Brother, I know your joy in winning is paramount, so I shall not dampen your spirits. Spare me the pleasantries. Let us resolve the matter at hand, and we brothers shall revel until we can revel no more. Only then did Jun Han turn his gaze to Banksia, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. Do you trust me? Banksia responded resolutely, of course I do. This simple affirmation caused Jun Han to adopt a serious demeanor. Very well. On the strength of your word, I, the young general, shall ensure fairness for you. Banksia nodded slightly. In this place, the only person she could truly trust was this young general who had once saved her life. Knowing that the young general was here to investigate brought Long by a sense of reassurance. Given the camaraderie between the young general and his lord, he was certain that the young general would not tarnish the lord's reputation. Jun Han approached, not even casting a glance at Long Bai, who whispered in a voice audible only to the two of them, the lord's prestige rests entirely upon you, young general. As soon as the words fell, Jun Han deftly produced 2 dice and a pai gao from his sleeve. His expression turned cold as he declared, the reputation of the county lord is earned through one's own endeavors. It is not for this humble general to bestow. Your request is utterly unreasonable. The crowd was taken aback, sensing a deeper implication in his words. Jun Han then lifted the sleeve of Chong Bai and gave it a shake, causing the pai gao and dice to tumble forth. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, realizing that matters were indeed serious and far from simple. Chong Bai's face paled, taken aback by the general's blatant disregard for decorum. Without hesitation, Banksia picked up the fallen dice and pai gao, handing them to Xiangzhu. With her inner strength, Xiangzhu effortlessly crushed them, and in an instant, mercury flowed from the shattered remnants, making the truth unmistakably clear. The apothecary finally breathed a sigh of relief. Grateful that his daughter had come, she was truly clever. Xiangzhu burst into hearty laughter, proclaiming, I told you he was cheating. No one can be so fortunate as to win day and night without a single loss. The young lord was equally astonished, exclaiming, what is the meaning of this? Before Chong Bai could respond, Banksia stated bluntly, the absence of evidence on the table is due to someone fearing exposure when the suggestion of inspection arose. They quickly concealed the evidence. Only your closest servant had the opportunity to do so. Chong Bai, what is your explanation? At that moment, Maisie's face turned pale, filled with a burning desire to see Chong Bai torn to shreds. Chong Bai trembled all over and hurriedly knelt down, bowing his head. My lord, I truly do not know what has transpired. It must be that someone has deliberately framed me.
Jun Han's face darkened.
Are you suggesting that I, the young general, have wronged you? Then pray explain why, when I discovered the incriminating evidence, you whispered that the young lord's reputation should be spared? Chong Bai was caught red-handed, and his words had severely compromised him, rendering him utterly powerless to turn the tide. Gritting his teeth, he murmured, My lord, I implore you to elucidate this matter further. Mei Zichu, believing Chong Bai could not possibly possess such audacity to deceive him, stepped closer and inquired, Speak, what is truly happening? Chong Bai quickly leaned in to whisper a few words into Mei Zichu's ear. Upon hearing, Mei Zichu's expression shifted, filled with both fury and indignation. After revealing the truth, Chong Bai immediately bowed his head and accepted the blame, stating, My lord, it is entirely my fault. I devised this scheme solely to win your favor. I beseech you to impose punishment upon me. Chong Bai's declaration, regardless of whether it was believed or not, sought to inform everyone that his master was unaware of the situation. Mei Zichu, feeling humiliated, wore an exceedingly unnatural expression. Finally, he gritted his teeth and declared, You shall be dealt with upon our return. Chong Bai promptly pressed his forehead to the ground, not daring to utter another word. All eyes turned to Mei Zichu, who, filled with pent-up rage, could only shout at the accompanying guards, What are you waiting for? Release him at once. Song Zhu regained his freedom and immediately leaped out, shouting, You, Mei, regardless of the circumstances, you have cheated. This matter cannot simply be dismissed. Yao Ho felt a throbbing pain at his temples and quickly forced a smile, saying, Since it is a misunderstanding, let us consider this matter resolved. Song Zhu, displeased, retorted, Why should it be resolved? Silence. Take the third young master back. Yao Ho coldly commanded, cutting Song Zhu off before he could finish. Infuriated, Song Zhu opened his mouth to shout, but at the butler's signal, several attendants stepped forward to cover his mouth and drag him away. Yao Ho maintained his apologetic demeanor as he took his leave, saying, Lord Mei, My children are yet unrefined. I implore you to show leniency and not hold it against us. We shall take our leave now. Mei Zichu narrowed his eyes, not glancing at Yao Ho but instead focusing on the obedient Ban Xia who followed closely behind Yao Ho. As Ban Xia exited with Yao Ho, she passed by the young general, who quietly murmured, "Having saved you twice, ponder how you might repay this when you return." Ban Xia merely paused for a moment and then continued to follow Yao Ho outside, her mind swirling with thoughts. In her past life, this young general had harbored a strong dislike for her. In this life, she resolved to keep her distance from those she could not provoke, hoping to avoid encounters altogether. Chapter 12. Watching over in secret, the master has already discovered the truth. The man in the light robe reached out and took the paper, glancing over its contents. A cold glimmer gathered in the depths of his eyes. No wonder Mei Zichu had endured so much. If matters escalated, her sister's reputation would be irreparably damaged.
Go.
Protect the fifth miss from the shadows. Should she suffer even the slightest harm, bring her to me. The subordinate complied without hesitation, swiftly departing to discreetly follow Ban Xia. Once the figure had vanished, a captivating smile curved the lips of the man in the light robe. "Little fool, you have finally grown up." Upon returning home, the hour was late, and the medicine marquis hurriedly instructed Ban Xia to rest. Song Zhu was confined to the woodshed, to be dealt with at dawn. Upon learning that Song Zhu had returned unscathed, Jin Shi's expression darkened. Things had not unfolded as she had envisioned. The realization that her long-laid plans had come to naught filled her with a profound sense of loss and anger, yet she could only suppress her emotions, refraining from voicing her discontent. "Mother, what should we do if Lord Mei investigates me?" Qing Dai anxiously grasped Jin Shi's arm and whispered. Jin Shi reassured her in a hushed tone, "Do not worry. Princess Ziqing will not disclose your involvement for the sake of her own reputation." But Qing Dai remained deeply concerned. Jin Shi continued to comfort her. "I encouraged you to befriend Princess Ziqing precisely because of her innocence and impulsive nature. Do not fret. I will handle the ensuing matters. You must return to rest quickly, lest your father sees you." Qing Dai dared not say more, hastily lifting her skirts as she made her way back to the Xiuyu Tower. "Young sir, don't move. I'm pulling you out." "Silly girl, hurry and leave. If you don't, you'll fall too." "Young sir, if I leave, you will perish. Quickly come out and grasp my hand." "Which family do you belong to? You are truly foolish. Young sir, how could you be so careless as to fall into this deep pit? Why are you asking so many questions, girl? By the way, you must not call me young sir." "Why shouldn't I call you young sir when you are indeed younger?" "Clarify your words. I am not young at all. I am clearly older than you. I don't even know your name. How should I address you?" "You may call me Brother E. From now on, I will come to practice martial arts beneath this grand banyan tree every day. Would you care to join?" "Very well. I shall come to play with Brother E daily." "It's a promise." "Yes, it's a promise. Let's seal it with a pinky swear." "Go on, childish. No pinky swear." "No. Let's seal it with a pinky promise." "No pinky."
Broterie.
In the dream of early summer, the sweet memories of childhood linger endlessly. Miss, please awaken, Mississippi." Xiaorao touched Banchi's hand. "The young lady has grown warm again. I shall report to the master." Just as Xiangzhu was about to leave, Banxia stirred. "How long have I been asleep?" "Miss, it is nearly noon. Mealtime approaches, and the old lady requests your presence." "I shall inform the old lady," mentioning that the young lady has a fever and suggests calling the doctor. As Xiangzhu had just finished speaking, Xiaoyao inquired with confusion, "Miss, you have a fever again. What could be the matter?" Banxia raised an eyebrow slightly and turned to Xiaoyao. "What did you say?" Xiaoyao, equally perplexed, replied, "Miss, of late you have been speaking in your sleep. Whenever you do, your body becomes feverish, yet you return to normal upon awakening." Banxia furrowed her brow. Despite her profound understanding of medicine, she found herself utterly baffled by her own symptoms. "By the way, miss, who is the Brother E that you called out for?" Xiaoyao asked, bewildered. Upon hearing that name, an unmistakable glint of hatred and resentment flared in Banchi's eyes. He was the man she had loved since childhood, the one she envisioned spending her life with. Yet, in the end, he had betrayed her, never uttering a single word of love. "Miss." Both Xiangzhu and Xiaoyao called out simultaneously, startled by the intensity of Banchi's gaze, filled with animosity. Banxia, regaining her composure, quickly masked her inner turmoil and replied naturally, "It's nothing, merely sleep-talking." She chose not to engage further with them and instead rose to freshen up. They were unaware of Prince Yi's true identity. In her previous life, before returning, she sought out Brother Yi, only to discover his princely status when the emperor arranged their marriage. In this life, she must employ every means at her disposal to prevent the emperor from bestowing such a marriage. She would not allow the tragedy of her past to repeat itself. Upon entering Anha courtyard, Ban Sha immediately spotted her third brother, Songshu, kneeling in the yard. The moment he saw Ban Sha, he beckoned her with his lips, saying, "Little sister, you must help your brother." Ban Sha let out a helpless sigh and remarked, "One must accept the consequences of their actions. A true man should face his responsibilities."
Hey you.
Songshu was exasperated by his younger sister's words. Meanwhile, Qingdai, feigning composure, her eyes misty with tears, said, "Third brother, does your knee hurt? I will do my utmost to plead with father on your behalf." Songshu felt a surge of emotion. After all, his sister, raised alongside him since childhood, was closer than any blood relative. "Qingdai, I always knew you were the best. Once I get through this ordeal, I will cherish you even more." Qingdai nodded and headed into the house. Bansha felt a chill in her heart. These three brothers of hers needed strict guidance, lest the tragedies of her past life befall them once more. "Grandmother, your granddaughter pays her respects." Bansha knelt partially, but old Madame Ho quickly urged her to rise.
Come.
"Sit beside me. I heard that you saved your third brother yesterday." The third brother was indeed Bansha's biological sibling, and she would protect him with her life. Old Madame Ho nodded in approval. "What a good child you are." Yet, a pang of bitterness lingered in her heart. This girl ought to enjoy a life of comfort. Yet she was burdened with 3 disappointing brothers. It was her own fault. She had once believed that the Jean family truly cared for these children and refrained from intervening, only to realize too late that such leniency had led to their downfall. The medicine lord's expression darkened. "Mother, this time Songju has caused a significant mess. He cannot be lightly punished." Although Lady Ho felt distressed, she still nodded and said, "He must be punished. It is unacceptable to lose 100,000 taels at such a young age. If he causes a calamity in the future, it will implicate our entire pharmacy." The esteemed pharmacist Ho grunted in agreement and declared, "Let him be given 50 strokes. Perhaps this will teach him a lesson." Just as Lady Ho was about to acquiesce, Qingdai suddenly knelt down. "Father, my elder brother is frail and cannot withstand such punishment. He acknowledges his wrongdoing. Please spare him." Jean, wiping her tears, appeared sorrowful for her son. "My lord, my son's current state is entirely my fault. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me instead." Lady Ho's expression darkened instantly. Over the years, when her children made mistakes, she had feigned protection, which had led them to become the way they were now. Though anger simmered within her, she could not reveal it. Pharmacist Ho was incensed. "I understand your compassion, but children must face consequences for their actions." Jin's tears flowed anew. "They must be punished, indeed, but these children have been without their mother since childhood. If I do not show them love, how unbearable will their lives be? My lord, let him kneel in the ancestral hall for a month. Please, spare him the beating." Jean had a knack for exploiting Pharmacist Ho's vulnerabilities. Every time she invoked the memory of their deceased daughter, he would relent. True to form, Pharmacist Ho fell silent for a moment, his gaze betraying a hint of compassion. Lady Ho grew anxious. If such a grave matter went unpunished, what would become of them in the future? Half-Summer cast a cold glance at the feigning mother and daughter duo. Chapter 13. The Grand Tutor's Apology. "Father, grandmother, I have something to say, though I am unsure if it is appropriate." The old Lady Ho's eyes brightened as she turned to her granddaughter, gently patting her hand. "Speak freely, my dear, for there is no need to hold back in our home." Only then did Banksia continue in the countryside. "I have heard the elders speak of the meticulous care required in tree cultivation." Upon hearing this, Qingdai inwardly scorned her, thinking how unsophisticated it was to come from such humble origins. A young tree must be pruned early. If neglected, it may grow crooked or even perish. Only those that are carefully tended will grow straight and ultimately become towering trees. Jin's impatience began to surface. After all this talk, it's still about trees. This is hardly the time for storytelling. Although displeased with Jin's attitude, old Lady Ho endured it with restraint. She smiled gently and said, "Since Banksia has begun, let her finish." Despite her dissatisfaction, Jean recognized that the old lady was her mother-in-law, and she could not defy her in front of the esteemed Yao Ho. Thus, She forced a smile and reluctantly replied, "Mother speaks wisely. Banksia, please conclude your thoughts swiftly." Banksia continued, "Father, mother, managing people is akin to nurturing trees. If a tree can grow crooked without care, how much more so a person with thoughts and feelings? Prolonged neglect will lead to a situation akin to that of a great tree growing awry. If left unattended, the repercussions may be dire for the entire family, leaving us with nothing but regret." Upon hearing this, Yao Ho's expression shifted, and Banksia quickly added, "Father, to cherish a child is not to indulge them, but to guide them." Upon hearing these words, Lord Yao furrowed his brow, pondering the distinction between indulging a child and educating a child. Indulgence, he mused, entails unconditional obedience, fostering a sense of entitlement that leads to unruliness. It may appear as affection but ultimately brings harm. In contrast, proper education involves guidance in minor matters and appropriate discipline in significant issues, seemingly stern yet imbued with genuine care and concern. As this reflection settled, a sudden applause erupted from outside, drawing the previously silent assembly's attention. A warm, sunlit voice of a middle-aged man resonated, proclaiming, "What a splendid manifestation of love, care, and education. Truly, my dear Yao, you are fortunate to have such a daughter." Upon recognizing the voice, Lord Yao promptly exited to extend a warm welcome, his face adorned with a smile. It was none other than the esteemed Grand Tutor of the Crown Prince, a visit he had not anticipated. The ladies, Jean and Qingdai, quickly adjusted their attire, emerging with radiant smiles to greet their distinguished guest. "Old Madam," Ho whispered to Ban Xia, "this esteemed figure is the Grand Tutor, the father of Lord Mei, the husband of the eldest princess." Ban Xia was well aware, having witnessed a similar scenario in her past life. In that previous existence, during this very moment, her third brother had suffered a grievous injury at the hands of Lord Mei, leading the Grand Tutor to visit in a gesture of apology. Qingdai had then performed a heartfelt display of sibling affection, showcasing her deep care for her brother. Consequently, within the palace, tales spread of Qingdai's unwavering devotion. Kneeling in pleas for her brother's mercy, due to incessantly complaining about Brother San, Mei Taifu found himself greatly displeased. With his thoughts concealed beneath lowered eyelids, he accompanied his grandmother to greet Mei Taifu. To Banksia's surprise, Mei Zichu was standing beside him. "Esteemed medicine lord, I sincerely apologize for my young one's indiscretion. A grave error was nearly committed. I have come today to offer my apologies." The medicine lord swiftly waved his hand, saying, "It is of no consequence. Children will be children. There is no need for Mei Taifu to come in person." After speaking, the medicine lord turned to the steward with a displeased expression. "Why was I not informed of Mei Taifu's arrival? This is quite discourteous." The steward promptly admitted his fault, stating, "Master, it is my negligence. I humbly request your reprimand." Banksia stood aside, silently scoffing. This was all deliberate. The Jin family had long anticipated that Mei Taifu would come to atone, and the mother and daughter had purposefully staged this emotional drama solely for Mei Taifu's observation. Mei Taifu then remarked, "Had it not been for the steward's oversight, how might I have had the fortune to witness the admirable conduct of the Yao family?" Hearing Mei Taifu's praise, the medicine lord felt a swell of pride. Mei Taifu, a learned scholar, indeed possessed the qualifications befitting a grand preceptor, earning great esteem from the emperor. "Your flattery is unwarranted. My daughter, raised in the countryside, knows little of such matters," replied the medicine lord modestly. Mei Taifu, astonished, inquired, "So it was the daughter returning from the countryside who spoke of the principles of education through the analogy of trees?" The medicine lord smiled and nodded, saying, "Indeed. It is my daughter Banksia." He then beckoned to Banksia, who was standing a distance away. "Banksia, come forth and pay your respects to Mei Taifu." Banksia's appearance is unremarkable, easily overlooked. Compared to the radiant Qingdai, she is as distant as heaven is from earth. Yet, the moment Banksia steps forward, a profound and composed aura surrounds her. Master Mei instantly recognizes Banksia's uniqueness, a depth of character that even some who have lived a lifetime cannot attain, is vividly evident in her. "You are Banksia?" Master Mei's eyes glimmer with admiration. In this moment, the facade of Jin and Qingdai begins to crack, revealing their underlying tension. Qingdai, still youthful and impatient, steps in front of Banksia before she can speak. With a delicate smile, she presents herself as the quintessential noble lady, greeting Master Mei, and then playfully tugs at his sleeve, saying, "Uncle May, Banksia is a girl I brought back from the countryside with my mother."
Inside.
Banksia scoffs at Qingdai's attempt to feign the innocent charm of a young girl, finding it utterly ridiculous and disrespectful in the eyes of others.
Indeed.
Master May is caught off guard, awkwardly glancing at the medicine marquis and remarking, "Your eldest daughter is quite lively." Even a fool could discern the awkwardness and insincerity in his words. Qingdai, the foolish girl, immediately adopts a naive and charming demeanor, whining, "Father, look. Master May is praising me." The medicine marquis, for the first time, perceives how strangely out of character Qingdai appears at this moment. Embarrassed, he can only chuckle. This eldest daughter has been spoiled since childhood, while the youngest has been deprived of much. Master May did not cast another glance at Qingdai, but turned his attention to Ban Xia and inquired, "I have heard from your father that you were raised in the countryside. How did you come to understand such principles?" It was then that Ban Xia stepped forward, performing a proper bow, exhibiting neither servility nor arrogance, but rather a commendable poise. "Master, although I have been nurtured in the rural expanse, my father has diligently ensured that I have received the necessary education in etiquette and decorum." Hearing this, the medicine lord was momentarily taken aback, as he had not arranged for any tutors for Ban Xia and had, for over a decade, largely neglected his daughter.
Now.
Her words seemed to embellish his own reputation, filling him with a mix of guilt and joy. Master May increasingly regarded Ban Xia as a remarkable young lady, as her every gesture and expression exuded grace and elegance, rivaling that of the princesses in the palace. Ban Xia was acutely aware that her arduous efforts to master etiquette and refinement, all in the hope of winning the favor of Princey, had not been in vain. "Medicine Lord, your daughter, who has returned from the countryside, is indeed exceptional. You are truly fortunate." Chapter 14. Madame Ho felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and promptly declared, "It is an honor to have the esteemed Master May in our presence. He cannot be left standing outside. How rude it would be. Please, Master May, come inside." Lord Yao, realizing the situation, invited Master May to enter the main hall and take a seat. Banksia sat quietly beside her grandmother, composed and demure.
Mai Shihu.
Seated next to Master May, narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the seemingly docile Banksia. She couldn't help but furrow her brow. Was this the same woman who had been so fierce and defiant the night before? The contrast was striking. The woman who had dared to raise her voice and expose her was now so sweet and compliant. Banksia noticed Mei Zichu's assessing gaze and felt an urge to retaliate with a slap. However, mindful of her grandmother and father's presence, she maintained her poised demeanor and remained quietly seated. Qingdai, in contrast, gazed at Mei Zichu with eyes alight with excitement. Thankfully, she had taken special care with her appearance today. After all, he was a young lord. If she could capture his attention, she might become his esteemed consort. With this thought, she felt a surge of exhilaration, believing that, as the most beautiful woman in the capital, no man could remain indifferent to her charms. "Young lord, my brother offended the lord yesterday. Qingdai, come to apologize on his behalf," she said, gracefully approaching Mei Zichu and performing a respectful bow. Mei Zichu frowned slightly at the interruption, his irritation evident as he cast a glance at the girl blocking his view. Meanwhile, Master May took a sip of tea, his peripheral vision catching the scene, and he understood the dynamics at play. The young woman aspiring to ascend the social ladder is not an isolated case. It is hardly surprising that the daughter of the esteemed medicine marquis would behave in such a manner. The marquis, taken aback by Qingdai's public display, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Mei Zichu, disregarding Qingdai entirely, bluntly declared, "You are obstructing my view." Qingdai's expression shifted, astonished that Meiji, upon seeing her, displayed no signs of admiration, but rather a hint of displeasure. Qingdai did not intend to offend. "I beseech the young lord's forgiveness," she implored, deliberately lifting her face to reveal her glistening, pitifully beautiful eyes, hoping to evoke sympathy from Mei Zichu. Known for his notoriously irritable temperament, Mei Zichu found her actions increasingly irksome. He curtly retorted, "You yourself claimed it was unintentional. Why not simply step aside and lower your head to cease the obstruction?" Qingdai, feeling utterly humiliated in front of so many onlookers, blushed with shame. The medicine marquis, visibly displeased, admonished, "Why do you not retreat at once? What are you still doing there?" Having been raised in indulgence and pampering, Qingdai found such public humiliation unbearable. Overcome with emotion, she covered her face and fled in tears. leaving Jean filled with a mix of concern and urgency. Meanwhile, Banksia subtly furrowed her brow, recalling that in her previous life, Maisie Chu had been utterly infatuated with Qing Dai. Just the day before her wedding, he had even requested the entire Peach Blossom City from the Emperor solely to construct a grand palace for Qing Dai. However, in this lifetime, why does Maisie not exhibit the same obsession as she did upon first encountering Qing Dai in her previous life? Banksia was lost in her thoughts when she heard the esteemed Mei Taifu remark, "Look at my child. He is indeed spoiled, comparable to your third son." The esteemed Yao Ho responded courteously, saying, "This young Lord Mei is a remarkable talent, far beyond my unworthy offspring." Mei Taifu sighed, fully aware that Yao Ho was merely being polite. He understood his son's true nature better than anyone. Shaking his head, Mei Taifu replied, "Yao Ho, you have at least 4 sons and 2 daughters. With such a full house, surely one must be satisfactory. Look at me. I have but a son and a daughter, both of whom are sources of concern." Yao Ho continued his courteous demeanor, saying, "Taifu, you worry too much. This young lord and the princess are, after all, of noble birth. With the protection of the grand princess and the emperor's favor, they are destined for a life of wealth and prosperity. There is no need for concern." Upon hearing her father's words, Banksia couldn't help but chuckle. Mei Taifu was instantly captivated by Banksia's laughter and inquired, "Banksia, do you have a different perspective than your father?" Suddenly called upon, Banksia felt a bit shy and lowered her head, saying, "The young lady is foolish and dares not speak presumptuously about the affairs of the Taifu family." Hearing this, Mei Taifu nodded in satisfaction. Nevertheless, he insisted, "Banksia, Uncle Mei wishes to hear your thoughts at this moment. Consider it an examination, if you will." Understanding that framing it as an examination meant anything she said would not be held against her, Banksia felt encouraged. Since the Taifu was so considerate of her, she decided to speak freely. With a faint smile, she remarked, "Uncle Taifu, Hanxia believes that while being born into wealth is indeed a blessing, it is far more stable to cultivate one's own strength. Life will not always sail smoothly, and who can guarantee that one will always enjoy favor and fortune throughout generations?" Hearing his daughter's candid words, the medicine marquis was genuinely taken aback and quickly admonished, "What nonsense are you spouting? What does a young girl know?" After a moment of contemplation, Master Mei interjected, "There is no need for such a harsh reprimand, my lord. The girl speaks the truth." Hanxia gracefully inclined her head towards Master Mei and then quietly settled back into her seat. The medicine marquis, eager to appease, smiled and said, "This young lady has just come of age and may not fully grasp the weight of her words. I hope Master Mei can be forgiving of her missteps." Master Mei shook his head and replied, "My lord, the girl is indeed correct. Who can enjoy perpetual favor? If one day that favor wanes and the child is unworthy, even the greatest fortune can be squandered." The medicine marquis fell silent, feeling a deep resonance with her words, for how often had his sons caused him worry? The old matriarch, filled with pride, gently patted Hanxia's hand, feeling immensely pleased. Her granddaughter was indeed far superior to the rumors circulating outside. After exchanging pleasantries with the medicine marquis, Master Mei took his leave, having merely come to pay his respects. As he departed, Maisie Chu passed by Hanxia, lowering his voice to say, "You're quite the actress. Just remember, I will keep a tally of our little debts." Hanxia was at a loss for words. It was he who had cheated, yet he had the audacity to blame her for his own issues. After bidding farewell to Master Mei and his entourage, the medicine marquis promptly issued his orders, "Bring forth the 3rd young master, bind him, and give him a good beating." Upon hearing this, Song Shu immediately leapt up and cried out, "Father, father, you cannot strike me. I acknowledge my mistakes, I truly do." Jean Shi hastily interjected, "My lord, Song Shu has already lost his mother, and is pitiable enough." Silence. Before Jean Shi could finish her plea, she was met with a sharp rebuke from the medicine marquis. Half-Summer took note of every word, realizing that if strict discipline were not enforced, it could lead to dire consequences in the future. Startled by the outburst, Jean Shi was taken aback. It was the first time the marquis had addressed her in such a manner before the servants. "A loving mother often spoils her child," he exclaimed, addressing her directly. Tears welled in Jean Shi's eyes as she appeared deeply wronged, caught between wanting to continue her argument and the fear of further retaliation. Half-Summer scoffed internally. This had nothing to do with maternal compassion, but rather an insidious form of manipulation, a most malevolent way to harm. Observing his mother being scolded, Song Shu became indignant. Father, do not raise your voice at mother. Direct your ire toward me instead. Jean sure knelt beside Songshu, adopting a sorrowful demeanor as she wept. My lord, if punishment must be meted out, let it fall upon me. Chapter 15. The Gold Clan's Deception. Banksia squinted her eyes, observing the poignant scene of maternal affection. Yet her heart ached profoundly. In her previous life, had it not been for the deceptive Fade of the Gold Clan, how could the four siblings have fallen to such a dire state? The Gold Matriarch, perceiving Banksia's cold gaze, was well aware that it was Banksia who insisted on punishing Songju, and thus deliberately sought to sow discord among the siblings. She provocatively exclaimed, Banksia, you must plead with father to release your third brother. Mother, while it is true that mistakes warrant punishment, father is not blameless, and Songju must also face consequences. Banksia's words infuriated Songju, who abruptly stood and pointed an accusing finger at her, shouting, Are you truly my sister? Why do you return only to conspire against me? Banksia regarded her ineffectual brother with a cold stare, feeling helpless. Whether she harmed him or loved him, time would ultimately reveal the truth. The medicine lord, in a fit of rage, pointed at Songju and bellowed, You ungrateful wretch! Someone, seize him and beat him soundly. At his command, several servants advanced, restraining Songju, followed by the ominous sound of a beating.
Ouch! Ouch!
Songju's wails echoed throughout the courtyard. Later that afternoon, Banksia lifted her gaze towards the windowsill. Before long, Xiaoyao returned, exclaiming, Miss, they have gone too far. They clearly have not given the monthly silver, yet insist it has been provided. Seeing Xiaoyao's face flushed with indignation, Banksia merely closed her eyes gently. In this life, due to her own alterations, many circumstances were undergoing transformation. For instance, in her previous life, the Jean family consistently provided the finest silver to indulge her whims without fail. However, now they have begun to withhold her monthly allowance, attempting to confine her through financial means. Miss, what shall we do? Shall we go to the master and lodge a complaint? Banksia opened her eyes and shook her head, saying, Since she dares to withhold the monthly allowance, she must be fully prepared. If we confront her now, we will undoubtedly fall into her trap. But without any silver, how are we to survive? Xiaoyao scratched her head in confusion, gazing at Banksia with a hint of bewilderment. Miss, I went to the kitchen to collect our rations of grain, vegetables, and meat for this month, but the kitchen staff claimed they had already been distributed. Xiangju, fuming, held out a piece of paper. Banksia took the note and upon inspection, saw it was filled with her own signatures. Her brow furrowed slightly. The household records bore distinctive markings. She recalled that during her time in the countryside, the Jean family had deceived her into signing an entire stack of her name, evidently preparing for her disobedience. In that moment, she felt a renewed wave of self-loathing. Miss, let us seek grandmother's assistance, or perhaps we should speak to the master. Xiaoyao implored, nearly in tears. We must not go. This humiliation must be swallowed for now. Mother, do you think that wretched Banksia will fall for it? Qingdai playfully asked while massaging Jin's shoulders. Jean patted her hand and reassured, Do not worry. She will either cause a scene with the old lady and the master, or starve in silence. My dear mother, do you no longer intend to employ the method of indulgence? Upon hearing this, Madame Jean, enraged, shattered her cup upon the floor. That ungrateful wretch, impervious to both coaxing and coercion, shall now experience the bitter consequences. Qin Mama, is everything prepared? Qin Mama promptly replied, Madam, rest assured. Once Miss Bansha approaches the old matriarch and the master to lodge a complaint, she cannot escape the charge of pilfering the household's treasures. Madame Jean nodded in satisfaction. Once this woman is tainted with the stigma of theft, she shall never hold her head high again. Ha ha ha. Miss, this is the sole keepsake left to you by the madam. Are you certain you wish to pawn it? Xiaoyao, with a face full of reluctance, clutched the parcel tightly, unwilling to let go. Before the entrance of the number 1 pawn shop, Bansha donned a pale purple dress, modest yet of decent quality. She extended her hand, her expression icy and indifferent. Hand it over. Miss, you mustn't. Xiaoyao was on the verge of tears, watching Bansha shake her head vehemently. Bansha raised her voice. Hand it over, or I shall leave you. Upon hearing that she would abandon her mistress, Xiaoyao immediately shook her head fervently. Reluctantly, she handed the parcel to Bansha, tears already streaming down her face. Holding the small parcel, Bansha's eyes turned red, her heart equally heavy with sorrow. As she stepped through the threshold of the pawn shop, the shopkeeper hurried to greet her, courteously inquiring, "Miss, are you here to pawn an item or redeem an old one?"
To pawn.
Her voice, crisp and melodious, resonated like the sound of jade beads falling upon the ground. The shop assistant immediately began to sing, "Miss in Purple, come to pawn, your goods are welcome." The shopkeeper behind the counter revealed an aged face. "Young lady, may I see what you have brought?" Han Xia handed over a small package, and the shopkeeper opened it to find a book devoid of any text, lying quietly within. The shopkeeper's expression darkened instantly. What sort of nonsense is this? A book of blank pages? Han Xia lifted her gaze. The book may hold no value, yet it conceals something precious. The shopkeeper scrutinized the book closely, discovering a thin piece of white jade nestled within its pages. Just as he was about to extract the jade, Han Xia interjected, "Sir, the jade must not leave the book." The shopkeeper frowned. "If it cannot leave the book, then—" Observing the shopkeeper's dilemma, Han Xia continued, "Sir, this book is to be pawned for 3 months. Upon expiration, I shall personally retrieve it, and the silver shall be at your discretion." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper felt reassured. As long as it was a matter of flexible terms, it would not result in a loss. Thus, he assessed the jade's quality and offered, "I can give you 100 taels of silver for a term of 3 months, with an interest of 10 taels. Would that be acceptable?" The shopkeeper proposed, prompting an immediate outburst from Xiaoyao. "What? 10 taels interest for 3 months? Are you planning to rob us?" The shopkeeper, his face darkening, closed the book. "If you are unwilling, then I must ask you to leave." Han Xia pushed the book back towards the shopkeeper. 10 taels it is, then. Please issue the receipt." The shopkeeper finally nodded in satisfaction, handing over the pawn ticket along with the 100 taels of silver to Han Xia. Xiaoyao followed Han Xia out, unable to resist casting a furious glare back at the shopkeeper. As soon as Banksia and the others departed, a young man entered. Upon seeing him, the shopkeeper immediately emerged from the back, bowing respectfully with a smile. "What brings you here, Sir Jiu Jinwei?" Jiu glanced at the box still resting on the counter, which had yet to be returned to the pawn cabinet, and commanded, "Bring it to me." The shopkeeper hesitated, "But we just settled accounts the day before yesterday, and it's only the beginning of the month. The items pawned by the lady in purple, bring them forth." Before the shopkeeper could finish his explanation, Jiu interrupted. The shopkeeper, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "Sir Jiu, this is a living pawn, and the lady mentioned she would redeem it in March." Jiu's expression darkened. "My master requires it." At once, the shopkeeper, now thoroughly respectful, retrieved the wordless book that had been placed in the box. "Sir Jiu, this contains a wordless book, aside from the jade. It holds little value." Jiu remained silent, internally scornful, for he recognized it as a priceless treasure. Of course, he would never disclose that it was his master who informed him of its true worth. Such knowledge must remain a secret. Meanwhile, Banksia and the others had first visited a fabric shop, as autumn had approached and the weather was turning cooler, necessitating the acquisition of cloth and garments for the cold days ahead. Chapter 16. The inspector's young lady pray. "Look who has arrived. Their attire is quite dismal." A woman's acerbic voice resonated among the crowd. All eyes in the fabric shop turned towards the newcomer, Banksia, their gazes filled with disdain. Banksia, however, paid them no mind and continued to select fabric that was both suitable and reasonably priced. "Miss Ding. She seems to be the young lady who has returned from the countryside of the Medicine Marquis estate," remarked another woman to the one who had mocked Banksia. Ding Shuang, the daughter of Inspector Ding, had 2 brothers and, being the sole daughter, had been indulged from a young age, rendering her arrogant and unreasonable. In her past life, Ding Shuang married her elder brother and maintained a close relationship with Qingdai, inciting her brother to conspire against the 4th prince, ultimately leading to his execution. Humph. The sister of Qingdai is truly both plain and ordinary. Her attire is so mundane that it brings shame to the Medicine Marquis, Ding Shuang scoffed, turning her back on Banksia as if she were nothing more than unsightly refuse. Xiaoyao, unable to contain her indignation, retorted, "How can you, a supposed lady of refinement, speak so coarsely and embarrass your parents?" This provoked Ding Shuang, who pointed an accusatory finger at Xiaoyao and exclaimed, "You insolent maid, how dare you insult me?" Having grown up in the countryside, Xiaoyao was well acquainted with the ways of the village's sharp-tongued women and would not tolerate being bullied. Whoever speaks, let them speak. A cultured person would never publicly belittle another. Ding Shuang, unaccustomed to such defiance, immediately directed her ire at Xiaoyao, commanding, "Strike her. Teach this vile servant a lesson." Han Xia narrowed her eyes slightly, her voice cold and sharp. "Those who dare to harm me shall meet their demise." With that single sentence, the maid who had intended to strike her immediately froze in fear. Ding Shuang, filled with rage, retorted, "Who are you trying to intimidate? I do not believe for a moment that you would dare to kill in public." Han Xia chose silence, instead drawing forth the silver hairpin from her hair. This instrument, when thrust into the throat, guarantees death. Her demeanor appeared calm, yet her icy gaze instilled a bone-chilling terror. She took a step closer, directing her attention at Ding Shuang's maid. "You may attempt it first." The maid, terrified, quickly retreated behind Ding Shuang for protection. Ding Shuang felt a surge of fear as well, and upon spotting a shadow, she rushed forward, exclaiming, "The young general has committed murder." Jun Han, merely passing by, paused at the outcry, only to be pulled into the Tianhe fabric shop by Ding Shuang. She pointed at Han Xia and declared, "Young general, she intends to kill." Following Ding Shuang's gesture, Jun Han swiftly discerned Han Xia's figure. At that moment, the silver hairpin was still elegantly perched in her hair, and she stood there with an air of innocence, inviting scrutiny.
Yun Han, momentarily bewildered, gazed at Ding Shuang.
"Are you claiming that the fifth miss of the Yao family intends to commit murder?" Ding Shuang nodded vigorously. "Yes, indeed. Everyone has witnessed it." Han Xia merely inclined her head lightly. "Young general, I offer you my respects." A smirk played upon Jun Han's lips, his eyes gleaming with mockery. "You wish to kill? Whom do you intend to slay?" Unperturbed and unruffled, Han Xia replied, "Young general, can it be seen that I am about to commit murder? Or does it seem that I possess a weapon of lethal intent?" Jun Han observed Ban Xia, who stood empty-handed, and then glanced at the startled Ding Shuang, instantly feeling displeased. "Miss Ding, it is unjust to accuse someone without evidence." Ding Shuang, infuriated, pointed at the silver hairpin atop Ban Xia's head. "That silver hairpin is the evidence. How can you claim there is none?" Ban Xia chuckled. "If that is the case, Miss Ding, does that mean the myriad of hairpins and jewels adorning your head are all weapons? One must wonder, do you intend to slay us all with such an arsenal?" At her remark, the crowd turned their attention to the dazzling array of ornaments on Ding Shuang's head, which seemed to invite ridicule as they imagined the weight of such adornments. The absurdity of the situation elicited laughter from those present. Ding Shuang, realizing she had become the subject of public mockery, shouted in anger, "Do not laugh. My father is an esteemed official. Do you dare to mock me? Or shall I have him imprison you all?" Ban Xia retorted, "Your esteemed father must be exceedingly busy if he intends to imprison those merely chuckling at you." Her words rendered Ding Shuang speechless, engulfed in a blend of shame and fury. The young general, Jun Han, impatiently remarked, "You should temper your temper, Mississippi. At this rate, who would dare to marry you?" Ding Shuang, publicly chastised by the young general, felt her eyes welling with tears, deeply aggrieved. "How can you say such a thing, general?" She glared at Jun Han, her emotions on the verge of spilling over. Having grown up in the military camp, Jun Han was unacquainted with the notion of cherishing delicate feelings and bluntly stated, "You are 19 this year, are you not? Is it not apparent to you that you remain unmarried at this age?" This incident has left Ding Shuang in tears, as she pointed at Jun Han, exclaiming in anger, "Even if your father is the great general of the state and your grandfather the grand marshal, you cannot bully me in this manner."
Yun Han, slightly furrowing his brow,
remained silent. He could not comprehend why this woman was weeping when his words were merely the truth. "It is all because of you. You ugly woman, do you not take a moment to reflect on your own character? Can someone of your impoverished and rustic appearance truly belong in this fine establishment?" With no way to retaliate against Jun Han, Ding Shuang unleashed all her fury upon Ban Xia. The crowd turned their attention to Ban Xia, who became the subject of their fervent discourse. How could a lady of the Marquis's household be so vastly different in demeanor? Look at how gaudily the fifth miss is dressed. In comparison to the first beauty, Miss Jing Dai, she pales significantly. Miss Jing Dai is like a delicate flower, while the fifth miss resembles mere mud from the field. It is quite normal for someone returning from the countryside to lack in grace. After all, prolonged exposure to the rural environment does leave one's skin rough. Furthermore, Miss Jing Dai boasts a maternal grandfather who is a noble prince, and her aunt is a favored concubine in the imperial palace. In contrast, the fifth Miss's mother was merely a child bride from the Yao family. Without the support of powerful relatives, How could she ever hope to compete with Miss Qingdai? The crowd exchanged barbed remarks, their disdainful words piercing Ban Xia like daggers. Finally, Ding Shuang felt a sense of relief. Miss Qingdai is a close friend of mine, and her beauty and virtue far surpass those of this 5th Mississippi. The disparity is as clear as day. Shall we descend and take a closer look, miss? At this moment on the 2nd floor, Qingdai's devoted maid, Baiji, was reporting to her everything that transpired downstairs. A cold smile curled at Qingdai's lips. It was almost amusing that such a lowly individual could still be afforded some semblance of dignity after being humiliated. What is she doing down there? At the hairpin banquet, I shall outshine everyone. Come and assist me in selecting a style. On the 2nd floor of the Tianhe fabric shop, the garments displayed were exquisite, each embodying the latest trends, allegedly designed by the illustrious young master of Tianjai. However, the prices were exorbitantly high, with a single piece costing over 1,000 taels, an expense beyond the means of most. Junhan observed the crowd deriding Banksia and initially contemplated interjecting. Yet, recalling how unfazed she appeared on that fateful day, his curiosity grew regarding her current approach to the situation. Banksia remained as serene as ever, seemingly impervious to the venomous remarks surrounding her. Xiaoyao's eyes reddened with indignation, her small fists clenched tightly, as if she yearned to rush out and confront those disparaging her lady. However, Banksia simply bypassed the assembly and proceeded to select her preferred fabrics. Chapter 17. The bargain of mother and son. The young shop assistant anticipated that the 5th Miss would either engage in a confrontation or leave in tears. However, to his astonishment, she approached with an unperturbed demeanor, ready to select fabrics. Young man, please bring me that pale pink fabric embroidered with white butterflies, she requested. The assistant, recovering from his surprise, promptly nodded in agreement. Of course, miss. Please wait a moment. Onlookers observed the fabric he presented, shaking their heads in unison, dismissing her as a country bumpkin with remarkably poor taste. Ding Shuang, dissatisfied, approached with disdain. Truly a rustic, wearing something so plain. She'd be laughed at if she stepped outside in that. Banksia paid no heed to her disdainful remarks, recognizing that such a temperament had contributed to Ding Shuang's inability to find a suitor. Her father, in desperation, had married her off to Jing Mo, the eldest son of the medicinal duke's household, who was equally undesirable due to his notorious reputation. Thus, she was left to endure a life of compromise with Ding Shuang. Ignoring the scornful glances from the onlookers, Banksia continued to select several darker fabrics that complemented her vision. After all, Tianhe Fabric Store was the most renowned establishment in the capital, where even the simplest fabrics boasted exceptional quality, albeit at a steep price. Upon exiting, Xiaoyao lamented the expense. Alas, miss, you have spent 50 taels on just this little bit of fabric. Miss, you are heading the wrong way. We should return this way. Xiaoyao pointed in the opposite direction. Banksia paused. She was well aware that returning home required passing by the great banyan tree on the 2nd street outside the palace walls. At this hour, she lifted her gaze to the sky, knowing he would be practicing martial arts beneath that very tree. She resolved to avoid any chance meeting with him. I shall take this route instead. Banksia resolved to advance, without hesitation. Xiaoyao was perplexed, questioning why the young lady chose a longer route instead of a more direct path. My lord, Miss Banksia is taking a detour. Zhoudong gazed at the prince sitting beneath the grand banyan tree, eyes closed in serene repose, feeling a pang of sympathy. Yu Bei opened his eyes, his dark and unfathomable gaze seemingly capable of ensnaring anyone who dared to linger upon it. Yu Bei, the sole offspring of the Queen of Deiyue, was cherished by many. He commanded all military affairs of the kingdom, a figure so formidable that enemies trembled at the mere mention of him. As long as this warrior prince existed, adversaries dared not launch an assault. Yet, at the tender age of 16, his demeanor shifted abruptly, becoming cold and bloodthirsty, eschewing the company of women. Everyone yearned to glimpse the visage of this warrior prince, but he rarely emerged from seclusion, making it difficult even for the emperor and empress to catch a fleeting sight of him. Thus, Prince Yi became a sacred and untouchable legend in the hearts of the populace. Among the young ladies of noble birth and esteemed families, he transformed into an object of admiration and aspiration, a paragon for those with lofty ambitions, and the guardian deity of Deiyue. With his elegant demeanor and unmatched grace, Prince Yi stood tall, a figure of 8 feet, his physique honed from years of martial training, exuding strength and vitality. His narrow waist and broad shoulders created a remarkable silhouette, each gesture imbued with an air of noble grandeur that commanded reverence. The contours of his features were perfectly proportioned, and his thin lips, gently pressed together, exuded an indescribable allure. Truly, he was the most handsome man of the Great Moon Kingdom, a visage that could evoke feelings of inadequacy in others. "My lord, let us return." Upon seeing the crown prince, he opened his eyes. Zhou Feng hastily urged.
Wait.
The crown prince, he closed his eyes once more, his expression as impassive as an iceberg. Zhou Feng felt a surge of frustration, irritated by the indifference of this Banksia. Their master had waited day after day, year after year, for her return. She had been back for 3 days and had not visited even once. Now that she had finally ventured out, she chose to take a detour. "Miss, it is quite lively over there." At the corner on their way home, a crowd had gathered around a woman, and lively discussions filled the air. Banksia furrowed her brow. "Let us go and take a look." With that, she led Xiaoyao toward the commotion, where they found a woman kneeling on the ground, begging, accompanied by a boy of about 5 years. The crowd murmured, "Look at how well she is dressed. She is better off than us, yet still has the audacity to beg." Indeed, the woman and the child were impeccably clean, their appearance hardly befitting that of beggars. Banksia's brow knitted in concern. Despite her circumstances, the woman stood tall, devoid of any semblance of desperation. Thus, Banksia spoke up. "Dear sister, do you find yourself in some trouble?" The woman, glancing at the rather ordinary-looking Banksia, replied, "I came to Kyoto in search of my husband. Yet I have found neither him, nor the silver I brought with me." Banksia's curiosity was piqued. "If you were searching for him, did you not have an address?" This was the question that perplexed her the most. As she spoke, tears streamed down the woman's face. He has passed away." Banksia was taken aback. "Passed away? If your husband has died, why not return home?" "I cannot believe it. Unless I see his body, I refuse to accept it." The woman's stubbornness reminded Banksia of herself, and with a sigh, she said, "I still have 40 taels here. Please take them." Xiaoyao was immediately startled. "Miss, this cannot be.
We have so little left."
The surrounding crowd urged her as well. "Miss, 40 taels is not a small sum. To give it away and risk being deceived would be a pity." Xiaoyao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, miss. Please do not be fooled." Faced with the crowd's skepticism, the woman remained silent, but it was the little boy who grew angry. At such a tender age, he clenched his tiny fists and stood defiantly before his mother, shouting at the onlookers, "My mother is not a liar. She is not a liar." Banksia gazed at the boy, her heart aching with empathy. In her past life, she had once nurtured a child, only for that life to be lost along with her own. The child had been her hope, her happiness, the embodiment of her love with Brother E. How foolish she had been. Everything had been a deception, a sin, an ugliness, the root of her hatred. "I believe your mother is not a liar." "It's all right, dear," Banksia said, gently taking the boy's hand and soothing him. Observing Banksia's kindness, the woman's once straight posture finally softened. "Miss, we do not seek silver. We only ask that you take us in, mother and son." Banksia was momentarily taken aback. Before she could utter a word, the woman produced a contract of servitude from her bosom. "Miss, this is the contract I have with Lur. I implore you to take us in." Banksia was perplexed. "Having received the silver, you could leave with the child."
"No, miss.
"I must stay to find my husband, to seek out the father of my child. He has gone to the capital to take the imperial examination. Even if he perishes, he deserves a body to return to." At that moment, Banksia comprehended her determination to sell herself, all in pursuit of a stable refuge, while awaiting her husband's return. With a heavy heart, Banksia could only acquiesce for the time being, intending to return the contract to the mother and child when the opportunity arose. "Very well, but my household is somewhat complicated. You must tread carefully." Upon hearing this, the woman understood. The young lady likely belonged to a prominent family, where the intrigues of high society were rife. She grasped the implication. Banksia then led the woman and her child back to the Marquis's residence, taking care to glance at the name inscribed on the contract as she tucked it away. Chapter 18. Second brother Cool Ginger. Upon seeing the name Qin Ruoliu, Banksia's body froze momentarily. So familiar, indeed, in her past life, Qin Ruoliu possessed an exceptional acumen for business, successfully expanding her shop throughout the capital in just 3 years. However, her husband, a man enamored with the charms of courtesans, ultimately stripped her of all her savings and establishments. With no recourse and feeling utterly lost, Qin Ruoliu took her only son and plunged into the river, causing a stir throughout the entire capital due to the tragic loss of 2 lives. In her previous life, Banksia had never encountered Qin Ruoliu, yet she had heard countless tales of her sorrowful plight. This revelation implied that her husband had not perished and would reappear later. "Miss, what troubles you?" Xiaoyao inquired, observing Banksia's sudden halt in her steps, puzzled. Banksia withdrew her thoughts and replied, "It's nothing. Let us return." By the time they arrived home, dusk had fallen. As they entered the courtyard, they overheard the servants engaged in animated discussion. Young Master San is barely clinging to life. Yet Miss Wu still has the audacity to venture out. Indeed, Our Lady and Fourth Miss, though not his biological kin, are genuinely concerned for him, while the Fifth Miss, his own sister, remains indifferent. Is it any wonder she is rumored to be sharp-tongued and cruel? After all, the beating young Master San received was instigated by her. Banksia listened to their chatter, feigning ignorance. Upon noticing the return of the Fifth Miss, the gossiping servants promptly ceased their idle talk and resumed their tasks. "Miss, they are being excessively cruel. You are only trying to be kind." Xiaoyao expressed her discontent on Banksia's behalf. Banksia, however, shook her head and replied, "Time will reveal a horse's strength, and a person's character will be unveiled over time. Some matters should not be rushed." Qin Ruoliu observed and internalized this sentiment, simultaneously realizing that the fifth young lady did not seem to have an easy life within the estate. Upon reaching the entrance of her small courtyard, she was halted just as she was about to push the door open. "Stop!" A commanding voice caused Banksia to turn around, and she immediately spotted a tall, slender, and handsome young man. Second brother, Liang Jiang, she thought, recalling that in her previous life they had first met at a coming-of-age banquet. Yet this time their encounter was unanticipated. She opened her mouth to speak, but remembered that in this life, she was still unfamiliar with her second brother, thus refraining from initiating conversation. "Do you know who I am, you girl?" Liang Jiang inquired with an air of arrogance, scrutinizing Banksia as if trying to pierce through her very being. She recalled from her past life that Liang Jiang had been late in presenting her with a gift due to a search for it, and out of anger, provoked by Qingdai, she had publicly shattered the gift, a piece of Nanhai red coral. It was only later that she learned her second brother had incurred the stigma of theft in his quest to procure that gift, resulting in his capture and a tarnished reputation that led him to prison. Seeing her second brother once more, Banksia felt a warmth in her eyes. Yet she fiercely suppressed the pain in her heart. She finally spoke. "In this estate, there are only a few young masters, given your apparent age. You must be Banksia's brother." Liang Jiang regarded Banksia's gentle tone and her humble demeanor with a hint of puzzlement. According to Qingdai and the third brother's descriptions, this younger sister was supposed to be a fierce and malicious village girl. However, just as Liang Jiang hesitated, Banksia swiftly interjected, "Since you have come, brother, let us sit in the courtyard for a while." As Liang Jiang was about to enter, he was confronted by the disarray and dilapidation of the courtyard, overrun with weeds, causing him to halt in disdain. Frowning, he thought to himself, "How could Mother have arranged for you to be in such a place?" Yet, it was not entirely Mother's fault. It was his younger sister who insisted on swapping with her elder sister. Confused, Liang Jiang inquired, "Swap with your sister?" "Indeed." Mother had originally intended for him to reside in his sister's small jade tower, which had been specially constructed for her by the favored consort. If he were to move in, would that not invite the consort's ire? This succinctly encapsulated the situation, leaving no room to blame the Jin mother and daughter. Even Liang Jiang, despite his simplicity, could deduce some aspects, for at over 20, he possessed a modicum of discernment. Observing the courtyard again, he began to grasp the circumstances, his heart tightening with unease. Why was Mother so exceedingly affectionate towards the 3 brothers, yet treated the younger sister so poorly? Was it because she had not been by her side since childhood, leading to a lack of affection? Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it, reminding himself that Mother was too kind to act in such a manner. It must be that the younger sister had been too joyful upon her return to consider such nuances. Suddenly, an unsettling thought crossed Liang Jiang's mind, and he admonished, "At your tender age, how could you harbor such malicious thoughts?" Half Summer, aware of the situation, understood that her second brother must have been influenced before his arrival. Hence his attitude. Was the second brother questioning Half Summer due to the third brother's inquiries? Liang Jiang, with a scoff, remarked, "It's good that you understand. But why did you incite father to beat your third brother?" Half Summer did not respond immediately. Instead, she turned to Liang Jiang, retorting, "Second brother. You must have heard about the third brother's situation. Do you believe he acted justly?" A single question rendered Liang Jiang speechless, and he finally furrowed his brow, replying, "Naturally. It is incorrect. If it is indeed a mistake, should there not be a punishment?" Banksia continued to probe. Punishment is permissible, yet this time it is excessively severe. Upon finishing his words, Liang Jiang felt a twinge of guilt, fearing that should he err again, he too might face such harsh repercussions. With a smile, Banksia pressed on. Previously, the reprimands were rather mild. Has third brother truly changed? This inquiry left Liang Jiang utterly bereft of a counterargument, particularly as his sister articulated it in such a gentle tone. "I was just about to visit third brother. Would you care to join me, second brother?" Liang Jiang's lips twitched slightly. "I have come to ask you to accompany me to apologize to your third brother. Let us go." Banksia signaled to the concerned Xiaoyao and the others, indicating that they need not follow. Thus, she accompanied Liang Jiang directly to third brother's courtyard, Ping and Yuan, symbolizing peace and safety. Upon entering, Banksia was enveloped by a strong scent of herbs, having harbored a passion for medicine since childhood. She instantly recognized the aroma as that of a blood-activating and stasis-resolving remedy. Ping and Yuan was slightly larger than her own courtyard, with a small fish pond on the left side of the courtyard wall, adorned with numerous lotus flowers, occasionally graced by goldfish surfacing to glance at the water's surface. The courtyard bustled with numerous servants coming and going, in stark contrast to the solitude of her own quarters. As they stepped into the living room, they were greeted by the sounds of "Oh dear, oh dear," from within. Third brother, it is your second brother visiting again, and I have brought along our little sister." Initially, a sound of dismay erupted, but upon hearing the name little sister, it transformed into a furious roar. "What are you doing bringing her here? Do you think my misfortunes are insufficient?" Half Summer, at a loss for words, disregarded Songju's consent and boldly stepped inside. "Third brother, am I unwelcome?" she inquired while standing at the threshold of Songju's room. Songju's visage was marred by anguish, and upon seeing Half Summer, he fumed. "You know you are not welcome, yet you still come. You little vixen. If it weren't for the fact that you are my dear sister, I would have surely dispatched you." Half Summer shook her head in disappointment. "After all that has transpired, do you still not realize your error?" Enraged, Songju bellowed. "Whether I am in the wrong or not is not for you to dictate." Ignoring his ire, Half Summer approached and stated, "I have come to examine your wounds." At this, Songju was struck with terror and leapt from the bed, wincing in pain.
"Oh,
It hurts. It hurts." His face contorted in agony as he pointed at Half Summer with a wary expression. "Do not come any closer. Brother was struck on the posterior, and you must not look." Chapter 19. The magical medicinal patch. Liang Jiang hastily interjected, "Sister, do not look. There is nothing appealing about a sore backside." Naturally, Songju was incensed. Hearing his second brother derogatorily refer to him as having a sore backside ignited his fury. "Tell me, old two, which side are you truly on? You are nothing but a fickle wallflower, swaying with the wind." Liang Jiang immediately retorted, "Your words are unjust. At this moment, I am decidedly on one side. I must tell you, do not bully my sister, or I shall deliver a sound thrashing." Songju was so enraged he could have spat blood. Who is bullying whom? If it weren't for this little poison girl, would I be in such a predicament? Observing the brothers bicker, Ban Xia felt detached, her heart aching with sorrow. In her previous life, despite her disdain for her three brothers and their lack of closeness, they had always cared for her deeply. "Third brother, I suggest you apply this medicinal patch. You shall recover swiftly." Ban Xia produced the patch she had prepared and offered it to Liang Jiang. Songju scoffed, feigning disdain. "Who would want your worthless item?" "Humph. A weasel wishing a chicken well is hardly sincere." No sooner had he spoken than he barked at Liang Jiang. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and apply it to your brother. Are you hoping my backside is not sore enough?" Liang Jiang quickly grasped the situation, responding, "Lie still and do not move." Then, turning to Ban Xia, he added, "Sister, you should step outside to avoid seeing your third brother's unsightly backside. You might develop a long-standing aversion." With a chuckle, Ban Xia swiftly exited the room. Then, a voice from Song Shu resonated with a soft whimper. "Slow down. be gentle. It hurts quite a bit. How could a man of your stature be so sensitive to pain? Don't stand there and speak as if you have never endured hardship. You frolic daily with your ruffian companions, and should father catch you in a misdeed, you would undoubtedly receive a sound thrashing. Humph. As for leverage, my mother will shield me, so I fear nothing. Song Shu scoffed lightly. If little sister wishes for father to punish you, even our mother's protection would be futile. Silence. Little sister only wishes what is best for you. You are not the one facing the consequences, he retorted. Regardless, you must remain cautious of little sister. Banksia listened to the exchange between the two brothers outside, feeling a throbbing headache. The Jean family has corrupted these three brothers so deeply. To instigate any change, they must first comprehend the true nature of the Jean family. It truly does not hurt anymore. Little sister's medicine is remarkably effective. Is it really so exaggerated? How could the pain dissipate so quickly after just applying it? It genuinely no longer hurts. Indeed, it is a remedy tenfold or 100-fold more potent than that of the palace physicians. Upon hearing Song Shu's joyful exclamation, Banksia regained her composure. The prescriptions within that wordless medical tome are undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Not even the palace physicians could rival the remedies contained within that book. Brother, may I come in? Banksia called out towards a room. Song Shu hastily adjusted his trousers. Come in. Just as Banksia was about to enter, she noticed two maidservants lurking at the doorway, feigning to tidy up. Banksia understood that the entire household was permeated with the surveillance of the Jean family. Only her tranquil little courtyard offered a semblance of safety. Yet, a thought struck her. Why had the Jean family not yet assigned anyone to her serene abode? Just as she contemplated this, she noticed Songju emerging slowly, clutching his posterior. Given the remarkable efficacy of your medicine, I shall refrain from holding this incident against you. The seemingly patronizing tone elicited a subtle twitch at the corner of Banksia's mouth. She advised, this is a set of 7 medicinal patches. Change 1 each day. And I assure you, complete recovery will be achieved in a week. Upon hearing Banksia's words, both Songju and Liangjiang were astounded. Songju, in particular, expressed exaggerated astonishment. What did you say? This patch will restore me to my former self in just 7 days? Banksia nodded earnestly. Previously, you could scarcely rise from bed, and now you can stand and converse with me. Surely that is a clear indication, is it not? Songju acknowledged this point, recalling that the palace physician had predicted a 3-month recovery, while Banksia's remedy promised results in merely 7 days. Truly miraculous. Liangjiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. If it is indeed that wondrous, we shall be prosperous. Banksia was well aware of the treasure she possessed. The prescriptions from the wordless medical tome were unparalleled. Each formula was a masterpiece of unparalleled efficacy, and she had meticulously committed all the countless prescriptions to memory. Outside, the Jean family's spies lurked, and she was far too astute to reveal her precious secret to them. Fortunately, in my previous life, I was so engrossed in the matters of love that I completely disregarded the silent medical tome, which allowed me to remain undiscovered. Nevertheless, it matters little if others become aware, for none but her can perceive the contents within. Banksia, I have heard you possess medical knowledge. Did you concoct this medicinal plaster? With a subtle smile, Banksia replied, Brother, what are you thinking? My understanding of medicine is merely superficial. These plasters were given to me by a Taoist whom I inadvertently saved in the countryside. Upon hearing Banksia's explanation, Liangjiang's eyes reflected disappointment. However, Songju cared little for such matters. The knowledge that he could recover so soon brought him immense joy. He gazed at Banksia once more, puzzled. How is it that you do not appear as handsome as our brothers? Banksia nearly choked on her words. Though her brothers bore a striking resemblance to their father, handsome and refined, such a statement felt excessively vain. She could only respond with a forced smile. Our brothers resemble father, which is indeed splendid. Liangjiang interjected, You do not resemble mother either. She was as beautiful as a celestial being from the Moon Palace. It is said that in her youth, she captivated all of Jingyuan. Indeed, it was rumored that their mother was stunningly flawless. Yet, when the Yao family faced adversity, her lack of support from her own family forced her into an unthinkable marriage. Banksia touched her face, realizing it was not that she did not resemble her mother, but rather that her beauty had been deliberately concealed, as if to prevent her from standing out due to her appearance. Second brother, you mentioned that the Yao family once encountered calamity? What sort of calamity was it? In her previous life, Banksia possessed a simple disposition, finding contentment in the goodness bestowed upon her by her family, thus remaining indifferent to the affairs of the Yao family. Upon hearing of their offense against the king of Mabe, who coveted her mother's beauty and pressured the emperor, the latter had no choice but to address the situation concerning the Yao Marquette. What followed? Banksia listened intently, her eyes unwavering. She learned that within the Jin residence lay an object of great desire for the king of Mabe, leading to a plea before Lord Jin, who stipulated that his daughter, Jin Gai, must marry her father. At this revelation, Banksia was suddenly reminded of a tale her grandmother once recounted. Her father had once saved the life of a young lady from the Jin family, leading to Jin Gai's infatuation with him. This thought weighed heavily on her heart, for with the cunning of the Jin family, the events of that time were undoubtedly far more intricate than they appeared. Chapter 20. The uninvited guest Liangjiang observed Bansha in contemplation, mistakenly believing that she was disheartened. He promptly remarked, "Those are matters of the past. Why dwell on them? Sister, do not let it weigh heavily on your heart. Although our mother has endured some grievances, she has nonetheless saved the entire Yao family and has treated us with great kindness." It was only then that Bansha returned to her senses. Upon hearing her second brother's words, her lips twitched in exasperation. What kind of minds did her brothers possess, entirely oblivious to Jin's scheming flattery? She opened her mouth to speak, but, noticing the prying ears and watchful eyes outside, she swiftly retracted her words. Instead, she offered a faint smile and casually replied, "Indeed. You are right, brother. By the way, do take care of yourselves. I shall take my leave now." Having uttered this, Bansha hurriedly departed. Songshu scratched his head, gazing at Bansha's vanishing figure. "Did I say something wrong?" He pondered aloud. Liangjiang shook his head and responded, "Perhaps mentioning our mother made sister uncomfortable." Songshu nodded thoughtfully. "Ah. They say mother was killed by sister's misfortune, but I refuse to believe it. Not for all the world." Liangjiang gently patted Songshu on the shoulder. "We must treat our sister with greater care. She has already been stigmatized for allegedly bringing misfortune to our mother, being raised in the countryside. We have fallen short of our duties as elder brothers, and we must protect her well from now on." Songshu chuckled. "If sister cannot find a husband in the future, I shall take care of her myself." Liangjiang's lips twitched in disbelief. "You? Considering your gambling habits, if you manage to avoid losing yourself in the process, it's a miracle. Leave the responsibility of supporting our sister to me." Upon returning to the tranquil courtyard, a delightful aroma of dishes wafted through the air. Though the meal was somewhat modest due to financial constraints, the newly arrived Qin Ruoliu felt a touch of restraint, prompting Bansha to cheerfully invite her to join the meal, assuring her that it was only the four of them and there was no need for formalities. Qin Ruoliu promptly nodded and took a seat alongside Lur. Bansha, however, remained reticent throughout the meal, while Xiangzhu and Xiaoyao animatedly chattered about the day's events. After dining, Bansha summoned Qin Ruoliu to her chamber, her demeanor grave and serious. Startled by this sudden shift, Qin Ruoliu inquired, "Miss, do you require something?" Bansha candidly stated, "Now that you are under my service and I possess your contract, your freedom will henceforth be at my discretion." Qin Ruoliu immediately knelt, bowing her head in submission. "This is understood. I shall heed your every command, Mississippi." Bansha did not urge her to rise but continued, "You must leave the child behind." "What?" Qin Ruoliu's head shot up. Disbelief etched across her face as she gazed at Bansha. Only then did Bansha elucidate, "As you have witnessed, my current situation is exceedingly precarious, lacking both authority and funds." "Miss, do you mean for me to venture out and earn money?" Qin Ruoliu asked, astonished. Bansha affirmed, "Indeed, power requires meticulous strategy, and one cannot aspire to authority without the means to support it." Qin Ruoliu stood frozen. "Miss, I turn to you in desperation, and lacking any specialized skills, I fear I may not be up to the task." In her previous life, Qin Ruoliu found herself in a desperate situation, ultimately rescued by the master of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, who offered her a chance to carve out her own path to success. In this lifetime, she took the initiative to save Qin Ruoliu before the master could, firmly believing that the opportunities she provided would be seized with equal tenacity. She was resolute in her determination to prevent the tragedies of her former life from recurring, whether they pertained to herself or to Qin Ruoliu. She would not allow such misfortunes to unfold again. "Rest assured, since I have granted you your freedom, I will certainly provide you with all the necessary resources. However, the subsequent matters must be handled by you," Banksia declared, retrieving a multitude of medicinal plasters from the cabinet, over 1,000 in total. She then produced several bottles and jars, all of which she had brought back from the countryside. "What are these, miss?" Qin Ruoliu inquired, her confusion evident. Pointing to the vast array of plasters, Banksia explained. "These are for treating external injuries, categorized into 10 distinct types, including burns, contusions, and bruises, each clearly labeled with its intended use." Qin Ruoliu, possessing remarkable intelligence, quickly discerned their purpose from the labels, without further explanation. Banksia then gestured to the bottles and jars, stating, "These are high-quality rouge and powder that I have personally formulated, alongside a nourishing cream for skincare and scar removal." Qin Ruoliu gazed at Banksia in astonishment, unable to fathom that the young lady possessed such extensive knowledge.
Xiaoyao,
Noticing Qin Ruoliu's surprise, interjected, "Do not underestimate these rouge and nourishing creams. They are unlike anything available on the market. My Lady's creations carry unique medicinal properties, far surpassing the effectiveness of those mass-produced." Banksia cast a playful glare at Xiaoyao, bemused by her loquaciousness. Xiaoyao hurriedly lowered her head, refraining from further speech, her heart aching as she gazed at those items she had only used once, which had yielded remarkable results. However, the young lady had stored them away, forbidding any further use. Banksia, perceiving Xiaoyao's thoughts, produced a bottle suitable for her and handed it over, saying, "Each of you should take a bottle to start." Xiangzhu and Xiaoyao instantly brightened, for what girl does not cherish beauty? It was only then that Banksia turned her attention to Qin Ruoliu, stating, "Especially you. You must use it morning and night without fail." Qin Ruoliu looked taken aback, and Banksia elucidated, "Without a living advertisement for the shop, how can it thrive?" "You are that living advertisement." Understanding dawned upon Qin Ruoliu, and she promptly nodded in agreement. Banksia then retrieved the remaining 40 taels of silver from her purchases of fabric and rice, presenting it to Qin Ruoliu. Though the amount was modest and insufficient to open a shop, it would suffice for preliminary arrangements. How to sell them? She would have to devise herself. Qin Ruoliu immediately nodded, assuring Miss Ruoliu will certainly not betray your trust. But what of the pricing? The medicinal patches would be priced at 100 taels each, the nourishing cream at 500 taels per bottle, and the other cosmetics would be marked tenfold above market rates. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Such exorbitance was beyond reach. Qin Ruoliu, feeling apprehensive, said, "Miss, this price. How can one know it is unfeasible without trying? If you cannot succeed, I shall return your contract, and you may leave with the child."
No.
"I will certainly find a way to make it work. You need not worry, Mississippi." Banksia lowered her gaze, revealing a hint of weariness. It is not that she is truly heartless. Rather, some individuals' potential is often compelled to surface under pressure. For instance, Qin Ruoliu believes in her own capabilities. The kindness and naivety of her past life culminated in a tragic fate, and in this life, she would rather return as a demon from hell to exact vengeance upon those who wronged her. "No, the child is yours, undeniably your life. Why do you refuse to acknowledge it? Yaij, please do not deceive me. I implore you, do not abandon me. You are all demons, vile creatures. I loathe you. I detest you. Release me, let me go." Summer. In the deep of night, the moonlight casts a brilliant glow, illuminating the room and revealing the features of a person. He reaches out to touch her forehead, which burns with an intensity that pains his heart.
Xia.
He calls softly, each utterance a gentle whisper that feels almost overwhelming. Suddenly, Banksia jolts awake, startled by the unfamiliar breath that dances upon her neck, both ticklish and warm. She immediately sits up, glaring furiously at the unexpected visitor in the dead of night. Chapter 21. A visitor at home in his mind. Yu Bei had envisioned countless scenarios of reuniting with Banksia, yet he never anticipated this particular moment. The hatred burning in Banksia's eyes left him utterly bewildered. "Xia," he called softly, rousing Banksia from her fury. At that moment, tears welled up involuntarily in her eyes, which she fought to suppress. Despite her vehement attempts at concealment, she could not mask the crimson hatred that lingered within her gaze. "Xia, do not be afraid. It is Brother Yi." Yu Bei stepped closer, reaching out to touch Banksia's forehead. Instinctively, she pushed his hand away, leaping off the bed, her demeanor brimming with wariness as though he were an irredeemable villain. Such a look startled Yu Bei, filling him with both fear and heartache. "Young Master Yi, you have intruded upon a lady's chamber uninvited at this late hour." Such an act is punishable by law. Banxia's eyes were icy, as frigid as the winter's chill, compelling Yu Bei to hesitate even a step closer. Young master, He echoed the 3 words she had uttered, his face betraying no emotion, yet tumultuous waves surged within him. Banxia remained as cold as ever, her gaze toward Yu Bei imbued with an unmistakable animosity. Young master do not tell me you have come merely to visit an old acquaintance. Yu Bei lowered his eyes. Do you not realize that anyone who speaks to me in such a tone has met their demise? Banxia offered a chilling smile. Young master if your intent is to take a life, then Banxia shall surely be unable to stop you. Yu Bei felt a sharp pang in his heart. The one he had awaited had turned against him so vehemently. The unmasked hatred in his eyes made his feet tremble slightly. If it were anyone else, he could easily take their life, but facing her always left him unwilling to do so. Xia Yu. Whenever he encountered Ban Xia, the only course of action available to him was to yield and compromise. There were no alternatives. Ban Xia remained cold and, before Yu Bei could finish his sentence, issued an unequivocal dismissal. Young master if you have nothing further, please take your leave. Yu Bei wished to draw closer. Yet Ban Xia's icy demeanor left him at a loss. Xia, you have broken your promise. Is that why you have come to seek retribution? No, Xia. I have been waiting for you all along. Upon hearing those words, Ban Xia felt her heart bleed. She recalled the man from her past who had waited beneath the great banyan tree day after day, year after year. The childhood promise of companionship, imprinted upon her heart like an indelible mark, refused to fade. In the end, she discovered that he was revered as the war god prince. Before she could even savor the sweetness of happiness, he and Qing Dai had ruthlessly cast her into the depths of hell, from which there was no escape. In this life, even if she returned, she would emerge as a vengeful spirit clawing her way out of the abyss, demanding retribution from those cruel souls. Young master Without uttering a word, Ban Xia nearly forgot her promise to him. Every time Yu Bei heard the title Young Master it felt like a piercing blow. Where had the little girl gone who used to cling to him, chattering away and calling him brother That was a lifelong promise. And how could she so easily forget? Young master that was merely the innocent talk of a child. Why bring up the past? Xia. Yu Bei nearly expended all his strength to call out Ban Xia's name. Banish your gaze from his extraordinarily handsome visage. Banxia closed her eyes, her voice as frigid as the wintry air. The night is as cool as water. I implore you, young master to depart and not tarnish Banxia's reputation. Yu Bei could perceive the unyielding coldness emanating from Banxia's heart, as well as her resolute disdain towards him. He could not fathom why, after nearly a decade of absence from her life, she harbored such intense animosity. He remained oblivious to how he exited Banxia's chamber and subsequently the apothecary marquis's residence. The late-night air enveloped the capital, rendering him a mere spectre, aimlessly adrift. Following closely behind his master, Shofeng seethed inwardly at Banxia's blatant ingratitude. Their master was a paragon among men, one whom even the current emperor dared not speak harshly to. Only she could wound his heart and emerge unscathed. Upon returning, I shall tend to her well. If a single hair is amiss, I shall hold you accountable, declared Yu Bei suddenly, startling Shofeng into immediate stillness. Master, the 5th miss has treated you thus. Why persist in your attachment to her? A resounding crash echoed as Yu Bei's palm struck Shofeng against the wall. With a cough, Shofeng spat blood, swiftly kneeling in submission. Thank you, master, for your mercy. He understood that his master had only exerted a fraction of his strength, hence his injuries were but minor. Had he unleashed even a modicum more, Shofeng would surely have become a lifeless corpse. Should you dare utter a single word against her, you shall meet your demise. Shofeng nodded vigorously. I comprehend, master. Though his heart brimmed with resentment, he had never defied his master's commands. This is indeed the master of their household, capable of crushing anyone with just a flick of a finger, yet he remains cold and indifferent towards everyone, including the emperor and empress. The 5th young lady is so pampered by the master, yet remains utterly ungrateful. It is truly deserving of condemnation. At this moment, Zhou Feng harbors murderous intent towards Banxia, but, recalling the master's words, he swiftly suppresses his anger. For now, all that can be done is to obey. The following morning, Banxia is awakened early by Xiangzhu. Miss, the old madam has instructed that you should dress more elegantly today. Upon hearing this, Banksia slightly furrows her brow. But has someone come to the house? Xiangju nods in response. It seems that someone from the Qian family has come to deliver an invitation to the old madam. Banksia does not interrupt but quietly listens to Xiangju's report, her mind occupied with thoughts of Lord Qian. Both Lord Qian and Lord Jin are dukes, existing in a delicate balance of power. If Banksia wishes to overthrow the Jin family, her first target must be the formidable backing of the Jin family, the Jin Duke's residence. However, the Jin Duke wields immense power, and it is clear that she cannot achieve this solely by her own means. Only by securing sufficient support can she hope to uproot the Jin Duke's residence entirely. The emperor and king are beyond her reach. Thus, fostering a good relationship with the Qian family is essential. The only formidable opponent is Crown Prince Yi. Bringing about his downfall seems more arduous than ascending to the heavens. Yet, even if it is akin to climbing to the sky, she must accomplish it, even if it means mutual destruction. Reigning in her thoughts, she resolves to first deal with the Jin family, setting aside matters regarding Crown Prince Yi for the moment. Go. Bring forth the garments prepared by my mother for me to select. Upon hearing Banksia's words, Xiaoyao instantly erupted. Miss, the garments prepared for you by madam are utterly tasteless. Even I cannot bring myself to wear them. Why would you choose to don them? Banksia's lips curled into a cold smile, though they may be garish. They are still the attire my mother selected for me. To not wear them in public would be to disregard her heartfelt intentions. Xiaoyao, perplexed by the young lady's reasoning, along with Xiangju, proceeded to retrieve all the garments prepared by the Jin family as instructed by Banksia. At first glance, the clothes appeared rather unremarkable, lacking any distinctive charm, unless scrutinized closely. However, Banksia deliberately selected a peach-red top paired with an ostentatiously large green skirt. Such a combination was simply garish. Both Xiaoyao and Xiangju shook their heads in unison, utterly bewildered by the young lady's peculiar choices. Chapter 22. Madame Qian. As they made their way to the Anha courtyard, the servants who caught sight of Banqia's attire could not help but stifle their laughter. Look at her, they whispered. She is clearly a country girl, and her garb would only serve to invite ridicule. Indeed, this village girl remains unchanged, even in the opulent surroundings of the Golden Nest. Compare her to our Miss Qingdai, who resembles a celestial fairy. The fifth Miss pales in comparison, akin to mere mud underfoot. It is only natural that the fifth Miss, raised in the countryside, lacks the finesse in dressing. I advise you all to cater to Miss Qingdai, for it would suffice to overlook the fifth Mississippi naturally. Our Miss Qingdai is the unrivaled beauty of the capital, and the noble scions seeking her hand will be innumerable. As for the fifth Miss, burdened with the reputation of a maternal curse, one must ponder whether anyone would even desire her, given her rustic demeanor. The maids huddled together, whispering disparaging remarks about Bansha. Their chatter caught the ear of Xiaoyao, who, upon hearing it, flushed with indignation and shouted, "What are you saying? Do you dare to speak louder?" Instantly, the maids averted their gazes and returned to their tasks, as though they had not just been the ones gossiping. Bansha, having overheard some of their words, deliberately paused and remarked, "Why bother getting upset over the shallow-minded?" Miss Xiaoyao pondered, perplexed by the shift in her mistress's temperament. In the past, such comments would have elicited a more formidable response from her. In the corner of her eye, Banksia caught sight of several figures in the corridor of Anha courtyard, a smile once again gracing her lips. With a simple remark, she quipped, "There are advantages to remaining unmarried, namely, the opportunity to continue being their mistress." Her words instantly drained the color from the faces of the gossiping maidservants. Indeed, no matter how splendid Miss Qingdai might be, marrying into a prestigious family would yield no benefit for them. Rather, the young ladies who stayed behind would have to endure their moods daily. "Is this your granddaughter, who has returned from the countryside?" A voice belonging to an elderly woman chimed in. Banksia turned to see a regal lady standing alongside her grandmother. She promptly approached, observing proper decorum as she greeted her grandmother. Banksia pays her respects to grandmother. "Did you rest well last night?" Lady Ho quickly assisted Banksia to her feet, saying, Yes. I heard that you have been struggling with nightmares since your return." Observing the genuine concern in Lady Ho's eyes, Banksia understood her grandmother's worries were heartfelt. She quickly responded with a smile, "It's nothing, grandmother. I just need a few more days to adjust to the bed." Afterward, she produced a blend of calming incense and offered it to Lady Ho, saying, "Grandmother, this is a special calming incense I prepared just for you. Light a stick at night, and it will ensure you sleep soundly until dawn." "Oh, such splendid calming incense. If it truly works wonders, I shall shamelessly request a few sticks from you, dear sister. Lady Ho's face brightened with joy as she laughed. Take them, take them. You may have all you wish. After all, my granddaughter will concoct more for me. Madame Ho, after finishing her words, took Banksia by the hand and said, My dear girl, this is the esteemed Madame Qian, personally appointed by the Emperor. The venerable Madame Qian smiled kindly, prompting Banksia to hastily pay her respects. With warmth, Madame Qian assisted Banksia, saying, There is no need for such formality. I am quite close to your grandmother.
Then
She beckoned to a gentleman clad in elegant attire behind her, saying, Come here, this is your sister Banksia. The gentleman, named Qian Xiaodang, is the eldest son of Lord Qian, known for his integrity. In a previous life, he rose to become the youngest prime minister in the court, owing to his remarkable talents. Greetings to my sister Banksia, he said, though a slight frown crossed his brow upon noticing her attire. Yet, he refrained from commenting further out of politeness. Banksia perceived the disdain in his eyes, which was precisely the reaction she sought. Greetings, brother Qian. I have just returned from the countryside, and know little. I hope you will guide me generously. Look at your granddaughter. Her tongue is quite eloquent. I nearly wish to take her into my own home, Madame Qian remarked. This prompted an immediate retort from Madame Ho. That simply will not do. If you desire a granddaughter, let your daughter-in-law bear you one. Alas, dear sister, you are not being kind. You know I have never given birth to a daughter, and all my daughters-in-law have only produced sons. Why bring this up to tease me? Madame Ho laughed heartily. Regardless, my precious granddaughter shall not be given away. Banksia discreetly observed, confirming that the bond between her grandmother and Madame Qian was indeed extraordinary. As they conversed, the crowd followed the two elderly ladies back to the parlor. Lady Qian, well aware of the close relationship with Lady Ho, leaned in and softly remarked, The girl is a good daughter, but she must be guided in her attire. Lady Ho paused for a moment, casting a sidelong glance at the rather gaudy and attention-grabbing Banksia, deep in thought. The reason Banksia had prepared the calming incense in advance was due to her knowledge from her past life that Lady Qian suffered from poor sleep, resting less than 3 hours each night. Today, she had specifically entrusted her grandmother to present the calming incense, believing that once Lady Qian utilized it, her assured sleep would remind her of Banksia's kindness. Madame Jean, having received the news, hurriedly brought Qingdai along. Upon hearing that the matriarch of the Qian family had arrived, I rushed here with my daughter to pay our respects, Madame Jean said with a smile as she entered, taking a familiar seat beside Lady Ho. Qingdai stepped forward, pretending to be formal as she greeted Lady Qian. Esteemed matriarch, I am Qingdai. Lady Qian's face remained adorned with a warm smile. Rise, there's no need for such formalities. It is not our first meeting. Qingdai beamed brightly, quickly turning to Lady Ho with a charming demeanor. Grandmother, I apologize for my tardiness. Please do not be upset with me. Lady Ho's smile did not wane as she affectionately patted Qingdai's hand. Oh, you silly girl. How could I ever be angry with you when I cherish you so dearly? Standing together, Qingdai and Banksia were a stark contrast, especially in their attire, which was unmistakably evident at a glance. Qian Xiaodang stood quietly behind Lady Qian, observing everything in silence. Jean, filled with pride, gazed upon her beautiful daughter, believing that Ban Xia could not possibly compare. A cold smile graced Ban Xia's lips. Having smiled enough, it was time to weep. With measured steps, she approached Jean, her expression radiating innocence. This smile caused Qian Xiaodang to furrow his brow, as he could not reconcile the woman's seemingly innocent demeanor with the resentment evident in her gaze. Indeed, as soon as Ban Xia spoke, Jin's beaming countenance faltered. Mother, my brother has always praised your kindness, especially in how you dote on us siblings. You even allowed my sister to relinquish the Xiaoyu building for our stay. Yet, how could I possibly take my sister's dwelling upon my return? Furthermore, the garments you prepared for me are made of the finest materials. I dare not disappoint your good intentions, so I have adorned myself in the best. Chapter 23. Whispers. Before Banksia could finish her words, Jin's smile had already vanished. Initially upset with Banksia's careless attire, the old Madame Qian felt a sudden relief upon hearing Banksia's statement. Before Jean could speak, Madame Qian exclaimed in astonishment, Fifth girl, are you saying that this outfit was prepared by your mother? Banksia, with innocent enthusiasm, nodded towards Madame Qian. Yes, dear madam, my mother is truly wonderful. She always reserves the best for us siblings. Even when my brother lost a fortune of 1,000,000 taels, she couldn't bear to let our father reprimand him. The elderly Madame Ho's eyes gleamed with admiration for her granddaughter as she deftly turned the tables on Jean. It was a taste of her own medicine. How delightful it was for Jean to experience this. Madame Chien, now fully understanding the situation, felt her expression stiffen as she glanced at Jean, who appeared increasingly uneasy. Previously, she had regarded Jean as a virtuous individual, but now it seemed that appearances were deceiving. There were no truly good people within the confines of this mansion. At that moment, Qian Shouting finally regarded Banksia with fresh eyes. His keen perception likened her to an intriguing quarry. In contrast to Qingdai, a mere ornamental figure, Banksia possessed a certain allure, something compelling that invited exploration. Jean, seething with rage, nearly dug her fingers into her own flesh, her glare at Banksia filled with venomous intent. Banksia chuckled coldly within, realizing that Jean could no longer maintain her facade. Jin's attempts to undermine her had been repeatedly exposed by Banksia, leaving no room for retort. How utterly despicable. Banksia, your mother cares for you dearly. How could you speak so of her? Qingdai, unable to contain her frustration, boldly stepped forward to accuse Ban Xia. Ban Xia immediately adopted a demeanor of victimhood, exclaiming, "Sister, I merely wish for everyone to recognize our mother's virtues. I do not understand where I have erred." Her portrayal of a wronged little lamb seemed almost theatrical. Qingdai, infuriated to the point of nearly losing her composure, longed to confront Ban Xia, yet found herself at a loss for words. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward, prompting the elderly Madame Ho to interject. A mother's excessive kindness can indeed be a double-edged sword. My daughter-in-law is simply too benevolent. Madame Chien, perceptive enough to detect the underlying sarcasm in the remark, refrained from meddling in familial affairs, given her status as an outsider. Thus, she took her leave, saying, "Dear elder sister, I have delivered the invitation. You must attend the banquet in 3 days." Madame Ho hastily rose to see her off. With Master Qian's birthday approaching, I would not miss this celebration. Ah, do take this calming incense. My granddaughter possesses considerable medical skills. The two individuals who had intended to enter, upon witnessing Jin's change in demeanor, chose to linger at the back, eavesdropping. Song Zhu, puzzled, remarked, "Sister, you are clearly praising our mother. Why then is she angry?" Liang Jiang furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. "What seems off?" Song Zhu inquired, still confused. Liang Jiang countered, "Do you genuinely believe our mother treats us well?" Song Zhu nodded, "Indeed. She indulges our every whim." Liang Jiang, deep in thought, replied, "Perhaps her kindness is excessive, bordering on the surreal." With Liang Jiang's insight, Song Zhu too began to perceive an unsettling incongruity. Upon overhearing the conversation between the two brothers, Han Xia felt a sense of solace, sensing a glimmer of hope amidst the surreal. Her intention now was to shatter this illusory dream, awakening the brothers to reality. The old matron was taken aback by the sudden audacity of the fifth young lady. In the absence of others, Wang Momo handed a cup of tea to the old marquis's wife, her spirits remarkably high. The old matron's demeanor was one of ease and satisfaction. "I have suppressed this feeling for over a decade. It is a relief to finally express some of it." Wang Momo whispered, "If old Madame Chien finds out, it won't be long before all of the capital is aware." Indeed, it was time for the truth to be revealed. In the past, they refrained from speaking ill of the Jin family, fearing it would provide ammunition for gossip. Now, however, Han Xia had cleverly utilized this tactic, publicly praising the Jin family, while simultaneously exposing the truth of their deceptive flattery, leaving them unable to refute her claims. Fortunately, Han Xia had been raised outside. Otherwise, she might have become as indulgent as those 3 young masters. The mere mention of her 3 grandsons stirred a deep-seated frustration within the old lady. The following day, upon returning from court, the Marquis of Medicine was in a foul mood. Han Xia, whose quarters were in close proximity to the Marquis's study, hurried over, still clad in the attire she had worn to entertain guests the previous day. She was acutely aware that her father must have been ridiculed in the palace, which could explain his immense anger. Of course, this was her intention. Otherwise, how could she reveal the malice of the Jin family to her father? "Father, what troubles you?" Han Xia inquired as she entered, only to be met with a scene of utter disarray. The esteemed Lord of Medicine, upon observing Bankxia's attire, was instantly reminded of the disparaging remarks made by his colleagues within the palace, igniting a fury within him. My dear, if there is something weighing on your heart, let us discuss it together and find a solution. Do not let anger jeopardize your health. Gazing at his remarkably understanding daughter, a profound guilt enveloped him. The aforementioned colleagues had remarked that this girl from the countryside was rather unsophisticated, and it was evidently the lady's intent. Moreover, the lady feigned a benevolent demeanor. Yet it was merely a guise for her to undermine, having squandered the potential of her 3 sons, while her own offspring thrived under her guidance. Previously, he had been oblivious, but now that old Lady Qian had witnessed the truth firsthand, it could not be disputed. Regrettably, his Na'vi daughter remained blissfully unaware of such calculated sentiments, persistently extolling her mother's virtues. Banksia, do you harbor any resentment towards your father? The Lord of Medicine pondered once more, questioning whether bringing her back was indeed a grave mistake. Banksia smiled sweetly. Father, I have always said that everything you do is for my benefit. How could I possibly harbor grievances? With eyes closed momentarily, he reopened them, clarity flooding his vision. Banksia, henceforth, you need not wear the garments prepared by your mother. I shall take charge of your wardrobe, and you may choose for yourself. Father, is there something amiss with what mother has prepared? I have heard that the fabric is of exquisite quality, Banksia playfully retorted. This thought incensed the Lord of Medicine further. He chastised himself. It is I who have failed in my duties as a father, subjecting you to such distress. At that moment, Mrs. Jean entered, and without comprehending the situation, inquired, My lord, I have heard that you were upset in the palace. What is the matter? Lord Yao cast a fiery glance at Mrs. Jean, causing her heart to tremble. The lady could adorn Qindai with elegance and grace, yet she had chosen to dress Bansha so poorly. What could this signify? Mrs. Jean instantly understood that rumors had spread, and her husband was displeased. She quickly adopted an expression of profound injustice, weeping as she spoke, My lord, I have diligently devoted myself to this family, treating the children fairly. Yet now, you listen to idle gossip and chastise me. I am wronged, Wowo. Lord Yao could hardly bear to see a woman weep, especially Mrs. Jean in such a state, which filled him with particular aversion. Suddenly, Bansha interjected. Mother has always been exceedingly kind to us siblings, even more so than to the younger brother and sister. This remark served to awaken Lord Yao once more. What woman would treat another's children better than her own, unless there were ulterior motives? Chapter 24. The desperation of Jean. Banksia quietly observed Jin's reaction, unable to believe that she could maintain her facade. As expected, Jean erupted in anger, pointing at Banksia and cursing, You wretched child. Returning only to sow discord between me and your father. What are your true intentions? Tears streamed down Banksia's face as she suddenly knelt, exclaiming, I only wish to speak well of my mother, for I hold her in high regard. I meant no harm to the relationship between you and father. How dare you retort? Speak another word, and I shall tear you apart. Jean, unable to contain her fury, disregarded her composure even in the presence of the esteemed medicine lord. Banksia dared not respond further, her sobs echoing her profound sense of injustice. The medicine lord, infuriated, bellowed. Enough. This child has done nothing but praise you. She has never uttered a single word against you. Jean was jolted into awareness by the medicine lord's outburst. Realizing that she had fallen into Banksia's trap, the medicine lord, with a heart full of tenderness, turned to Banksia and said, Banksia, please return and remember what your father has told you. With a heart heavy with grievance, Banksia left, her earlier distress vanishing the moment she stepped outside. She understood that after over a decade of marriage, it would not be easy to sever their bond, yet at least a rift had been created between them. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Jean said, My dear husband, I feared your anger and thus misinterpreted Banksia's intentions. The medicine lord sat down, accepting the tea Jean offered, and slammed the cup onto the table with a resounding thud, startling Jean and causing her to shiver with fright. The Duke of Medicine's countenance darkened. Are you aware that Bansha's attire has become the subject of ridicule throughout the capital? Pray, enlighten me on your true intentions. Jean, feigning innocence, replied, My lord, the garments I prepared for Bansha are of the finest quality. It is her lack of understanding in pairing them that cannot be held against me. Yet, the Duke remained unconvinced. You have long indulged Yuyong, allowing her to rear her 3 children into incompetence. Do you not harbor a trace of selfishness? Jean immediately assumed an expression of profound injustice. My lord, Sister Yuyong departed too soon, and my heart aches for those 3 children. Thus I have refrained from harsh reprimands when they err." The Duke scoffed, regarding Jean with skepticism. "Have you never contemplated the future of your son, Foucher, and the possibility of bequeathing this marquisate to him?" Upon hearing this, Jean hastily retorted, "But Foucher has 3 elder brothers. How could he possibly inherit? Thus, you have spoiled those 3, ensuring Foucher's rightful claim to the title." "My lord," Jean cried out in distress, "how could you think so of me? Even if Foucher does not inherit, he will have 3 brothers to support him. Why would I expend such effort?" The Duke, bereft of evidence, relied solely on conjecture. Observing the Duke's disbelief, Jean promptly vowed, "My lord, if you do not trust me, I am willing to swear upon my life. I can even have Foucher draft a document renouncing any claim to the title. My lord, I am wronged." With that, Jean began to strike her head against the wall, displaying a dramatic display of despair. The Marquis of Medicine immediately rushed to intervene, but the Jean family, in a bid to convince him, acted with remarkable realism. The commotion was so great that it quickly attracted the attention of many in the courtyard. For a time, the servants all came to offer their counsel, and it took quite a while for the uproar to settle down. Jean insisted on her death and demanded that Foucher write a document declaring he would never inherit the title, which everyone heard clearly. Anyone who listened would feel that Jean had been grievously wronged. In the end, the Marquis of Medicine, with no other option, conceded, "Very well, I believe you." Upon hearing these words, Jean finally sighed in relief, although she feigned concern, saying, "I shall have someone fetch Foucher back from the academy to write the declaration." "What is there to write? It is already embarrassing enough," the Marquis retorted as he left. Only then did Jean release the heavy burden from her heart, exhaling deeply. "Mother, you truly won't allow my brother to inherit the title?" The anxious Qing Dai promptly sought out Jean. Weary from the recent turmoil, Jean reclined slightly and replied, "Silly girl. If I prevent your brother from inheriting, then all I have done would be in vain." "But mother, why did you have to say those frightful words?" Jean coldly responded, "Isn't it because of that wretched Ban Xia?" In front of old Madame Qian, she exposed the shameful truth about the children born to that despicable Yurong. Old Madame Qian then distorted these matters further, and this was the only way to clear our name. After hearing this, Qing Dai expressed her dissatisfaction. "Mother, have you considered that this could embarrass my brother if he were to inherit the marquis in the future?" Jean was utterly unconcerned, remarking, "What a foolish girl. It was your mother who declared that your brother would not inherit the title, not him. Moreover, once those wretched offspring of Yurong have all perished, who else would claim the marquis if not your brother?" Qing Dai was taken aback, exclaiming, "Mother, you wish for them all to die?" A fierce glint flashed in Jin's eyes as she retorted, "That vile woman's children should not exist in this world. Their demise would be a mere triviality." Upon hearing this, Qing Dai felt a surge of exhilaration, recalling the true visage behind Ban Xia's facade, and jealousy surged within her. Her mother was right. They all deserved to perish. Their existence merely a waste of resources. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the small door to Ban Xia's courtyard was forcefully kicked open. Before she could settle into her seat, 2 young gentlemen stormed in, brimming with indignation. "Why have you sought to sow discord between our parents?" Song Shu bellowed as he entered, standing due to his still healing injuries. Ban Xia, whose height barely reached Song Shu's neck, had to look up at him. Her eyes turned icy as she replied, "Is my brother here to demand an explanation?" Liang Jiang adopted a more amiable demeanor, stating, "Mother nearly took her own life just now. And she even insisted that our 4th brother draft a declaration of his renunciation of the title." Upon hearing this, Ban Xia comprehended that these 2 brothers had been brainwashed by the earlier uproar. She regarded them coolly and countered, "And what of it? Thus, you must refrain from actions that would lead our father and mother to misunderstand one another in the future." In the face of Song Zhu's rebuke, Ban Xia remained unperturbed, retorting, "Did I incite misunderstanding between my parents? What have I done to you, 3rd brother?" Her inquiry rendered the 2 brothers speechless. Upon reflection, it was evident that Ban Xia had indeed committed no act warranting misinterpretation. Observing their silence, Ban Xia pressed on, "Shall I declare that mother is devoid of virtue?" The brothers shook their heads in unison, affirming the contrary. "Can I assert that father has ill thoughts about mother?" Once more, they nodded in agreement, indicating no such thing. "Is it truly my fault for publicly praising mother's kindness and compassion?" The brothers, for the final time, synchronously shook their heads, realizing that their sister appeared to bear no culpability. "Then I am at a loss. What is the purpose of your visit, dear brothers?" Am I truly so unworthy of your trust? As she uttered this, it was clear that Ban Xia was incensed, questioning whether her brothers' minds were filled with folly. Chapter 25. The Qian family's banquet, however. It was because of your words that a dispute arose between mother and father, leading mother to contemplate suicide. Song Shu still did not fully comprehend. Ban Xia coldly scoffed, brother, if merely speaking kindly can create such rifts, then it must be my fault. Liang Jiang furrowed his brow throughout the conversation, sensing something amiss, yet unable to articulate what it was. Come now, let us not dwell on this matter. We agreed to celebrate with wine. Did we not prepare a coming-of-age ceremony for our sister? As he spoke, Song Shu wrapped his arm around Liang Jiang's shoulder and pulled him along. Upon hearing about the coming-of-age ceremony, Ban Xia's eyes turned icy. In her previous life, her return had necessitated the reorganization of the ceremony, and her second brother had borne the unjust accusation of theft due to it. The thought sent a chill through her. It appeared that history was destined to repeat itself, and this time, it seemed her third brother would be implicated. With this in mind, she immediately turned to Xiang Zhu and asked, "Can you follow them without being detected?" Xiang Zhu promptly shook her head, assuring Miss, "Do not worry. To ensure the old lady's safety, I have trained in martial arts since childhood, and I am adept at shadowing without being seen."
Good.
Now go quietly observe my two brothers and report back to me with any developments, no matter how slight. Rest assured, I shall fulfill my mission.
With that,
Xiang Zhu immediately trailed behind the two young masters stealthily. Xiaoyao, wearing a displeased expression, remarked, "Since you returned, there are so many matters to concern yourself with. It would be more peaceful to remain in the countryside." Just then, Granny Qin knocked at the door. "Is the fifth young miss in?" Bansha slightly lifted her gaze to glance at Xiaoyao, who promptly went to open the door. Granny Qin wore a smile on her face. Having perfected the art of pretense after long association with the Jin family, "Fifth miss, the madam is concerned that you may lack sufficient help here. So she has graciously sent these two maidservants to assist you." Bansha furrowed her brow. The moment had finally arrived. Previously, she had deemed herself unworthy of scrutiny. "Granny Qin, please convey my gratitude to my mother for her thoughtfulness, and let these two maidens remain." Granny Qin did not expect such an agreeable response, and her gaze towards Bansha held an element of inquiry. However, Bansha's face remained adorned with a subtle smile, concealing her true feelings. "Very well, fifth miss, as you wish. You shall have them here to serve you diligently." Upon Granny Qin's departure, the two maidservants immediately bowed to Bansha. "We are Silverbell and Ginkgo, at your service." Fifth Mississippi Bansha observed the two with a smile that did not reach her eyes. Silverbell and Ginkgo, she recalled them from her previous life. Their words were as sweet as honey, ensnaring her in their flattery, while distancing her from Xiaoyao and Xiangzhu. It was unfortunate that she had been so naive, unable to discern who truly cared for her, and instead had been deceived by those with malicious intent. "Since you have been retained, you are to stay here and perform your duties well. Should any mistakes arise, I shall not be lenient. Silverbell, Ginkgo, we shall heed the fifth Miss's commands." As soon as Granny Qin departed, Bansha addressed the two maidservants. "Go and tidy up the weeds in the courtyard, arranging them in this manner." After Banksia finished speaking, she handed over a drawing she had already completed. Xiaoyao and Xiangzhu exchanged curious glances, eager to catch a glimpse. At once, their eyes sparkled. The design of the little courtyard was simply warm and exquisite. However, upon seeing the blueprint, Yinxing and Yinling's initial excitement quickly faded, their expressions falling. Yinxing turned to Banksia and softly inquired, "Miss Wu, is this all meant for the two of us?" Banksia, with a half-smile and a cool gaze, replied, "Is there anyone else here?" Yinling immediately pointed at Xiaoyao. "Isn't she still here?" Banksia's demeanor turned icy in an instant. "She is my personal maid, tasked with attending to me. If you cannot manage this, you may return." The moment the two heard they might be sent back by Miss Wu, a sense of dread settled in their hearts. To be dismissed by the fifth miss would signify their uselessness, and such a fate would likely lead them to be sold off to the likes of brothels and taverns. With this dire thought in mind, they reluctantly acquiesced. As they stepped outside, Xiaoyao hurriedly asked, "Miss, how shall we deal with those white walls that are as pristine as snow?" Banksia sat down, took a sip of tea, and replied, "High-quality white paint will suffice." "Miss, achieving all of this will take several days and be quite laborious," Xiaoyao responded. Banksia simply raised the corners of her mouth slightly but remained silent, as she was waiting for these two to assist in the task. In the bustling heart of the capital, where carriages and people thronged the streets, the estate of Lord Qian was abuzz with preparations for his grand birthday banquet. In the garden of Lord Qian's residence, young ladies gathered in clusters with their close friends, engaging in cheerful banter and merriment. Given Lord Qian's distinguished status, many high-ranking officials from the capital brought their families along. The young gentlemen, huddled together, indulged in poetry and games, their laughter echoing through the air. "Old madam, the Qian residence has arrived," announced Wang Momo, extending her hand to assist the elderly matron from the carriage. Qin Dai, swift and attentive, was the first to lend her support to the old lady, exhibiting remarkable diligence. The old matron, with a smile gracing her face, discreetly took hold of Bangxia's hand. The two granddaughters stood perfectly aligned, one on each side. Bangxia promptly supported the old matron, bowing her head submissively, remaining silent. Upon entering the Qian estate, the steward greeted them with a beaming smile. "The esteemed old madam of the Yao family has arrived. Please inform our matron at once." Instantly, the attention of everyone in the courtyard converged upon them. Particularly, the young gentlemen were captivated by Qin Dai's beauty, their eyes widening in admiration. "Look at Miss Qin Dai. Truly deserving of the title of the capital's most beautiful woman, she embodies the essence of grace and charm," exclaimed Lu Wenye, the eldest son of the Minister of Rights, gazing at Qin Dai with longing in his eyes. "You're dreaming. A mere son of a minor official can only gaze from afar," scoffed Gu Ruohai, the son of the Minister of Justice, dousing Lu Wenye's fantasies with cold reality. "Well, at least it's a feast for the eyes. Who knows? Perhaps one day fortune will smile upon us, and we may wed the daughter of a marquis." Lu Wenye chuckled, lost in his daydreams of grandeur. Gu Ruohai discreetly pointed at Bangxia and whispered, "There is a possibility, for instance, the fifth miss from the drug family who hails from the countryside." Upon hearing this, Lu Wenye's expression darkened instantly. "You, my friend, are speaking nonsense. That country girl is uncouth and ignorant, and marrying her would be akin to courting misfortune." His voice rose slightly, attracting the attention of those around, who immediately erupted in suppressed laughter. Naturally, old Madame Ho caught wind of this and quickly patted Bangxia's hand, concerned that her granddaughter might lose her composure. Bangxia merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. She dismissed the remarks as inconsequential chatter. Old Madame Ho felt a sense of satisfaction. Her granddaughter's calmness and composure indicated a capability for success. In contrast, Qin Dai seemed to float above it all, her neck held high like a proud peacock. She regarded all the men present with disdain, sparing only the royal family a glance. "Old Madame Ho, Sister Qin Dai, Sister Bangxia, your grandmother has sent for you to come inside." Chapter 26. Princess Ziqing Qian shouting emerged, exuding a demeanor of utmost courtesy and respect. Old Madame Ho nodded with satisfaction, remarking, "Your grandmother must be quite eager. Let us hasten inside, so as not to keep her waiting." Qian shouting guided them directly into the grand hall of the Qian residence. Within the hall sat numerous noble ladies, most of whom were the wives of officials. "Oh, my dear elder sister, you have finally arrived. Come, take a seat beside me," exclaimed one lady, as old Madame Ho was promptly drawn to her side. "Look, dear Bangxia, it is your first visit to my Qian residence. You must enjoy yourself thoroughly." Bangxia slightly bowed towards old Madame Qian, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, old madam, for your kindness." Old Madame Qian chuckled heartily and praised her in front of the gathering. "You are unaware, but this girl possesses medical skills. The soothing incense she personally crafted works wonders." Upon hearing this, a lady interjected, "Old Madame Qian, I have heard that you have suffered from poor sleep for many years, and even the palace's physicians have failed to remedy your condition." In high spirits, old Madame Qian did not hold back, stating candidly, "The prescriptions from the imperial physicians were ineffective, yet this girl's soothing incense allowed me to sleep soundly until dawn." The noble lady's face blossomed with delight, and she followed old Madame Qian's words. "It seems, then, that this girl's medical prowess is profound, surpassing even that of the palace physicians." This statement, seemingly innocuous and complimentary, concealed a significant trap within its folds. The esteemed ladies are well aware, yet they have become accustomed to feigned politeness, thus they merely smile in silence. Lady Ho furrowed her brow slightly, casting a concerned glance at Bangxia. Fearing her granddaughter might not discern the underlying traps, Lady Qian was taken aback by the audacity of someone instigating trouble at such a moment. Just as she was about to speak, Lady Ho silenced her, murmuring that in the imperial capital of Beijing, one encounters all manner of individuals, and it is a matter of one's own capabilities. Bansha subtly raised her gaze towards the provocative noblewoman, instantly recognizing her as the wife of Inspector Ding and the mother of Ding Shuang. She quickly comprehended the motive behind the trap set for her. The lady had extolled her skills, claiming she surpassed even the imperial physicians. And with so many witnesses present, word would undoubtedly spread, thereby inciting displeasure from the palace's medical experts towards a mere girl like herself. Approaching gracefully, she inclined her body in a respectful manner, her voice as melodious as the sound of jade beads falling upon the ground. She addressed the lady, suggesting that such excessive praise for Bansha was unwarranted. Bansha, being merely a young lady from a modest household, pursued medicine out of a desire to honor her ancestors' legacy in healing arts. The unique soothing incense she possessed was merely a secret remedy passed down through her lineage. Thus, Bansha's medical prowess could never be compared to that of the esteemed imperial physicians, and the lady's unwarranted flattery might inadvertently insult those honored physicians. This articulate response served a dual purpose. It first highlighted the noble medical ethics of her ancestors, while subtly reminding everyone of the countless lives saved by the medicinal lineage of the Yao family. Secondly, by mentioning the family's secret remedies, it established that such knowledge belonged solely to the Yao family, leaving no room for envy from others. Thirdly, it is evident that one's medical skills cannot be compared to those of the imperial physicians. This lady's words merely serve to belittle the esteemed physician, which is unrelated to her. The expression on Madame Ding's face transformed instantaneously from a smile to a dark scowl, unable to maintain her composure. It was clear to all that Madame Ding was no fool, yet she found herself bereft of any grounds for rebuttal. Madame Ho, in high spirits, quickly interjected to mediate. Madame Imperial Censor, the child is young and inexperienced. Should there be any shortcomings as an elder, you may certainly offer your guidance. Madame Qian also stepped forward to ease the atmosphere. Did you hear? The ancestral secret medicine of the Yao family is indeed rare. It is fortunate that this girl has provided it to me, and henceforth I shall pamper her well. At this, the crowd chimed in. Indeed, this girl is quite remarkable. Yes, she is truly endearing. In the future, should we suffer from insomnia and seek medicine, you must not hide any secrets, dear girl. In the face of such flattery, Banksia merely smiled and nodded in response. She recognized that these were mere attempts to curry favor with Madame Qian, and she had no intention of taking their words to heart. Madame Ding took a sip of tea, suppressing her anger. Realizing why her daughter had suffered such a considerable loss under her guidance, she was indeed a formidable opponent. Madame Qian remarked, "The gentlemen are currently attending court, and will not arrive until nearly noon. Therefore, let us converse and reminisce while we await the midday feast. Sister, let us step outside. Look, those young masters and young ladies are playing in the garden." Qing Dai affectionately grasped Ban Xia's hand, as if to signify the profound bond between them. However, an imperceptible frown flitted across Ban Xia's brow. She harbored a strong aversion to intimacy with Qing Dai, repulsed by the nauseating scent that lingered even through their garments. Subtly, she extricated her hand from Qing Dai's grasp and took a step forward, widening the space between them. Since her sister wished to venture out, Ban Xia would accompany her. Qing Dai feigned an innocent demeanor, saying, "Sister, do stay close in this expansive garden. You mustn't lose your way." Old Madame Qian promptly turned to her grandson, shouting, "Accompany the two young ladies for a stroll." Qian shouting nodded, and immediately followed behind Ban Xia and Qing Dai. The Qian family's garden was vast, surpassing that of the apothecary marquis's estate by more than double. The weather was still warm, with clusters of vibrant flowers in full bloom, a small bridge arching over a flowing stream beside a large pond. It was said that this pond connected to the half-city lake beyond, offering a picturesque and elegant view. Qing Dai cast a sidelong glance at the silent Ban Xia trailing behind her. She had deliberately chosen to leave the maidservants behind today to prevent anyone from rescuing this wretched girl. "Oh, look who has arrived. Our capital's most beautiful maiden is here. You all better keep your distance, lest you be overshadowed," a playful voice chimed, approaching Qing Dai with a teasing laugh.
Princess Ziqing.
"You delight in jesting at my expense. My beauty pales in comparison to even half of yours," Qing Dai replied, stepping forward to link her arm with Princess Ziqing's, adding sweetly, "You mustn't tease me so in the future. It truly is quite embarrassing." Mei Ziqing smiled brightly, with such sweet words. How is it that the title of the most beautiful in the capital does not belong to me? Qing Dai covered her mouth with a smile. You are a precious princess of noble birth, even if you are not ethereal in beauty, who would dare to offend you?
Maisie King relished hearing King Dai's back.
Her words always made her heart bloom with joy, which was why she enjoyed spending time in her company. Qing Dai, tell me, how is it that you possess such beauty, while your sister has turned out this way? The one with the ungracious tongue was none other than the spoiled Miss Ding Shuang, who was pampered beyond measure by her family. Qing Dai appeared innocent. Yet inside, she was delighted. She relished the moments when others belittled Ban Xia while elevating her own status. The sensation of having Ban Xia trampled beneath her feet was exceptionally gratifying, though she would never reveal her true feelings on her face. Chapter 27. The praise of the ministers. Miss Ding, please refrain from speaking ill of my sister. Every child is unique. Qing Dai feigned support for Ban Xia. Yet the disdain in her eyes was unmistakable. Of course, they are different. You are the daughter of the Marquis, while your mother is the esteemed firstborn of the Jin family, noble and refined, unlike some whose parentage remains a mystery. Ding Shuang's words were laced with veiled insults, not only belittling Ban Xia, but also casting aspersions on her mother. At that moment, many young gentlemen had gathered to witness the spectacle, just in time to overhear Ding Shuang's remarks. Mei Zichu stood at the back of the crowd, and when she noticed Jun Han intending to approach, she swiftly pulled him behind her. This is a matter for young ladies. What business does a man like you have in such frivolities?
Yun Han scoffed.
Why are you here, if not to join in the commotion? I am here to witness the folly of that girl, he declared. Rest assured, I am not so magnanimous. Watch how I deal with her later. Jun Han could not suppress a laugh. Do you still find that last incident insufficiently embarrassing? Mei Zichu's face darkened at her friend's mockery. Just wait and see, she retorted.
Yun Han, be the knowing smieg.
Believed that a woman who remained unflustered in the face of peril would not easily find herself at a disadvantage. What did you just say? Dare to repeat that? A voice cut through the crowd, belonging to Tsang Shu, who was among the group of young gentlemen.
Oh.
I heard that the third son of the Yao family had his backside thoroughly beaten. It's truly miraculous that he can still jump about after just a few days. The speaker was Ding Shuang's elder brother, Ding Yanba, whose disdain was palpably evident in his gaze. Tsang Zhu, incensed, was on the verge of striking someone, only to be halted by Ban Xia's cold voice. Brother, why waste your breath on those lacking in civility? There is no need to lower our dignity. With this remark, she deftly shifted all attention to herself. Ding Shuang, infuriated, stomped her foot and retorted, You are the one lacking in manners. Do you believe I will tear that foul mouth of yours apart today? Ban Xia's expression darkened in an instant, her gaze as sharp as a blade, fixed upon the Ding siblings. In the face of their palpable hostility, she exuded an air of elegance and composure, unperturbed by their threats. My parents have never taught us to mock our elders with derision, thus one's upbringing is evident to all. With that, she advanced towards Ding Shuang, her eyes fierce. Firstly, my mother, the legitimate wife of my father, was designated by my grandfather during his lifetime as the esteemed Lady of Medicine. Secondly, my mother was raised by my grandparents, who believed that the debt of birth is not to be compared with the debt of upbringing. Even if my mother were a child bride, she remains a child of my grandparents. Miss Ding, you have baselessly slandered me first, and then insulted my dear mother. Pray tell, would a person of refinement utter such words? Those who had initially reveled in Ban Xia's predicament were now taken aback by her profound reasoning. What a remarkable discourse on upbringing. Ban Xia, had you been a man, Master Mei would surely have taken you as his student. The voice of Master Mei resonated, causing the crowd to turn in unison. They beheld the esteemed officials, fathers of the court, who had left their audience early to celebrate the birthday of the venerable Qian Gongya. Passing by, they fortuitously overheard Ban Xia's eloquent declaration. At that moment, Inspector Ding's face oscillated between shades of green and white, a transformation that could only be aptly described with a palette of colors. Master Mei, Ban Xia only spoke out of indignation for her mother, believing that while she could endure insults directed at herself, she could not tolerate any affront to her mother. Master Mei nodded in satisfaction. Good child, truly a remarkable daughter. Your mother would find solace in knowing she is you. Father, why did you return from court so early? Mei Ziqing immediately approached, linking her arm with Master Mei's and acting coyly. Master Mei affectionately patted her head and replied, Today is your grandpa Qian's grand birthday. Hence your royal uncle adjourned court early for us to extend our congratulations. Ah, so it is. Grandpa Qian certainly holds great influence. Master Mei chuckled. Your grandpa Qian is a venerable figure across 3 dynasties. It is only fitting to treat him with utmost respect. Ding Shuang, still stung by Bengxia's words, rushed to complain to the Inspector Ding. Father, this village girl dared to insult me. She claimed that my brother and I are uncouth, which implies you and mother failed to raise us properly. Lock her in prison, father. Ding Shuang whined, oblivious to the growing displeasure on Inspector Ding's face. Master Mei, observing Inspector Ding's increasingly dark expression, remarked with a smile, children's quarrels need not be taken to heart. Old Ding, do not be too harsh on them. Inspector Ding's smile was grim as he turned to Mei Shuang, commanding, apologize to Miss Wu at once. Upon hearing her father demand an apology to that insufferable woman, Ding Shuang immediately bristled. Father, why should I apologize to her? I will not. She clearly insulted me first. Are you trying to drive me mad? You have utterly shamed me in front of my colleagues. Ding Yusher exclaimed, his fingers trembling with indignation, feeling utterly humiliated before so many peers. At that moment, Lord Qian approached, surrounded by admirers, his wise old eyes gleaming with shrewdness. You are Bengxia, the favored one mentioned by Master Mei in the court, who spoke of nurturing without indulgence. Is that your assertion? Bengxia was taken aback, glancing at Master Mei, surprised that he would voice her words in such a public setting. Master Mei nodded, praising her. Your words have prompted deep reflection within me, and I deemed it essential to present them before the court, so that all officials may heed this wisdom. We must not allow wealth and power to lead to arrogance, lest our future generations become increasingly unruly. Throughout this exchange, Lord Yao remained silent, his face aglow with pride, a sense of fulfillment radiating from his very being. Bengxia merely wished for her elder brother to become a pillar like their father and the esteemed uncles, which inspired her reflections. This statement not only honored her father, but also elevated the officials, striking the perfect balance. Lord Qian, observing Bengxia's unpretentious demeanor, her calm and humble disposition, found himself immensely pleased. No wonder Master Mei held her in such high regard. Her composed aura was truly refreshing, explaining the emperor's commendation as well. Upon Lord Qian's remark, astonishment and envy swept through the crowd. The emperor had praised this girl from the countryside, a clear indication of her remarkable fortune. Qingdai had always held a position of superiority among the young ladies, yet now, with the praises showered upon Bansha by numerous officials and even the emperor himself, she found herself deeply unsettled. At that moment, Qian Xiaodang, who had been merely observing the spectacle, stepped forward and said, Grandfather, esteemed officials, may we adjourn to the front hall for tea and conversation? Lord Qian chuckled heartily, replying, Very well, you may continue your merriment. We elders shall refrain from causing you any disturbance. With that, Lord Qian led the group away, while the Duke of Medicine cast a concerned glance at Bansha, advising, Stay close to your sister and avoid any trouble. Bansha inclined her head slightly, responding, Father, your daughter shall remember, and will certainly stay close to my sister. The emphasis on the word sister was heavy, as Bansha was aware that Qingdai harbored mischievous intentions toward her. Thus, following her could prove to be quite perilous. Chapter 28. The disappearance of the princess. Look at her father. Upon seeing that girl, his eyes sparkle with delight. I dare say, he harbors intentions of having her as your bride, whispered Jun Han softly into Mei Zichu's ear, his teasing gaze unmistakable. What? Her? Impossible. Mei Zichu immediately leapt forward to deny it. Jun Han merely smiled, the corners of his mouth curling in amusement, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet at that moment, a subtle shift occurred within Mei Zichu's heart. It was a feeling she could not quite articulate as either aversion or disdain. Yet she resolutely refused to entertain it. Hey, village girl, if you seek to curry favor with me now, I might overlook your previous transgressions. Mei Zichu observed that everyone around Ban Xia had departed and approached her with this declaration. Overlook? Do you not think such a statement would be more fitting coming from me, the young lady? Ban Xia retorted, her tone laced with playful defiance. Mei Zichu found herself both exasperated and amused. Humph, I knew you would feign modesty before those old fogies. Just watch. The moment they leave, you start to show your true colors. Ban Xia, perplexed, inquired, Mei Xiao Junyi, I do not comprehend the meaning of showing one's true colors. Please enlighten me. Mei Zichu, irked by Ban Xia's demeanor, exclaimed, Were you not quite obedient before my father and the others? Why not maintain that facade? Ban Xia unabashedly rolled her eyes and replied, demonstrating respect and propriety before elders is called reverence. However, you and I are of equal standing. If you wish to earn my respect, you must first extend it to me. Mei Zichu was nearly apoplectic, pointing at Ban Xia and shouting, You wretched woman! Do you not acknowledge my status as a young lord? Does my identity not merit your respect? Ban Xia showed no signs of yielding. One's identity is predetermined at birth and unchangeable, while respect is earned through one's own efforts and cannot be equated. What a sharp-tongued girl! Do you believe that I can make you weep for your father and mother today? Ban Xia did not even spare him a glance. Do as you wish. Ah, you. Observing Ban Xia's indifference, he was nearly choked with rage. Junhan's lips curved into an enchanting smile. How intriguing. This woman possesses a certain charm. Mei Zichu, incensed, directed her frustration towards Junhan. You must be savoring rotten tofu to find this amusing. That woman is doomed. Junhan merely smiled, choosing silence. His gaze already drifting away with Ban Xia. Mei Zichu, exasperated, tugged at Junhan as they made their way to the front hall, her demeanor reminiscent of a petulant child. Spotting a maid delivering pastries, she disregarded her composure and abruptly seized the girl. Initially startled, the maid blushed upon realizing her captor was the young lord, Mei Zichu. Especially with such a handsome man so close, her heart raced uncontrollably. Mei Zichu brusquely shouted, Am I not handsome enough? The maid, upon hearing this, immediately shook her head and earnestly replied, No, no. My lord is a dragon among men, and his looks are unparalleled. Upon hearing the maid's response and noticing her smitten gaze, Mei Zichu finally felt reassured. That foolish girl must be blind to overlook him. Hey, young village girl. Stop for a moment. The melodious voice of a young lady echoed behind Ban Xia, prompting her to furrow her brows and turn around. The proud Princess Zicheng approached with an air of arrogance, stating, I truly do not understand why my father insists that I grow closer to you. With a look of bewilderment, Ban Xia replied, If the princess is unwilling, you may simply distance yourself from me. There is no need for compulsion. Zicheng was taken aback by Ban Xia's attitude, feeling quite displeased. Shouldn't you feel grateful that this princess is willing to associate with you? Ban Xia remained speechless, struggling to comprehend how someone as learned as Master Mei could raise such haughty offspring. Her gaze turned slightly frosty as she retorted, I do not. With that, Ban Xia resumed her journey towards Qingdai. Infuriated, Princess Zicheng stomped her foot and shouted, Stop right there. Did you hear me? Stand still. Ban Xia, however, chose to ignore her. As if she had not heard. Undeterred, Zicheng pursued her, insisting, You better stop. You are infuriating. In a bid to escape the unreasonable princess, Ban Xia reluctantly took a more secluded path. Stop right now. Did you hear me? You are insufferable. Zicheng continued to shout as she trailed behind Ban Xia. After an indeterminate amount of time, a sudden exclamation of awe pierced the air. Ban Xia turned around abruptly, only to find that Princess Zicheng had vanished from sight. Alarmed, she thought to herself, Princess Zicheng, where are you? Princess Zicheng. As Hanxia retraced her steps, she encountered a labyrinth of artificial hills, each adorned with numerous caverns, making it quite a challenge to navigate. What are you searching for? Came the voice of Qian Shaodang from across her path. Upon raising her gaze, Hanxia immediately spotted him and exclaimed, Princess Zicheng has vanished. Qian Shaodang, seemingly unfazed, remarked, The estate is not that vast. Even if she were to lose her way, she could find her way back. No, Hanxia insisted. I heard a scream from Princess Zicheng, and then she simply disappeared. She has not merely gotten lost. At this, Qian Shaotong's heart sank. Could it be that she had been captured by bandits? What bandits? Hanxia inquired, astonished. The guards of the Northern Desert Kingdom. Pursuing assassins who attempted to assassinate the Northern Desert King, traced them to the outer half-city lake, but then lost their trail. Hanxia's mind instantly flickered to the pond in the Qian residence's garden, which connected to the half-city lake outside. She gasped. Could it be that the bandits have entered through the half-city lake? Qian Shaodang regarded Hanxia with a probing gaze and asked, If that is indeed the case, what should we do? After a moment's contemplation, Hanxia replied, We must prevent the guards of the Northern Desert Kingdom from searching this estate. Regardless of whether they find anything or not, such a search would arouse suspicion. Everyone knows that the pond in the Qian residence's garden is linked to the half-city lake. There would be no plausible excuse to deter an investigation. After pondering this, Han Xia concluded, order the sealing off of the area where the pond in the back garden connects to the half-city lake, so that if anyone comes to investigate, we can firmly state that the pond and the lake are not connected. As Han Xia articulated her plan, admiration gleamed even more brightly in Qian Xiaotong's eyes. I have discreetly instructed someone to block the entrance connecting the pond to the half-city lake, ensuring that those northern guards investigating the lake cannot trace their way here. Given that Master Qian has already dealt with matters appropriately, why would there be a need to consult with Bengxia? Observing the bewilderment in Bengxia's eyes, Qian Xiaodang merely chuckled to himself, choosing not to respond. Bengxia did not press for answers, as she now faced a different dilemma. If the bandits were indeed within the Qian residence, there was a significant risk that Princess Ziqing could be captured. Do you have any good ideas, dear Sister Bengxia? Bengxia pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, today is a particularly special occasion, with many guests in attendance. If we were to search openly, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions, rendering our previous efforts futile. Are you suggesting we refrain from searching? If Princess Ziqing does not make an appearance for too long, it will still be noticed. And in that case, both Master Mei and the young lord will surely turn the Qian residence upside down. Chapter 29. The five-step serpent Bansha furrowed her brow, contemplating. We can only search discreetly. The bandits likely have not gone far and must be hiding in one of the caves within this artificial mountain. The myriad formations here are interconnected, allowing the bandits to traverse them with ease, making them difficult to locate. Indeed, time was of the essence, and in just an hour, the banquet would commence. Bansha, do you have any clever ideas? Qian Xiaodang inquired earnestly. Bansha understood that Qian Xiaodang was at a loss himself, which prompted him to seek her counsel. If she could assist the Qian family in resolving this crisis within the limited time frame, she would undoubtedly gain their esteem. With this thought in mind, Bansha asked Qian Gongzi, do you believe the bandits may be injured? Having chased us all the way from the northern desert to our great Yu kingdom, it is improbable they would emerge unscathed. Realizing that the bandits might bear wounds, Bansha felt a surge of confidence and promptly replied, Qian Gongzi, you should attend to the guests. Your prolonged absence may raise suspicions. But here? Qian Xiaodang hesitated, uncertain. Bansha reassured him, rest assured, I shall handle matters here. I promise to return Princess Ziqing unharmed before the feast begins. Qian Xiaodang furrowed his brow. Casting a doubtful glance at Bansha, the gravity of the situation made him reluctant to place his faith in her. Noticing his hesitation, Bansha swore, Qian Gongzi, trust me. If I assure you, I will undoubtedly fulfill my promise. With her words hanging in the air, it was now up to Qian Xiaodang to decide whether to trust her. After a moment of contemplation, he gazed into Bansha's resolute eyes, the confidence radiating from her causing him to momentarily falter. Time was fleeting, and ultimately, Qian Xiaodang resolved to place his trust in her, advising, be cautious. Having spoken, he departed directly, as the guests in the hall required his attention. Bengxia surveyed her surroundings. The rockery was exceedingly tranquil, leaving her at a loss for whom to seek. Resolving her thoughts, Bengxia promptly made her way towards the more populated area outside. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? After all, she is a young lady, Junhan remarked, following Mei Zichu without pause. Mei Zichu scoffed coldly. If you intend to sabotage my plans, you might as well not accompany me. I swear, today I shall make her weep and beg for mercy. Junhan remained noncommittal. As a man, why engage in a contest with a girl? You view her as a woman, I do not. Does she appear feminine when she confronts me? At this, Junhan chuckled. She has always been gentle and courteous towards me. I do not share your sentiments.
Mei Zichu,
incensed by Junhan's words, retorted, Humph, let me tell you, you will only be a spectator and unable to intervene. Junhan glanced at the cloth bag Mei Zichu held. That trinket in your hand may not necessarily intimidate her. Just as Mei Zichu was about to counter, she noticed a figure approaching from a distance. Ah, village girl. We meet again, Mei Zichu said as she strode towards her, clutching the bag. Bengxia merely lifted her gaze slightly, then intentionally disregarded him and continued on her path. Previously, they had exchanged a few words, but now being ignored infuriated Mei Zichu, who was accustomed to a life of privilege and impunity. Without further ado, Mei Zichu seized Bengxia's arm. You, village girl, are you blind or deaf? Did you not hear me speaking to you? Han Xia, thoroughly vexed, shook off his hand, her eyes reflecting palpable impatience. Speak quickly. Mei Zichu, exasperated by Han Xia's demeanor, retorted, you, village girl, possess neither beauty nor anything of worth. What audacity allows you to feign superiority over me? Han Xia, having no time to squander on this dandy, forcefully detached his grip. Mei Xiaojun, if you despise me, then keep your distance. Out of sight, out of mind. A chuckle escaped Jun Han's lips, unreserved and loud, for her words seemed to convey the opposite of her intent. Han Xia had consistently evaded Mei Zichu, yet he relentlessly pursued her. It was evident to Mei Zichu that his countenance darkened with fury. This woman, how delightful. Here, take this. Upon finishing his sentence, Mei Zichu carelessly tossed a cloth bag towards Han Xia. Jun Han's instincts heightened, his gaze fixated on the bag. Mei Zichu instinctively recoiled 2 steps, for truth be told, he too harbored a fear of what lurked within. The abrupt manner in which the bag was thrust upon Han Xia caught her off guard. Before she could react, several snake heads slithered forth from the opening of the bag. The 5 steps poison king snake. Han Xia's eyes gleamed with excitement. It was as if fate had conspired to deliver her a gift. This particular snake craved blood, and a single bite would ensure death within 5 steps. Do not move. Jun Han, seasoned by years of hardship in the military, recognized the serpent. Mei Zichu sneered, little village girl, let us see if you can still smile now. Jun Han exclaimed with fury, Zichu, are you aware that this is the 5-step viper? A single bite guarantees death within 5 steps. Initially feeling a sense of vindication and joy, Zichu was instantly rendered speechless by Jun Han's outburst. What did you say? Poison, a venomous snake? Jun Han reiterated. The 5-step viper is laced with deadly venom, did you not know? Bansha, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. In comparison to the mounting fear of the two, she appeared remarkably composed. As long as she remained still, the snake would not strike her. At least for the moment, she was safe. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and call for help.
Mei Zichu shouted anxiously.
This snake is bloodthirsty. By the time you summon assistance, it will be too late. A melodious voice, reminiscent of a cello, resonated. Your Highness, my elder brother. Jun Han and Mei Zichu exclaimed in unison, astonished. In the next moment, they beheld Prince Yi, who unsheathed a dagger and cut into his palm, using his own life force to divert the snakes. Blood flowed swiftly from his hand, and before long, the serpents that had coiled around Bansha began to retreat. With a slight redness in her eyes, Bansha pondered, why must he do this?
Why?
Bansa, do not be deceived by his outward appearance. Otherwise, the tragedies of the past will repeat themselves. The venomous snakes lunged towards Prince Yi, striking terror into the hearts of Jun Han and Mei Zichu. Prince Yi remained impassive, regarding the fearsome serpents as one would mere ants. Bansha was determined not to owe him this debt of gratitude. She dashed forward, swiftly grasping the vital points of several snakes. The movements were both practiced and composed, leaving Jun Han and Mei Zichu in a state of astonishment. From beginning to end, Banksia did not so much as blink. She seized several snakes without a word of greeting and proceeded directly towards the rockery. Mei Zichu slapped her own face in disbelief, questioning whether her eyes had deceived her. Jun Han, bemused yet somewhat amused, thought to himself how foolish he had been to worry for her. Was this girl truly a woman? How could she remain unafraid of such venomous serpents? Well, he had to concede that not only did she exhibit no fear, but her ability to catch snakes far surpassed his own tendency to panic. Eldest brother, are you alright? Mei Zichu, coming to her senses, hurried to express concern for her idol. Prince Yi, throughout the entire episode, maintained a stoic expression, uttering not a single word as he made his way towards the rockery. Chapter 30. The Bandit Leader. What is happening, Your Highness?
Mei Zichu asked, bewildered.
Jun Han shot him a disapproving glance. The Crown Prince has always been aloof. Have you ever seen him smile at anyone? As Mei Zichu followed the direction of Prince Yi, he continued, what I mean is, how did our illustrious Crown Prince come to be here? Jun Han nodded in agreement, his excitement palpable, as if he had finally encountered his idol. Ban Xia sensed the presence of Yu Bei trailing behind her, which caused her some annoyance. Thus, she quickened her pace and entered the cave, skillfully navigating through its winding passages to evade him. Indeed, once Yu Bei entered the cave, he lost all trace of Ban Xia. With clenched fists and brows furrowed in frustration, he pondered how this woman could regard him as if he were some ferocious beast. Master, A sudden gust announced the arrival of Zhou Feng. Have the guards from Mo Bei Kingdom been dealt with? Yu Bei inquired. Zhou Feng nodded. Rest assured, master. They have been thoroughly handled. They will never trace back to the medicinal estate.
Good.
Find the one who exchanged the 5-step venomous snake and bring them directly to the purgatory of the Tianji Tower. At the mention of the Tianji Tower as purgatory, Zhou Feng's hand trembled slightly. Master, what type of punishment shall be administered? Throw them into the snake pit. Understood. Zhou Feng replied before departing. Meanwhile, in a secluded area, Ban Xia released the 5-step venomous snake. She calculated that the venomous serpent would seek out the most sanguineous location, indicating that the bandits must have sustained serious injuries. Thus, the scent of blood wafting from the water would be quite potent. Indeed, after the 5-step poison king snake was released onto the ground, it soon slithered in a particular direction. Han Xia promptly followed the serpent. Meanwhile, Princess Ziqing was being held captive by a man. His hand was tightly clamped over her mouth, rendering her utterly speechless. How unfortunate. She had initially set out to pursue that little village girl, only to inadvertently stumble upon this man in the cave and subsequently fall victim to his abduction. The man was strikingly handsome, with well-defined features that were quite captivating. His peach blossom eyes remained fixed on Princess Ziqing, undeterred by the blood streaming down his leg. The intensity of his gaze unnerved her, evoking a mix of fear and shyness. Never had a man looked at her with such unwavering focus. Yet, this man was undeniably attractive, rivaling even her own brother in looks. Suddenly, Princess Ziqing spotted the serpent opposite her, rearing its head to launch an attack. And her eyes glimmered with terror. The man, perceiving the reflection of the snake in her eyes, immediately loosened his grip on Princess Ziqing, drawing his sword from his waist and swiftly dispatching the venomous serpents in a flurry of strikes. Stunned into inaction, Princess Ziqing momentarily forgot to escape amidst the chaos. When Han Xiao arrived, she was greeted by the sight of a familiar figure, none other than her elder brother. Only a 5-step viper remained alarmingly close to Princess Ziqing, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground in fear. The moment she moved, the serpent lunged towards her. As it opened its mouth, Ziqing instinctively shut her eyes and let out a terrified scream. However, the anticipated pain never came. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a man firmly grasping the viper by its neck and forcefully slamming it against the stone wall, killing it instantly. In that fleeting moment, an inexplicable sense of security washed over her, and she found herself inexplicably unafraid of this strikingly handsome rogue. Han Xia rushed forward immediately, asking, Princess Ziqing, are you unharmed? The man, on high alert, watched as Han Xiao approached to assist the princess. Yet, upon seeing her face, his guard diminished instantly. Han Xia had just been about to call him brother when she swallowed her words, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In this lifetime, her brother had yet to meet her, so she refrained from revealing her identity. She pondered why her brother, Jingma, would be here at this precise moment and location. In her previous life, she recalled that he returned during her coming-of-age ceremony, his demeanor then a far cry from the menacing presence he exuded now. Little country girl, you must not speak of this. Otherwise, I shall make you regret it, Ziqing warned Han Xia before Jingma could utter a word. Han Xia blinked innocently, bewildered by the situation. Did Princess Ziqing know her brother? After Ziqing's threat, her cheeks flushed, and she stammered, He did not harm me. In fact, he saved me. Bantering at the corners of her mouth, Banxia felt an imperceptible twitch. The transformation in this lifetime was indeed monumental. Did you hear that? You must not speak a word of this, exclaimed Princess Ziqing, her patience waning as Banxia ignored her. Banxia retorted, Are you really going to protect this rogue? Ziqing, taken aback, replied with indignation, Who are you calling a rogue? He has done nothing to you, a mere village girl. In her haste to defend him, it became evident that women often act foolishly, forever enamored by a moment's glance. Once, she had believed in love at first sight. Now, she held no faith in anything but herself. First, you must devise a plan to extricate him. Only then can we ensure his safety, Banxia suggested deliberately to Ziqing. Knowing her involvement would simplify matters significantly. Ziqing turned her gaze towards Jingma, her eyes silently inquiring if he would be willing to leave. Upon realizing the girl he had taken hostage was indeed a benevolent soul, Jingmo relaxed his caution and demeanor. Noticing the injury on Jingma's leg, Banxia furrowed her brow and urged, We must staunch the bleeding first. Ziqing, having observed as well, inquired, "Do you have a solution?" Banksia nodded. "There's a way. But it requires your cooperation." "Speak quickly," Ziqing implored, clearly anxious. After a moment's contemplation, Banksia pointed at Ziqing, instructing, "You must lead everyone to the front hall. I will take him outside to change into dry clothes and tend to his wound." Without hesitation, Ziqing agreed and promptly departed. Fearing the three men might locate them, Banksia guided Jingma through an alternate exit. Jing Mo silently trailed behind Ban Xia from beginning to end, leaving her at a loss for words. After pondering for a moment, she decided it would be best to await their recognition of each other before seeking clarity on the matter. Why had her elder brother attempted to assassinate the king of Mo Bay? What had compelled him to appear here? A multitude of questions left her perplexed. Princess Ziqing indeed operated with great reliability. As soon as she emerged, she informed everyone that the elders had prepared gifts for the birthday celebration. Thus the younger generation must not lag behind. She proposed that they showcase their talents to honor Lord Qian, bringing him joy on his special day. Lord Qian Xiaotang had been deeply troubled, but upon seeing Princess Ziqing emerge unscathed, he felt a sense of relief. However, the absence of Ban Xia, coupled with concerns about the bandit, rekindled his anxiety and confusion. Was it possible that Ban Xia had been exchanged for Ziqing? That seemed unlikely, as two hostages would certainly be more advantageous than one. "Princess Ziqing, I wonder if you have seen my sister Ban Xia?" Lord Qian Xiaotang inquired tentatively as he approached the solitary princess. Princess Ziqing's gaze flickered momentarily, and she quickly shook her head, declaring, "I have not seen her." Chapter 31. The Crown Prince arrives to speak honestly. The glimmering eyes of Princess Ziqing revealed to Qian Xiaotang that she was not being truthful. Given the multitude of guests present, it was not the opportune moment to press for answers. Thus, he promptly instructed his attendant Dong Lai to covertly monitor Princess Ziqing. Banksia and Jingmo ventured forth without obstruction, as all had congregated in the front hall, leaving the courtyard eerily deserted. Rest assured, the servants are preoccupied in the front hall attending to the guests, rendering the courtyard nearly vacant. Observing Banksia's constant glances around, Jingma finally spoke up. With a blink, Banksia nearly forgot that her elder brother was close friends with Qian Xiaodang and often stayed at the Qian residence, possessing knowledge far exceeding her own. As she veered to the left, Jingma frowned and corrected her. To the right. "It truly baffles me how I have such a foolish sister." Upon hearing this, Banksia's body stiffened slightly, her gaze fixed on him in disbelief. Jingma stepped forward and gently ruffled Banksia's hair, saying, "My sister has grown." Banksia felt a sting in her eyes, her eyelids betraying her as they reddened. "Elder brother." "Indeed, I am your elder brother, Jingma, dear sister." Unable to contain herself, Banksia disregarded the dampness of Jingma's attire and embraced his waist, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Elder brother, elder brother, elder brother," she repeatedly called out. In her previous life, it was her elder brother who cherished her most. He would often reprimand her. Yet, in her youthful ignorance, she mistook his concern for disdain, believing he did not care for her. Ultimately, she realized that he loved her dearly, all the while lamenting her repeated entrapments by the schemes of the Jean mother and daughter. I recall the words spoken by my elder brother as he faced the guillotine. "Trust no one, live well, for your elder brother cares for you." As he called out, "Elder brother," Jing Mo could only chuckle at the absurdity of shedding tears at such a moment. This was hardly a place for weeping. It was then that Ban Xia realized the urgency of changing her elder brother's soiled garments and tending to his wounds. "Let us go," Jing Mo urged, taking Ban Xia's hand as they stealthily made their way to the room where they always stayed. Upon entering the chamber, Jing Mo pointed towards the cabinet. "There lies the medicine chest." Ban Xia paused for a moment, then hurriedly rummaged through it, discovering a sizable medicine box filled with an array of hemostatic and healing remedies. It appeared that her elder brother often found himself in perilous situations, necessitating such an extensive supply of medical supplies. In this lifetime, due to her transformation, she had come to know a starkly different elder brother. It was nothing short of a miracle. She swiftly applied the medicine and staunched the bleeding, her movements orderly and deft, which greatly pleased Jing Mo. Ban Xia waited outside, and after a while, Jing Mo emerged in fresh attire, exuding a carefree and spirited demeanor. A mischievous grin played upon his lips, reminiscent of a roguish young gentleman, entirely contrasting with his earlier decisive and resolute self. Ban Xia felt as though she had mistaken him for someone else, standing there, momentarily frozen. "What? Has my sister forgotten me after just a brief absence? His flamboyant and frivolous manner of speaking elicited a soft laugh from Ban Xia. Do continue your charade. Jing Mo's lips curled into a nonchalant smile as he remarked. In this life, one must learn to wear a mask. Remember this moment, for I am your brother. Ban Xia nodded earnestly, understanding the difficulties of existing in this world. If her brother did not play the part, he might have long since perished. The front hall buzzed with liveliness, tables lined the pathway on either side. At the center, a modest stage had been hastily erected, intended for the young gentlemen and ladies to showcase their talents. I must ask, Qing Dai, where has your sister from the countryside disappeared to? Is she hiding in embarrassment? Several young ladies huddled together, deliberately mocking Ban Xia. Qing Dai feigned annoyance, stating, my sister, having been raised in the countryside with little instruction, does not deserve such ridicule. Allow me to step in on her behalf. Though her words appeared to express deep sisterly affection, they subtly confirmed Ban Xia's lack of skills. No need to trouble yourself, sister. I shall handle it myself. Ban Xia declared suddenly, drawing the attention of the crowd. Master Mei chuckled heartily. Look at this girl. Not only does she possess wisdom, but it seems she has talents to unveil as well. Old Master Qian smiled. I eagerly anticipate what this young lady will present. However, Lord Yao appeared somewhat uneasy. According to Jin Shi, Ban Xia was utterly devoid of skills in the countryside, and should she falter, it would be a significant embarrassment. Qing Dai quickly interjected, Sister, the young ladies are merely jesting. There is no need to take it to heart. Ding Shuang promptly stood up, asserting, Who says it is merely a joke? It is everyone's duty to present a talent to old Master Qian. Why should we all perform while she does not? Several young ladies nodded in agreement simultaneously. Bansha turned her gaze directly towards Ding Shuang and retorted, Miss Ding, which of your ears heard me say that I would not showcase my talents? Ding Shuang, taken aback, let out a cold snort and declared, Just wait, I shall compete with you. If you do not witness what it means to traverse mountains and rivers, you might genuinely believe you are capable of everything. Ding Shuang believed that as a refined lady who had been educated in the arts since childhood, she would not fall short against a mere village girl. Liang Jiang promptly interjected, Sister, there is no need to compete. We can simply display our talents. In truth, Liang Jiang feared her sister would suffer embarrassment in defeat. However, Bansha remained unfazed. Elder brother, she has issued a challenge. How could I, as your sister, decline? We cannot allow them to look down upon our esteemed family. Indeed, her words rang true. Even in defeat, they should not show fear. At that moment, Jing Mo made a sudden entrance, his luxurious aura unmistakable. The unexpected arrival of the eldest son surprised the medicine marquis. Yet, his immediate declaration of defeat left him feeling uneasy. What manner of son was this? Bansha was at a loss for words. Why feign humility by cursing his own sister's chances of victory? Brother, you've returned. Qing Dai rushed over, affectionately seeking his attention. Jing Mo smiled in a token manner. Yes, my sister grows ever more beautiful. I have brought you a gift. He then presented a jade pendant, falling silent thereafter. In her previous life, Bansha always felt her brother favored Qing Dai, showering her with various gifts. However, now Banksia has finally discerned her brother's indifference towards Qing Dai. Apart from a few flattering words and gifts, there is nothing else. In contrast, he is always so affectionate towards her. A kind of intimacy he has never shown to Qing Dai. Reflecting on this, she realizes how naive she has been, unable to perceive such simple affection directed at herself. Princess Ziqing was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that this bandit was actually Qing Dai's elder brother. Just as she was lost in thought, Jingma cast her a rather mischievous wink. Leaving Princess Ziqing at a loss for words, her face betraying her with a flush of embarrassment. Sir, His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. The steward of the Qian residence whispered in the ear of Lord Qian. What? The Crown Prince is here as well? Lord Qian appeared somewhat taken aback by this unexpected news. Brother Crown Prince, do take your time. We can hardly keep up. Maisie Chu's voice rang out, instantly drawing the attention of all present. Chapter 32. A captivating dance. The sudden appearance of His Highness the Crown Prince rendered the entire assembly spellbound. His tall, statuesque figure and chiseled features, akin to a masterpiece sculpted by divine hands, exuded an air of ethereal grace, both enchanting and formidable, creating an exquisite tableau. The ministers, who seldom had the privilege of witnessing the crown prince in person, were struck with awe, while the young ladies, who had only heard tales of him, were equally enthralled. Now, with the crown prince's unexpected arrival, even his serene and austere countenance drew all eyes to him. "Oh, how handsome the crown prince is!" exclaimed one.
Indeed.
He was truly deserving of the title of the most stunning man in the great Yu kingdom. When compared to him, the other three seemed but mere stars against the brilliance of the moon. From the moment the crown prince made his entrance, Qing Dai's gaze seemed to be magnetically affixed to him. Ding Shuang and the others were no exception. Who could resist the allure of such a handsome figure? Especially one of royal lineage? He was a revered warrior, adored even by the emperor, destined to be the future heir of the great Yu kingdom. With both power and beauty, whoever could secure his favor would undoubtedly rise to the status of empress or noble consort, bringing glory to their entire family. The older ministers, unaware of the crown prince's arrival, humbly beseeched his forgiveness for their lack of proper reception. Lord Qian was the first to step forward, immediately kneeling in reverence. The other ministers soon followed suit, exclaiming, "Long live the crown prince!" Yet, Yu Bei remained as cold and unyielding as ice, uttering not a single word. Beside him, the elderly eunuch Yuanji approached with a smile, gently assisting Lord Qian to his feet, and courteously remarked, "My lord, please rise at once." As Mr. Qian rose, the other ministers followed suit. Mr. Qian was aware that the crown prince had always been aloof, thus becoming accustomed to his demeanor. The emperor proclaimed Mr. Qian as a venerable elder with esteemed virtues, hence inviting the crown prince to extend his congratulations on this momentous occasion of his 70th birthday. Upon concluding his remarks, eunuch Yuanji gestured, and several guards promptly entered, bearing gifts. Mr. Qian, taken aback by such honor, hastily instructed his servants to prepare a place of high regard for the crown prince. The assembled ministers collectively perceived that the crown prince would not linger. His typically detached nature rendered his presence a rare blessing. Mr. Qian offered a mere token of courtesy, yet to everyone's astonishment, the crown prince, Yu Bei, silently advanced and took his seat in the esteemed position. All eyes widened in disbelief. The crown prince, known for his disconnection from worldly affairs, had indeed chosen to remain. Mr. Qian felt a surge of pride, for it was a significant honor to receive the crown prince's well wishes in celebration of his longevity. Nevertheless, the atmosphere grew considerably tense with the crown prince's icy demeanor. Mr. Qian served with utmost caution, yet Yu Bei remained uncommunicative. Lady Jean leaned towards Qing Dai, lowering her voice to a whisper only audible to them. "Daughter." "Mother," Qing Dai replied, turning to face Lady Jean, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, enhancing her beauty. "When the talent showcase occurs, you must perform splendidly. With your grace, you are certain to capture the crown prince's attention." "Mother," Qing Dai said, feeling a touch bashful. Jean remarked with a smile, "Are you aware that the crown prince has been designated as the heir apparent? Your aunt has informed us that the emperor's edict has already been drafted and publicly announced. Once declared, it is a matter of certainty that cannot be altered." Qing Dai was taken aback. Jean nodded. "The announcement was made only this morning. Your aunt has sent someone to relay the news. Knowing that the crown prince will also be present to celebrate the birthday is a rare opportunity that you must seize. The stature of the crown prince is such that the selection for the crown princess may be beyond our reach." At this, Qing Dai felt a tinge of disappointment. Jean gently patted her hand. "Success lies in human endeavor. Even if you cannot become the principal wife, there remains the possibility of being a secondary wife. With sufficient cunning, one need not fear usurping the position of the principal wife." Encouraged by Jin's words, Qing Dai felt a surge of confidence. She caressed her face, realizing that her beauty was indeed a perfect match for the crown prince, while others merely served as stepping stones for her ascent. As the talent showcase commenced, the young ladies and gentlemen initially regarded it as mere amusement. However, with the presence of the crown prince, they all exerted themselves to capture his attention. Suddenly, a wave of applause erupted from the crowd, as all eyes were drawn to the young lady in blue dancing on stage, Pan Xilian, the daughter of the current prime minister. It was said that she was the most talented woman in the capital, her reputation rivaling that of Qing Dai. Her beauty was among the finest in the imperial city, making her a formidable rival to Qing Dai. At this moment, she is performing the butterfly dance, her movements light and ethereal as the music plays, complemented by the vibrant attire that resembles fluttering butterflies. The garish display is truly unappealing, and Qing Dai quietly expresses her disdain. She eagerly anticipates the moment her own performance captivates the audience, planning to deliver a resounding blow to Pan Kai Lian afterward. Ban Xia's gaze momentarily darkens as she glances at Qing Dai beside her. Will she once again dazzle the crowd in this life? Accidentally locking eyes with Prince Yi, Ban Xia quickly averts her gaze. She is certain that when Prince Yi witnesses Qing Dai's stunning entrance, he will be irresistibly drawn to her. This thought sends a pang of pain through her heart. If only she had known the outcome in her past life. How could she have been so reckless as to aspire to wed the unattainable prince? Yu Beiyi's attention remains fixed on Ban Xia, but she only meets his gaze for a fleeting moment before looking down again. Qing Dai notices that Yu Beiyi continues to glance in their direction, naturally assuming that his interest lies with her. She cannot fathom that the prince would cast his eyes upon the few plain-looking women beside her. The thought sends her heart racing. As the dance concludes, the audience erupts into enthusiastic applause. Qing Dai is called forth, her cheeks flushed with a charming blush, further enhancing her allure, captivating the attention of several young gentlemen present. Qing Dai, my dear, you have always been exceptional. I am confident you will mesmerize the entire audience. Due to the close friendship between Madame Lao Ho and Madame Qian, the two families maintained an excellent relationship. As a result, young Qing Dai frequently visited, and Mr. Qian regarded her as a granddaughter. Even before her performance, she was already being praised, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Grandfather Qian, my dance cannot compare to Miss Pan's. If you say such things, it will bring shame upon your granddaughter. You must protect Qing Dai, she exclaimed with a light-hearted laugh. Mr. Qian chuckled heartily. Good child, go ahead and perform. There are so many witnesses here, and you must not let my words be contradicted. Grandfather Qian, I will do my utmost, Qing Dai replied. After speaking, she gestured for the musicians to play the piece Qing Cheng. Upon hearing the title, the musicians focused intently. It is widely known that the dance Qing Cheng is notoriously difficult to master. The graceful spins rely solely on the strength of one's toes, making it a rare talent among performers. As the music began, Qing Dai, clad in her meticulously prepared dance attire, moved gracefully. Her waist was supple, swaying like a water snake, able to bend and flow freely. Chapter 33. The Prince's Fury. As the crowd emerged from the previous spectacle, they were captivated by Qing Dai's enchanting dance. Her graceful movements spiraled through the air like a swan in flight, ethereal and elegant. Indeed, her performance dazzled the entire audience, leaving the young gentleman utterly entranced by her presence. Ban Xia involuntarily lifted her gaze to meet the eyes of Yu Beiyi, only to find his unwavering stare fixed upon her. Instantly, she averted her eyes, furrowing her brow in discomfort. It was unsettling to be scrutinized so intently by another. Rising from her seat, she contemplated relocating to a more distant spot, hoping for some reprieve. However, just as she stood, Ding Shuang called out to her. Where do you think you're going? We're about to begin. Are you trying to escape? Ban Xia retorted silently. Miss Ding, is it not permissible for me to change my seat? Ding Shuang scoffed. Who knows if you're just afraid and planning to flee? Ban Xia chose not to respond, merely casting her a disdainful glance before departing regardless of Ding Shuang's reaction. Hey, you little village girl, come sit here. It wasn't long before she was summoned by Princess Ziqing. Ban Xia glanced at the princess's seat, which was not far from the prince, and felt a strong reluctance to approach. Yet, the princesses maid approached her insistently, compelling Ban Xia to take a seat beside them. In such a public setting, it would have been inappropriate to resist, so she reluctantly complied. With a knowing squint, Princess Ziqing fixed her gaze on Ban Xia and, feigning seriousness, inquired, Little village girl, do you not realize that the bandit is your brother? Even if Ban Xia were aware, she could not possibly speak of it. Feigning ignorance was her only recourse. With a blink of her innocent eyes, she remarked, I have just returned from the countryside, having only encountered my second and third brothers. I have never met my eldest brother, so how could I know what he looks like? Upon hearing this, Princess Ziqing seemed to grasp the logic, her expression suggesting genuine ignorance. Ban Xia lowered her gaze, choosing silence, as the incessant applause and cheers echoed in her ears, causing her a headache. Prince brother, the princess suddenly called out, causing Ban Xia to shiver involuntarily. Lifting her head, she indeed met the gaze of Yu Beiyi. In her previous life, he had feigned tenderness and indulgence, luring her into the snare of his affections. She averted her eyes, striving to calm her tumultuous heart, treating him as if he were merely air. Prince brother, why do you keep staring at Ziqing? Is there something on her face? Ziqing inquired, hastily feeling her own face. Finding nothing amiss, Yu Bei remained silent, yet the animosity and hatred reflected in Bengxia's eyes caused him to frown. Retracting his gaze, his expression grew increasingly frigid, the palpable anger emanating from his displeasure, making the atmosphere suffocating. What had once been a vibrant atmosphere filled with cheers now fell eerily silent, akin to autumn leaves drifting to the ground. Yuan Ji, the eunuch standing behind him, sensed the discord in the air, quickly wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Silently lamenting, "Your Highness, the Emperor tasked me with delivering gifts. You suddenly choose to accompany me, yet your countenance remains so grim. Alas." As the performance concluded, Qing Dai, sensing the shift in ambience, descended the stage with a hint of disappointment. Mei Taifu inquired softly, "Your Highness, is it the lively atmosphere that you find unsettling?" Yu Bei offered no reply but instead turned to Bengxia and directly stated, "I have heard that the esteemed Medicine Duke's daughter, having returned from the countryside, wishes to compete with Miss Ding, the daughter of the inspector." Upon being named by the Crown Prince, Bengxia remained unfazed, while both the Medicine Duke and Inspector Ding were already trembling in fear, kneeling before him. "Your Highness, such childish antics should not be taken seriously," Inspector Ding remarked, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The Medicine Duke spoke with a quivering voice, "My daughter has only just returned from the countryside, knowing little of these matters. I beg you, Your Highness, do not hold it against her." "Hold what against her?" Yu Bei queried, gazing at the Medicine Duke with a look of confusion. The Medicine Duke stammered, unable to articulate a response. Suddenly, the Crown Prince's gaze fell once more upon Bengxia as he queried, "What is it, Xiaxia? Do you still wish to pretend that you do not know me?" His words sent ripples of shock through the onlookers. This rustic girl was indeed acquainted with the Crown Prince. Bengxia nearly choked in disbelief. The Yu Bei of her past was gentle and reserved. Yet now he displayed such audacity and arrogance. "Your Highness, you are of noble birth, and I am but a newcomer. You must have mistaken me for someone else," she declared, stepping forward and performing a slight curtsy, resolutely refusing to acknowledge him, despite his insistence. Yu Bei narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint sparking within. This little woman truly had the audacity to publicly deny their acquaintance. The Medicine Duke hastily added, "Your Highness, my daughter is but an ordinary girl who has recently returned from the countryside. Surely, you must have made an error." Yu Bei did not even glance at the two ministers kneeling below him. Instead, his gaze was fixed intently on Han Xia. Each word he uttered was laden with weight. "Do you dare to repeat that?" Han Xia remained unfazed, responding with an air of detachment. "Your Highness the Crown Prince and I are complete strangers. I do not know him." With a sharp crack, the teacup in Yu Bei's hand shattered. An immediate tension enveloped the room as everyone sensed the icy ruthlessness of the Crown Prince, known for his merciless nature. It seemed that Han Xia's life hung by a thread. Han Xia furrowed her brow tightly. She lacked the strength to resist and could only submit to Yu Bei's wrath. "Are you not afraid that I shall take your life?" His words sent a shiver through all present. What had Han Xia done to incur the Crown Prince's ire? She lifted her gaze, meeting Yu Bei's eyes with a stubbornness that was almost heart-wrenching. "If your Highness chooses to end my life simply because I do not know you, I have no words to contest." Her cold, distant voice lingered in Yu Bei's heart, cutting him as sharply as a knife. Mei Zichu, growing anxious, stepped forward and exclaimed, "You foolish country girl, how can you be so ungrateful? Just an hour ago, His Highness saved you, and now you deny it?" Her words sparked an uproar among the crowd. It was revealed that the Crown Prince had indeed saved the fifth miss of the Yao family just an hour prior. No wonder he recognized her. It was absurd that this woman, so ungrateful, would pretend not to know the one who had rescued her.
Han Xia.
Is what Mei Xiaojun said true? The Marquis of Medicine is quite distressed. It is true. Bansha responded defiantly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Observing the redness in her gaze, Yu Bei felt a pang of anguish. Was it truly so distressing for her to acknowledge their connection? "Your Highness, the young lady has just returned from the countryside and, due to my negligence, has inadvertently offended you. I humbly accept responsibility for her actions and implore you to spare her from your wrath." The esteemed pharmacist then inquired, "Would you sacrifice your life for your daughter's South transgressions against this court?" Only then did Yu Bei turn his attention to the pharmacist. Bansha's heart sank as she immediately glanced at her father. The pharmacist trembled, evidently gripped by fear. Yet, despite his trepidation, he resolutely lowered himself, stating, "I am willing." Banshaw's eyes brimmed with tears, unable to contain her sorrow any longer. Chapter 34. Winning rewards and losing punishments. Banshaw wept, and Yu Bei instinctively reached out to wipe her tears. However, upon encountering her eyes filled with hatred and defiance, he restrained himself from extending his hand. The performance must continue, winning rewards and losing punishments. The prince's words signified a reprieve for Banshaw. Yet the phrase winning rewards and losing punishments applied not only to her, but also to Ding Shuang. Maisie let out a sigh of relief and said to Banshaw, "Little village girl, why don't you hurry and prepare? You truly have luck on your side." On the other hand, Ding Shuang appeared somewhat anxious, exclaiming, "Mother, what should we do?" His Royal Highness mentioned losing punishments. Ding Shuang's mother patted her hand in reassurance, saying, "What is there to fear? How could you possibly lose to a mere village girl?" The official's wife had great confidence in her daughter's talents, having personally overseen her studies. Surely, she could not be outdone by a girl from the countryside who lacked a mother. Yet I have repeatedly suffered setbacks at the hands of that village girl. Mother, I... Observing Ding Shuang's hesitation, the official's wife gently patted her hand and remarked, "This talent is not like mere rhetoric. Skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and dance require years of practice to master." Ding Shuang pondered this, realizing that even if Banshaw possessed a sharp tongue, what use was it? She doubted that the village teachers could compare to those in the capital. The official's wife cast a furtive glance at the prince and whispered, "Make sure to perform well. It is a rare occasion for His Royal Highness to appear. You must leave a good impression." Ding Shuang's face flushed at her mother's words, and she stole a glance at the prince, whose expression was as cold as ice. It is said that the crown prince is bloodthirsty and ruthless, yet in her eyes, he appears remarkably handsome and pure, untouched by the filth of the world. At this moment, Han Xia has ascended the stage, and due to her unremarkable appearance, she fails to attract any attention. When Ding Shuang approaches, her dazzling beauty starkly contrasts with Han Xia's ordinariness. "Humph. I shall let you have this moment since you hail from the countryside, but don't presume to compare yourself with me." Han Xia finds Ding Shuang's condescending tone utterly distasteful. Even the village girls referred to by the noble lady and young lord sound more pleasant than this snobbish country girl. The country girl can still outshine you. Han Xia speaks with a cool demeanor, her confidence shining like a celestial light that captivates the gaze of Yu Bei. Meanwhile, the others regard Han Xia with amusement, deeming her assertion of victory as mere folly, a display of foolishness. Song Shu immediately rises to encourage her, exclaiming, "Well done, little sister. Even if we lose, we must not lose our spirit. Come on, brother supports you." Instantly, the crowd erupts in laughter. The phrase, "Even if we lose in person, we must not lose our spirit," successfully lightens the previously tense atmosphere. Han Xia is left speechless. Could she possibly pretend not to know this reckless and foolish brother of hers? Jing Mo, exasperated, strides over and delivers a kick to Song Shu's rear. Having already been unsteady, the kick from his elder brother causes him to grimace in pain. "Ouch, that hurts. Brother, what was that for?" Jing Mo shoots him an exasperated glance. "Who said my sister would lose?" "Silence yourself." Liang Jiang quickly pulls Song Shu back into his seat. "Why bolster others' ambitions while extinguishing our own? Sit quietly and refrain from speaking." Ding Shuang scoffed. "You certainly have a lot of bravado, yet even your own brother does not believe you." She continued impatiently, "Enough of the rambling, speak swiftly." After a moment's contemplation, Ding Shuang inquired, "Can you play the guqin?" Upon hearing the mention of the instrument, Ban Xia's gaze flickered as thoughts of someone came to mind. "Humph. I knew you wouldn't possess such an elegant skill," Ding Shuang concluded decisively, convinced that Ban Xia would indeed falter. Ban Xia, avoiding her gaze, turned to Qing Dai and asked, "Sister, may I borrow your guqin?" Recently having offended the crown prince, Qing Dai was reluctant to associate with her and hastily replied, "I left in a hurry, and didn't he bring it?" It was evident that participating in the gathering and performing was unavoidable, and her excuse was transparently a pretext. Others also shook their heads, clearly unwilling to lend her their instruments. Ding Shuang's maid brought her guzheng onto the stage, and Ding Shuang nodded with satisfaction before mocking. "You don't even have a guqin and yet dare to accept a challenge. How presumptuous." Mei Zichu, unaware of the reason, felt particularly anxious for Ban Xia at that moment. He promptly turned to Mei Ziqing and asked, "Sister, where's your guqin?" Mei Ziqing, exasperated, replied, "Brother, have you lost your wits? When have you ever seen me play the guqin?" It dawned on Mei Zichu that his sister had never learned to play the instrument. Hence she neither possessed nor could play one. "Go, fetch the Nuanyu Shueqin," he commanded. Suddenly, the crown prince interjected, striding outside and beckoning, and instantly, 8 guards arrived carrying the Nuanyu Shueqin. The crowd gazed enviously at this scene, for everyone knew that the Nuanyu Shueqin was one of the dowries of the empress, a treasure of immeasurable worth. It is said that this warm jade is entirely snow white, and wherever it is touched, it radiates warmth akin to body temperature. A small fragment of this warm jade is already of considerable value, let alone a splendidly large piece fashioned into a qin stand, making it a true treasure among treasures. Moreover, the strings above are crafted from gold and silver threads, producing a melodious sound that is exceedingly rare. Banksia wished to decline, yet at this critical moment, there was no one willing to lend her an instrument, thus she had no choice but to make do. Were her thoughts to be revealed to Yu Bei, he would surely be infuriated. His mother cherished the warm jade snow qin as a precious gem, and this woman merely regarded it with indifference. Ding Shuang was utterly incensed, lamenting that she should have never compared her skills with this rustic village girl. The silk handkerchief in Qingdai's hand was nearly torn apart, as jealousy ignited a fiery rage within her. Had she known, she would have lent the qin to this wretched woman, and now she finds her benefiting so undeservedly. The warm jade snow qin was, in fact, Banksia's second encounter. The first time was when an imperial decree designated her as the crown princess, accompanied by this very qin as a gift. At that time, she was naive and merely brushed against the warm jade snow qin, only to be deceived by Qingdai and the Jin mother-daughter duo. As the strings were plucked, a graceful and soothing melody emerged, and Banksia closed her eyes to quietly savor the resonance of the strings. Ding Shuang, also playing the qin, found her performance tainted by jealousy and disdain towards Banksia, resulting in a somewhat restless tune. The contrasting sounds from the two instruments left the audience feeling somewhat disconcerted. Banksia remained undisturbed by Ding Shuang's agitated notes, continuing to express the melodies of her heart. The lively music evoked the innocence and simplicity of childhood, filled with joy and purity. Close your eyes, and the innocent emotions of youthful affection bring joy to all who partake. The lively melody gradually transforms into a lingering, melancholic tune, reminiscent of the sorrow of parting. The audience, entranced by the enchanting strains played by Banksia, becomes immersed in the emotional ebb and flow. Following the poignant notes of separation, a joyous reunion emerges, imbued with sweetness, warmth, and beauty. Memories of past lives swirl in Banksia's mind, as feelings are delicately articulated to the rhythm. Just as the exquisite moments seem within grasp, betrayal strikes unexpectedly. The mournful tones furrow brows tightly, and hearts ache in unison. The treachery of a beloved inflicts wounds, leaving the music steeped in sorrowful lament, ultimately dissolving into the silence of death. One might think this would mark the conclusion, yet the music suddenly rises in a tumultuous crescendo. The strings, akin to blades of vengeance, resound with a passionate and stirring symphony. Chapter 35. The musical appreciation. A tear trickled from Hanxia's eye, and when she reopened her gaze, she appeared as a vengeful spirit returning from the depths of hell. Yet, she swiftly masked her emotions, reverting to a tranquil demeanor, while others closed their eyes. Immersed in the music's emotional embrace, they remained oblivious to the fury that simmered in Hanxia's eyes. However, Yu Bei discerned the overwhelming hatred reflected in her gaze. A fierce desire to obliterate him. A sense of unease gripped his heart. Why had her animosity towards him deepened so profoundly since her return? "Excellent, excellent," exclaimed Lord Qian, applauding fervently. This was the most exquisite melody he had ever encountered, capable of evoking such raw emotion, truly a masterpiece of unparalleled beauty. His enthusiastic approval jolted the audience from their emotional reverie. A profound stillness enveloped the room as the enchanting notes lingered in their hearts, resonating as if they would echo for 3 days. Ding Shuang, only then realizing the enchantment that had captivated her, had long ceased playing and was now quietly listening. Master Mei regarded Hanxia with admiration and remarked, "The outcome is evidently clear. No further judgment is necessary." Everyone understood the unspoken truth. After all, Ding Yusher was a prominent official in the court, deserving of some measure of respect. Upon hearing Master Mei's words, Lord Qian quickly turned to the crown prince, inquiring, "Your Highness, What are your thoughts? Yu Bei's penetrating gaze remained fixed upon Han Xia, his eyes deep with contemplation. After a brief pause, he declared, "The warm jade and snow-like zither shall be bestowed upon you, and there is no room for refusal." It was as if he anticipated her rejection, emphasizing the final 4 words with great weight. The esteemed Lord Yao nearly fell to his knees, for what a precious treasure this was. Bestowed upon him by the crown prince for his daughter. Everyone was utterly astonished, their gazes towards Banksia filled with profound envy and jealousy. Before Banksia could fully comprehend the situation, Yu Bei rose from his seat. Step by step, he approached her, and with each stride, Banksia felt her heart grow heavier. She wished to distance herself from him, to flee, yet escape was futile, and she could only raise her head defiantly to meet his gaze. "Do not think you can flee. You cannot escape. I shall never let you go for a lifetime," he declared, before striding away resolutely. A single statement ignited a tempest of emotions. The warm jade snow chain had been gifted, yet it was uncertain whether this was indeed a blessing. The implication from His Highness, the Crown Prince, suggested that he would pursue Banksia for her perceived disrespect, and she would do well to keep her distance from him in the future. Master Mei and Lord Qian exchanged perplexed glances, unable to fathom why such a distinguished figure as the Crown Prince would engage in a contest of wills with a mere girl. To alleviate the tension, Qian Shoutang quickly interjected, "The hour is late. Let us commence the banquet." At that moment, a servant called out, "Let the banquet begin."
Subsequently,
the maidservants began to serve wine and dishes. "Oh, how did you manage to offend my brother, the Crown Prince? After incurring his displeasure, you shall find no peace," remarked Princess Xiqing. As Banksia returned to her seat, she fell into deep contemplation, her thoughts abruptly interrupted by the princess's words. Raising her gaze, she met the princess's reproachful eyes. "I do not know," Banksia replied succinctly, and fell silent thereafter. Master Mei and Lord Qian summoned Mei Zichu and, away from prying eyes, inquired about the unfolding events. Mei Zichu recounted the tale, causing both Master Mei and Lord Qian to feel a profound sense of alarm. Meanwhile, Lord Yao, unable to contain his fury, bellowed at Mei Zichu, "You, with your cruel jest, dared to frighten my daughter with that venomous snake. If she were to be bitten, the consequences would be unthinkable." As he spoke, Lord Yao could not bear to continue, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily upon him. Master Mei hastily offered his apologies. My lord, it is my unfilial son who has caused this calamity. Please calm your anger. I shall ensure he faces the appropriate punishment upon returning home." Mei Zichu, however, remained unrepentant, retorting, "But the village girl is perfectly fine now, is she not? I fail to comprehend why you all are making such a fuss." Master Mei, infuriated, found himself at a loss for words, his finger trembling as he pointed at Mei Zichu. "You ungrateful wretch. You dare to defy while in the wrong? Just wait until I teach you a lesson." He raised his hand, yet before it could descend upon Mei Zichu, the latter swiftly fled the scene. Lord Qian shook his head and sighed. "We must prioritize addressing the pressing matters at hand." It was then that Lord Yao managed to quell his inner turmoil and, clasping his hands, inquired, "Might I ask if Lord Qian has any prudent suggestions?" Lord Qian turned his gaze towards Master Mei, saying, "His Highness, the Crown Prince, shares a close rapport with Master Mei. It would be beneficial for you, Master, to speak to the Crown Prince with gentle words regarding this matter." Master Mei immediately nodded, acknowledging the situation. This is only natural, but the Crown Prince's temperament. As he spoke, Master Mei hesitated. He could advocate on behalf of others. Yet the Crown Prince possessed his own resolute opinions, which even the Emperor found challenging to influence, let alone himself. Lord Qian offered a thoughtful analysis. Though the Crown Prince may be domineering, with a penchant for ruthlessness, he is not a narrow-minded individual. Once this matter passes, he is unlikely to pursue it further. Master Mei contemplated this and found it reasonable. If the Crown Prince truly harbored discontent, he would have expressed it immediately, rather than waiting. Moreover, the Crown Prince had never been one to dawdle or procrastinate. Indeed, he had even bestowed the Empress's loot upon young Banksia. Any anger, he felt, would not be fatal. In the end, Lord Qian articulated a profound insight, which resonated with the group. The individuals inside the room finally found their composure as the banquet outside neared its conclusion. Guests departed one after another, and those fortunate enough to be invited to the Qian residence were genuinely elated, having finally encountered the Crown Prince. Qian Xiaodang escorted the members of the Ho family to their carriage and turned to Banksia, saying, "Thank you for your assistance today." Banksia stepped forward, slightly bowing as she replied, "It was but a trifling effort. There is no need for formalities, young Master Qian." In an unusual display of warmth, Qian Xiaodang smiled. "Sister Banksia may call me Shouting Gidge." Banksia nodded gently. "Brother Qian, I shall remember." Qian Shouting responded with a hearty laugh. "Very well, Brother Qian it is then. A unique distinction indeed." Banksia, the old Marchioness, called out from the carriage. Banksia once again bent down towards Qian Xiaodang and then took her leave. "Brother, my sister has gone quite far." Jing Imo appeared, and the flamboyant aura surrounding him had completely vanished. "You are the bandit. I truly did not anticipate this," Qian Xiaodang said, turning his head to look at Jing Imo with certainty. Jing Imo merely smirked slightly. "You were on the verge of missing me. Enough, you lad. You are fortunate and resilient. It is not so easy for you to meet your end. I apologize for the trouble." Jing Imo spoke graciously. "Why must we be so formal? Had I known it was you, I would not have spent so long in apprehension, nor sought assistance from your sister. She is quite astute, contrary to the rumors." Jing Imo felt a sense of relief. Qian Xiaodang patted his shoulder. "You have been secretly investigating her for all these years. Otherwise, you would not have recognized her at first glance, nor would you have been unaware of her intelligence." At this, Jing Imo fell silent for a moment. It was precisely because he had never ceased his discreet inquiries into his sister over the years, and had even stealthily visited her, that he found it puzzling. His sister, though well-educated and proficient in various arts, including music, chess, calligraphy, and medicine, excelling beyond her ancestors, had previously possessed a character as innocent as a blank slate, utterly different from her current demeanor. Chapter 36. Secret Transactions. Unlike before, Jing Imo furrowed his brow. Qian Xiaodang, however, chuckled dismissively. "Do you think you are the only one who knows how to disguise? Does your sister not possess such skills?" Upon hearing this, Jing Imo felt a sudden clarity. Yet his heart ached. At such a tender age, she should be carefree and untroubled. Qian Xiaodang took his leave. Jing Imo unexpectedly clasped his hands in farewell. Qian Xiaodang patted his shoulder, saying, "Be cautious in all matters, Imo." Within the Marquis's residence, as soon as they entered, Jinshi could no longer contain herself and erupted in anger. "Bring forth the family law." Instantly, several servants surrounded Ban Xia, their demeanor decidedly menacing. Strike her hard." In an instant, a few attendants restrained Ban Xia firmly. The old Marquise's expression darkened. "Daughter-in-law, what are you doing?" Jinshi turned to the old Marquise, explaining, "Mother, while you were dining in the back hall, you were unaware of the events occurring in the front courtyard." The old Marquise's face grew displeased. "Regardless of the situation, you could have reported it first. To act in such a manner before your elder without clarifying, intending to harm my granddaughter, do you not regard me?" "This old woman?" "Mother, Ban Xia has openly disrespected the crown prince and incurred his wrath. She has committed a grave offense. If His Highness were to pursue this matter, it would implicate our entire family." Jinshi's words caused the old Marquise to feel a pang of concern. "Child, what has happened?" Whenever the topic turned to Yu, Ban Xia's fists involuntarily clenched tightly. Seeing Banksia remain silent, the old lady Ho grew anxious. "Xia girl, do you intend to drive your grandmother to despair? Pray, tell me what transpired." Banksia cast a glance at Madame Jean but refrained from uttering a word. Strike her fiercely," commanded Madame Jean, prompting the servants to take action. "What is this ruckus?" The voice of the medicine marquis rang out, immediately silencing the courtyard. After a brief pause, Madame Jean exclaimed in distress, "My lord, they say being a stepmother is a difficult role, and I now see it is indeed arduous. A child not born of my own womb cannot be reprimanded or chastised. If I do not discipline them, they will misbehave, and I shall be blamed. If I do discipline them, they call me cruel. My lord, I can no longer manage this household." Hearing Madame Jean's lament, the medicine marquis felt a pang of sympathy. Observing her theatrics, Banksia couldn't help but find it amusing. She lifted her gaze and decided it was time for her to speak. "Since mother deems this entirely my fault, then let them strike." With that, she shrugged off the grip of the servant and knelt on the ground, suppressing her sobs. This display evoked a sense of pity. Madame Jean quickly regained her composure and pointed at Banksia, declaring, "What do you mean by saying I think it is your fault? Is it not indeed your fault?" Banksia stubbornly remained silent. wearing a look of grievance that infuriated Madame Jean. The medicine marquis inquired, "What exactly is the matter?" Madame Jean hastily explained, "My lord, surely you are aware, today this girl publicly offended His Highness the Crown Prince, nearly implicating you and our entire family." The medicine marquis felt a chill at the recollection of the incident, grateful that no significant calamity had ensued. Bansha turned to the pharmacist and inquired, "Father, did you notice that I offended His Highness the Crown Prince today?" The pharmacist furrowed his brows, responding, "My dear girl, the Crown Prince saved you. Why do you feign ignorance?" When he inquired a second time, "Why did you still pretend not to know him?" Jean let out a cold snort, remarking, "Ungrateful wretch. The Crown Prince rescued you, and yet you act as if you do not recognize him. Is this not the height of disrespect and ingratitude?" Bansha looked directly at Jean and retorted, "I have never seen him before. How could I possibly know he is the Crown Prince?" At that moment, I was so frightened that I had no capacity to observe the appearance of my savior. If I was unaware, how could I recognize him? With this statement, Jean was left speechless. The pharmacist finally understood and hurriedly helped Bansha to her feet, expressing his concern, "Good child, rise quickly. This is not your fault. Go rest in your room and do not worry about what comes next." Bansha slightly bowed to the pharmacist and the old matriarch, saying, "Father, grandmother, I am still quite shaken and shall return to rest now." The old matriarch, still unclear about the situation, sensed that Bansha was truly frightened and quickly waved her hand. "Child, hurry back and rest." Jean watched as Bansha walked past her, unharmed, realizing that such a golden opportunity had slipped away just like that. "My lord, just like this." Silence. Before Jean could finish her sentence, the pharmacist chastised, "How can you, as a mother, act so rashly without understanding the situation? Ready to scold the child without discerning the truth." Jean sure instantly comprehended the situation, realizing why she had spoken so, and why the old Madame Ho had inquired without receiving a word from Banksia. It became evident that she was merely waiting for her to act, so that the master would witness it, and then she would refute it, ensnared by that little vixen. The pharmacist, unbothered by her, hastily instructed the servant beside him, "Make a trip to the May residence and convey the young lady's recent statements to the Grand Tutor." Upon hearing the master's command, Dongya did not dare to delay and promptly set off for the May residence. Upon returning to the worry-free courtyard, Banksia's first question was, "Have my two elder brothers returned?" Xiaoyao, who was teaching Lure to write, shook her head in response. "Miss, I have been in the courtyard and have not gone out." Banksia furrowed her brow. Feeling a pang of anxiety, today marked the day in her previous life when her second brother engaged in a transaction. She had initially thought that he would not attend the Qian family's birthday banquet, yet she had not seen them return at all. This was unacceptable. She must swiftly establish her own connections, or her endeavors would be severely hindered. Just then, Xiangzhu rushed back, breathless. "Miss, something terrible has happened." Banksia's heart sank. "What is it?" "Speak quickly." "The second young master and the third young master are conducting a secret transaction with a merchant from the northern desert at the Xiangcha Pavilion on North Street of the Imperial City." So it was indeed true. Banksia immediately commanded, "You two stay behind and prevent the two outside from entering, no matter what. They must not learn that I have gone out." Xiaorao hesitated. "Miss, if you go out, they will see you." As soon as the words left her lips, Hanxia leapt through the rear window, which led directly to the street outside, rendering her invisible to those in the courtyard. In that moment, Xiaorao understood why Miss Ming had insisted on residing here. It possessed such a remarkable advantage. Upon a tea-house sign, 3 gilded characters boldly proclaimed Fragrant Tea Pavilion. This establishment was renowned throughout the capital, rumored to serve tea infused with a unique aroma that calmed the spirit. However, due to limited seating, the tea house only accepted reservations, and securing a spot could take a month or longer. As soon as Hanxia entered, she was intercepted by a waiter. "Miss, I regret to inform you that Fragrant Tea Pavilion is currently at full capacity. If you have a reservation or are meeting someone with a reservation, you may proceed." Hanxia, feeling a surge of urgency, replied, "I am here to find my brother." The waiter, maintaining his politeness, inquired, "May I ask, who is your brother, miss?" Chapter 37. Coral of the South China Sea, please assist me in inquiring about the 2 young masters of the Ho residence, Zhang Zhu and Liang Jiang. Certainly, Mississippi. Please hold on for a moment. The young attendant promptly approached the counter and exchanged a few words with the proprietor. After perusing the reservation records, the proprietor shook his head in disapproval. Upon returning, the young attendant reported, "Miss, there are no records of the individuals you mentioned." Banha, understanding the impossibility of her brothers having made the reservation, deduced that it was likely arranged by the merchant from the northern desert. "Kind sir, I implore you to make an exception. I have urgent matters that necessitate my immediate entrance." Banha displayed evident urgency. Though the young attendant sympathized with her plight, he was bound by the establishment's rules. "Miss, do you not realize that this fragrant tea house is a property of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion? Their regulations are not to be trifled with." Once again, the mention of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion struck a chord with Banha. She was well aware of its enigmatic and perilous nature, a force even the current emperor dared not confront. At that moment, she caught sight of a figure at the corner of the second floor. Reluctantly, she pointed towards the individual, stating, "We are old acquaintances. He will grant me access." The young attendant followed her gesture and spotted a man, ethereal as a celestial being, making his way towards the private room. He approached the gentleman, saying, "This esteemed sir, there is a lady downstairs who claims to be your acquaintance, and that you would invite her up." Yubei glanced in the direction indicated by the attendant and recognized Banha standing at the entrance. "Bring her here," he commanded succinctly before entering the private chamber. The young attendant promptly escorted Banha inside. The private room was spacious and exquisitely adorned. Bansha gazed awkwardly at the solitary figure of Yubei. When Yubei's eyes turned towards her, Bansha remained silent, standing there without uttering a word. The attendant closed the door behind him, leaving only the two of them in the room. Yubei looked at Bansha and commanded, "Come sit over here." However, Bansha ignored him and turned to leave. Just as she reached for the door, two guards suddenly appeared, blocking her path, their imposing stature and drawn swords striking fear into her heart. Bansha whirled around to face the crown prince, demanding, "What do you mean by this? You are willing to acknowledge our past friendship. Should we not take the time to reminisce?" Bansha lowered her gaze. "Your Highness holds a noble status, one that I cannot aspire to." Initially, Yubei had been in high spirits due to Bansha's visit, but her words immediately cast a chilling pall over his expression. "Leave us," he instructed, and the guards promptly exited, standing sentinel outside. Yubei approached her. "Xiaxia, are you upset that your brother concealed his identity?" Bansha's eyes were frigid, devoid of any emotion, causing a sense of unease to wash over Yubei. "Your Highness, regardless of your identity, it bears no relevance to me. I kindly request that you allow me to leave." The more resolute Bansha became, the angrier Yubei grew. He grasped her shoulders tightly, his eyes seemingly ablaze with intensity. "Why? Why have you changed so drastically since your return? Why do you harbor such animosity towards me?" Bansha met his gaze, with her crimson eyes, piercing deeply into Yubei's heart, inflicting an ache he could not ignore. The crown prince jested, yet Banksia bore no enmity towards him. Why, then, should she harbor hatred? Although her words were uttered lightly, the resentment gleaming in her eyes was impossible to overlook. No enmity, yet there was hatred and estrangement. He could not comprehend how it had come to this. Observing the crown prince's seemingly helpless expression, Banksia scoffed, wondering whom she was deceiving. Fixing her gaze upon the prince, she suppressed her heartache and posed a single question. "Your Highness, have you ever loved me?" In a previous life, she had asked this very question, and the crown prince had remained silent, yet his indulgence towards her had led her to believe her inquiry was superfluous. Only in death did she realize that his silence stemmed not from a lack of response, but from a profound absence of love. Indeed, Yubei furrowed his brow tightly, at a loss for words. Banksia had experienced this anguish long before, so upon revisiting it, she found herself far more composed. With a forceful push, she freed herself from Yubei's grasp, a sardonic smile curling at her lips. "Your Highness, I possess an unremarkable appearance, lacking the beauty of my sister, and I am without her influential connections. Should you find yourself truly bored, you might seek solace in my sister. I am certain she would be more than willing to oblige." Exhausted from uttering these words, she turned and strode toward the door. The guards attempted to intervene, but the crown prince clearly wished to let her go, and they could do naught but watch as Banksia departed. Yubei's handsome brows knitted together once more, lost in thoughts that eluded him. After Banksia's departure, she inquired of a tavern attendant, "Are there merchants from the northern desert currently in your establishment?" "Merchants from the northern desert?" The innkeeper, after a moment's contemplation, pointed to the room at the southernmost end of the second floor, remarking that there were few merchants from the north desert and suggesting it might be the one she sought. "Thank you, Kind innkeeper, said Banksia, as she removed the silver hairpin from her head and handed it to him. The innkeeper quickly shook his head, returning the hairpin with a sense of urgency. Miss, that is absolutely not necessary, he insisted before hastily retreating to the corner of the staircase. Jiu awaited him there, inquiring immediately, did you speak? According to Master Jiu's instructions. I conveyed everything, the innkeeper replied. Did you reveal any inconsistencies? None, I believe. When she inquired about the merchants from the North Desert, I deliberately feigned contemplation.
Satisfied.
Jiu nodded and instructed, you may leave now. Inform the manager that you are to commence learning tea preparation in the back kitchen. Ecstatic at the news, the innkeeper hurriedly dashed down the stairs. Jiu promptly made his way to the private chambers where the crown prince resided to report the developments. Following the innkeeper's directions, Banksia proceeded directly to the room of the North Desert merchant. Without hesitation, she pushed the door open and overheard Songju exclaim, "This treasure is sure to delight my dear sister. It is South Sea red coral, a true masterpiece in both value and appearance." Brother, Banksia suddenly interjected, startling everyone present. Sister, what brings you here? Songju stammered, quickly concealing the South Sea red coral behind him. Liangjiang also hurried to shield it, exclaiming, this is a surprise for my sister. If she sees it now, the surprise will be ruined. Bansha wore a serious expression and approached, saying, Brother, do not obstruct me. I can see everything. Songju felt a twinge of disinterest and retorted, what is wrong with you? Why venture out when you could remain comfortably at home? Ignoring her two brothers, Bansha turned her attention to the merchant from the northern deserts and inquired, what must my brother offer in exchange for that invaluable South Sea red coral? Bansha did not believe for a moment that the Jean family would bestow a handsome sum of silver upon her brothers for them to squander at will. The merchant, adorned with a bushy beard, was taken aback upon seeing Bansha. Rather than responding to her question, he exclaimed in anger, this tea house upholds the utmost confidentiality regarding its patrons. How did you manage to enter? His words jolted everyone, for it was indeed peculiar that Bansha could find her way in with such precision. Chapter 38, The Two Golden Keys Sister. How did you get in here? How did you know we were in this private room? Liang Jiang inquired with curiosity. Banksia felt puzzled as well, but the thought of Yu Beiyu immediately clarified the situation. He must have been assisting them covertly. After all, how could someone who rarely ventured out be seen entering this tea house? It was evident that her movements were entirely within his control. Banksia chose not to respond to the question and instead fixed her gaze upon the merchant from the north. Pray tell, is this South Sea red coral truly your possession? The merchant, taken aback by Banksia's sudden inquiry, appeared flustered. Liang Jiang quickly tugged at Banksia's sleeve. Sister, what are you saying? This South Sea red coral undoubtedly belongs to him. Banksia cast a cold glance at Liang Jiang and his brother Songshu, causing an involuntary chill to run down their spines. How can you be so certain? Songshu hastily interjected, it is still. Enough, do not say more. Without allowing Songshu to finish, Liang Jiang interrupted, since my sister has already seen it, simply give it to her. Songshu, realizing the implication, promptly handed the South Sea red coral to Banksia. Sister, this is a coming-of-age gift from us brothers. Banksia accepted the coral, placing it on the table without being swayed by its beauty or value. With a frosty tone, she stated, I shall not accept something of dubious origin. Do you intend to burden me with the stigma of theft as well? As soon as these words escaped her lips, both Liang Jiang and Songshu were instantly incensed. How can you speak to us in such a manner? We have exerted tremendous effort to procure this gift for you, yet you show no gratitude. Indeed, upon your return, you incited our father to strike me, and now, after presenting you with a gift, you respond in this way. Are you truly our dear sister? The brothers' faces flushed with indignation, their expressions akin to that of someone who has been grievously wronged. The merchant from the northern plains appeared visibly unsettled and hastily declared, Gentlemen, please handle your familial matters amongst yourselves. I shall take my leave. Without waiting for a response, he attempted to slip away. Stop right there. You shall not leave. Half Summer's voice rang out with authority. The merchant, feigning ignorance, quickened his pace towards the exit. Help! Thief! Stop him! Half Summer shouted, her cries attracting considerable attention. Several attendants rushed forth to intercept the fleeing merchant. With a look of innocent bewilderment, he protested, I am no thief. This woman is a madwoman. Half Summer replied coldly, whether you are a thief or not will be determined at the magistrate's office. Liang Jiang and Songshu, The brothers were left dumbfounded by the revelation of such a sister, one who would dare to bring them before the authorities. The innkeeper stepped forward, proclaiming, "Bring them to the magistrate. We must implore Lord Shui, the governor of the capital, to investigate this matter thoroughly, leaving no blemish on our establishment, Fragrant Tea House." Thus, the group was escorted directly to the capital's magistrate's office. In the court of the esteemed Lord Shui, the chief of the metropolitan prefecture, a grand plaque inscribed with the 4 characters bright mirror-high suspended loomed overhead, symbolizing integrity and impartiality. As a merchant from the northern wilderness entered, he was swiftly compelled to kneel before the court. Lord Shui's gaze shifted to the few standing upright, a frown creasing his brow. Why do those below not kneel? Song Shu stepped forward, declaring, "My father is the Marquis of the Medicine House. How can a mere 4th-rank official expect me to bow?" Li Nongjina, with a proud chest, asserted, "I am Li Yingjiang, the legitimate second son of the Marquis of Medicine. This matter is merely a misunderstanding." The 2 brothers, exuding an air of entitlement, displayed utter disregard for those around them. Bi and Shi, witnessing their demeanor, felt a throb of frustration. Although their father was a marquis, what justification did they have to remain standing when they themselves held no titles? Despite Lord Shui's discontent, he dared not confront them too harshly, given their lineage. Bi and Shi then stepped forward, her demeanor polite and cordial. "My lord, the reason we do not kneel is that we, the 3 siblings, are whistleblowers, not thieves." Her gracious manner and eloquence somewhat appeased Lord Shui. "You claim it was a misunderstanding," he said, casting a glance at Li Yingjiang. Bi and Shi quickly interjected, "My lord, it is not a misunderstanding. My elder brother had consumed a bit too much wine at old Master Qian's birthday celebration today, which has clouded his judgment." Li Yingjiang, taken aback, was about to retort, but a single cold glance from Bi and Shi silenced him instantly. In her heart, she was equally astonished. How could her young sister possess a gaze more terrifying than their father's, cold enough to instill panic? A muddled defense had led to the mention of Elder Qian, leaving Lord Shui, the magistrate, feeling immense pressure. The innkeeper hastily approached, presenting a letter from the proprietor. "Lord Shui, our master requests that you swiftly ascertain the truth, lest our tea house be tarnished with a bad reputation." Lord Shui felt overwhelmed. A mere theft had entangled so many significant figures, suggesting that this little thief would be hard-pressed to survive. The merchant from the northern desert cried out in protest, "My lord, I am innocent. The South Sea red coral was not stolen by me. I purchased it elsewhere." Han Xia chuckled. "This South Sea red coral is a precious rarity. It is exceedingly scarce. Pray tell, where did you acquire it?" "I bought it, of course," the northern merchant retorted defensively. Han Xia turned to Zhang Zhu and Liang Jiang, inquiring, "What did you exchange with him?" The 2 replied in unison, "Keys." Instantly, Han Xia recalled that among her mother's heirlooms were 3 golden keys, each bestowed upon her 3 brothers. Anger surged within her. Regardless of their monetary value, her mother's belongings were treasures of immeasurable worth, as vital as her own life. How could her brothers have traded them for this worthless coral? Suppressing her fury, she looked at the northern merchant and demanded, "Return the golden keys." The merchant hesitated. Yet under the current circumstances, he had no choice but to comply. Thus, the golden keys were returned, revealing 2 resplendent orange-yellow keys. Han Xia, without a moment's hesitation, handed the keys directly to Lord Shui, the governor. She then remarked, "Lord Shui, consider this. The combined worth of these keys pales in comparison to merely 1/3 of the value of the South Sea red coral. Only a fool from the northern desert would be willing to trade such precious coral for these." Inwardly, Song Shu mused that indeed, it was foolish to overlook such a significant opportunity. Han Xia shot Song Shu a cold glance, thinking how spoiled he had become under the indulgence of the Jin family, rendering his thoughts so naively simplistic. After inspecting the golden keys, Lord Shui promptly returned them to Han Xia, then sternly interrogated the northern desert merchant. "You claim that the South Sea red coral is invaluable. Why then are you willing to exchange it at such a low price?" The merchant, caught off guard by the inquiry, found himself at a loss for words, having merely followed orders and now feeling rather flustered. Chapter 39. Confirming the thief's guilt with a resounding crack, the magistrate struck the wooden block, sending a jolt of fear through the merchant from the northern wilderness. Yet, he knew he must persist in his claim, stating, "This South Sea red coral is indeed my purchased possession. If you do not believe me, esteemed magistrate, Feel free to investigate at your leisure. Bansha narrowed her eyes. In her previous life, the theft of this South Sea red coral had gone unreported until it unexpectedly came into her possession, prompting the authorities to take action. With this thought in mind, Bansha became increasingly convinced that the Jean family was behind it. She turned to Magistrate Shui and suggested, "Sir, this South Sea red coral is an invaluable treasure, likely hidden away by some noble family who may be unaware of its disappearance." Her reasoning was sound. Given the immense worth of the coral, it would surely be carefully stored, and who would routinely check on it without cause? Magistrate Shui immediately commanded the officers, "Spread the word that the court has seized a piece of South Sea red coral. If anyone can provide proof of ownership, they should come forth to claim it." The coral's immense value would likely attract many who sought to claim it illicitly, yet requiring proof of ownership would deter any opportunistic thieves. Upon hearing this, the northern merchant's heart sank. He thought to himself, "It's over. If someone comes forward to claim it, what will become of me?" Meanwhile, the recently awakened Jean family matriarch was roused from her slumber by the anxious cries of Nurse Jean. "Madam, something terrible has happened. The northern merchant has been apprehended." Upon hearing this, Jean immediately awakened, her mind racing with questions. What exactly transpired? Nurse Jean recounted the events that had unfolded within the magistrate's court, and Jin's anxiety escalated. When did that little vixen leave, and why has Yinling Yinxing not come to report? Granny Jean shook her head. "I do not know, the magistrate. Lord Shui has already sent someone to claim it." Upon hearing this, Madame Jin's heart sank. If they trace it back to us, it would spell disaster. "Madam, perhaps you should visit the Yamen to prevent them from further investigation. As their mother, they would not dare to openly defy your wishes." Madame Jean shook her head. "If I attempt to intervene, it would only draw suspicion, akin to the saying no silver here. Moreover, it is too late to halt the situation now." "Then, madam, what shall we do?" "Quickly, let us go to the palace and seek the help of the noble consort. Perhaps we can still salvage this predicament." After nearly 2 hours had passed, an elderly lady hurriedly arrived at the Yamen with the master. Upon seeing the Nanhai red coral, the old lady exclaimed with delight, Yes, this is it." Fortunately, it was a close call. Upon seeing the two, Lord Shui immediately descended from his seat. Bowing respectfully, "Old national uncle, old national aunt, I beg your pardon for not being able to receive you properly." The old national uncle's expression darkened, and he replied coldly, "It is truly a farce that my household has lost something without my knowledge. I shall not let that little thief go unpunished." The old national aunt, with a kind smile, remarked, "We owe it all to the magistrate for retrieving it. Otherwise, I would die with my eyes closed in regret." The old national aunt then turned, raising her hand, and immediately 2 maidservants brought forth a dowry list. "Lord Prefect, behold, this is the treasured Nanhai red coral, a family heirloom bestowed upon me by my parents as part of my dowry, as clearly recorded on this dowry list." Lord Prefect Shui hastily took the list and confirmed its authenticity, noting the clearly aged script that could not possibly be forged. The elderly lady from the royal family commanded her attendants to secure the Nanhai red coral and then expressed her relief, saying, "Fortunately, it has not been lost. Otherwise, I would have no face to confront my parents in the afterlife. I am deeply grateful to you, Lord Prefect." Lord Prefect Shui wished to claim some credit for the recovery, yet with so many eyes upon him, he could not do so. He then stated, "Dear elder royal uncle and elder royal aunt, this Nanhai red coral was not retrieved by me. I cannot take credit for it." "Oh." The elder royal uncle looked at Lord Prefect Shui with a puzzled expression. The prefect pointed towards Banksia, saying, "It is all thanks to this young lady." He then recounted the entire sequence of events, and all gazes converged upon Banksia. Song Zhu and Liang Jiang both felt a wave of relief wash over them. Fortunately, their sister had timely revealed the truth, or else they would have borne the brunt of the blame. The merchant from the northern desert would simply pack up and leave. And who would vouch for their words? The accusation of theft would naturally fall upon them. Moreover, this theft involved items belonging to the elder royal uncle's estate and was part of the elder royal aunt's dowry, a crime too grave to contemplate. The elder royal aunt turned to Banksia and inquired, "Who are you?" Banksia slightly bowed in greeting, her demeanor exhibiting a grace and poise that rivaled that of a princess raised in the palace. She smiled and said, "Esteemed lady of the old duke, I am Banksia, the youngest daughter of the apothecary marquis." The lady of the old duke expressed her astonishment. Is she the girl who hails from the countryside? Banksia nodded slightly, her serene smile unperturbed by the term countryside. The old duke furrowed his brow, noting that the girl did not align with the rumors, and inquired, "How did you discern that this South Sea red coral was stolen?" Banksia respectfully replied to the old duke, "In truth, I lack the extraordinary ability to identify stolen goods. However, my brothers are well aware of their financial standing, and the merchant's hesitant responses to my inquiries led me to suspect that if someone were selling valuable items at a low price, it could only indicate illicit origins." The old duke nodded in satisfaction, his eyes reflecting admiration for Banksia. "I shall remember this favor you have done for me, should you ever require assistance.
Do not hesitate to ask."
His words carried significant weight, signaling a cordial relationship with Banksia. The lady of the old duke affectionately took Banksia's hand and said, "Dear girl, we owe much to you this time. You must visit the old duke's residence more often to keep me company." Banksia nodded and then hesitated, saying, "Old duke, esteemed lady, there is something I wish to express, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate." The lady of the old duke promptly encouraged her, "Please, do not hold back." Banksia smiled and continued, "The old duke's residence, with its lofty reputation, should surely be aware of the disappearance of such a precious item. The ignorance of this matter suggests that someone may be deliberately concealing the truth." Her words were delicately phrased, yet the implication was clear. There must be an insider within the estate, and an investigation was warranted. The old prince's expression darkened. "My dear girl, your words are understood. I shall ensure a thorough investigation upon returning to the residence." He then addressed the governor, stating, "This matter demands severe punishment. Should I find your actions unsatisfactory, you shall be well aware of the consequences." With that, he departed alongside the old prince's wife. Only then did Banksia turn to Liang Jiang. "Elder brother, with such a significant incident transpiring, do you still intend to conceal the identity of the orchestrator?" Liang Jiang, recalling the situation, felt a surge of anger. "It is all that old steward's fault. Just wait until I return, and I shall deal with him accordingly." Upon hearing this, Governor Shui promptly commanded his men to summon the steward of the Medicine Marquis's residence. This stirred quite a commotion within the Medicine Marquis's estate, and the old lady was soon informed of the developments. Chapter 40. Punishment together thus unfolded the events. Lady Wang recounted the information she had gathered. The old lady felt a sense of satisfaction. "Good. Well done. Removing the steward is indeed a beneficial endeavor." Lady Wang furrowed her brow. "However, the selection of a new steward still depends on the husband's judgment." The old lady laughed coldly. "That girl, Bansha, is not easily deceived. It will not be simple to place someone under her watch." Lady Wang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the two maids you assigned to the fifth miss have endured considerable torment. They are utterly unaware of when the fifth miss leaves." The old lady nodded in satisfaction. "With that maid here, I see a glimmer of hope."
Meanwhile,
at the Yamen, the constables sent to the Medicine Marquis manor returned. Upon entering, they reported, "My lord, the criminal has fled in fear of punishment and is nowhere to be found." Lord Shui struck the gavel, fuming. "You, the thief in the dock, explain how you colluded with others to steal items from the old duke's manor." The merchant from the northern desert appeared utterly bewildered, responding, "My lord, I knew this item was illicit, but I had no knowledge that it originated from the old duke's estate." "What exactly transpired? Speak swiftly." The merchant stammered, "I have long been engaged in trade in the Great Moon Kingdom and have delivered goods to various noble households, thus becoming familiar with many stewards. One day, the steward of the Medicine Marquis manor approached me with a proposal for a lucrative deal involving this South Sea red coral." Upon reaching this juncture, the merchant from the northern desert cast a quick glance at Liang Jiang and continued, "The steward has informed me of the location of the Southern Sea red coral. I merely need to retrieve it directly and subsequently exchange it with the young master of the Medicine Marquis's residence, under the condition that I must use the golden key in their possession for the trade." Having said this, the merchant displayed an expression of innocence and lamented, "My lord, the events unfolded precisely as I have described. Who could have foreseen that the young lady from the Medicine Marquis's residence would appear at the time of the transaction?" Bansha felt perplexed, questioning why the golden key in her brother's possession was deemed essential. To impoverished families, the golden key held immense value, yet for the affluent, it was trivial. After a series of interrogations, the account corroborated the merchant's narrative. His knowledge was indeed scant, as he was unaware of the identity of the individual who had pilfered the Southern Sea red coral, claiming he was solely responsible for the trade. Even as a merchant from the northern desert, he had transgressed the laws of the great nation, thereby granting the nation the authority to impose a sentence, ultimately resulting in his incarceration for a decade. As for the remainder of the matter, due to the steward of the Medicine Marquis's residence having fled, further inquiries would have to await the capture of the steward to uncover the truth. The estate of the old national uncle was also in disarray, having just returned. They were poised to investigate this affair when a personal maidservant of the old national uncle's wife was discovered to have hanged herself within the estate. One, fleeing in fear of guilt, and the other, a maidservant who had stolen, now deceased, thus severing any leads. By the time the Medicine Marquis learned of this incident, darkness had fallen, and the courtyard of the Medicine Marquis's residence was ablaze with lights, the atmosphere fraught with tension. "You two rascals! Do you have any notion of the grave error you nearly caused?" The Medicine Marquis, agitated, brandished a whip, directing his ire towards his two sons. As Jean sat aside, tears streaming down her face, she pleaded, "My lord, please, do not strike any further. You may inadvertently cause harm." Sob, sob. Banksia narrowed her eyes, observing Jin's theatrics, truly a masterful display of feigned compassion. "Father, if you must strike, let it be upon me, for my brothers are too precious to endure such punishment." Qingdai knelt on the ground, wiping her tears as she interceded, as though the whip were lashing against her own flesh. "Banksia, why do you remain silent? My brothers ventured forth to procure the precious Nanhai red coral for your sake." As Qingdai spoke, her words swiftly turned the focus onto Banksia, her intent unmistakable. Banksia scoffed, recognizing the attempt to sow discord among the siblings. Rather than intervene, she knelt alongside Liangjiang and Songshu. "Father, if my brother has erred, he deserves punishment." Songshu was immediately agitated, exclaiming, "You little Banksia have already incited our father to strike me once. Must you now seek a second round?" Liangjiang, equally indignant, added, "Previously, when my third brother confided in me, I attributed it to your youth and ignorance. Now, I can truly empathize with the feelings he harbored at that time." Qingdai secretly delighted, believing this would lead her brothers to grow weary of their sister Banksia, distancing themselves from her in the future. Unfazed by the brothers' grievances, Banksia turned to Lord Yao and declared, "Father, my brother indeed nearly fell into a trap, which would have resulted in grave consequences. Thus, he should be punished. As a sister, I willingly accept punishment alongside him. From this day forth, for any transgressions my brother commits, I shall share in the consequences." Her words left everyone momentarily speechless, and the old lady of the Ho family felt her eyes moisten, rendered silent. The esteemed Lord Yao furrowed his brow, saying, "Child, rise. Had it not been for your timely intervention to rescue your two elder brothers, they would surely be languishing in a dungeon now. You deserve reward, not punishment. No, father, I declare that henceforth, should my brothers err, I shall share in their punishment. Please, administer your discipline." Hanxia resolutely knelt, showing no intention of standing. At that moment, Jingma also knelt, stating, "Father, as the elder brother, I have failed in guiding my younger siblings. Henceforth, if they transgress, I too shall bear the consequences." "What are you all doing?" Lord Yao exclaimed in frustration, bewildered by the apparent madness of his children. "Please, father, impose your punishment." Hanxia's voice was neither loud nor soft. Yet her determination resonated with all present. Seeing their father remain unmoved, Jingma echoed, "Please, father, impose your punishment." The old lady Ho looked on with great satisfaction. Turning to Lord Yao, she urged, strike them hard." Gazing into his mother's resolute eyes, Lord Yao tightened his grip on the whip and lashed out at the four kneeling figures. Crack. "I implore you not to be idle in your studies." Crack. "Remember this day's lesson." Crack, crack, crack. The sound of the whip reverberated throughout the yard. Hanxia, like her brothers, felt the sting as her back was lacerated, blood flowing forth. Xiaoyao, terrified, cried out, "My lord, please stop. Do not strike her. She has only just recovered from a grave illness and cannot endure such punishment." Jingma, Songshu, and Liangjiang were filled with heartache, moving closer to Hanxia, enveloping her in their embrace to shield her from the blows, yet none voiced a complaint. Madame Ho, tears of laughter streaming down her face, beheld the unity of the children. In this moment, Banksia hoped her brothers would comprehend her heartfelt intentions. Qingdai, witnessing Bengxia's punishment, felt a sense of satisfaction. The wretch deserved no sympathy, even in death. Jin's gaze fell upon Bengxia and her siblings, huddled together, and a fiery rage surged within her. The punishment from the Yao family concluded, the whip cast aside, yet she could not fathom why their spirits remained so buoyant. Today's chastisement serves as a reminder. At all times and in all places, one must exercise caution in speech and conduct to avoid causing turmoil, lest it bring ruin upon the entire Yao household. Have you all taken heed? Father, we the sons and daughters have noted it. The 4 siblings replied in unison. Mother, it is truly gratifying to see that wretched Bengxia, punished so severely, is left bleeding from her back. Chapter 41. Returning to the manor, Jean glared at her disapprovingly. What do you know? This conflict has only served to deepen the bond between the siblings. Qingdai, perplexed, replied. But Bengxia allowed her father to strike her own brother. If her brother holds no resentment, then who should? Jean sighed. Oh, you. Despite my relentless teachings, your cunning has yet to reach even a fraction of that wretched girl's. Qingdai, feeling aggrieved, protested, Mother, how can you say such things about your own daughter?
Jean,
Affectionately grasping Qingdai's hand, explained, My dear child. Do you not understand? It is easy to share in joy, yet far more challenging to endure hardship together. That little wretch's actions today have surely stirred both sympathy and emotion within her brother. Qingdai seemed to grasp the situation more clearly, listening intently to Jean's words. She recalled that she had vowed to share the consequences of her brother's mistakes with today's brutal incident. Her 3 brothers would inevitably consider the feelings of their sole remaining sister, the one their mother had left behind. Realizing this, Qingdai exclaimed in indignation, that insufferable girl. How could she devise such a scheme? Clearly, this is a tactic of self-inflicted pain. Jean nodded in agreement. At last you seem to comprehend. And what shall we do now, mother? Ever since that little wretch returned, our fortunes have taken a turn for the worse. Jean replied coldly, What of it? When she finds herself in dire straits, I have no doubt she will concede, inevitably seeking our assistance. Mother, I have a request, Qingdai said, noticing Jin's demeanor had softened. Jean smiled. What is it, my dear? Mother, I desire the warm jade snow zither that belongs to that wretched girl. Jean sure understood the situation and affectionately remarked, Silly girl, everything she possesses is essentially yours. Why the urgency? Mother, what do you mean? Jean sure smirked. Just wait, she will willingly present it to you herself. Qingdai was instantly filled with joy. Mother, you are truly wonderful. Your daughter adores you. What are you 2 discussing that brings such delight? As Yao Ho entered the room, he was greeted by the laughter and merriment of the mother and daughter. Jean sure quickly signaled to Qingdai and said, This child is pleased because she saw Ban Xia with her brothers, deepening their bond. Yao Ho nodded in satisfaction. All children are good. A united family is stronger than anything. Jean sure promptly waved her hand at Qingdai. It's dark now. You should return and rest. Yes, mother. Father, please rest well. I won't disturb you any longer. Jean sure hurried to assist Yao Ho in removing his outer garments. Lord, I am truly distressed about Ban Xia. It pains my heart. Yao Ho sighed. Do I not feel the same? This girl has put in great effort for her brothers. Your mother just mentioned it to me. A shadow of coldness flickered in Jean Sher's eyes, but she quickly resumed her obedient demeanor before Yao Ho. Tomorrow, ensure you send more nourishing supplements to Ban Xia. She looks quite thin and needs to recuperate. By the way, has the doctor visited? Yes, indeed. When you were attending to her, I had the household physician on standby. Yao Ho nodded in satisfaction. With you managing the household, I can rest easy. My lord, it is a profound honor for me to toil for this household and for you. The esteemed Yao Ho nodded with satisfaction, yet his gaze drifted towards the window. A wave of melancholy washing over him. How splendid it would be if she were still alive. My lord, we. Before Jean could complete her sentence, Yao Ho donned his attire and stated, I have official duties to attend to. Take care of yourself. With that, he donned his outer robe and strode away without a backward glance. Jean clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her flesh, as a torrent of resentment surged within her. Is my worth so diminished that you can't even feign concern for me? With a loud crash, Jean shattered the vase on the table in a fit of rage. Miss, does it hurt? How could my lord be so harsh? It pains me to see you like this. Xiaoyao wept as she applied medicine to Bengxia. At that moment, Xiangzhu returned, saying, Miss, I have delivered your medicine to the 3 young masters. Banksia, suppressing her discomfort, hurriedly inquired, Did they say anything? The eldest master expressed, Miss. Please take good care of yourself. Thank you. The second master remarked, If it hurts, cry it out. It will ease your suffering, and I shall manage the medicine. The third master declared, In the future, do not act recklessly. Seeing you in pain distresses me. Even if the medicine is not delivered, I will come to fetch it myself. With a soft laugh, Banksia remarked, They finally understand. My suffering was not in vain. Miss, what have they come to understand? Xiaoyao questioned, perplexed. I did not catch their meaning. Banksia explained, They bore no complaints, for they understood my intentions and recognized my goodwill towards them. Xiaoyao was still somewhat perplexed, yet she refrained from asking further questions. Is the young lady asleep? Sister Qianruliu cannot enter through the front door for fear of being seen. Upon hearing this, Banksia's spirits lifted. Hurry, open the back window, and let her enter from behind. Xiangzhu recalled how the young lady had departed. To evade the prying eyes outside, this was the only option. The back window swung open, and it wasn't long before Qianruliu was assisted inside by Xiaoyao and Xiangzhu. Had she not made this journey herself, one would hardly suspect such a benefit existed here. Qianruliu spoke and laughed, her joy palpable. My lady, what has happened to you? Upon seeing Banksia's condition, Qianruliu's concern intensified. Banksia smiled, rising with Xiaoyao's support. Despite the pain that made her grimace, her face remained adorned with a smile. It's nothing at all. Only then did Qianruliu feel reassured. My lady, this is. Sure. Banksia immediately gestured for silence. Xiaorao and Xiangzhu hurried outside to ensure the 2 individuals could not eavesdrop. Qianruliu then stated, My lady, all the items you provided have been sold. This is the silver earned from the sales, 6,800 taels in notes. Outside, Xiaoyao and Xiangzhu were left astounded, exclaiming at the staggering sum earned in such a short span. Banksia, confident in Qianruliu's abilities, inquired, Without a shop, how did you manage to sell them? As Lu sat down, she replied, Miss, it is precisely because we do not have a shop that selling on the street would yield little profit. Thus what? Miss, I delivered the goods to the shop using a commission-based selling method. Commission-based selling method? Indeed, merchants are quite shrewd. Without a profit, no one is willing to sell. Therefore, I raised the price, and for every bottle they sold, I would receive a 10% commission. The more they sell, the greater my earnings. Banksia understood. In this way, they had a lucrative opportunity without expending much effort. Naturally, they would be motivated to sell diligently. After a moment, Banksia expressed her confusion. But how did you manage to sell all the goods in such a short time? The efficacy, miss. Your products have rapid and remarkable effects. I capitalized on people's curiosity by conducting public demonstrations. The astonishing results prompted a rush to purchase. Ultimately, the goods were insufficient, and those who could not buy lamented and reproached me for quite some time. Chapter 42. A new steward. Banksia recognized that Ruliu had a remarkable business acumen, which enabled her to achieve great success in her past life. You should return home to rest. When you come back, stay for a few days to keep Lur company, she suggested. Rulia nodded in agreement, her heart swelling with joy at the thought of spending time with her son. In the stillness of the night, even the sound of a falling needle resonated with clarity. Under the moonlight, Yubei tore open the slumbering Banksia's garments. The sight of the ghastly whip marks on her back pierced his heart with a sharp pang. How dare this woman inflict such pain upon herself? Banksia murmured, her forehead warm as she called out to Yubei. His heart skipped a beat as he gently embraced her, careful not to aggravate her wounds. Why did you hurt me, No, please don't. Yubei listened to Banksia's restless dreams, his brow furrowing in concern as he pondered the nature of her nightmares. Since her resurrection, Banksia had not experienced a single peaceful slumber. However, nestled in Yubei's arms, she detected a familiar scent that brought her comfort, gradually dispelling her fears. Yubei observed that as long as Banksia remained silent in her dreams, her fever would eventually subside. It was only when dawn approached that he quietly slipped away, anxious that her worries would resurface upon seeing him. In the front courtyard, the family had gathered, but Banksia remained preoccupied as she made her way there. Today, she appeared more vibrant than usual, having enjoyed a restful night's sleep. Though her back felt somewhat constrained by her garment. Miss, I have heard that a new steward has arrived. The madam wishes for everyone to meet him. allowing the steward to become acquainted with the young ladies and gentlemen to avoid any future misunderstandings. Upon hearing Xiaoyao's words, Bengxia's lips curled into a cold smile, acknowledging the swiftness of the developments. Miss, it is said that this new steward was summoned from a country estate by the madam. It is evident that he must have accompanied her upon her marriage. After speaking, Bengxia turned to Xiangju and inquired, "Is father at home?" "Miss, the master left for court early this morning and is not home at present. He will return only after sunset," Xiangju replied. Bengxia paused, her brow furrowing as she contemplated the situation before stating, "Please seek grandmother's assistance. Find a way to ensure father returns." "Miss this." Xiangju hesitated. Bengxia was aware that this course of action was rather inappropriate, yet given the circumstances, she felt she had no alternative. She resolutely refused to allow the steward's position to fall into the hands of the Jean family. "Hurry, there is no time to waste," Bengxia urged, before continuing on with Xiaoyao toward the front courtyard. Xiangju hastened to seek the old matriarch, who at that moment was discussing the new steward with Nurse Wang. As Xiangju entered, she knelt and said, "Old matriarch, Xiangju has come to implore you." "What is the matter?" the old matriarch inquired with a slight furrow in her brow. Xiangju then replied, "Old matriarch, the young lady requests that you find a way to bring the master back at once." Upon hearing this, Madame Ho immediately understood the situation. The position of the steward was of paramount importance, and it could not fall into his hands again after such a hard-won vacancy. Wang Momo stepped forward and exchanged a knowing smile with Madame Ho. Madame Ho then held her forehead, feigning discomfort, and lamented, "At my age, my health has begun to wane. Look, my head is aching once more." Wang Momo quickly addressed the maidservants, instructing them to go to the front courtyard and inform the lady that the old matriarch was suffering from a severe headache and requested her to send someone to summon the master back. Upon hearing this, Xiangju felt a sense of relief and hurriedly bowed, then rose to seek Bengxia. The medicinal affairs of the Ho residence were entirely under the control of the Jean family. Without her approval, no one dared to summon the master back. Madame Ho had repeatedly sought to expose the Jean family's misdeeds to reclaim the authority of the steward. But Jin's decisive and efficient manner had resulted in a complete overhaul of the household within a month, making it exceedingly difficult to find fault with her as the entire residence had aligned with her interests. In the front courtyard, Jean was in the process of handing the Ho family's emblem to the new steward when a maidservant rushed over, exclaiming, "Madam, the old matriarch has fallen ill." Upon hearing this, Jin's expression darkened. "What? I went to pay my respects to the old matriarch this morning. She seemed perfectly well." The maidservant leaned closer and whispered, "The maid Xiangju, who serves the fifth young lady, went to visit, and then the old matriarch fell ill." Understanding the implication, Jean commanded, "You may return for now. Keep a close watch, and do send for the physician." "Yes, madam, I shall return at once." After the maid departed, Granny Jean remarked, "The old lady is evidently assisting the 5th Mississippi." Jean sneered, "Everyone in this household is under my command. No matter how much she stirs up trouble, she cannot escape my grasp." "Madam, what should we do next?" "Summon the master back. Since the old lady intends to aid that little wretch, I shall ensure she is humiliated today." Upon saying this, she glanced toward Granny Jean and instructed, "Go inform the house physician and say, here." Jean lowered her voice to a mere whisper, "Feign illness. Let the Marquis witness his mother's disgraceful conduct." The maid replied, "Understood. I shall take care of it at once." Once everything was arranged, Jean observed the approaching young masters and misses, deliberately donning a worried expression. "Your grandmother is unwell. You should hurry to see her first. Matters of the household can wait." With that, she hastened along with several children toward the old Marquis's courtyard. Jing Mo's face instantly registered concern, and he leaned closer to Ban Xia, quietly asking, "Grandmother was well this morning. How could she suddenly fall ill?" "I sought grandmother's assistance regarding the household matters," Ban Xia explained in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Jing Mo felt overwhelmed. "Foolish. The entire household is filled with that woman's spies. You are walking straight into her trap." Ban Xia raised her gaze, her eyes sparkling as she smiled at her older brother. Who is ensnaring whom is yet to be determined. Jing Mo was momentarily taken aback. But upon looking into Ban Xia's clear, luminous eyes, he felt a sense of reassurance. Suddenly, Bengxia grasped Jing Mo's sleeve and said, "Brother, in the past, you fought valiantly all alone, disguising your struggles without any assistance. From now on, Banksia will stand by your side, and you need not wear a fade any longer. Upon witnessing Banksia's sweet and innocent smile, Jingma felt a warmth enveloping his heart. Indeed, his sister had grown up. Songshu hurriedly caught up, laughing without a care. Sister, your medicine is truly miraculous. When applied to a wound, it soothes instantly, halting both bleeding and pain. Jingma shot him a fierce glare. All you do is create trouble, causing my sister to get hurt. Songshu protested, feeling wronged. This isn't my fault. It's all because of second brother. Do you wish to be beaten? Now that trouble has arisen, you shirk responsibility, as if I forced you to join me. Brothers, please cease your quarrel. We must be cautious and prudent in our actions from now on, lest we fall into someone else's trap. Banksia's voice was soft, barely audible to their small circle. It's all that damned steward's fault. If it weren't for his cowardice in fleeing, I would have dealt with him myself. Songshu expressed his indignation fervently. Chapter 43. The misguided physician Bansha, fearful of being overheard, immediately gestured for her brothers to be silent. Sho. Brothers, do not let others hear. Do you really think that a mere steward could orchestrate such a grand affair all on his own? As these words escaped her lips, Songju and Liangjiang fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, how could a simple steward conspire with the maidservants of the old duke's residence? At this thought, a singular name emerged in their minds, Jinshi. Instantly, their eyes, filled with incredulity and doubt, turned toward the distant figure of Jinshi. Jingma observed the two, noting how their perceptions of Jinshi had begun to shift under Bansha's subtle influence. His heart felt considerably lighter, despite his numerous indirect hints and reminders. These two had remained oblivious until now. It seemed that his sister possessed the means to unravel Jinshi's schemes while enabling her brothers to see the truth, a truly admirable talent. Before long, a throng had gathered in the courtyard of the old matriarch, Lady Ho. Qingdai supported Jinshi, her countenance adorned with an expression of profound sympathy. As they entered the room, her performance commenced. Mother, how could you have been well this morning and suddenly fallen ill? She continued, Grandmother, I am here. Please take care of yourself. While speaking, Qingdai shed a couple of tears, gripping Lady Ho's hand tightly. At this moment, the esteemed Lord Yao hastily returned, accompanied by his younger brother, Xianchen, who was studying at the academy. At merely 14 years of age, Xianchen was exceptionally tall, towering half a head above both Bansha and Qingdai. Her crimson lips and pearly teeth exuded a delicate charm, yet due to her tender age, she appeared rather juvenile despite her earnest attempts to emulate the adults around her. Upon hearing the news of her grandmother's malaise from a servant, the mother decided to take leave from her studies to visit home. Jean, visibly relieved, remarked, It is good that you have returned. Quickly go see your grandmother, who seemed well this morning, yet now claims to be unwell. Jin's words were pointed, but held a grain of truth. Upon hearing her mother, Qingdai was overjoyed to see her brother back, contemplating that if their grandmother's feigned illness were to be revealed, she would surely be left with no dignity. Yao Hao surveyed the room with satisfaction, feeling proud of his children's filial piety. He then approached his mother, finding her lying in bed, her head wrapped in a cloth, appearing quite uncomfortable. Anxious, Yao Hao turned to Jean, asking, Have you summoned a physician? Rest assured, my lord. The house doctor is on his way, she replied. Banksia smirked coldly, thinking it amusing that the doctor would arrive later than her father, as if they were waiting for him to arrive first. She remained silently standing, and indeed, it was not long before the physician arrived. My lord, madam, the physician, around 40 years of age, entered with calculating eyes. Let me quickly examine the old matriarch. What seems to be the trouble? He hurried to assess the old lady's pulse, adopting a serious demeanor. Having been informed of her condition, he was already aware that she was, in fact, quite healthy. After a moment, Yao Hao, growing increasingly anxious, inquired, What is the diagnosis? The physician hastily replied, My lord, the old matron is in good health and there is no issue. Perhaps she is merely fatigued and in need of rest. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, as it was apparent that this was a pretense of illness. Lady Wang, incensed, pointed an accusatory finger at the physician and declared, Who bestowed upon you the audacity to belittle the old matron by feigning her illness? The physician, upon hearing this, immediately adopted an expression of indignation mixed with grievance. Lady Wang, I, Doctor Who, have maintained a commendable reputation in this household for decades. If you believe I am belittling the old matron, feel free to summon another doctor for verification. Doctor Who's medical prowess was indeed renowned within the estate. Anyone who sought his treatment found themselves swiftly restored to health, earning the unwavering trust of the Marquis. Madame Jean, aware of the Marquis's strong sense of pride, deliberately suggested, "My lord, perhaps we should invite another physician from outside the estate to examine her." The Marquis's countenance darkened instantly. "Do you not think this matter is already grave enough?" He then turned to Doctor Who and instructed, "Prescribe some calming and restorative medicines for the old matron, and ensure that today's events remain confidential." Xia raised her eyebrows, recognizing that her father was evidently concerned about the potential embarrassment to the Marquis should news of her grandmother's feigned illness spread. If the old matron were indeed ill, his absence would be common knowledge among all officials. Such a disclosure was intolerable. If the old matron were ailing, her son's return would certainly be noted by his peers and mentors, leading to widespread rumors. Qing Dai quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, exclaiming, "It is a relief that grandmother is well, but it certainly startled us." Jinshi cast an unhappy glance at Nurse Wang and admonished her, "Nurse Wang, you are an elder by my mother's side. I once believed you to be someone who understands the greater picture, yet how could you deceive my mother into feigning illness?" The old matriarch remained composed, choosing silence lest she disrupt Banxia's plans. Immediately, Nurse Wang knelt before Lord Yao, tears streaming down her face. "My lord, the old matriarch is indeed gravely ill. You must summon a skilled physician to treat her." Lord Yao turned his gaze to young physician Hu. "Young physician Hu, could it be that you misdiagnosed her condition?" Young physician Hu wore a look of helplessness. "Since you have voiced such concerns, I shall conduct another examination." With that, he approached once more to check the old matriarch's pulse. However, the results remained unchanged. He had heard the lady's claim of the old matriarch's pretense, and indeed, she was feigning illness. He had no fear of others validating his findings. Retracting his hand, he stated, "My lord, the results are consistent. If you truly do not believe, you may call upon an external physician for a second opinion." With the matter laid bare, Lord Yao could harbor no further doubts. Disappointment washed over his face as he sighed. "Young physician Hu, please prescribe a remedy for nourishing the body and calming the spirit." Banxia stepped forward gently calling, "Grandmother, grandmother." The old matriarch responded with a pained murmur, affirming her presence. Suddenly, Banxia exclaimed, "Oh no, there is so much blood." Everyone's attention swiftly turned to the old matriarch, who lay in agony. "Father, grandmother, there is so much blood flowing from grandmother's forehead." Bansha was taken aback, her astonishment instilling fear in all those present, causing even the physician to be on high alert. Jean watched Bansha closely, apprehensive that she might attempt some deceit, yet she observed no such actions. The medicine prince, alarmed, rushed forward, exclaiming, "Mother, mother." Bansha extended her hand, revealing a blood-stained mark. The lord gazed in horror as he hastily unwrapped the cloth from the old matriarch's forehead, revealing a gaping wound. The medicine prince, filled with urgency and ire, shouted at the physician, "Is this what you call the matriarch in good health?" The physician hurried to examine the injury, realizing its authenticity, and became flustered. "My lord, I shall attend to the matriarch at once." Bansha coldly rebuked, "How can I entrust my grandmother to a quack who cannot even discern a pulse?" Chapter 44. The penalty of silver for 3 months. The little healer, who was quite startled by Banxia's reprimand. She then said, "Father, I have been practicing medicine since childhood in our rural hometown. If you trust me, allow me a chance to prove myself." Upon seeing the large wound on her mother's forehead, Lord Yao was already in a state of panic. He hurriedly urged, "Quickly, quickly. This injury of your grandmother cannot afford to be delayed." Banxia immediately turned to Xiaoyao, commanding, "Hurry and fetch my medicine box." Xiaoyao rushed to retrieve Banxia's medicine box at the fastest pace, and then, before everyone, Banxia treated the old lady's forehead. "Xia girl, what about the wound on your grandmother's forehead?" Lord Yao inquired anxiously. Banxia slightly bent forward and reassured him, "Father, rest assured, the wound on grandmother's forehead is not serious. She simply needs to rest for a few days." With that, Lord Yao finally felt relieved. Seeing that his mother was peacefully asleep, he gestured for everyone to leave quietly. As they stepped out of the Anha courtyard, Lord Yao, with a face full of displeasure, questioned, "Nurse Wang, How did my mother sustain that injury on her forehead? Nurse Wang quickly squeezed out a tear and replied, Today, the new steward entered the house, and the lady asked everyone to go to the front courtyard to greet him. When the old lady went over, she unfortunately lost her footing on the steps and fell. It's all my fault for not supporting her in time. Upon hearing this, Lord Yao's displeasure intensified. Jean felt a sudden chill. It was evident that the blame was directed at her. It is merely a steward. Does it truly require everyone in the household to greet him? Jean, what are you scheming? Whenever the noble lord summoned the name of the Jean family, it signified his profound displeasure. Jean hurriedly explained, My lord, I merely thought it prudent for the steward to meet the esteemed masters and mistresses, to prevent any inadvertent offense to the young lords and ladies in the future. However, Banksia, wearing a sardonic smile, retorted, Mother, if the intention is for the steward to avoid causing offense, it would be only fitting for him to visit the courtyards of the young lords and ladies, rather than for the masters to seek him out. Jean nearly choked in frustration, her daughter's audacity to publicly counter her leaving her momentarily speechless. The medicine lord snorted. What Xia girl says is indeed correct. Cease your futile attempts at rationalization, believing others cannot discern your intentions. Upon hearing Banksia's words, the medicine lord began to grasp certain truths. Aware that the lord was in a foul mood, Jean opted for silence, thinking it wiser to wait until his anger subsided before addressing matters. Banksia then turned her attention to the young physician, inquiring, Physician who, having practiced medicine for decades, surely you know how to take a pulse? Instantly, all eyes were fixed upon Physician who broke into a cold sweat from the sudden pressure. Humph. My mother has suffered such a grievous injury to her forehead, and you dare claim her health is robust? The medicine lord thundered, his authority as the head of the household unmistakably evident. Terrified, Physician who trembled and hastily knelt, My lord, I assure you, I found no issues upon examining the old lady's pulse. Banksia coldly remarked, I would expect no less. As a physician, do you not also examine external symptoms? Surely. Physician who understands that one can assess ailments through the features and complexion of a person? The young physician, Xiao Hu, was certainly aware of the situation. Yet due to the absence of any anomalies in the pulse and the lady's reassurances, he did not scrutinize further. He spoke nervously. A blow to the head must result in an unstable pulse. Therefore, the pulse. Do you dare still mention the pulse? The Lord of Medicine exclaimed, visibly agitated. My mother's forehead bears a grievous wound, and you dare assert that the pulse is unaffected? Banksia quickly interjected. If the young physician is confident in his diagnosis, he should summon an external physician to ascertain the truth. At that moment, Xiao Hu found himself uncertain. The injury on the old lady's forehead was undeniably present. Although he had previously found no issues during his examination, if another physician were to identify a problem, he would undoubtedly find himself in a most precarious position. Father. Banksia turned to the Lord of Medicine. I believe it is inappropriate to retain such a mediocre physician in our household, perhaps. Father. Since the young physician has erred in his diagnosis, let us impose a penalty of 3 months' wages. This will surely quell any discontent. Suddenly, Jing Mo interrupted Banksia, causing her to glance at her elder brother in surprise. She felt bewildered, for she understood that his intention was not solely to resolve the matter of the steward, but also to eliminate the young physician. Why would her brother deliberately intervene? This left her perplexed. Seeing that his elder brother had spoken, Song Zhu also chimed in, Father, this young physician is, after all, someone whom Mother brought from the Jin Guogong residence. We must consider Mother's reputation in this matter. Banksia, upon hearing her third brother's words, was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation. The grandmother is in such a state, yet he still concerns himself with preserving the dignity of the Jin family. It is truly maddening. The esteemed Lord Yao suddenly recalled that this young physician, who was brought in by the Duke of Jin's household, if he were to impose a severe punishment, it would undoubtedly tarnish the Duke's reputation, which would be ill-advised. After a moment of contemplation, Lord Yao decided, Very well. We shall proceed as the eldest son suggests. Young physician who hastily wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, relieved to have escaped unscathed. Lord Yao instructed his servants to take good care of the old matriarch before leading everyone to the front courtyard. Upon arrival, they paid their respects to the master and mistress. As they entered the front courtyard, the newly appointed steward approached to offer his greetings. Lord Yao merely nodded slightly, and Jean promptly introduced, My lord, this is the new steward of the household, Mo. Lord Yao responded with a slight hum. Banksia turned to Jean and asked, "Mother, is this the steward who caused grandmother to fall?" Upon uttering this question, the expressions of everyone present varied significantly. Jin's face turned an ashen hue with suppressed fury, forcing a facade of benevolence before Lord Yao. "Xia girl, such words should not be spoken." Banksia smiled innocently, feigning ignorance, and replied, "Mother, it was because we intended to meet him that grandmother fell. If not to blame him, then whom should we hold accountable?" Banksia's words were quite explicit. If not for him, then surely it was you who summoned everyone to meet the new steward. One of you must bear the consequences. Jean was rendered speechless by Banksia's retort, her eyes glinting with a cold light that betrayed a deep-seated resentment. Even the thought of eliminating Banksia would not quell her fury. Lord Yao, reminded by Banksia's words, once again wore an expression of displeasure. This individual is shrouded in misfortune. Even before officially assuming their position, they have caused harm to my mother, leading to her fall and injury. Such a person cannot be retained and must be dismissed. The words of the esteemed Yao Ho can shift the tides of fate. Even if the Jean family has a myriad of objections, compliance is mandatory. After some contemplation, Jean instructed someone to send the new steward away and hastily pursued Lord Yao, saying, "My lord, if it truly cannot be resolved, I shall return to the Duke's residence and have my father find a suitable individual, thus ensuring peace of mind." Banksia understood that when Jean was at her wit's end, she would invoke the name of the Duke of Jean. The words of the Duke carry weight that even her father would not dare to defy, and her grandmother would also show deference. Banksia immediately inquired, "Mother, there is something I do not comprehend?" Chapter 45. Interrogating brother. At the sound of Banksia's voice, Jean felt an excruciating headache. She longed to stitch the girl's mouth shut. How could this insufferable child have so many questions? "Mother?" Banksia feigned a humble demeanor.
Jean,
Clearly growing impatient, retorted, "What are you inquiring about?" Banksia replied, "Mother, does conspiring with outsiders to harm the young master of our household qualify one as a good person?" Jean anticipated that Banksia's words would bring no good. Her expression soured as she snapped, "I am conversing with your father. What decorum is it for you, a mere child, to interject?" Unperturbed by the reprimand, Banksia calmly responded, "You speak truly, mother, yet a gentleman must admonish a ruler when he errs. That is the mark of a virtuous minister. Even subjects may voice their opinions when the sovereign falters. If we, as children, turn a blind eye to our family's shortcomings, would that not be the gravest form of filial ingratitude?" Her words left Jean speechless, her anger boiling over as she clenched her teeth in frustration. Jingmo observed his sister effortlessly dismantling Jin's arguments with just a few remarks, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The medicine lord glanced approvingly at Banksia. Her intellect was undeniably formidable, though regrettably, she was a daughter. "Speak your mind, my girl," the medicine lord said, halting his steps to listen intently. Banksia then smiled and continued, "Father, we are merely seeking a steward for our residence. If we must continually trouble the Jean family, would it not invite ridicule from outsiders, mocking that even for a servant, we must burden our venerable father-in-law?" This statement immediately enlightened the medicine lord. Though he held the esteemed title of Marquis, his influence in the court was substantial. Since the arrival of the Jean family, the Duke's household has incessantly meddled in its affairs, and colleagues have mocked him for relying on his powerful father-in-law for sustenance. It has become common knowledge that he is the son-in-law of the Duke, overshadowing his noble lineage as a hereditary Marquis. The Jean family, upon observing the expression on the medicine Marquis's face, hastily attempted to clarify, "My lord, it is not that I doubt the servants of the Duke's residence, who have undergone rigorous training and have even come from the palace. Mother, this fugitive steward also originates from the Duke's household and accompanied you as part of your dowry." The implication was unmistakable, leaving the Jean family at a loss for words. Banksia continued, unhurriedly, "If this fugitive steward has undergone such stringent training yet still conspired with outsiders to frame the young master of the household, one must wonder whose influence emboldened him, whose audacity he borrowed, nearly causing my two brothers to bear the stigma of theft and face imprisonment." The message was crystal clear. Even a most obtuse could decipher it. Apart from relying on the Jean family's power, how could a mere servant dare to act so brazenly? Songzhu and Liangjiang, though befuddled, finally began to grasp the underlying truth. Yet, in their self-deception, they were reluctant to accept that their ever-indulgent mother could be such a person. The Jean matriarch could no longer contain her fury and shouted at Banksia, Clarify your words. Do you believe that I am to blame for that incident? Was it I who instructed the former steward to act thus? In the face of the Jean matriarch's agitation, Banksia appeared remarkably composed, her smile only serving to further infuriate the Jean matriarch. Mother, Bansha did not speak of you. So many people are listening. Did Bansha not utter a word to you? Mother? Humph. Though you may not voice it, such thoughts surely linger in your heart. The previously irritable Yao Ho found himself increasingly displeased with Jean Shi. He immediately rebuked. I had no idea that my wife could predict the thoughts of others. Jean Shi's heart sank upon hearing this. She turned to Yao Ho and quickly squeezed out a couple of tears. My lord, I truly knew nothing of the former steward's actions. My lord. For years, Jean Shi had always presented herself as a loving mother in his eyes, coupled with her exceptional care for the children, whom she loved as if they were her own. He had always felt a sense of guilt towards her, leading him to shower her with affection. Yet, in just a few short days, he found himself increasingly unable to comprehend Jean Shi. Had he misjudged her all along? My lord, you do not believe that everything is my doing, do you? Woo-woo. Tears streamed down Jean Shi's face, though in her 40s, her impeccable upkeep made her appear in her 30s. Her beauty, combined with her tears, rendered her particularly pitiable. Seeing her in such a state softened Yao Ho's heart, and he would often say, Enough, enough, do not cry. No one blames you. Let us set aside the matter of the steward for now. With that, Yao Ho retreated to his study, and once his figure was out of sight, Jean Shi abandoned her pretense. Her eyes glinted with malice as she scolded Bansha, You little wretch, you return only to bring me trouble, do you? Upon hearing Jin's scathing remarks towards her sister, Liang Jiang and Song Shu were utterly taken aback. Just as they were about to intervene, they were halted by their elder brother, Jing Mo. A subtle, elusive smile played upon Jing Mo's lips as he intended to reveal Jin's true nature to the pair. Facing Jin's insults without a trace of anger, Bansha maintained her composure and inquired with a smile, Mother, may I ask if you have ever encountered a mother who degrades her daughter as a little hussy? Should this word escape, who would dare to spread it? The entirety of the Marquis's residence is at my command. Should anyone utter even a syllable, they shall be sold into servitude, or worse, meet their demise. Her thunderous proclamation instilled fear and trepidation among the servants and maids within the household. Bansha continued to smile. Ah, so mother is emboldened. You. Mother. Jean began to retort but was interrupted by Qing Dai, who cautioned, Mother, you seem to be so worried about grandmother that you are speaking in haste. Just as Jean was about to respond, Qing Dai discreetly signaled her to remember the presence of their brothers. Realizing her blunder, Jean quickly clutched her head, lamenting, Oh, my head aches terribly. Someone assist me back to my chambers. Qing Dai and Xian Shun promptly supported Jean as they retreated to the courtyard. As Xian Shun departed, he cast a glance at Bansha, whose youthful eyes betrayed a malice beyond her years. Dear sister, mother did not intend to hurt you. Please, do not take it to heart, Jing Mo remarked deliberately in front of the servants. Song Shu and Liang Jiang chimed in, Sister, mother truly is well-meaning. Perhaps she was merely flustered due to grandmother's matters today. A faint smile graced Bansha's lips as she regarded her brothers, recognizing the authenticity of their sentiments. She was aware that it was impossible to entirely change their perception of the Jean family in a short span of time, yet there was no rush. Time was on their side. Sister, you still have injuries on your back. Allow me to escort you home. With that, Jing Mo stepped forward in a gesture of invitation, while Liang Jiang and Song Zhu were halted by a mere glance from him. Upon returning to the Forgetting Worries courtyard, Bansha immediately exchanged a knowing glance with Xiang Zhu and Xiao Yao. The two promptly took their positions outside, ensuring no one could eavesdrop. Eldest brother, why did you not allow me to dismiss that little physician? Are you not aware that having him in the manor poses a risk to our brothers? Bansha had never perceived the manor physician as a threat to herself, for she possessed knowledge of medicine, herbs, and even poisons. However, her brothers were entirely ignorant. Given the current inability of the Jean family to inflict harm, they would inevitably contemplate the notion of poisoning. Chapter 46. A heart-to-heart with brother Jing Mo, unhurried, found a seat before turning his gaze towards Hanxia. How is it that when I visit, there is not even a cup of tea? A sister? This is hardly the way to host a guest. Hanxia shot him a playful glare. Are you even a guest? Besides, I am discussing serious matters with you, so please refrain from evading the issue. Seeing his sister's earnest demeanor, Jing Mo couldn't help but chuckle softly. Truth be told, Jing Mo was exceptionally handsome, and his reputation as one of the four most attractive men in Jing was well-deserved. With his sharp eyebrows and captivating gaze, every movement exuded elegance and charm. To describe him as strikingly beautiful would not be an exaggeration. His eyes, when they met Han Xia's, were imbued with a tenderness so profound it seemed it could drown in its depth. "Come here, dear," he beckoned, pulling Han Xia closer and whispering gently in her ear. After hearing his words, Han Xia's eyes widened in shock. "Mother's death was not an accident? It wasn't my fault?" she whispered, her voice barely above a murmur, fearful of being overheard. Jing Mo, filled with concern, tenderly stroked her head and murmured, "I discovered that when our mother gave birth to you, she was drugged, making it appear as though her constitution weakened with your birth, when in fact, she was poisoned." Han Xia immediately surmised, could it be the physician from the manor? Jing Mo nodded. When the Jin family entered the manor, their power was immense. Even father had to tread carefully around her, fearing that any slight could lead to offending the Duke of Jin. Since then, the cunning matriarch has wielded immense power, adeptly disguising herself as a compassionate figure, akin to a benevolent deity, while her heart is darker and more tainted than the ink that flows through the sewers. After listening to Jing Mo's words, Ban Xia could easily envision the circumstances of that time. She immediately lowered her voice again, asking, "Did brother leave the family physician to uncover the truth from back then?" Jing Mo nodded in affirmation. "Yes, I have secretly investigated this matter for several years without any leads. If he were to be driven out of the residence by you, it would render the search futile and the pursuit impossible." Ban Xia was taken aback, relieved that she had ultimately refrained from expelling him from the estate. Otherwise, "You, dear sister, I wish to admonish you, yet I find myself reluctant. I truly do not know how to handle you." Ban Xia pouted in silence. "Brother, what wrong have I committed that warrants such reprimand?" Jing Mo then replied, "Your thoughts are meticulous and your plans thorough. Yet causing harm to our grandmother is a grave mistake. Should you not be punished or admonished for that?" Upon hearing this, Ban Xia chuckled. "Brother, the injury on grandmother's head is merely a ruse. That bleeding flesh is a piece of pork affixed with special adhesive. Unless one uses my specially formulated removal solution, even the gods themselves could not tear it off. It appears entirely authentic." Upon hearing this, Jing Mo burst into laughter. "Ah, you truly have a solution far superior to mine." With a smile, Ban Xia sat down and looked at Jing Mo. "Brother, since you are aware of everything, why not share it with our second and third brothers? Just look at how anxious they have become." Jing Mo sighed, lamenting, "How I wish I could confide in them. My attempts to indirectly convey the message have all been thwarted by their brother. If I were to speak candidly, they would doubt my words. And if it were to reach that wicked woman, Jean, what fate would remain for the three of us?" Observing the myriad of worries etched upon his elder brother's face, Ban Xia felt a pang of sympathy. In a previous life, her brother had allied himself with the fourth prince, Duke Yuan, likely to counter the powerful Jin Guogong and the esteemed Jin Guifei within the palace, thus risking his life in a desperate gamble. Ultimately, he lost everything, including his life. Yet, one question plagued her. How could such confidential matters have been leaked? Could it be? As this thought crossed her mind, Ban Xia immediately recalled Qing Dai, the confidant of her brother's previous life, Ding Shuang. It must have been Ding Shuang who divulged the information to Qing Dai, who then. Just as Ban Xia descended into contemplation, an angry voice echoed from outside. "What are you two doing? Have you finished the task? Look at you. It has taken days to paint the walls completely white, and yet you have barely covered a third of it, and you dare to steal glances." Xiao Yao's sharp reprimand startled Ban Xia back to reality. Jing Mo chuckled, gesturing towards the door. "Your maid is quite the firecracker, indeed."
Bank Xia smiled.
"A little spice is good. It prevents one from being bullied." Jing Mo rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table. "I've been seated here for quite some time. Yet the tea has yet to arrive." At that moment, Qin Ruo Lu hurried in, carrying the tea. "Young master, the tea has been prepared for a while, but I did not wish to disturb your conversation with my lady." Jing Mo merely nodded politely at Qin Ruo Lu and took a sip of tea.
Le
Standing behind Qin Ruo Lu, couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother, you are truly handsome, just like the exquisite paintings in the calligraphy and painting shop." Upon hearing the innocent voice, Jing Mo set down his teacup and spotted Lo Er peeking from behind her mother. "It is inappropriate to call me brother. You should refer to me as uncle," he said, beckoning to the little head that peeked out from behind Qin Ruo Lu. Gathering her courage, Lo Er stepped forward. Have you visited the calligraphy and painting shop? Jing Mo inquired, his smile enhancing his striking features. Lu Er nodded earnestly. My mother took me there to buy primer books, so I have seen it. Jing Mo turned his curious gaze towards Qin Ruolu. You have received an education? Qin Ruolu quickly responded, esteemed young master, in my childhood, my family engaged in commerce, which afforded me the means to study for a few years. Jing Mo understood. She too was a once privileged young lady who had fallen on hard times, and her intellect was undoubtedly profound. He then looked towards Ban Xia. You possess discernment and an ability to recognize people. Ban Xia gently smiled. Sister lacks the capability to discern. It is merely good fortune. Feeling bashful from the praise, Qin Ruolu quickly replied, Young master, you flatter me. I am but a servant who is fortunate to be taken in by the young lady. I am eternally grateful and shall repay her kindness throughout my life. Jing Mo nodded, feeling reassured that his sister was surrounded by trustworthy companions. I shall not disturb your conversation any longer. I will take my leave for now. After his departure, Qin Ruolu took Lo Er by the hand and led her towards the kitchen. Lo Er innocently inquired, Is that uncle truly the biological brother of Aunt Xia? Qin Ruolu replied, Of course, he is her true brother. How could mother deceive Lo Er? However, she pondered, why does Aunt Xia look so ordinary compared to the uncle's handsome appearance?
Le R est innocent contemplation linger.
Qin Ruolu quickly admonished her, Do not speak nonsense. No one in the world possesses the compassion of our young lady. Remember, outward appearances are merely superficial. True beauty lies within.
Le R, perplexed, wondered.
If inner beauty is indeed the essence of true beauty, why is it that people are invariably drawn to beautiful things, whether they be faces or objects? Unbeknownst to them, though their conversation was quiet and distant, it had been entirely overheard by Banksia and Jing Mo. Jing Mo smirked and turned to Banksia. Do you mind? Banksia smiled in response. Brother, Ruolia has already stated that appearances are merely a facade. Chapter 47. The Fated Phoenix. Maiden. Jing Mo furrowed his brow slightly. Though he spoke thus, appearance still held significant importance. Observing the crease on Jing Mo's forehead, Han Xia touched her own face, her mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Little sister, I must take my leave for now, as there are matters I need to attend to, Jing Mo stated as he prepared to depart. Suddenly, Han Xia called out, Elder brother, could you enlighten me as to why you are going to the northern desert kingdom to assassinate its king? Jing Mo turned to face Han Xia, concern evident in his voice. Sister, the less you know, the safer you shall be. Han Xia grasped Jing Mo's sleeve firmly. Brother, if I were to live my life in ignorance, it would be better not to live at all. In my past life, it was precisely because I was oblivious that I was constantly manipulated, leading to my demise. Jing Mo gazed into Han Xia's earnest and resolute eyes, feeling both helpless and pained. She continued, Brother, if I remain unaware and uninformed, I would end up like second brother and third brother, being toyed with by the Jin family, blindly following all their schemes, even to the point of death, without realizing they were the cause. Is this what you would wish to see? Upon hearing Han Xia's heartfelt words, Jing Mo reflected deeply. Indeed, his younger siblings had matured and deserved to be privy to many truths. As Han Xia had pointed out, if she remained in the dark, who knew how that venomous woman might manipulate her now? With this thought in mind, Jing Mo leaned closer to Han Xia and whispered softly in her ear. Han Xia's pupils constricted in surprise and delight, her emotions now too complex to articulate. Mother is not dead. Is this truly the case? Jing Mo nodded earnestly. It was upon discovering that my mother's coffin was empty that I formed this conjecture. The reason the Jin family was able to marry into us was entirely due to the coercion exerted by the king of the northern wilderness. He coveted my mother's beauty and would not easily relent. Ban Xia, astonished, replied, Elder brother, do you mean that the transaction between the king of the northern wilderness and the Jin duke's manor involved not only the treasures of the Jin family, but also your mother? If he can have both fish and bear's paw, why would the king of the northern wilderness refuse? Upon hearing Jing Mo's words, a sense of panic, reminiscent of the moment she perished in her previous life, surged within Ban Xia. The Jin family, Qingdai, Xianshen, the Jin duke's manor, and the esteemed concubine Jin wielded great power, manipulating her and her mother without leaving a trace. It was truly terrifying, exceedingly terrifying. Jing Mo, observing Ban Xia's expression, anticipated her reaction. I have stealthily ventured into the northern wilderness multiple times, infiltrating the royal palace, yet I have failed to uncover any trace of my mother. Ban Xia nodded, acknowledging the possibility. There is another potential scenario. It could be that the Jin family is holding my mother captive. Or perhaps the king of the northern wilderness is keeping her confined. We cannot ascertain this, as it remains an unknown. Jing Imo gently patted Ban Xia's head and whispered, "Do not disclose this to your two elder brothers just yet. We shall wait until they have thoroughly seen through the Jin family and are utterly disillusioned with them." Ban Xia nodded in agreement, assuring him that even without his insistence, she would never speak of it. As Jing Imo prepared to depart, he cast one last glance at Ban Xia and added, "The steward possesses significant authority within the manor, overseeing the servants, and all comings and goings are managed through him. Therefore, we must ensure that the Jin family does not regain control. Rest assured, dear brother, I am well aware of my boundaries. Otherwise, the events of today would not have unfolded as they did." Observing my younger sister's understanding brought me immense comfort, and with a gentle pinch to Bancha's delicate face, I reluctantly withdrew my touch. Bancha's face, at last, found relief, and she quickly rubbed it with her hands, casting an eye roll towards Jingma's retreating figure. In the inner court of the palace, within the exquisite Farong Hall, the esteemed Rong Guifei, mother of the fourth prince, gazed incredulously at the messenger who had come to deliver news. "Every word spoken by the young one is entirely truthful. There is no intent to deceive," stated the man, garbed as a eunuch, bowing his head. Rong Guifei, astonished, inquired, "So the Master Yuan Hui truly proclaimed the destiny of the Phoenix Maiden?" The man nodded in affirmation, saying, "Master Yuan Hui declared that the secrets of heaven must not be revealed. However, over a decade ago, while divining for the birth dates of the two daughters of the Yao family, his disciple overheard him speaking to himself." "What did he say?"
she pressed.
"The destined Phoenix Maiden shall be reborn through fire, emerging from calamity to transform into a soaring phoenix." Rong Guifei tightened her grip on the cup in her hand. In other words, she must endure the flames. Only by escaping from the jaws of death can she become the true destined Phoenix Maiden. The man nodded in agreement. That is indeed the essence of his words. "Your Highness, what shall be our next course of action?" Rong Guifei waved her hand dismissively. "Leave the palace and continue gathering intelligence from all quarters. Should any disturbances arise, report to me immediately." "Your servant shall obey," the eunuch-clad man replied, bowing deeply before taking his leave. "Madam, do you believe in the authenticity of this matter regarding the destined Phoenix Maiden?" the esteemed concubine Rong inquired, and old Madame Quan swiftly approached with a smile, saying, "Your Highness, Master Yuan Hui's words are invariably golden and precious. It is wise to trust in his calculations, for they have never been erroneous. One ought to believe in their existence rather than doubt it." After speaking, old Madame Quan poured another cup of tea for concubine Rong, adding, "Your Highness, the fifth miss of the Yao family is but an insignificant woman, utterly incapable of obstructing the path of the Jin family's offspring. The Jin family has long schemed to eliminate that fifth miss of the Yao family. They must be aware of the celestial decree regarding the Phoenix Maiden, thus necessitating her demise to prevent future repercussions." Upon hearing this, a smile graced concubine Rong's face as she remarked, "Indeed, the fifth miss of the Yao family possesses remarkable luck, surviving a calamity each year until her coming of age. I wonder if she will escape unscathed in the face of fire." Old Madame Quan stepped forward, saying, "Your Highness, we may very well observe further before taking action." Concubine Rong nodded and took a delicate sip of her tea. As the night lay still like water, the Yao family estate had not arranged for a steward for 2 consecutive days. Banxia understood that if this delay continued, the Jin family would undoubtedly find a new steward, and any resistance on her part would then appear futile. The individual she selected would be met with absolute opposition from the Jin family. Confronting them head-on as the matriarch was simply impractical. Lost in her thoughts, she was startled to realize that someone had silently taken their place beside her. Why not openly recruit and meticulously select? The deep and melodious voice of the man startled Banxia. She abruptly lifted her gaze to see a man illuminated by moonlight, standing by the window. "It's you?" Upon seeing him, Banxia's eyes darkened, clearly expressing her disdain. Yu Bei had grown accustomed to the little woman's playful claws, fully aware that her fur would bristle upon seeing him. "What? Are you pretending not to recognize me again?" In stark contrast to Hans's tension, Yu Bei appeared utterly at ease. "What brings you here?" Hansa recalled waking up that day, her undergarment torn apart, and instinctively wrapped herself in the blanket, her guard raised. Observing Hansa's defensive posture, Yubei felt a surge of mischief. He leaned in closer, remarking, "I beheld your form in its entirety that night. What purpose does your modesty serve now?" Shameless, Hansa hissed through clenched teeth, infuriated by the man's audacity, lamenting that she had failed to see through his rogue nature in her past life. "You are the first to dare call me shameless. Do you intend to kill me then?" Hansa glared at him, her eyes brimming with animosity and suspicion. Chapter 48. The scoundrel prince. Every time he met Banksia's gaze filled with hatred, he felt a sharp pang in his heart. "This palace intends to kill you.
Can you evade it?"
Banksia's thoughts darkened. Indeed, evasion was impossible. Upon uttering this sentiment, a revelation unfurled, one that she had never anticipated in both this life and the last. "You do not wish to kill me, because I possess something you desire, do you?" "Indeed," he mused, reflecting on the past. It had always been the case since she divulged the secret of the wordless heavenly book to him. Yubei found himself amused by this little woman's audacity. "You claim that I spare your life for the sake of what you carry?" Banksia, still vigilant and filled with animosity, remained silent throughout. Yubei, exasperated, queried, "What do you believe you possess that this palace covets? Pray tell." Banksia continued to withhold her words. In this lifetime, he would not extract the secret of the wordless medical book from her lips. Not a single word would he elicit. Observing Banksia's stubborn demeanor, Yubei sighed inwardly. Presently, Banksia resembled a small wolf cub, filled with animosity, adorably enticing yet ferociously daunting. "Shusha," Yubei extended his hand. "You're back. Your Highness, I implore you to maintain decorum. I am quite recovered. If there is nothing further, I beg you to depart swiftly." Banksia believed that as long as she refrained from revealing the secret of the wordless medical book, she would remain safe. Yubei's desire for that secret would ensure he would not lay a finger on her. "As I contemplated this, I became increasingly unrestrained. Your Highness, should you wish to visit, there is no need for pretense. I require neither your insincerity nor your feigned affection." The crown prince was nearly driven to the brink by this audacious woman. "Do you dare suggest that I am insincere?" Half Summer met the gaze of Moon Northern Wing with unwavering resolve. When the heart is untroubled, how can there be true intention? Moon Northern Wing, usually composed, felt his temper flare yet again, due to Half Summer's provocations. He could not restrain himself from grasping her shoulders. "You ungrateful woman, you." Half Summer winced in pain, her brows furrowing slightly, prompting him to immediately release her, the concern evident in his eyes. Half Summer's gaze, filled with disdain, met his. She felt profound contempt for the facade he portrayed. Had she not known of his true affections from a previous life, she might have been deceived once more. In the end, Moon Northern Wing suppressed his rising anger and pointed to the guqin stand directly opposite the bed. "I have dearly missed the warm jade snow guqin during my absence and have come to see it." Upon hearing this, Half Summer leapt from the bed, pointing emphatically at the instrument. "You need not miss it any longer. Take it away at once." Moon Northern Wing, exasperated by her boldness, retorted, "Since this guqin was publicly gifted to you, how can I simply reclaim it? I shall visit from time to time to see it." Half Summer was incensed by Moon Northern Wing's excuse, interpreting it as a license for him to come and go as he pleased, simply because he yearned for the guqin. Outside, in the shadows of the rain, Jiu could not suppress a twitch of his lips, pondering if this truly was their cold, unyielding crown prince. However, this excuse earns full marks from his subordinates. "Yet, Your Highness, given your esteemed status, do you not find it inappropriate to continually offer your warmth to one who remains indifferent? Where have you cast aside your dignity and position?" Were Yubei to hear this torrential inner monologue, he would undoubtedly retort, "Is your wife more important, or is your face? Rest assured, Your Highness, should you reclaim the guqin, I shall not utter a single word to outsiders. At this late hour, no one would witness your departure with it." Yubei raised an eyebrow, finding the girl's disdain for him quite evident. Yet, he was determined to defy her wishes. With a scoff, he remarked, "The guqin may indeed be taken, but have you considered how you will explain its absence to Her Majesty, the Empress? This guqin was, after all, part of her dowry." Upon hearing this, Han Xia nearly choked on her indignation. Essentially, it meant that she could neither keep the guqin nor dismiss it, for fear of incurring the Empress's wrath, while being unable to prevent Yubei from visiting it at any time. Suppressing her frustration, Han Xia spoke in a conciliatory tone. Your Highness, since this guqin has been gifted to me, it rightfully belongs to me. Your persistent concern seems rather inappropriate.
Does it not?
Upon observing that Yu Bei showed no intention of leaving, Han Xia deliberately intensified her tone. Your Highness, as the saying goes, one fears not the thief but the thief's obsession. Your fixation on a mere subject may lead to unease. Despite having restrained his temper, Yu Bei could not suppress the darkening of his expression upon hearing her audacious claim of him as a thief. You dare to call me a thief? He uttered through gritted teeth. Bancha's explanation. It is merely a metaphor, a reflection of your thoughts, Your Highness. Yu Bei clenched his fists tightly, striving to suppress his temper and refrain from allowing Bansha to provoke him further. He took a seat beside the Qin stand, asserting with a tone of certainty, Since you have spoken, I shall remain here daily, keeping watch over this Qin. I must see whether this warm jade snow Qin shall truly be lost. Bansha, realizing the futility of her words, became infuriated, regardless of her protestations. This insufferable prince would not leave. She was at a loss for words and let out a cold huff. If you wish to stay, then stay. This room is yours. Turning to exit, Bansha was abruptly pulled into Yu Bei's embrace. Before she could comprehend, he pinched the nape of her neck. In an instant, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Yu Bei shook his head in exasperation. Silly girl, how can you rest easy if I depart? Over the past fortnight, he had discerned that Bansha suffered from nightly nightmares. Calling out his name, her body feverish and restless. Yet, as long as he held her close, enveloped in a scent, she could find solace in slumber, free from nightmares. Thus, each night, he would quietly enter after she fell asleep, embracing her as they both rested in their clothes. However, tonight was different. This little woman had yet to sleep, likely troubled by matters concerning the steward, prompting her to speak out of turn. Jiyu, Yu Bei suddenly called. The figure of Jiyu, who had been concealed in the shadows, appeared at the window, ready to heed his command. There is no need to watch in the shadows. Tomorrow, the will recruit a steward, and one must employ any means necessary to secure a position. The subordinate understands. After speaking, Jiyu vanished instantly. The master's intent was evident. Watching discreetly would not assist the fifth miss, but overseeing her openly would prove beneficial. He carried Han Xia to the bed, covering her with a quilt, and fell asleep fully clothed. How could he not relate? For nearly a decade, he had not enjoyed a single night of peaceful slumber. It was only while holding this young woman that he could sleep soundly and sweetly through the night. Master. The absence of a steward in this residence results in a lack of oversight for the servants, and if this continues, the household may descend into chaos. Upon returning from court, Yaho was greeted by Jin, who spoke these words. Han Xia, having arrived in the study just in time, overheard Jin's remarks. Chapter 49. Recruiting a steward. Father, I heard you returned from court, so I specially brought you the simmered job's tears and pork rib soup, said Banksia, as she presented the perfectly warmed broth to the esteemed Lord Yao. A look of contentment graced Lord Yao's face as he replied, You are thoughtful, Banksia. Upon receiving the bowl, he immediately noticed some herbs floating within, which caused him to furrow his brows in confusion. What is the meaning of these herbs in the soup? With a gentle tone, Banksia explained, Father, this is known as medicinal cuisine, which incorporates suitable herbs into the diet. It can cure ailments when one is unwell, prevent illness, and nourish the body to enhance vitality. Lord Yao remained skeptical. It sounds promising, but won't the addition of herbs render the soup bitter, thereby spoiling this exquisite job's tears and pork rib soup? Rather than elaborating further, Banksia softly urged, Father, why not take a sip? You will understand everything. With a hint of trepidation, Lord Yao took a tentative taste. The moment the broth touched his palate, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. Delicious. The flavor exceeds that of the ordinary ingredients alone. He swiftly consumed the entire bowl, leaving the pork ribs spotless. And what of grandmother? He inquired. Do not worry, Father. I have already sent her a bowl, Banksia reassured him. Lord Yao nodded in satisfaction. What a good child you are. It is indeed rare for a medicinal cuisine that not only delights the palate, but also offers healing properties. Our great Yu kingdom has yet to witness such a marvel. Banksia smiled quietly, for her recipes stemmed from an ancient medical text, a treasure that may not be found even across all nations combined. Mother, please have a bowl as well, said Han Xia, as she extended a bowl towards her. Jean, irritated by her own words, was momentarily taken aback by Han Xia's sudden interruption. A thought crossed her mind, and a faint smile crept across her lips as she lifted the bowl to drink. After finishing, she returned the bowl to Hanjia and turned to the medicine lord, continuing, "My lord, this household cannot function without a steward." Hanjia quickly seized upon Jin's remark, adding, "Indeed. Father, the household cannot do without a steward. Mother is busy, and without a steward to manage the servants, it would be utter chaos." Jin was taken aback. How had this little wretch begun to advocate for her? Just as she was about to voice her next thought, Hanjia interjected, "Father, I have a splendid idea that will neither offend the Jin Duke's residents, nor cause us any unease." The medicine lord, intrigued by her words, asked Hanjia, "Do share your idea, what is it?" Reflecting on what Yu Bei had said the previous day, Hanjia realized it was indeed useful no matter the circumstance. She then proposed, "We should openly recruit and select the most clever and capable individuals." Upon hearing this, the medicine lord acknowledged the merit of her suggestion. An open recruitment based on merit would indeed leave the Jin Duke with no grounds for complaint. "This plan is feasible tomorrow." Before he could finish, Hanjia interjected, "Father, there's no need to postpone. Since you are free this afternoon, you should personally oversee the selection today." With Hanjia's insistence, Jin found herself, without grounds to oppose, her discomfort festering silently within. Yao Ho hesitated momentarily and remarked, "Indeed, the method is commendable, yet I fear that such haste may deter potential applicants." Upon hearing this, Ban Xia chuckled and replied, "Father, if the esteemed officials of the Prime Minister's household can do so, how can we, of the Marquis' lineage, be an exception? Once the news is disseminated, we need not worry about those eager to elevate their status flocking to us like moths to a flame." Yao Ho, recognizing the truth in her words, nodded in agreement and declared, "Very well, I shall acquiesce to your suggestion. Today, as I find myself unoccupied, I shall personally oversee the proceedings." Madame Jean, nearly exasperated, realized that with the master having made a decision, she had little recourse. She quickly gestured to Granny Qin, who understood the cue and promptly set off to relay the news of their search for a steward. The announcement from the Yao Marquis spread swiftly throughout the capital, proclaiming their recruitment of a steward for the day. Recruiting a steward? How novel. Mei Zichu set down her teacup and turned to Jun Han, continuing, "It has always been customary for the steward to be pre-selected. This public recruitment is a first in my experience. Who do you suppose conceived of such an idea?" Jun Han, with a smirk, replied, "Who else could it be but a naive village girl, utterly clueless and likely to cause a ruckus? Brother Zichu, do you truly consider this mere folly?"
Yunhan raised an eyebrow.
"Is it not so? Have you ever encountered a household that openly recruits a steward? While a steward may be deemed a mere servant, the position holds significant importance, and mishandling it could lead to chaos."
Yunhan merely smiled, continuing to sip his tea.
"Who are you putting on such an act for? Pray, share your thoughts with me." Mei Zichu, growing impatient, pressed Jun Han for his opinion. "Your family is uncomplicated and straightforward. Your mother, esteemed as a princess, holds a revered position at home, and your father, naturally, would not dare to take a concubine. With only you and your sibling in the household, devoid of any disputes over titles, you remain oblivious to the trivial matters that plague those in grand estates." After uttering these words, Jun Han's gaze deepened, and a wave of resentment surged within him. Mei Zichu gently touched his nose and offered comfort. "Brother Han, I am aware of the troubles in your family, but are we not discussing that little village girl?" Jun Han scoffed lightly. "That little village girl's circumstances are not much better than mine." Upon hearing this, Mei Zichu was incredulous. "Brother, that little village girl's mother has passed away. Yet her stepmother treats the 3 siblings as her own, even more fondly than her biological children. How could her situation be akin to yours?" Jun Han shook his head, observing this audacious brother who, due to a simple upbringing, tended to overthink matters. Noticing Jun Han's abrupt departure, Mei Zichu, puzzled, hurried after him. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news, the lady of the Jin Guogong displayed no semblance of a smile. Her face, lined with wrinkles, bore an expression of displeasure as she addressed the servant who had brought the tidings. "Matters of your household have always been under my daughter's authority. Why, then, do you seek to recruit an outsider for such a trivial task as finding a steward?" Seeing the elderly lady's discontent, Mama Qin hurriedly bowed her head and explained, "Madam, in the past, all affairs of the Yaho residence were decided by you, but ever since the 5th miss returned, she has consistently opposed you, often gaining the upper hand, which has caused you much distress. With a sharp crash, Lady Jean of the Jean Kingdom slammed the teacup onto the floor, exclaiming in fury, "Does the Marquis of Medicine's household presume to bully my Jean family, believing we are without influence? How can it be that a mere daughter can provoke the matriarch, and a simple steward cannot govern the household? Is this not a source of amusement for outsiders?" Upon witnessing Lady Jin's wrath, Granny Jean pondered her words carefully before responding. "Madam, my mistress is aware that the decision rests with the master. She is equally powerless in this matter. Come, I shall accompany you to the Marquis of Medicine's residence. I intend to inquire why the matriarch cannot assert control over the stewardess' affairs. Is this a sign of disdain for our Jean family? Or does my daughter somehow fall short in their eyes?" Having uttered these words, the elderly matriarch of the Jean family rose, ready to confront the perceived injustice. "Stop right there. Is it not enough chaos already?" thundered the Duke of Jean, his resonant voice echoing through the hall. Chapter 50. The butler's decision. The venerable matron of the Jean family, despite her stature, harbored a palpable apprehension towards her son-in-law. She hastily expressed, "Our daughter has suffered indignities at the hands of the Yao family. We cannot remain indifferent." The old Duke of Jean settled himself, letting out a disdainful snort, and retorted, "And how do you propose to intervene? What means do you possess that would not further disgrace us?" The matron, perplexed, responded, "What do you mean by that? I fear you have grown quite senile. Do you not perceive that the fifth young lady of the Yao family conducts herself with such audacity precisely because she has seized upon our daughter as leverage against the Jean estate?" Upon hearing this, the old duke's eyes flickered with recognition, and he quickly inquired, could it be related to the former steward of the Yao family? "Indeed," he replied. "Do you not comprehend the gravity of colluding with outsiders to conspire against the family's heir? Should I remind you that the former steward of the Yao Marquis came from our Jean estate?" The matron, upon absorbing this information, fell silent, her countenance reflecting a dawning realization. The Duke then turned to Granny Jean, saying, "I have selected several capable individuals. They have already gone to apply. Here is the list." Granny Jean's face brightened with delight as she responded, "Indeed, old Duke, rest assured I shall instruct the lady to exercise utmost caution in her future endeavors." With a nod of approval, the Duke waved her off. Meanwhile, a young man, eager for excitement, exclaimed, "You could have at least warned me before leading me here." Maisie, catching up, realized they were on the path to the Yao Marquis' residence. "I knew you would follow. Whether I mentioned it or not would make little difference." The two companions continued on their way, eventually climbing atop the wall opposite the Yao residence to witness the unfolding spectacle. At that moment, the entrance of the Yao Marquis' estate was abuzz with activity, thronged by a diverse assembly of individuals awaiting their turn to apply. Song Zhu stood at the entrance, briefly outlining the requirements before commencing the registration process. Ban Xia handed Song Zhu a set of competition rules along with several questions, then discreetly retreated to observe from a distance. The participants, fueled with enthusiasm, unleashed their full potential, showcasing their diverse skills. The esteemed pharmacist lord presided over the proceedings, shaking his head in disbelief at the spectacle before him. Ultimately, 15 individuals were selected to advance to the inner courtyard for further competition. By this time, the sun had set, and Granny Jean whispered a few words into Jean Shi's ear. Among the 15, 14 hailed from the Jean Guogong residence, providing Jean Shi with a sense of assurance. Observing Jean Shi's expression from the back, Ban Xia struggled to discern which individuals belonged to the Jean family and which did not. Just as she felt utterly perplexed, a familiar figure caught her eye. "Ji Yu, what was he doing here?" Ban Xia muttered to herself. In her previous life, she had encountered Ji Yu on numerous occasions. He was one of the 4 golden guards serving the crown prince. This Ji Yu had long operated in the shadows, providing protection without revealing his identity, making it rare for anyone to know who he truly was. Damn it, she should not have heeded the words of Yu Bei. Now she had unwittingly dug herself a pit. At that moment, the pharmacist lord posed a question. How would you respond if the first madam and the second madam were to quarrel? The group of over a dozen individuals offered their responses, most echoing the notions of fairness and impartiality. When it was Ji Yu's turn, he pondered for a moment before replying. "My lord, both the first madam and the second madam are indeed madams. The distinction lies solely in the prefixes first and second." "Pray, how would you interpret this distinction?" "Since there is a distinction to be made, one must treat individuals accordingly. Thus, the esteemed lady naturally holds a higher status, while the lesser lady is of a lower rank. Respect for hierarchy is paramount, even if the esteemed lady errs. It is essential to preserve her dignity publicly while offering counsel discreetly. The esteemed Lord of Medicine chuckled. However, this may offend the lesser lady.
You replied.
With proper persuasion, the lesser lady will not take offense, for she understands the importance of maintaining decorum and the distinctions between right and wrong. But what if one encounters a person who is unreasonable and lacks discernment? Jiyu bowed respectfully and responded, if such a situation arises, given the Lord's astute judgment, he would certainly not tolerate such behavior. The Lord of Medicine nodded in satisfaction, recognizing Jiyu's cleverness. Madame Jean, feeling somewhat displeased, noted that this individual indeed responded far better than her own associates, yet he remained an outsider. Realizing this, she quickly interjected, my lord. Merely understanding how to mediate is insufficient. Mastery of household accounts and management of affairs is essential. The Lord of Medicine nodded, turning to his attendants and instructing. Fetch the abacus and present them with the problems to solve. The one who completes and solves them correctly in the shortest time shall prevail. Soon, the attendants brought forth the abacuses, placing a problem on each table. A dozen or so individuals took their seats simultaneously, and one could observe them deftly manipulating the beads of the abacus. Qingdai approached, glancing from behind the screen, and scoffed, they are not accountants. Why must they be tested on arithmetic? Ban Xia chuckled. Sister, a steward must possess the ability to respond adeptly and also guard against any potential deceit from the accountants. Hence the need for such a test of arithmetic skills. Qingdai pouted slightly and let out a soft huff, remarking on the perceived knowledge of others. Upon hearing the words of his two daughters, the Medicine Marquis felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. One daughter, raised away from him, was astute and adaptable, while the one brought up in his presence had become rather spoiled and oblivious to the world. Jiyu was the first to rise, presenting the meticulously calculated accounts directly to the Medicine Marquis. Upon matching the figures with the answers in his hand, the Marquis found them all to be correct. He chuckled, declaring, you shall be the one. However, Jean promptly interjected, my lord, there is still one task that remains unexamined. The Marquis, still smiling, replied, the principle of survival of the fittest is abundantly clear. There is no need for further competition. I am more inclined to test my two daughters on the remaining subjects. Upon hearing this, Qingdai hurriedly stepped forward, wrapping her arm around her father's, playfully inquiring, Father, what will you test us on? Your daughter is ready. Her presence naturally captured the attention of the men present. Such beauty was undeniably enchanting, stirring feelings of yearning. Yet, as they hailed from the esteemed Jean family, they maintained their decorum, daring only to admire from afar without lingering gazes. Jean had initially intended to reprimand Jiyu for his lingering gaze upon Qingdai, wishing to send him away, but upon observing him, she realized that he had not cast a single glance at her beloved daughter throughout. Such behavior was uncommon among ordinary men, who would invariably be entranced by the sight of her daughter. This man, however, seemed entirely different. In contrast to Qingdai's demeanor, Bansha exhibited a more reserved and respectful nature. She stepped forward, slightly bowing, and said, Father, I am prepared to take the examination. The Medicine Marquis expressed his satisfaction, waving his hand to signal that the onlookers could disperse. Though reluctant, Jean had no choice but to send those 14 individuals away. The Medicine Marquis remarked, as a steward, one should possess the ability to manage affairs, yet it is even more imperative for the young ladies to demonstrate their understanding of social intricacies. Thus, the final task of discerning human emotions and worldly wisdom shall be entrusted to you, sisters. At that moment, a servant announced from outside, Master, the young general from the marshal's residence and the young lord from the princess's estate have come to pay a visit. Upon hearing these names, the Medicine Marquis furrowed his brow slightly. Before he could respond, Maisie Chu interjected, since the Medicine Marquis wishes to assess the social acumen of the two young ladies. We would be delighted to observe and learn. The Medicine Marquis, upon seeing Maisie Chu, was reminded of the venomous snake that had nearly brought harm to Banksia, which filled him with displeasure. Nevertheless, having navigated the treacherous waters of officialdom for many years, he displayed not a hint of his inner turmoil. Chapter 51. The Art of Hospitality. As the newly appointed steward, Jiyu displayed remarkable acumen and promptly instructed his staff to prepare seats for the two unexpected guests. The moment Qingdai laid eyes on Maisie, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Jean Sure was equally delighted. One guest was the young lord, the only legitimate son of the princess, while the other was the most favored grandson of the old marshal from the marshal's residence. Although Qingdai's ultimate ambition was to win the favor of the crown prince, it would not hurt to court these two as well. Jin Shi quickly exclaimed, "We are more than pleased to welcome you, gentlemen." With that, she cast a knowing glance at Qingdai, signaling her to comport herself well. Qingdai, ever self-assured, believed her striking beauty would effortlessly captivate these noble young men. She thought little of the plain and sharp-tongued Hengxia, for in the realm of social graces, she undoubtedly surpassed her. The medicine lord turned to his two daughters and posed a question. If both the Bai and Wu families were to experience a bereavement simultaneously, whom should we visit? Hengxia remained silent, while Qingdai, assuming her sister was at a loss for words, arrogantly declared, "Father, allow me to respond first." Junhan, inwardly scoffing, mused that beauty alone rendered one a mere ornament. The first to speak, unless exceptionally insightful, often found themselves at a disadvantage. Jin Shi furrowed her brow slightly, feeling her daughter was overly eager. Then Qingdai continued, "Father, both families have established connections with us. If misfortune were to befall either, visiting one would inevitably offend the other. Therefore, it would be wiser to extend our condolences without visiting in person, thus sparing ourselves from offending anyone." The medicine lord nodded in agreement, and Jin Shi was thoroughly pleased with her daughter's response. The esteemed Lord Yao then turned his gaze towards Banksia and remarked, "Your sister has already provided her perspective. Now, I invite you to share yours." Banksia responded, "Father, it is a truth that no individual is without flaws. A funeral is indeed a significant affair. Although it is customary to extend our condolences, if neither family attends, it may appear that neither has been offended, when in reality, both families would harbor grievances." Upon reflection, the assembly acknowledged the validity of her words. As officials of the court, none were in want of such trifling sums. Although they may not voice their discontent, they would certainly remember it. Previously, Lord Yao had not considered this matter deeply, but hearing his daughter's insight prompted him to take it to heart. "Since both families would be slighted, what do you propose we do, my dear Xia?" In truth, there are numerous approaches. It all hinges on adaptability. Gifts must accompany presents to leave a lasting impression. Moreover, funerals are governed by auspicious timings, as each individual has unique circumstances surrounding their passing and burial. Upon hearing this, Lord Yao and the others began to grasp the complexity of the situation. Had it not been for Banxia's astute observations, none would have contemplated such intricacies. Banksia continued, "One could present monetary offerings to the family with an earlier time slot first, and subsequently visit the family with a later time. Though it may be a bit rushed, it ensures that both families are respected and not offended." It is commendable that you, my dear, possess such meticulous thoughts and have considered the timing as well," praised Lord Yao, reflecting on the unfortunate circumstance of having a daughter. "Father, the essence of life lies in adaptability. Even in a dead end, there are walls that can be traversed. Can we truly allow the living to be obstructed?" Banksia concluded, casting a glance at Qingdai. Qingdai's face darkened with anger. Despite her usual ability to mask her emotions, she felt utterly humiliated in this moment. Junhan's lips curled into a smile. This girl truly possesses a heart as delicate as a finely crafted ornament. The Marquis, intrigued, inquired, "Then let me ask you, how should one present gifts when a second-rank official celebrates a joyous occasion at home?" This time, Qingdai had prepared herself well and turned to Bansha, saying, "Sister, you may answer first this time." Bansha merely smiled subtly and replied, "Sister, I am but a simple country girl, and I have never encountered officials before. I fear that if I say something amiss, I shall be ridiculed." Upon hearing Bansha's words, Qingdai felt a wave of relief, realizing that the girl was indeed unaware. "Well then, since you do not comprehend, allow me to enlighten you." Qingdai swiftly took the conversation back, leaving Jin Shi in a state of anxiety. This child was so impatient. Just as she was about to speak, Qingdai had already continued. "Father, since we are all officials in the court, the gifts must not be so trifling as to invite ridicule. Offering substantial gifts not only honors the esteemed officials, but also enhances our own reputation for generosity." The Marquis furrowed his brow upon hearing this and turned to Bansha, asking, "Do you find her sister's reasoning sound?" Bansha understood that if she were to speak on the matter of gifting officials now, Jin Shi would seize upon it, especially since she had just claimed ignorance due to her lack of experience with high-ranking officials. After a moment of contemplation, she smiled and responded, "Father, whether my sister's words hold merit, I truly cannot say. However, my aunt in the countryside once taught me a principle. If wealth is not concealed, it invites disputes and easily leads to trouble. Even if 10 wealthy families present lavish gifts for a birthday, the common folk cannot afford to match such generosity. Upon encountering this, my aunt suggested distinguishing between close and distant relationships in the matter of gift-giving, asserting that such distinctions should be made according to the varying degrees of connection. Indeed, the notion of having both proximity and distance, without causing confusion, is quite astute. This principle holds true whether in the countryside or the capital. It merely depends on how one differentiates. The medicine lord rose, feeling a sense of relief. Very well. I, too, am weary. Song Zhu and Liang Jiang, please take good care of our guests. I have official matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Jean promptly escorted the medicine lord back to his study, reminding Granny Jean to keep a watchful eye. Ban Xia cast a meaningful glance at the new steward, Jiyu, who was greeting everyone, her eyes clearly expressing discontent. Jiyu felt a shiver run down his spine under Ban Xia's scrutiny, wondering if she had indeed recognized him. That seemed unlikely, as he had always remained in the shadows, where no one should know him. With a dismissive huff directed at Jiyu, Ban Xia turned and made her way to her tranquil little courtyard, forgetfulness. Seeing her departure, Mei Zichu sprang up, exclaiming, "You little country girl, you don't even know how to entertain guests." Ban Xia glanced back at Mei Zichu, responding with mild irritation, "Aren't my two brothers here?" Song Zhu, visibly displeased, interjected, "I heard my sister can prepare medicinal cuisine. I shall dine with her tonight. Let us go together." Medicinal cuisine? Both Jun Han and Mei Zichu simultaneously pondered this unfamiliar term. Liang Jiang, ever courteous, said, "Ladies, as guests, my father has instructed me to entertain you. Please accompany me to the front hall for tea." Without regard for the formalities, Mei Zichu directly inquired, "What is medicinal cuisine?" Liang Jiang shook his head, expressing his ignorance. "I am not certain. It appears to be a dish devised by my sister." Mei Zichu, upon observing his pretentious demeanor, felt a surge of irritation and retorted, "Enough of the charade. Who is unaware of your true nature? Is it truly amusing to feign such sophistication?" Liang Jiang's lips twitched slightly. "If you insist I drop the pretense, then you too should swiftly depart. I have no desire to entertain you." Mei Zichu chuckled. "Is this your way of hosting guests? It seems you have been thoroughly spoiled by your mother, dismissing us without a second thought, unafraid of offending us." Liang Jiang scoffed. "At least you both understand the essence of courtesy. It is quite rare to encounter individuals visiting their elders with empty hands." Mei Zichu and Jun Han instinctively glanced at their own hands, realizing they bore nothing. The atmosphere turned awkward, prompting Qing Dai to interject, "Elder brother, these gentlemen are esteemed guests. How can you treat them in such a manner?" Chapter 52. The Truth of Gambling. Upon finishing her words, Qing Dai hurriedly adorned her face with a charming and bashful smile. "Gentlemen, please proceed to the front hall. We have just received some exquisite Longjing tea that you must taste." Mei Zichu, accustomed to his domineering ways, responded with an air of disdain, "Who wishes to drink your mediocre Longjing tea? We are here to sample the so-called medicinal cuisine." With that declaration, he swiftly removed the jade pendant from his waist and tossed it to Liang Jiang, proclaiming, "Consider this a token of my visit." Liang Jiang's lips twitched slightly. "I suppose it can be deemed as such, but since we are to enjoy tea, shall we not move along?" he reiterated. "I have already stated that we do not wish to partake in your tea. Our interest lies solely in that so-called medicinal dish." Mei Zichu spoke with unwavering confidence, as he was used to having his desires fulfilled within the royal palace, where the emperor would readily have the imperial kitchen prepare anything he wished. Yet, Liang Jiang remained obstinately oblivious, feigning ignorance. Qing Dai found herself seething with disdain for Banxia, thinking, "What a detestable creature. What is the point of that wretched medicinal cuisine? Can it even be consumed?" In stark contrast to Mei Zichu's arrogance, Junhan exhibited a more polite demeanor. He clasped his hands and said, "It is indeed inappropriate for us to intrude today, yet since we have arrived and fortuitously heard of this rare medicinal dish, might we be permitted to sample it?" As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face, and Junhan's courteous manner left Liang Jiang feeling somewhat embarrassed. Liang Jiang replied, "This medicinal dish was prepared by my sister. I have yet to taste it myself, so I cannot speak to her willingness to share." A smile graced Junhan's face as he responded, "Might I trouble the second young master to inquire with your esteemed sister whether a single medicinal dish could suffice to repay a life-saving grace?" "Life-saving grace?" Liang Jiang appeared somewhat perplexed. "What life-saving grace?" Junhan merely smiled and replied, "You will understand once you speak with your sister." After contemplating for a moment, Liang Jiang pointed at Junhan and instructed, "Stay right here, do not move." She then hurried off towards the back courtyard, where Ban Xia resided. Mei Zichu glanced at Junhan and playfully nudged him with her elbow, inquiring, "Since when did you become the lifesaver of that village girl?" Junhan adopted a mysterious demeanor, stating, "Heavenly secrets must not be divulged." Mei Zichu frowned, "Quickly tell me, or I shall be consumed by curiosity." Eventually, Junhan recounted the circumstances of the rescue in a dual voice. Mei Zichu's eyes widened in realization. No wonder that village girl had specifically requested Junhan's presence. Just then, Xiao Yao approached with a sullen expression, saying, "Miss requests the presence of both young gentlemen." Qing Dai, upon hearing this, became agitated. Men should not enter the inner quarters of women. Her words were met with 3 disdainful glares. Xiao Yao thought to herself, "Miss is indeed correct. This Qing Dai is determined to tarnish Our Lady's reputation." Looking at Qing Dai, she cheerfully stated, "Fourth Miss. My lady has assured that with her 2 elder brothers present, there shall be no idle gossip." Mei Zichu smirked. "We have come to seek the 2 young gentlemen of the Ho residence. If any wretched soul dares to spread rumors, I shall remove their tongue and feed it to the dogs." This statement sent a chill down Qing Dai's spine, silencing any ill intentions she harbored. It was a blatant threat. Qing Dai took a step back, not daring to utter another word. As dusk descends and the sun sinks in the west, the serene ambience of the Forget-Worry courtyard becomes particularly exquisite. Upon entering, they beheld 2 maidservants diligently applying white paint to the walls. Frowning, they thought it rather ominous that the red walls were being transformed to white, reminiscent of a morning scene. Upon reaching the parlor, Liang Jiang promptly invited the 2 to take a seat. Song Zhu wore an expression of discontent. "The young general saved them, not you, the card shark. What business do you have here?" This remark irked Mei Zichu, who immediately darkened his expression. "Who are you calling a card shark? Repeat that if you dare." Unfazed, Song Zhu rose from his chair. "I am speaking of you. With so many eyes upon us, do you dare to contest?" Mei Zichu had never been so incensed, and in a surge of emotion, he retorted, "If it weren't for your sister inciting my sister to curry my favor, how could such a situation have arisen?" Ban Xia, who had intended to mediate, halted upon hearing this. Xiao Yao remarked, "Miss, if you do not intervene, a fight may ensue." Ban Xia gestured for her to remain silent. Both Liang Jiang and Song Zhu were taken aback by the words spoken. Regret washed over Mei Zichu. He had no desire for his sister's reputation to be tarnished. Song Zhu promptly inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Mei Zichu merely huffed and took a seat in silence. Ban Xia finally understood. It seemed that in a previous life, Mei Zichu had encountered Qing Dai during the grand birthday celebration of the Qian family, where Qing Dai's enchanting dance had captivated not only him but many high-ranking officials and young masters. In this lifetime, due to his presence, Mei Zichu encountered Qing Dai earlier than expected. Moreover, by saving his brother, he inadvertently uncovered certain truths. It turned out that Mei Zichu's loss of face stemmed from his own deceit, which led to a confrontation at home. He discovered that his sister, influenced by Qing Dai, had sought to curry favor with him, resulting in his humiliation. Consequently, he had harbored a disdain for Qing Dai from the very beginning. Reflecting on this, Bengxia's lips curled into a smile. This was splendid, as long as Mei Zichu did not love Qing Dai as he had in his previous life. Her endeavors would encounter far fewer obstacles. At that moment, she stepped forward and said, "Young Master Mei, it seems you are concerned about tarnishing Princess Ziqing's reputation. Brother, do not pry further." Mei Zichu raised his gaze to Bengxia, remarking, "You possess a sound understanding." However, Songzhu persisted, "This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Sister, have you forgotten that I was severely punished by our father and nearly had my legs broken by someone bearing the surname Mei?" Bengxia comprehended the grievances harbored by her 3rd brother and gestured to Xiao Yao and Xiangzhu to keep watch at the door. She then counseled, "Third brother, if this incident were to spread, it would reflect poorly on both Princess Ziqing and Sister Qing Dai." Songzhu, perplexed, retorted, "What does Qing Dai have to do with this? How does it involve Princess Ziqing?" Liang Jiang seemed to grasp something, and his expression darkened ominously. Bengxia asserted, "What we discuss today must remain confidential. Young Master Mei, please allow my 3rd brother to comprehend this. Are you certain you will not disclose a word?" Mei Zichu inquired, puzzled. Song Zhu nodded earnestly, stating, "Though I may appear reckless, I assure you that since I have promised to keep the secret, I will absolutely not disclose it. Otherwise, my life shall be at your mercy." "Very well," Mei Zichu replied, feeling reassured. "In recent days, I have not been in good spirits. My sister heard from your fourth sister, Qingdai, that infusing dice with mercury would guarantee my victory in gambling. To lift my spirits, my sister arranged for a few of these mercury-infused dice to be made, and my servants secretly replaced the dice without my knowledge." At this point, Mei Zichu expressed her confusion. "I truly cannot fathom how it happened that I ended up gambling with you." Song Zhu suddenly grasped the situation. Indeed, it was the former steward. As he spoke, Song Zhu's eyes filled with fury. It was the former steward who had mentioned that several alluring young maidens had recently arrived at the Divine Maiden Pavilion, their beauty igniting a sense of longing. This was what had compelled him to visit the pavilion, leading to an inexplicable gamble with a few individuals. Chapter 53. The Effects of Medicinal Cuisine. Upon hearing this, Banksia felt an overwhelming sense of disgust towards Jean and the others. Meanwhile, Song Zhu continued to narrate, "I was winning splendidly when you decided to stir trouble and insisted on gambling with me." It was at this moment that Mei Zichu interjected. "Do you know who you are gambling against?" "I don't know. He sought me out for the wager," came the reply. Mei Zichu rolled her eyes. "That individual is my cousin, Mei Zihua. He lost money and came to me for assistance. How could I refuse?" "Mei Zihua?" Banksia exclaimed. "Is he the same Mei Zihua who studied alongside Xianxin?" "Studied alongside Xianxin? How do you know this, dear sister?" Liang Jiang inquired, furrowing her brows. Banksia then recalled that it was only during the hairpin ceremony, which had been arranged later, that she learned of Mei Zihua's connection to Xianxin.
Now,
Confronted by her second brother's inquiry, Banksia felt a twinge of embarrassment, pondering how to articulate her thoughts. Fortunately, Jun Han interjected, "From your analysis, it appears that this matter is intricately linked rather than mere coincidence." Liang Zhang's expression darkened, a knot of unease tightened within him, and the more he contemplated, the more distressed he became. Mei Zichu's demeanor reflected her displeasure. "This is clearly a scheme. The blame has unjustly fallen upon me. From now on, I must ensure that my sister spends less time with your fourth sister." Even Song Zhu, typically oblivious, grasped that he had been ensnared in a plot. Yet, he pondered how it could be, considering that his mother and younger siblings were generally amiable. Banksia noticed the grim expressions on her brothers' faces, and the realization of their growing suspicion brought her a sense of relief. Just then, Xiaoyao called out, "Fourth miss, what brings you here?" Upon hearing the sound of Xiaoyao, several individuals exchanged glances and fell silent. Bansha hastily said, "I shall prepare the medicinal cuisine. Please make yourselves comfortable." Qin Ruolia promptly offered tea, and then took Lur back to the back room to continue their literacy lessons. Qingdai disregarded Xiaoyao and stepped inside, saying, "Sister, I have heard from Mother that the medicinal dishes you prepare are exceptionally delightful. May I indulge in them as well?" Although Bansha harbored no fondness for her, she maintained a composed demeanor and replied, "Since you are here, sister, please join the two young masters in conversation while I attend to the preparations." Delighted, Qingdai thought that any opportunity for the two noble masters to notice her was indeed splendid. "Elder brother, I apologize for my tardiness. I hope you shall not hold it against me." She feigned a respectful bow. Mei Zichu, having just realized he had been manipulated, felt a surge of frustration with no outlet. With the architect of his discomfort now before him, he felt no inclination for courtesy. "If you fear reproach, then perhaps you ought not to come, lest your presence becomes an eyesore." His words left Qingdai thoroughly embarrassed. "Elder brother, I merely wish to accompany the guests. We cannot allow outsiders to claim our household lacks hospitality." Qingdai quickly turned to Song Zhu and Liang Jiang, seeking their affection, believing that their fondness for her would compel them to intercede. To her surprise, Song Zhu regarded her with the eyes of a stranger. Liang Jiang bluntly stated, "The two young masters have come to see me and third brother. With us attending to the guests, there is no breach of etiquette, and your presence here is therefore superfluous." Qingdai was taken aback by Liang Jiang's candidness, as it offered her no semblance of dignity. In an instant, her eyes turned red. When had she ever endured such indignity? Listening to the commotion, Banksia felt a cold disdain within. "Qingdai, the suffering you have inflicted upon me goes far beyond this." The sound of hurried footsteps echoed, unmistakably indicating that Qingdai had fled in embarrassment. Xiaoyao quickly entered the small kitchen and said, "Miss The fourth young lady has run out in tears. Do you think she will report this to master and madam? Banksia continued her culinary tasks, seemingly unconcerned, and replied, the one who has embarrassed her is Mizuku along with Junhan. It has nothing to do with us. Xiaoyao reminded her, miss, is that merely a matter of face? It is outright bullying. Banksia scoffed coldly. If this is what you deem bullying, then what does it compare to the schemes that mother and daughter have orchestrated against her siblings over the years? What does it amount to when juxtaposed with her mother, whose fate remains uncertain? What does it signify compared to the humiliations and torments of a past life, or the agony of being burned to ashes, suffocated by the stench of her own charred flesh? Xiaoyao reflected. Indeed, had she not plotted and schemed first, none of this would have come to pass. She has brought this upon herself and cannot blame others. Oh, enough of your words. Hurry and lend a hand, Banksia urged. Xiaoyao promptly washed her hands and assisted miss with the medicinal cuisine. This is medicinal cuisine? It hardly looks like it, Mizuku remarked, picking up a piece of chicken with her chopsticks, examining it closely. Junhan chimed in. Why isn't it black? Banksia was speechless, gazing at the two suspicious figures at the dining table. Who told you it should be black? Junhan and Maisie pointed simultaneously at Songshu and Liangjiang, causing an immediate sense of embarrassment to envelop the two brothers. Maisie remarked that lad Songshu claims that medicinal cuisine is food prepared with traditional Chinese medicine. Despite its dark appearance, the broth is surprisingly delectable. Banksia, speechless, gazed at Songshu and asked, third brother, who told you that? Songshu, feeling somewhat sheepish, replied, father mentioned that the job's barley and pork rib soup you made contained medicinal herbs. I initially thought it would be bitter and salty, unpalatable. Yet the flavor was utterly exquisite. But he never specified it was black, did he? Liangjiang interjected. Since it incorporates medicinal herbs, one can naturally infer that the soup would also be dark. Tell me, which bowl of the medicinal soup we drink when unwell isn't murky? This statement resonated with everyone, and the four men nodded in agreement. Banksia's lips twitched slightly. The dark color of medicinal concoctions is primarily due to the presence of flavonoids and chlorophyll. Thus, the resulting broth appears black. If the quantities are minimal or the extraction is insufficient, the color will not be as profound. The others, lacking medical knowledge, did not comprehend Banksia's explanation, yet to avoid losing face in front of a woman, they feigned understanding and nodded along. Liangjiang, fearing that further conversation would deepen the brothers' awkwardness, quickly suggested, let us eat while it's hot. It won't taste as good once it cools. In an instant, the group picked up their chopsticks, initially approaching the meal with a sense of tentative curiosity. To their surprise, each bite left a lingering flavor on their palates, far surpassing the delicacies they typically enjoyed. Consequently, their appetites flourished, and they devoured the entire spread with great enthusiasm. Maisie could hardly contain her admiration as she remarked, oh, village maiden, your culinary skills surpass even those of the grandest establishments, not to mention the esteemed chefs of the imperial kitchens. The silent tome on medicinal cuisine contained countless recipes, each with its unique therapeutic effects and varied purposes, all of which she had committed to memory. With a gentle smile, she replied, these medicinal dishes, when consumed over time, can prolong life, enhance physical vitality, beautify the complexion, cure ailments, nurture health, and regulate the body to prevent diseases. Their flavors are incomparable to ordinary fare. Maisie's words were devoid of exaggeration. The silent medical manuscript was indeed a treasure of divine knowledge, its contents far surpassing anything in the world. Chapter 54. The Heart of Murder. Maisie Chu was momentarily taken aback, rising in astonishment. Surely you're not boasting, are you? Can a medicinal dish truly possess such miraculous qualities? Banksia merely cast a cold glance in her direction, indifferent to her disbelief. Meanwhile, Xiangzhu, heeding Banksia's instructions, carefully placed a specially prepared medicinal dish into a food basket to present to the esteemed Lord Yao. Upon entering, the sound of Qingdai's weeping complaints filled the air. Father, I only had good intentions. How can my sister and two brothers treat me this way, humiliating me before two noble gentlemen? Jean, biting her teeth in anger, retorted, I have always poured my heart and soul into these children. Previously, they shared a bond of brotherly love and affection for their sister without ever a quarrel. Yet today, they have chosen to embarrass Qingdai in front of outsiders. Is this not bullying? Father, Qingdai sobbed, tears and snot mingling. I understand that my brothers and I do not share the same mother. I know they care for our fifth sister, and I accept that. However, to be so publicly humiliated before others, how can I ever show my face again? Having listened for a while from outside, Xiangju thought to herself that, indeed, just as the young lady had predicted, this mother-daughter duo would surely seek to poison the minds of their father against the siblings. As anticipated, the Lord Yao threw his pen to the ground in frustration, exclaiming with a sigh, "These children truly lack understanding. How could they shame the fourth girl in front of others? It is infuriating." Xiangju swiftly entered the study, vividly relaying the words entrusted to her by the young lady. "Ah, fourth miss, what brings you here? No wonder my young lady searched the entire courtyard for you, without success." The medicine lord furrowed his brows and turned to Xiangju. "Is your young lady unaware that her sister has departed?" Xiangju hastily replied. The fourth miss expressed her desire to stay for dinner and assist with the guests. My young lady instructed to prepare a bit more for the fourth miss to manage while she went to the small kitchen, unaware of why Miss Qingdai left so suddenly. Jin's eyes narrowed with displeasure as she glared at Xiangju, rebuking, as a maid, "Why are you not attending to your young lady properly in the courtyard? What are you doing out here?" In the face of Jin's scolding, Xiangju remained unperturbed. She opened the food basket, and an enticing aroma wafted through the air, awakening the appetites of all present. Xiangju quickly explained, "The young lady prepared the medicinal cuisine and instructed me to bring it to the master, saying he is always busy with official duties and needs to nourish his health to feel better." Upon hearing such heartfelt words, the medicine lord's previous irritation towards the mother and daughter duo dissipated entirely. "This Xia girl is thoughtful. She is a dutiful child. Has she sent anything to the old lady?" Xiangju smiled. "Yes, indeed. The young lady is thorough. How could she possibly neglect the old master's wife while remembering the old lady?" The medicine lord nodded in approval. "This Xia girl is clever and sensible, just like her mother." As he spoke, he could not help but praise his deceased wife, the woman who had been his companion since childhood. A figure imbued with a lifetime of cherished memories that would forever linger in his heart. Upon hearing the medicine lord's praises for the woman she despised with all her being, Jean gritted her teeth in fury, wishing she could obliterate the daughter of that woman at this very moment. As Xiangju arranged the medicinal dishes, she deliberately remarked, "By the way, the second young master specifically instructed me to inform Miss Qingdai that she must never provoke young Master Mei again, for he is not to be trifled with." Upon hearing this, the medicine lord paused, his fingers gripping the chopsticks, realizing that the matter was not as the mother and daughter had claimed. "You wretched servant! What nonsense are you spouting?" Qingdai bellowed, causing Xiangju to feign great indignation. "Miss, I am merely conveying the words of my master. Please do not blame me." Furious, Qingdai pointed at Xiangju and shouted, "You shameless maid! Have you come here to gossip? Watch me tear your tongue out." The medicine lord, exasperated, slammed his hand on the table and coldly exclaimed, "Enough." Only then did Qingdai, in tears, retreat to a corner, her anger bubbling within her. The four siblings were becoming increasingly uncontrollable, and it was infuriating. "Return home and tell the young lady that her father is quite pleased with her medicinal dishes. But she must also take care to rest and not overexert herself," he instructed. Xiangju nodded hurriedly, then bowed and withdrew. The medicine lord disregarded the mother and daughter, picking up his chopsticks and muttering to himself, "You simply worry too much, exhausting yourself and leaving me too soon." At this moment, Jean Sher's heart was bleeding. The man she cherished and loved could only accommodate one woman in his heart. "Father, will you not concern yourself with your daughter's plight? Will you allow them to bully me so?" Qingdai pressed forward, questioning him. The medicine lord, displeased, replied, "Is it only your word that determines right from wrong? Tomorrow, I shall inquire and clarify this matter myself." Upon hearing this, Qingdai was filled with urgency, for the reality diverged significantly from what she had been told. If she were to clarify matters, perhaps she could salvage her situation. Father, how could they possibly acknowledge their misdeeds? Moreover, the courtyard was filled with people associated with Fifth Sister, who would dare speak a word of justice on behalf of his daughter. "Father, Master." Before Qingdai could finish her plea, the voice of Jiu interrupted. "New steward, do you come bearing news?" the medicine lord inquired, gazing out the window. "Through the glass." Jiu responded, "Master, the two young gentlemen from the marshal's residence and the princess's estate have departed." "Ah, understood. However, there is a message from Lord Mei that I must convey." "What message?" "Lord Mei instructed that Miss Qingdai should keep her distance from him, and today." In light of the two young gentlemen's presence, he would refrain from pursuing the matter further. Upon hearing this, Qingdai felt her blood boil. How had she ever provoked Mei Zichu? Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could it be that the gambling incident had been uncovered? Yes, that must be it, for otherwise she would not have incurred his disdain repeatedly. The medicine lord's expression darkened, his voice laced with fury. Understood. Jiu took his leave, and in a fit of rage, the medicine lord cast aside the chopsticks he had been holding. What say you now? What further words do you have? This was the first time Qingdai had witnessed such a fierce reprimand from her father. Her heart trembled with fear, and Jin Shi was equally taken aback. This was the first time the master had expressed such anger towards his daughter. Jin Shi quickly interjected, "It is only natural for children to have disagreements. There is no need for the master to be so upset." Yao Ho immediately turned to Jin Shi, saying, "You did not express it this way moments ago. Did you not claim that those children were bullying you? Why the silence now?" Jin Shi quickly signaled to Qingdai, who understood and hastily replied, "Father, it was merely my foolish misinterpretation of my brother's intentions. I beseech you not to be angry." Jin Shi swiftly took her daughter outside, where Qingdai whispered that the matter of gambling had likely come to the siblings' attention. Upon hearing this, Jin Shi felt a surge of panic. Just as a disturbance had arisen due to the former steward's affairs, if the gambling issue were to be exposed as well, how could the master possibly refrain from suspecting her? It was imperative to eliminate the threat. Qingdai, feeling anxious, exclaimed, "Mother, what shall we do? This young lord would not speak recklessly for his sister's reputation, but our family as siblings are a different story." Chapter 55. The Fiery Rescue. Jin Shi immediately grasped Qingdai's hand and said, "No matter what occurs tonight, remember to remain indoors." Qingdai nodded, hastily returning to her small jade tower accompanied by her maid. Upon Jin Shi's return to the courtyard, she exchanged a few words with Granny Qin. Understanding the urgency, Granny Qin promptly left the Ho residence, her purpose unknown. "Miss, the steward has arrived." Upon hearing the word steward, Ban Xiao's brow furrowed tightly. "What brings you here?" Her tone, laced with evident hostility, almost brought tears to Ji Yu's eyes. He felt he had never offended this young lady. "Miss, be cautious of fire tonight with the strong winds, and ensure there is ample water prepared, just in case." With that, Steward Ji Yu departed without uttering another word. Xiao Yao rolled her eyes. This new steward appears quite clever and handsome, yet his words carry an air of mystery. What could he possibly mean? Ban Xia felt a chill in her heart. What did he imply by cautioning against fire? Although Yu Bei seemed intent on her demise, it surely would not be now. He would not be so reckless as to take her life without first uncovering her secrets. Thus, it became evident that someone harbored ill intentions toward her. Resolving this, Ban Xia promptly instructed, "Quickly, draw more water and store it away. No one is to sleep soundly tonight." Suddenly struck by another thought, she added, "Hurry. Inform my brothers to remain undetected." Xiangzhu immediately sprang into action, racing off to deliver the message. That night, Ban Xia remained hypervigilant, appearing as though she was asleep while, in truth, she was wide awake. Indeed, in the dead of night, Xiangzhu whispered anxiously, "Miss, the manor is ablaze." With flames raging in multiple locations, Banksia remained composed and resolute, instructing, "Extinguish the fire." At that moment, a voice outside cried out, "Help! There's a fire! Someone please assist." Thanks to the preparations made in their courtyard, they swiftly quelled the flames. Before Xiaoyao could revel in the moment, she was startled by the inferno raging in the neighboring courtyard. Miss, this is dire. The fire in the Master's study has intensified, engulfing the entire house." "What? How could this happen?" They had focused solely on their own courtyard, unaware that the wind was blowing northward, allowing the flames to spread directly to the Master's study. Banksia immediately sprang to her feet, racing towards the study, and the others, alerted to the crisis, followed suit. Jin Shi clenched her fists in distress, tears streaming down her face. "Hurry, extinguish the fire. Master." Servants rushed, dousing buckets of water onto the fierce flames. Yet they could not quell the raging inferno. With their eldest brother absent, they were oblivious to the situation. When Liang Jiang and Songzhu arrived, they too were overwhelmed with anxiety. Jin Shi seized Qin Momo's collar, her eyes filled with desperation. How could this happen? How could this happen? Qin Momo, panic-stricken, replied, "Madam, I do not know. It seems the wind is blowing directly towards the study, causing the flames to spread." as Banksia beheld the fierce blaze. Her mind flickered back to the haunting memory of her previous life, where she had perished in a fire. The agony, that terrifying pain, the acrid scent of charred flesh that comes even as one's own body is engulfed in flames. No, her mother's fate remains uncertain, and now only her father is left. She cannot exist without him. She cannot allow him to endure the torment she had experienced in her previous life. With this thought, an inexplicable courage surged within her, as if enchanted. Han Xia seized a water bucket from a servant and drenched herself in its contents. Then, she charged into the inferno. Liang Jiang and Song Zhu watched the scene, their hearts racing, simultaneously shouting, "Sister, come back, quickly." At that moment, Jean's eyes widened in horror. Entering the fire was tantamount to death, and yet this girl dared. "Father, where are you? Father." Tears streamed down Han Xia's face as the smoke choked her. Yet she did not waver. She had endured the searing pain of fire before, and even in the grip of fear and panic, she was determined to save her father at all costs. Coughing violently, the medicinal lord was overwhelmed by the smoke. Upon hearing his voice, Han Xia rushed toward the inner chamber, only to discover that a fallen beam had trapped his leg, rendering him immobile. She hurried over, anxiety and sorrow flooding her heart. "Father, I'm here." The medicinal lord's face was flushed and burning from the heat. He had thought he was doomed, yet at this critical moment, his daughter had ventured into the flames. How could he not be moved by such an act? "Xia, you must leave." "No, father, I will save you." Han Xia desperately attempted to move the beam, yet her strength proved insufficient. The medicine lord, anxious that his daughter might perish alongside him in the inferno, urged, "My dear daughter, do not concern yourself with me. Should I perish, it would be my fate to join your mother in the underworld." "Father, do you still remember mother?" Han Xia's eyes brimmed with tears, her gaze reddened. The medicine lord sighed. How could one ever forget a lifetime of love? "You must flee quickly. Should anything happen to you, I would have no face to meet your mother in the afterlife." Without uttering another word, Han Xia strained to lift the beam. Just then, a figure descended like a celestial being, effortlessly kicking the beam aside. "You Bei," Han Xia gasped in astonishment, for he merely cast a fleeting glance her way. The medicine lord was equally astonished. Why had the crown prince come to his residence at such an hour? Yu Bei lifted the medicine lord onto his back, grasping Han Xia's hand to lead them to safety. The flames raged fiercely, making escape exceedingly challenging. At the entrance, he gently set down the medicine lord and commanded in a low voice, not a word of having met this prince. He then departed in another direction, leaving Han Xia little time to ponder the situation. She bore her father's weight and forced herself to flee. Master, you have returned safely." Upon seeing the medicine lord unharmed, Jean immediately transformed her sorrow into joy. "Master, are you all right?" Father, are you injured?" Jean and Song Shu both expressed their concerns simultaneously. Han Xia set down the medicine lord, saying, "His leg is injured. The situation is dire." Upon hearing this, Jean hurriedly instructed, "Quickly summon the palace physician, swiftly." Granny Qin softly reminded, "Madam, the palace physician has taken leave due to family matters." It was only then that Jean recalled her fear that the three siblings might not have perished completely and could be forcibly revived. With this thought, she promptly commanded, "Hasten to the palace to fetch the imperial physician. Make haste." Banksia understood that the bone injury could not be delayed. Otherwise, her father's leg would be rendered useless. She turned to her brother and urged, "Quickly carry father back into the room. I shall examine him first." By the time the imperial physician arrived, the room was already crowded with people. The physician, carrying his medical kit, stepped forward urgently. "My lord, are you in pain?" Thanks to Banksia's timely administration of medicine, the Marquis was no longer in such distress. He expressed his gratitude. "I am indebted to you, Physician Gua. Had it not been for my daughter Banksia's fiery intervention, I would have perished alongside the flames." Physician Gua, nearing 50, held considerable stature among the palace physicians and was renowned for his exceptional medical skills. He approached to assess the Marquis's leg injury, and his eyes widened in surprise. "Whose remedy is this applied upon the wound?" Chapter 56. The Emperor's praise. The esteemed Lord of Medicine quickly pointed to Banksia, saying, "My daughter Banksia grew up in the countryside and has learned some ancestral medical techniques. She has put them to use in this urgent situation." When Imperial Physician Gua turned his gaze towards Banksia, she appeared quite pitiful, drenched and shivering. he promptly urged. What a good child you are. Go change your clothes at once. Do not allow yourself to catch a chill. Rest assured, your father is in the capable hands of your uncle. The Lord of Medicine, feeling sympathy, looked at Banksia and said, My dear Xia, hurry back to change into dry clothes and take a good rest. Lady Jean, aware of the need to maintain appearances before others, quickly instructed Mama Jean. Please prepare a bowl of ginger soup for my daughter. We cannot let her get cold. Banksia respectfully bowed to Physician Gua and her father, stating, I shall take my leave. With that, she exited, and Xiaoyao, filled with concern, said, Miss, the hot water is ready. Banksia, however, did not respond and walked in the opposite direction of Wanyu courtyard. Miss, where are you going? Xiaoyao hurriedly followed. Banksia immediately halted her, saying, Go back. Xiaoyao dared not take another step forward, perplexed by her mistress's intended destination. As Banksia stepped out of the residence, she turned into a nearby alley and soon spotted a familiar yet detestable figure. I knew you would come, Moon Beiying remarked, turning to face Banksia, his eyes filled with affection and indulgence. However, Banksia remained unappreciative, her gaze reflecting suspicion and resentment. I want evidence, the evidence of her arson, she demanded. Moon Beiying frowned, replying, There is none. You are aware that she intends to commit arson, yet claims there is no evidence. Your Highness, are you fearful that your beloved Qing Dai will be implicated alongside her mother? Upon hearing these words, Yu Bei furrowed his brow even tighter. What nonsense are you spouting? Banksia scoffed coldly. Whether it is nonsense or not, you are well aware in your heart. I shall not express my gratitude for your life-saving grace tonight. But do not harbor any illusions of extracting anything from me. The evidence you withhold from me, I shall uncover on my own. With that, Banksia turned to storm away, only to be halted by Yu Bei's firm grip. You shall not leave. Your Highness, are you attempting to bully a mere woman such as myself? Yu Bei's pupils constricted, his voice laced with desperation. Xia, can you not speak to me calmly? Banksia forcefully pushed him away. There is nothing left to say between us. Yu Bei, remember that you are my greatest adversary in this lifetime. I vow to ensure your utter ruin. Each piercing word struck Yu Bei deeply, causing him to bleed internally. He lost control momentarily, seizing Banksia's hand and pulling her into his embrace. Xia, please tell me what has transpired, will you? Xia, let go, release me. Banksia struggled, unwilling to allow this man to touch her again, even if it meant death. No, I will not let go. Yu Bei cupped Banksia's face, and no matter how fiercely she fought, she could not break free from his hold. His eyes, crimson with emotion, struggled to contain his fury. Tell me why you treat me this way, why? Release me. No matter what, my hatred and anger towards you, Yu Bei, are indelible. In the end, Yu Bei seized the opportunity to claim Han Xia's lips, fervently drawing upon the sweetness of her tongue. Han Xia's eyes widened in astonishment, as an overwhelming sensation washed over her, identical to that fateful night in a past life. It was him. Undeniably him, yet he denied the existence of their child, allowing himself to be tormented by others, forsaking even their offspring. The thought ignited a crimson fury within Han Xia's gaze, intensifying her wrath. Yu Bei winced in pain, releasing her as she bit down, breaking the skin of his tongue. Seizing the moment, Han Xia broke free and glared at Yu Bei, declaring, Do not provoke me again, or we shall meet our demise together. Upon hearing her words, Yu Bei was struck with terror. How could it have come to this? Xia. He nearly exhausted his strength to utter her name. However, Han Xia turned her back and departed without a glance. In resignation, Yu Bei called after her retreating figure. I will be gone for about half a month. Be cautious during this time. Han Xia did not falter. For her, it would be preferable if this man perished outside, sparing her the trouble of exacting revenge upon him. Sudden Wind, at your service. Go, investigate the arson incident thoroughly, and gather the evidence. Understood. What did you say? He rushed into the inferno to save his father and emerged unscathed? The Empress Dowager was instantly wide awake. Old Madame Rong nodded. Jian reports that this is absolutely true, Your Majesty. You must make a decision promptly. The esteemed concubine Rong, somewhat indecisive, remarked. The fifth daughter of the Yao family lacks any substantial backing, I fear. Upon hearing this, the venerable Granny Quan chuckled. Your Highness, our emperor himself initially possessed no foundation. This prompted a smile from concubine Rong. The emperor's birth mother had been a servant girl who, unfortunately, passed away shortly after giving birth, leaving the emperor to be raised by a wet nurse in the palace. Continuing her thought after a sip of tea, concubine Rong said, "At that time, many believed the emperor to be insignificant and did not bother to scheme against him. Yet, he remarkably overthrew the then most powerful crown prince." Granny Quan nodded, saying, "Indeed, Your Highness. There is a saying that I am uncertain whether I should express." "What is that, Granny?" "Please speak freely," urged concubine Rong. Granny Quan, with a nod, elaborated, "The destined phoenix lady signifies the divine, and this empress is the true phoenix. Now that the phoenix has been determined, so too has the emperor's position." Here, Granny Quan ceased her words, understanding that the course of action must ultimately be decided by the lady herself. Upon this realization, concubine Rong was suddenly awakened. Yes, whoever marries the phoenix shall become the dragon. Granny Quan must devise a way for the emperor to spend the night in my palace. "I understand, Your Highness. Rest assured." The following day, news spread that the Yao Marquis's residence had caught fire, and the Marquis's right leg had nearly been crushed. In the court, upon hearing this news, the emperor was taken aback, furrowing his brow as he exclaimed, "How could it possibly catch fire out of the blue? Is the Marquis unharmed?" Mei Taifu stepped forward and addressed the emperor. "Your Majesty, this fire has burned with such peculiar ferocity that even Lord Shui, the governor of the capital, has dispatched individuals to investigate repeatedly, yet the cause remains elusive." Old Duke Qian interjected. "Last night, the flames consumed the study of the pharmacist lord, and his youngest daughter, Bansha, disregarded her own life amidst the raging inferno to rescue her father, ultimately saving him from peril." Upon hearing this, the assembly in the grand hall was taken aback, their hearts stirred by tumultuous emotions. The emperor felt a surge of admiration, a frail and delicate young woman, willing to risk her life in a blaze to save her father, exemplifies filial piety to a degree that puts men to shame. Old Duke Qian chuckled and remarked, "Your Majesty, this young lady is the daughter of the pharmacist lord, raised in the countryside. It is truly remarkable that she has returned only recently and already exhibits such devotion to her father." The old Prince Yuang laughed heartily in the hall. "Though the pharmacist lord has sired 3 sons who indulge only in revelry and are of little merit, having such an admirable daughter makes his life worthwhile." This statement drew laughter from the entire assembly, dispelling any envy they once harbored towards the pharmacist lord. After all, his 3 sons had become the subject of ridicule during their conversations, rendering any virtue of the daughter insignificant next to the shortcomings of her brothers. Chapter 57. The mother's heritage. After the emperor's laughter, an announcement was made. Due to the fright and injury sustained by the esteemed medicine marquis, he was graciously granted the royal medicinal provisions until his full recovery and was ordered to take a half-month leave for proper recuperation. The officials knelt in unison, expressing their gratitude for the sovereign's benevolence on behalf of the absent medicine marquis. In the residence of the medicine marquis, physician Guo found himself reluctant to depart, indulging in exquisite medicinal dishes personally prepared by Banksia, while delighting in discussions of medical knowledge with her, an experience truly enchanting. "My dear girl, at such a tender age, your profound understanding of pharmacology is indeed remarkable," Physician Guo exclaimed, astonished as he perused the prescriptions crafted by Banksia. Seated in a specially designed wheelchair, the medicine marquis observed the animated exchange between the elder and the younger, contemplating ways to expedite his own recovery, and felt his heart swell with joy. "Physician Guo, my daughter possesses only a smattering of rural medical knowledge, hardly comparable to your esteemed expertise," the marquis humbly asserted. Physician Guo, however, was unconvinced and replied candidly, "Your modesty renders me quite embarrassed, medicine marquis. To speak truthfully, this young lady's medical prowess undoubtedly surpasses my own." Upon hearing these words, the marquis's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Physician Guo, do you truly mean that?" With a smile, Physician Guo affirmed, "Indeed, I speak no falsehood, but this must remain our secret. It should not be spoken of beyond these walls." The marquis nodded in understanding. After all, Banksia was still a young woman, and envy could pose a perilous threat. Meanwhile, Banksia remained focused on her task of preparing herbs, dismissing her father's and Physician Guo's commendations, as she harbored her own convictions. In her previous life, her timidity had led to concealment of her abilities, ultimately resulting in her downfall. Moreover, If one does not devise a means to elevate one's reputation and strengthen oneself in this lifetime, how can one contend with the formidable Jin family and the revered Prince Yubei? I had never contemplated such matters before. But now I find myself facing an additional adversary in the form of the King of Mabe. If my mother truly lies in his grasp, how can I rescue her without possessing great strength? At that moment, the steward hurriedly approached, stating, "My lord, the imperial decree has arrived." The pharmacist Marquis was astonished. Just yesterday, the emperor had bestowed rewards upon him, and now another decree? Yet, he did not dwell on it for long, and promptly led the members of the Yao family outside to receive the decree. Eunuch Yuan observed the pharmacist Marquis seated in his wheelchair and chuckled, "Congratulations, Marquis Yao." The corners of the Marquis's mouth twitched slightly. In his current state, what cause for celebration could there be? Nevertheless, he concealed his emotions and replied with a smile, "I appreciate your efforts, eunuch." After some pleasantries, Eunuch Yuan proceeded to read the decree. By the grace of heaven, the emperor proclaims, the Yao family has a daughter, the fifth Miss Yao Han, virtuous and filial, who bravely rescued her father from the fire. I am greatly pleased. Henceforth, I decree her betrothal to the fourth prince, Duke Yuan, to be celebrated in the coming July. Thus it is commanded. Upon the completion of the decree, the Yao family was left in utter astonishment, and the Marquis could hardly process the news. The Jin family felt a pang of anxiety at the thought of the match with the fourth prince. This was absolutely unacceptable. Marquis Yao, why are you still in a daze? Quickly accept the decree. Eunuch Yuan prompted, and only then did the Marquis snap back to reality and hastily accept the imperial edict. Physician Guo laughed heartily, saying, "Congratulations, Marquis Yao. Your fifth daughter has transformed and soared to become a phoenix." The phoenix, destined by fate, caused a tremor in Jin's heart. Her mother, with a face darkened by anger, was bewildered by the audacity of that village girl. Meanwhile, Ji was increasingly anxious. Lamenting the unfortunate timing of the chaos in the absence of the crown prince, he urgently needed to send word to His Highness. "Master Yuanji, please do take a seat in the front hall for some tea," he invited. "Lord Yao, you are too kind, but I must return to report back," Yuanji replied, taking his leave. Upon returning to the courtyard, Banxia's brow remained furrowed, in stark contrast to Lord Yao, whose face beamed with joy. Marrying into the royal family was an immense blessing, a fortune that few could ever hope to attain. "Xia girl, who would have thought that your brave act of rescuing your father from the flames would lead to such fortune? Truly remarkable." Dr. Gua chimed in, "From now on, this fifth miss shall be the princess of the Duke of Duan. We must treat her with the utmost respect." Jean could hardly muster a smile, her expression grim as she forced out, "Indeed, indeed." At that moment, Banxia felt a tumult of emotions. The changes she had made in this life compared to her previous one seemed to have altered the course of events entirely. "Father, I feel unwell. I shall return to rest," Banxia stated. Observing her pale complexion, Lord Yao presumed she was truly ill and quickly urged, "You must be exhausted from worrying about your father's leg. Go and rest well." Banxia promptly headed toward the Forgetting Worries courtyard. But she had not gone far when Xiang Zhu called out to her, "Miss, the old matriarch requests your presence." Thus, Banxia redirected her steps towards the matriarch's quarters. The old lady's forehead bore a false injury, yet her spirits remained remarkably high. She turned to Banxia and said, "My dear Xia, they say you have been betrothed to the Duke of Duan by the Emperor." Banxia nodded and looked at her grandmother. "Grandmother, I am unwilling." The old lady gazed at Banxia with concern. "It is difficult to defy the will of the Emperor. Disobeying could lead to execution and endanger your family." Banxia lowered her head in silence, fully aware that, in this lifetime, her marriage was of little consequence. Yet, the Duke of Duan was a different matter altogether. He was notoriously domineering and ruthless, treating human life as mere fodder. In her previous life, a concubine of the Duke had accidentally stepped on his foot and was subsequently punished by having her eyes gouged out, her feet severed, and then forced to consume her own flesh. The mere thought sent shivers down Banxia's spine. "Xia, what troubles your mind?" The old lady observed Banxia's pallid complexion with great sorrow. Banxia raised her gaze to her grandmother. "Grandmother, is there truly no alternative?" The old lady paused for a moment before replying. "My dear Xia, you are more astute than your brothers. There are matters I hesitate to disclose to them, but I must share with you." "Grandmother, what is it you wish to say?" Banxia asked, puzzled. The old lady looked at Wang Mama. who immediately understood the cue and said, "I shall step outside to keep watch." Only then did the old lady set down her teacup. "Come with me, my child." She took Banksia into an inner room and retrieved a tablet from beneath her pillow. Upon seeing it, Banksia recognized her mother's name, Yao Yuexiang. "Grandmother, what is this?" Banksia could not comprehend why her grandmother chose to sleep each night with her mother's name as a pillow. Tears glimmered in her grandmother's eyes as she spoke. "Do you not understand the noble status your mother held?" Banksia furrowed her brow, replying, "I only know that my mother was my father's child bride, raised by you and grandfather, as if she were our own." The grandmother smiled and asked, "But are you aware of the late King Shu?" Banksia naturally recalled. The late King Shu was the only prince of a different surname in the Great Moon Kingdom, whose rebellion led to the annihilation of his entire family. Suddenly, the old lady's expression turned fervent. "My brother has always been loyal to the throne and devoted to the nation. When has he ever harbored any thoughts of treason?" Banksia was taken aback. "Grandmother, are you saying that the late King Shu was your own brother?" Chapter 58. The Master of the Celestial Mechanism. Madame Ho nodded and recounted. "Years ago, the residence of Prince Shu was besieged and annihilated. My brother, Prince Shu, protected me and his only newborn daughter, Yu Shuang, as we fled the Shu manor. I stood helplessly, witnessing my brother meet his demise, pierced by 1,000 arrows." As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with hatred. She continued, "Fortunately, due to the kindness shown by the Shu family towards the Yao family, the esteemed elder of the Yao clan sheltered me in their home. In secret, I married your grandfather in the countryside, and only after the storm had passed did I assume a new identity and accompany him back to the capital to inherit his family's legacy." Upon hearing this, Banksia was astounded. No wonder she possessed that priceless, wordless medical tome. It turned out her mother was a descendant of Prince Shu. Madame Ho's eyes reddened as she revealed, "It was because my brother was held in such high regard by the common folk and was a shrewd businessman, wealthy enough to rival nations, that he drew the suspicions of a late emperor. Those ministers, discerning the emperor's intentions, conspired to bring down the Shu family. Yet they struggled to find any incriminating evidence against us." She continued, "Eventually, the Jin, Qin, and Ding families colluded with the Northern Desert Kingdom to fabricate false evidence, ruthlessly persecuting the Shu family." Banksia's heart sank, realizing her grandmother harbored such a monumental secret. Suddenly, her grandmother knelt before her, exclaiming, "Xia girl, I implore you." Banksia was taken aback and hurriedly assisted her grandmother to her feet. "Grandmother, please speak your mind. There is no need for such formality." Her grandmother replied, "Your mother was a victim of persecution by the Jin family, and your grandfather suffered a tragic fate after refusing their proposal. Your father is constantly constrained by the Jin family, and we are forced to live under the shadow of our enemies." Banksia certainly comprehended the situation. Yet her father had no one to rely on from the maternal side, and how could a mere arm contend against a mighty thigh? Her grandmother added, "My dear Xia, while becoming the princess of Duan may seem like a compromise, it undoubtedly presents an opportunity, a chance for revenge for your mother and grandfather, and to vindicate my brother's long-standing grievances." Tears welled in Banksia's eyes as she felt a pang of sorrow for her grandmother, who had endured in silence for so many years. "Grandmother, I understand," she replied before departing from that place, seeking solitude. Her grandmother caressed the ancestral tablet, tears streaming down her face. "My daughter, the daughter I have cherished all my life, the sole bloodline of my brother." At that moment, Wang Mama entered, and, upon witnessing the old lady's distress, felt her heart tighten with compassion. The Tower of Heavenly Secrets, accessed through a mysterious entrance, is situated at the heart of the 9 nations. The tower's primary operations encompass the black market, strategically established at this central location for convenience. At the pinnacle of the tower, the grand hall exudes opulence, replete with a lavish atmosphere. The floors are adorned with gold, while the walls are crafted from silver, with every item displayed being a treasure of immeasurable worth. To casually take even a single item from this place would bestow immense wealth upon one's return. However, aside from the malevolent lord of the tower, no one dares to touch even a speck here, for one may possess life, but not the means to enjoy it. A man, clad in a black mask, emanating an aura of chilling malevolence, exudes an air of fear. His eyes, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell, radiate an icy sense of death. The individual in question is none other than the enigmatic lord of the heavenly mechanism, known as the Malevolent Monarch. It is said that his elusive nature renders a mere encounter with him as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Beside him stands the young master of the heavenly mechanism, a figure responsible for managing the affairs of the establishment. The young master, with a visage as radiant as a peach blossom, possesses a beauty surpassing that of women by a significant margin, save for the unmistakable masculinity that permeates his every gesture, which would otherwise lead one to mistake him for a lady. My lord, the Duke of the Great Moon Kingdom has dispatched envoys multiple times, presenting numerous treasures and antiques, all in hopes of establishing a partnership with our heavenly mechanism, the young master declared, glancing at the malevolent monarch, awaiting a response. The monarch remained silent for an extended period, causing the onlookers to hold their breath in anticipation. A subtle smile played upon the corners of his lips, and he uttered a single word, "Granted." The young master, taken aback, refrained from uttering another syllable. "Brother, brother, our grandfather wishes to see you," a melodious voice, akin to that of a lark, chimed in. The monarch furrowed his brow, casting her a cold glance before striding directly towards the inner hall. The young master sighed. "Linke, you are well aware that the Lord cherishes tranquility. Why must you create such a commotion?" Linke huffed lightly. "Even if I make noise, my elder brother still favors me. Can any of you compare?" The young master's lips twitched slightly, but he chose not to respond further. Meanwhile, the heavenly mechanism envoys hastily approached, showering Linke with flattery. In the inner hall, an elderly man, with just a glance, revealed his dire, ailing state. "Grandfather, are you feeling any better?" the monarch inquired with concern. The old lord of the mechanism struggled to sit upright and asked, "Have you located your twin brother?" The monarch frowned. "I have not found him." The elderly master coughed twice and immediately said, "He must have been hidden away by that woman. How could you not find him when you are beside her every day?" "Grandfather, I have dispatched people to monitor her day and night, yet she has not revealed any weaknesses in over a decade." The elderly master, incensed, exclaimed, "That venomous woman! If it weren't for the fear of losing your brother, I would have avenged your mother's murder long ago. It is a travesty that she has lived for more than 10 years unscathed." "Grandfather, I assure you, we will find my brother," came the response. The elderly master then grasped the hand of the wicked prince, declaring, "We must locate your brother. Otherwise, how shall I face your mother in the afterlife?" Coughing violently, he added, "Someone bring the medicinal concoction quickly." Seeing the elderly master in such distress, the wicked prince was deeply concerned. That night, Banksia experienced a long and chaotic dream, drenched in blood. Vicious eyes of Qingdai pushed her into a sea of flames, while Jean feigned kindness only to stab her in the back. Her brother was brutally slain, blood soaking the ground. The battlefield was rife with chaos, with the Jean, Ding, and Qin families exterminating the Shu royal residence. Her head throbbed as if it would explode, and despite her desperate struggles, she could not awaken. "Young master, Miss is haunted by nightmares every night. Whenever she dreams, she suffers from a high fever, yet upon waking, she returns to normal," Xiaoyao explained. Jingma, filled with concern, lifted Banksia into his arms, saying, "What are you still doing? Quickly, go find a doctor." "Xiar, my dear sister, please wake up," he pleaded, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, utterly distressed. Suddenly, Banksia opened her eyes, filled with a bloodthirsty hatred and a thirst for vengeance. Such a gaze terrified Jingmo, and upon regaining her composure, Banksia immediately found solace in his embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Brother," she called softly, seeking refuge in his arms. Jingmo, filled with concern, gently stroked her head and asked, "What troubles you? Who has wronged you?" Banksia shook her head and replied, "It's merely that I miss you, brother, for you have been away." Jingmo reached out to touch her forehead, relieved to find that her fever had subsided. At that moment, Xiaoyao, who had gone out to summon the doctor, rushed back in a flurry, exclaiming, "This is terrible. It's dire, they are coming." Banksia furrowed her brow and inquired, "Who is coming?" "Miss, it is none other than the Prince of Duan. He has wreaked havoc upon our residence, and it is only a matter of time before blood is shed." Chapter 59. The prince's fury. Banksia's face darkened. Was it truly just for the sake of an arranged marriage that he felt so wronged? Jingma clenched his fists tightly. "I'm going." Banksia immediately slipped on her shoes and rose to her feet. The group made their way to the front courtyard, only to find it in utter disarray. Then the prince, towering in his authority, bellowed at the medicine minister, Your daughter, who hails from the countryside, is infamous, lacks beauty, and yet she dares to seek a marriage with me? It seems your family is quite desperate to climb the social ladder. The medicine minister, treading carefully, offered a meek apology. Your Highness, it is true that my daughter comes from the countryside, but she is not as wretched as the rumors suggest. In terms of arrogance, this prince far surpassed Maisie Chu. He was haughty, cunning, and exceedingly cruel. He paid no heed to the medicine minister's words, thrusting his whip towards him in anger. You go to the palace, and tell my father that you oppose this union. The medicine minister found himself in a predicament. He had not anticipated such a vehement reaction from the prince. Suddenly, Banksia's cool voice pierced through. If you wish to call off the engagement, why not speak to the emperor yourself? Forcing us into submission is hardly the mark of a true man. The prince narrowed his elongated, phoenix-like eyes, turning towards the unexpectedly bold Banksia. His noble status as a royal prince was undeniable, his presence commanding and imposing. He was strikingly handsome, radiating a vibrant aura. Yet his dark gaze instilled fear. You are Banksia? In that moment, the whip in the prince's hand was pointed directly at her nose. Indeed, it is the young lady. If the Prince of Duan harbors great resentment, he may unleash it upon Banksia, who shall endure it. The Prince of Duan cast a disdainful glance. You may endure, but with what means? Banksia stood her ground, unwavering. Prince, if there are no justifications for confronting my father, how can the prominent officials of the court be subdued without resorting to scorn or reprimand? How will the common people perceive you? What regard will the civil and military officials have for you? Is it your ambition to be confined to such trivialities? Evidently, Banksia's words struck a chord with the Prince of Duan. To aspire to be an emperor, one must embody the stature of an emperor. For to create discord among the ministers over matrimonial affairs is to provide fodder for gossip. The Prince of Duan repressed his fierce demeanor and remarked, What wrong is there in seeking justice for myself when you are to become the Princess of Duan? Banksia replied coolly, If the prince believes I am unworthy, I shall not argue further. Yet, I wish to inquire of the prince, is it not the imperial edict that grants me to you in marriage, as per my father's request? The prince was momentarily rendered speechless by the retort of this ostensibly plain woman. Banksia continued, If the prince dares not oppose your father, must you then bully my father and your subordinates? Are you not concerned about the ridicule that may befall you? The prince was genuinely incensed by Banksia's sharp tongue. Very well, you sharp-tongued woman, if you wish to marry me, then prepare yourself to live as a widow for the rest of your days. With that, the prince cast his whip violently to the ground and stormed off in a huff. I shall enter the palace. I demand an audience with my father, he declared, mounting his steed and galloping towards the imperial palace. Upon arriving at the palace gates, he was intercepted by a young eunuch. Your Highness, the esteemed concubine Rong requests your presence. The Prince of Duan wore a sullen expression. Inform my mother. I shall first meet with Father Emperor to annul this marriage proposal before seeing her. Upon hearing this, the young eunuch grew anxious and quickly replied, Your Highness, the favored consort Rong insists that you must meet her first. Frustrated, the prince found himself unable to refuse the eunuch's insistence and reluctantly followed him to the residence of consort Rong. Inside consort Rong's palace, the air was filled with the comforting scent of sandalwood incense. As the prince entered, his displeasure was evident. What does Father Emperor mean by arranging such a marriage? Even if the fifth daughter of the Yao family is merely plain in appearance, her sharp tongue is utterly irksome. Upon hearing this, Consort Rong could not help but laugh. So you have encountered that fifth daughter of the Yao family? I have, the prince replied, his teeth clenched in anger. Today, I was reproached by a mere village girl, leaving me utterly speechless. This piqued Consort Rong's curiosity even more. Someone dares to chastise you, and you've been rendered speechless? How rare indeed. Humph. Today she may have had the upper hand, but one day I shall make her pay 100-fold. The consort was intrigued and said, I would like to hear how this fifth daughter of the Yao family reprimanded my son. Taking a sip of tea to cool his temper, the prince recounted the entire encounter with Banksia from beginning to end. After listening, Consort Rong's eyes sparkled with interest. The simple yet piercing remark about his ambitions being limited to such trivialities had managed to temper her unruly son. Truly, she mused, the girl possesses the intelligence to assist in great matters. The prince, growing increasingly agitated, declared, This will not do. I must confront father to rescind the imperial decree. I have no interest in this plain, willful, and foolish woman. As the crown prince prepared to depart, concubine Rong immediately halted him, exclaiming, "You stop right there." The crown prince, perplexed, inquired, "Mother, what do you mean?" She continued, "Do you not realize that this marriage was procured through great effort and cunning on my part?" Upon hearing this, the crown prince's indignation flared. "Mother, are you aware that the youngest daughter of the Yao family possesses no solid foundation? Marrying her would be tantamount to sabotaging my own future." Concubine Rong snorted disdainfully and retorted, "Then who do you believe would be of greater assistance to you?" Without a moment's hesitation, the crown prince declared, "The fourth daughter of the Yao Marquis, the most beautiful woman in the capital, Qing Dai. Her maternal family holds the title of duke, and she is gentle and virtuous, far superior to that rustic village woman." "Humph, nonsense. Mother, you." Concubine Rong interjected, "If we are to compare familial influence, regardless of whom you marry, you cannot rival the crown prince, Yu Bei. The Empress' family possesses a century-old foundation, the Qin clan. The foremost among the dukes, cannot be shaken by the mere Jin family. Even the emperor's own uncle must tread carefully around the Qin family." The crown prince, confused, asked, "Mother, what do you mean?" Concubine Rong signaled to Nurse Qin, who promptly exited to keep watch. Only then did concubine Rong explain, "Let me tell you about the advantages of marrying the fifth daughter of the Yao family." "What advantages?" The crown prince responded with skepticism. "First, by marrying a woman of no standing, you would lessen the suspicions of your father and elder brothers. Second, and most importantly, I have discovered that this youngest daughter of the Yao family is a destined phoenix maiden." "What? A destined phoenix maiden? Then whoever marries her would truly be the son of heaven. You're quick-witted, aren't you? Is it true or false? Do not be deceived." "What do you think of Master Yuan Hui's words? Are they trustworthy?" The crown prince fell silent in an instant, for Master Yuan Hui is indeed a true sage, and all that he foretells has proven to be unfailingly accurate. Thus, whatever Master Yuan Hui predicts must be as solid as iron. With this thought, a wicked smile crept onto the crown prince's lips. The emperor's decree has been issued, and it is as certain as can be. Concubine Rong smiled contentedly and sipped her tea. "While that may be the case, we must not be careless." The crown prince leaned back in his chair, idly toying with a jade ring. "Her face is too ordinary, and her temperament rather unpleasant, which does not sit well with me." Concubine Rong dismissed this. "As long as she occupies that position, how you feel about her is irrelevant. It is not your concern." "Very well, with my mother as assurance, I am at ease. However, if I am to marry, her elder sister, the renowned beauty, must come along as well." Chapter 60. Publicly ignored, Consort Rong set down her teacup, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. "Once one ascends to the throne, what manner of woman is beyond reach?" The Duke of Duan refrained from further discourse, rising to say, "Mother, rest assured, I am well aware and shall take my leave." "Wait, has there been any progress regarding the collaboration with the Tianji Pavilion?" "Do not worry, Mother. We have received word from the Tianji Pavilion, and they're willing to cooperate." Upon hearing this, Consort Rong's face beamed with joy. "Even with victory seemingly assured, my son must exercise caution. Rest assured, Mother. I shall take heed." The incident involving the Duke of Duan causing a ruckus at the Yaoho residence quickly spread throughout the capital. Bengxia once again became the subject of ridicule, having offended the crown prince and confronted the Duke of Duan. She was unlikely to enjoy a favorable outcome, even if she were to marry Miss, due to the lingering injury of the master. "The ceremony for your coming of age has to be postponed," Xiaoyao said with a hint of gloom. "It is merely a coming-of-age ceremony. It can be held at any time, so why fret? But outside, they say that the master does not care for you, which is why the ceremony has been delayed." Listening to Xiaoyao's words, Bengxia merely smiled faintly. Let others speak as they will. Can we truly silence their tongues? But, Xiaoyao began, struggling to articulate her thoughts. "What is it? Can you not express it all at once?" Unable to contain herself any longer, Xiaoyao replied, "Miss, are you aware that the rumors about you are quite unfavorable? The things they say are truly harsh." Bengxia narrowed her eyes. Ever since the Duke of Duan's disturbance, she anticipated such unpleasant gossip would emerge. After all, he is a prince, who would dare to speak idly. Yet, she is different, as she remains impervious to their unwarranted attacks. "Well then, let us see if Ruo Lu is ready." At this moment, Jean Ruo Lu stepped forward, saying, "Miss, everything is prepared. I assure you that the goods you provided will be sold out." Mother, when will you return? Lure gazed longingly at her mother. Qin Ruo Lu gently ruffled her hair and replied, the slowest will be half a month, and the quickest 10 days. Lure must be obedient. Lure nodded. Mother, rest assured. I will certainly heed Aunt Banksia's advice and not cause her any trouble. Satisfied, Qin Ruo Lu nodded and then departed through the back window. Miss, why do you think the princess has invited you? It seems that Miss Qing Dai has not received an invitation, Xiao Yao whispered as they stepped out of the residence. Ban Xia snorted coldly in her heart. Given their schemes against the princess and the prince, it would be quite fortunate if they did not trouble Qing Dai, let alone extend an invitation to her. Just as Ban Xia stepped onto the carriage, Qing Dai appeared, adorned in a remarkably radiant and ethereal outfit, and without uttering a word, she joined her in the carriage. Sister, Mother mentioned that since it is your first visit to the Grand Princess's residence, she sent me to accompany you, fearing you might feel out of place. Ban Xia's brows furrowed slightly, with Qing Dai dressed so conspicuously. Could there be some esteemed guests at the Grand Princess's residence today? Contemplating this, Ban Xia chose not to dwell further. If she were determined to follow, there would be other means to obstruct her. Silently during the journey, Ban Xia closed her eyes to rest, still pondering how the arsonist remains elusive, leaving no trace behind. Surely, someone has concealed the truth. Reaching the esteemed position of the prefect of the capital is no trivial matter, and it must be a person of immense power who has intervened to suppress the reality. With this thought, everything becomes clear. Who else could it be but the Jin family? At that moment, outside the carriage, Xiao Yao announced, Miss, we have arrived at the residence of the Grand Princess. Banxia lifted the curtain of the carriage, revealing a procession of opulent carriages that rendered the road impassable. Observing the entrance of the Grand Princess's mansion, it was evident that the young ladies and gentlemen from various families were barred from entry. Qingsu, supported by her personal maid Baiji, alighted from the carriage and instantly attracted countless admiring glances. The noble youths, upon seeing Qingsu, were eager to fix their gaze upon her. Ding Shuang promptly approached and affectionately linked her arm with Qingsu's, exclaiming, you have finally arrived. Today promises to be quite the spectacle. Qingsu frowned, inquiring, what spectacle? Ding Shuang deliberately cast a glance at Banxia, who had just disembarked, and raised her voice. The Grand Princess has organized a flower appreciation banquet, and only those who compose a verse about autumn flowers on the spot may enter. Qingsu covered her mouth, chuckling, as a talented poetess. Such a trivial task should pose no challenge to you. Flattered by Qingsu's compliment, Ding Shuang proudly lifted her chin. I have no doubts, but I worry for your sister, who has come from the countryside. Composing poetry is not the same as playing the zither. This remark instantly shifted the focus to Banxia, with the majority of gazes directed at her filled with scorn and derision. Behold, she is indeed the fifth young lady of the renowned Yao family, yet her attire is astonishingly unremarkable. In stark contrast, the garments adorning Miss Qing Dai are the exquisite creations of the esteemed Tianhe cloth store. Personally tailored by the illustrious young master Tianji, their worth immeasurable. Is there any doubt? Miss Qing Dai hails from the illustrious Jin Guogongfu, and her aunt is none other than the favored consort within the palace, naturally elevating her status beyond comparison. Indeed, there is no comparison to be made. Miss Qing Dai possesses an ethereal beauty, as if she has stepped forth from the very canvas of a painting, while Miss Banxia, having come from the countryside, bears coarse skin and an ordinary visage, rendering her wholly unremarkable. Whispers circulated among the crowd, drawing parallels between her and Qing Dai, yet Banxia chose to feign ignorance. Hearing the murmurs, Qing Dai prided herself, akin to a haughty peacock, deliberately positioning herself closer to Banxia to accentuate the contrast for all to see. At that moment, a voice from the throng exclaimed, the esteemed Prince Duan has arrived. Look, the prince is here. Instantly, the crowd turned their gaze towards the striking figure of the man atop an impressive steed, igniting a flutter of hearts among countless noble maidens. Even though they were aware of Banxia's betrothal to the prince by the emperor's decree, they regarded her merely as a rustic girl, devoid of any royal lineage, and thus dismissed her entirely. Why are we not permitted to enter before the royal aunt? The prince inquired, perplexed. Ding Shuang promptly volunteered an explanation. The Grand Princess has decreed that one must recite the poem Autumn Flowers to gain entry. The prince, with a handsome visage, revealed a hint of amusement. The royal aunt is becoming increasingly refined. His captivating gaze then unexpectedly settled upon the striking figure of Qing Dai amidst the crowd. Miss C. The heat outside is quite unbearable. Shall we proceed inside for some tea? Each time Qingdai encountered Prince Duan, she could discern the fervent gaze of his eyes upon her. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she recalled her mother's words. Perhaps he truly is the son of heaven. With this thought, her heart began to race. Timidly, she replied, "Is that appropriate?" "My sister." Qingdai deliberately turned to glance at the unremarkable Ban Xia, but to her surprise, her hand was already grasped by Prince Duan. "It is for me to decide whom to cherish. No one else has a say in the matter." With that, he confidently led Qingdai into the princess's residence, not sparing even a glance at Ban Xia. In an instant, everyone regarded Ban Xia with a mix of amusement and pity. If they were to be so publicly neglected by their betrothed, they might very well feel as if their hearts were shattered. Chapter 61. The praise of elders. The eldest son of the Minister of Rights, Lu Winya, burst into laughter upon hearing the compliments. "If I were in your shoes, I would also choose the renowned beauty of the capital, Miss Qingdai. Even a mere glance from her is enchanting." Instantly, a chorus of laughter erupted among the crowd. Banxia stood there like a jester, her fiancé not casting a single glance her way as he led his biological sister away, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. Xiaoyao's face turned pale with anger. "Miss, did you not see how that Bai Ji turned back with such arrogance after entering with her mistress? It is infuriating." Banxia lifted her gaze to Xiaoyao and replied, "The true jesters, are they not us?" Xiaoyao, perplexed, refrained from asking further given the multitude around them. At that moment, Maisie Chu and Junhan emerged, stating, "Those wishing to enter should quickly pen their verses. It is quite unbecoming to be blocking the entrance." The wealthy young ladies and gentlemen promptly rushed to the steward to procure paper and ink. The matter of winning or losing the flower contest was trivial. The paramount concern was avoiding ridicule. Maisie Chu turned to Banxia with a look of exasperation, saying, "Why do you linger? You are not an outsider. You may enter the princess's residence at any time. Why squeeze among that crowd?" These words were deliberately spoken, for he had previously witnessed the cousin of the Duke of Duan escorting the scheming Qingdai inside. As the fiancée of the Duke of Duan, being mocked while remaining outside was utterly vexing. With a single remark, he granted Banxia considerable respect, leaving the onlookers astonished at how the country girl had so seamlessly integrated with the elite of the princess's court. Ban Xia, however, replied with gratitude, "Thank you for your kind intentions, my lord, but I believe that treating me differently from the other young ladies and gentlemen would be unjust, and it may cause difficulties for the esteemed princess in the future." Indeed, Ban Xia's reasoning was not without merit. When Qingdai entered, some individuals remained silent, yet it did not signify their acceptance. Maisie Chu was once again incensed by the ungrateful girl and whispered, "Do you not realize that this is poetry writing, not playing the lute?" At that moment, Ding Shuang turned to Ban Xia with derision, saying, "Oh, the fifth miss of the Yao family is still contemplating? If you cannot produce anything, you might as well accompany the young lord inside. There is no need to feign ignorance." The crowd laughed mockingly at Ban Xia, while Maisie Chu frowned, yet Junhan quietly remarked, "Do not underestimate that girl." Ban Xia merely smiled faintly, without even casting him a glance, and began to write, "Green lotus unfolds in the cool morning breeze, red blossoms entwine in purple mist." Those who had anticipated a spectacle fell silent in astonishment as the flowing calligraphy emerged. Junhan stepped forward and recited Ban Xia's verses, instantly captivating everyone present. What exquisite poetry! "Such talent is truly comparable to the renowned Pan Xilian of the capital," exclaimed a young master from the Taisha residence, Hua Yunsheng, in excitement.
Pan Kailan,
Who had been entering, paused momentarily, glancing back at Ban Xia with a furrowed brow. "Miss," called out Pan Xilian's maid, Zhu, prompting Pan Xilian to proceed inside. A smile instantly graced Maisie Chu's face, for the writing was indeed remarkable. No wonder her father often remarked that had she been a male, he would have taken her as a disciple in his household. As Banxia accompanied Maisie and others inside, she was promptly pulled aside by the long-waiting Princess Xiqing. "Your sister has already entered with your fiancé. Why are you, a mere village girl, dawdling?" Princess Xiqing, exasperated by Banxia's apparent lack of ambition, could hardly contain her irritation. It was rather infuriating that this village girl's fiancé had been lured away by her sister, and yet she did not dare voice her grievances. With a faint smile, Banxia countered, "Princess Xiqing, you have always shared a close bond with my sister. Why then do you show such affinity towards me?" Upon hearing this, Princess Xiqing's expression darkened. Do not mention my sister to me. If it weren't for her, my brother would not have suffered such humiliation. And do not get too pleased with yourself. If not for my parents and brothers pressuring me to befriend you, I would have no interest in you at all. Understanding her sentiments, Banksia smiled silently.
Come.
I shall take you to the back courtyard, where the ladies are gathered with my mother to admire the flowers. The young gentlemen and ladies outside should have already entered. Banksia allowed herself to be led by Princess Zicheng, showing no signs of resistance. In her previous life, she had only known that Princess Zicheng was closely associated with Qing Dai, yet had never experienced any verbal malice from her. Her intentions seemed pure and uncomplicated. Mother, this is Banksia. The crown princess was conversing with the prime minister's wife and the elderly royal aunt when her daughter's cheerful voice suddenly chimed in. Though in her 40s, the crown princess appeared remarkably youthful, having maintained her beauty and grace. She exuded an air of elegance and dignity. Raising her gaze to Banksia, she smiled and said, "You are the one who bravely rescued your father from the inferno, Banksia?" Bansha promptly bowed and said, "Your Highness, I humbly report that I am the youngest daughter of the medicine marquis, Bansha. Assisting my father is merely my duty, and I dare not boast." The princess nodded, appreciating the girl's composed and modest response, devoid of any arrogance. It was no wonder her husband frequently praised her. Observing Bansha's humility, the princess resolved that she ought to visit the palace more often. "I have taken note of that, Your Highness," Bansha replied respectfully. Upon seeing Bansha, the old Duchess of the State smiled warmly. "Come, my dear Xia, sit beside me." A young lady next to the Duchess quickly vacated her seat for Bansha. Bansha obediently nodded and took her place with decorum. The princess, curious, asked, "Aunt, do you also know this girl?" Before the old Duchess could respond, the young lady beside her interjected, "She is the one who helped grandmother find the South China red coral." The princess, upon hearing this, turned her gaze back to Bansha, realizing with surprise that this girl was behind such a remarkable deed. Truly, she is a commendable young lady. Yet, Bansha regarded it as a minor matter, having acted out of personal interest for her two elder brothers, a fortunate coincidence. The prime minister's wife, seeing Bansha for the first time, was thoroughly impressed by her composed demeanor and graceful mannerisms. "This girl is truly remarkable. She exudes stability," the prime minister's wife lauded. Nearby, Maisie glanced over, muttering, "Look at her, acting so obedient and understanding in front of the elders, yet before you and me, she is nothing more than a feisty little wildcat." Junhan set down his wine cup and lowered his voice, saying, "I have heard that just a few days ago, she confronted your cousin, the Duke of Duan." Upon hearing this, Maisie's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. "Is that true? You don't believe my words?" Maisie laughed joyfully. "Now that's the fearless village girl who dares to offend even the crown prince. What is the Duke of Duan in comparison?" She added, with such a fiery temper. "She will surely encounter difficulties in the future. Marrying your Duke of Duan will not lead to a life of ease." However, Maisie scoffed dismissively. "Do you really think she and my Duke of Duan could ever be a match?" Junhan took a sip of his wine, smiling without uttering a word, for they both understood well that with Banksia's temperament, she could not be easily manipulated. It merely required time for her to mature. Once she did, it would only be a matter of time before she cast aside the Duke of Duan. On the other side, Qing Dai, witnessing Banksia sitting closely with the Grand Princess and the elderly Duke's wife, felt a surge of anger, clenching her fists tightly. Chapter 62. The Assurance of the Princess. Here are the verses composed by the young gentlemen and ladies today. The Grand Princess received the stack of papers from her maid and addressed the assembly of noble youths. "Those who have entered today are all individuals of literary merit. I shall judge their works, and the victor shall be rewarded." At that moment, a maid beside Pan Xilian whispered something into the ear of the Prime Minister's wife. The smile on the Prime Minister's wife's face diminished slightly. If a judgment were to be made, her daughter would undoubtedly lose her reputation as the foremost talented woman. Feigning a smile, she remarked, "Grand Princess, what merit is there in judging such an uneven affair?" Upon hearing this, the Grand Princess's gaze turned frosty, yet her smile remained intact. "Might I inquire the meaning behind your words, esteemed Prime Minister's wife?" Casting a glance at Qing Dai, the Prime Minister's wife replied, "While the Grand Princess permits the poets to enter, there are some who gain access without reciting poetry. Is this fair to others?" The Grand Princess furrowed her brow upon hearing this. The prime minister's wife hastily recounted how the prince had brought in Qingdai, who had not composed any verses. She then chuckled, covering her mouth. This prince is indeed the betrothed of Miss Qingdai. The expression of the elderly duke's wife darkened. I have previously heard that the fourth daughter of the Yao family is both beautiful and virtuous, yet she seems to lack understanding of propriety. It was said that this young lord had granted Miss Banksia special privileges, allowing her unrestricted access to the princess's residence. However, Miss Banksia had refused, expressing concern that such favoritism might burden the princess. Upon hearing this, the grand princess's admiration for Banksia grew even stronger. One could discern Qingdai's increasingly displeased expression. She cast a glance at the Prince of Duan, aware that she could not afford to offend him. Yet, Qingdai exhibited a complete disregard for decorum. Did she truly think so little of the esteemed princess? Nevertheless, being a princess, she still possessed an air of royal authority. Rising, she addressed the assembly. Originally, I intended to appraise the literary talents of you young lords and ladies, rewarding the finest among you. However, I have been informed that certain individuals, lacking in manners, have chosen to disregard the topics I set forth, opting instead to compose poetry recklessly, thereby undermining the very rules I established. Since the integrity of this competition has been compromised, fairness is no longer attainable. Upon uttering these words, all eyes turned towards Qingdai, for she was the sole person who had entered alongside the Prince of Duan, instantly becoming the center of attention. The prince, setting down his wine cup, retorted with displeasure. And I too have not composed any poetry. If anyone has breached protocol, it is I. Should you wish to assign blame, let it fall upon me. The princess, taken aback by the prince's fierce defense of Qingdai, felt her composure falter in indignation. Mei Zichu then stood and interjected, Cousin Duan Wang, you are my mother's own nephew. The princess's residence is akin to your own home. Why should family members be subjected to examinations? The Prince of Duan coldly replied, If it is akin to home, then it is not. Does my cousin not find my words to be accurate? The princess felt a chill settle within her heart. How audacious of the prince to publicly embarrass her in favor of Qingdai. Han Xia couldn't help but smirk inwardly. No wonder the Prince of Duan failed to achieve greatness in his former life and brought misfortune upon his elder brother. He was utterly oblivious to the need for discretion, failing to grasp the wisdom that water can both carry a boat and capsize it. His treatment of Qingdai could indeed be deemed as a form of true love. The tense atmosphere rendered everyone somewhat awkward. Han Xia quickly leaned towards Princess Ziqing and whispered a few words. Princess Ziqing immediately exclaimed, Mother, there lies a grove of fragrant bamboos beyond the mountain, a breathtaking sight that everyone has yet to behold. Please allow us to go and admire it. The Grand Princess chuckled and replied, Very well, go ahead, but be cautious not to cause any trouble. I promise we won tea, Princess Ziqing assured her, then waved to the assembled company, urging, Let us all go and take a look together. In an instant, the young gentlemen and ladies rose in unison, following Princess Ziqing. This deft shift of topic alleviated the awkwardness, steering clear of tension, something her mother would never have anticipated. The Grand Princess regarded Han Xia, who stood beside Princess Ziqing, and mused, No wonder my husband urged Ziqing to associate more with this clever girl. Your Highness, this girl is quite remarkable, the elderly Lady Guijiao remarked with a smile. The Grand Princess nodded in agreement. Indeed, how could a girl of such merit be anything less? The Prime Minister's wife exhaled in relief, then resumed her tea, without further comment. Thank you, Princess Ziqing whispered discreetly. Han Xia responded with a smile, No need for thanks. It is only natural that I assist my sister. Upon mentioning Qingdai, Ziqing's expression soured. Do not speak of her. She is nothing but a troublemaker. At that moment, the crowd had already dispersed into groups, frolicking deeper within the grove. Han Xia glanced around, noticing the absence of Qingdai. Come, let us venture over there. I have a little secret to share with you, Ziqing said, pulling Han Xia towards the right side of the grove. Princess, Ziqing has a secret? Han Xia teased with a chuckle. Certainly, who is devoid of secrets? Do share if you possess any. Let us exchange. Banksia paused momentarily, contemplating the notion of secrets. Indeed, she harbored one, a monumental secret that had enabled her to ascend from the depths of despair, a secret that had haunted her with relentless nightmares. All right? Princess, Ziqing implored, tugging at Banksia's arm with a playful demeanor. Very well, Banksia acquiesced, retreating her thoughts. Once Banksia consented, Princess Ziqing accelerated her pace, exclaiming, "Hurry along, we shall arrive shortly." Just then, a thought struck Princess Ziqing, prompting her to exclaim, "Wait, we cannot uncover it without a spade. Do not leave me behind." With that, she dashed back in a flurry. Banksia stood quietly, awaiting Princess Ziqing, when suddenly she heard the sound of a woman weeping. "Your Highness, I am at fault for causing you trouble." Curiosity piqued, Banksia hurriedly approached, witnessing Qingdai weeping across from the Prince of Duan. The prince tenderly wiped away her tears, reassuring her, "I hold you in high regard, and it is only fitting that I bring you in to safeguard you from the burdens of poetry." "Your Highness, it is all Qingdai's fault. She is to blame," Qingdai lamented. A smile played upon the prince's lips as he swiftly drew her into his embrace, inquiring, "Would you consent to become my concubine?" "A concubine?" Qingdai felt a chill. Her aspirations lay in becoming the principal wife, and she held no desire for such a subordinate role. Nevertheless, she feigned trepidation, stating, "Your Highness's affections are overwhelming, yet Qingdai cannot acquiesce." With that, she extricated herself from the prince's embrace, witnessing his expression shift dramatically. "Do you truly believe that this prince is unworthy of your esteemed title as the most beautiful maiden in the capital?" Qingdai hastily clarified, "Your Highness, that is not the case. You and my younger sister have already been betrothed by His Majesty. As her elder sister, how can I?" As she spoke, Qingdai shed a few tears of grievance. "It would be a mockery for my younger sister to be the legitimate wife, while I am merely a secondary consort. Would it not be a source of ridicule for me?" Prince Duan furrowed his brow. "So that is the reason. You are so concerned about the distinction between primary and secondary." Qingdai lowered her head. "It is indeed an immense fortune for me to be favored by Prince Duan. Yet I fear the mockery my maternal grandfather might endure." Prince Duan contemplated for a moment before solemnly declaring, "I assure you that after marrying you, I shall cherish you alone. As for your sister Banxia, once I ascend to greatness, I shall dispose of her. Would that not secure your rightful position?" Upon hearing Prince Duan's assurance, Qingdai felt a surge of joy within her heart. "I shall leave it to your Highness's discretion. Thank you for your gracious favor, my lord." Chapter 63. The threat of Prince Duan. Bansha furrowed her brow, observing the unfolding scene with a calm demeanor. She could not fathom why Qingdai, who was ostensibly meant to be paired with Prince Yi, was now exhibiting a flirtatious demeanor with Prince Duan. It baffled her that throughout both her past and present lives, every man associated with her seemed to draw Qingdai's unwelcome attention. At that moment, she witnessed Prince Duan producing a golden bell anklet, lifting Qingdai's leg to fasten it around her ankle. The sight of the golden bell sent a shiver through Bansha. She recalled a horrifying incident from her previous life, where Prince Duan's most favored concubine had accidentally stepped on his foot, only to suffer the gruesome fate of having her feet severed, her eyes gouged out, and being forced to consume her own flesh, all while adorned with the very golden bell that the prince had gifted her. With this chilling memory, Bansha gasped, Who is there?" Prince Duan immediately sensed her presence, his keen gaze darting in her direction. In a panic, Bansha quickly covered her mouth, uncertain of how to proceed. He would certainly spot her. Just then, Princess Ziqing's voice broke the tension. "I am here. Prince Duan, what brings you here as well?" The sudden appearance of Princess Ziqing alleviated Bansha's anxiety, allowing her to compose herself and feign ignorance. Prince Duan approached with swift strides, the absence of the bamboo grove now revealing Bansha and Princess Ziqing with clarity. Upon seeing Bansha, Qingdai was taken aback, hastily attempting to clarify, "Sister, it is not as you perceive. Please allow me to explain." Bansha's heart turned cold. Their conversation was clearly audible. Yet Qingdai had the audacity to seek justification while continuing her charade of innocence. However, she wore a puzzled smile and intentionally said, "Sister, what have I seen? What do you need to explain to me?" Qingdai was taken aback, thinking that Bansha and Princess Ziqing must not have overheard, which was a relief. However, the sharp and insidious gaze of Prince Duan fell upon Ziqing and Bansha with evident suspicion. He questioned, "When did you arrive?" Princess Ziqing promptly replied, "We just got here, and were startled by your sudden exclamation, Prince Duan." Prince Duan scrutinized Princess Ziqing's bright eyes, pure and devoid of any deceit. Turning his gaze to the silent Bansha, he found her eyes deep and clear, revealing no hint of impurity, nor any discernible thoughts. "By the way, Qingdai, why are you always with Prince Duan? He is your sister's fiancé." as Bansha's immediate elder sister. Don't you feel it inappropriate to be alone with your future brother-in-law? I used to think you understood propriety. But now it seems you lack the awareness to avoid suspicion. Princess Ziqing spoke without malice, her thoughts spilling forth unfiltered. Prince Duan's eyes darkened with irritation. Ziqing, you are meddling too much. Princess Ziqing was about to retort, but upon meeting Prince Duan's fierce gaze, she swallowed her words, too intimidated to speak further. Prince Duan then directed his attention to Bansha, his gloomy expression revealing a probing curiosity, yet Bansha's face betrayed no emotion. You come with me. Prince Duan pointed toward the depths of the bamboo grove and walked ahead. Princess Ziqing hastily advised Banksia, be cautious. If anything occurs, shout for my mother's assistance. Banksia merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement before following Prince Duan. Upon reaching a secluded area, the prince abruptly turned, extending his hand to grasp Banksia's delicate neck. In that instant, she found it exceedingly difficult to breathe, words eluding her as pain coursed through her throat. It would be quite effortless to end your life, Prince Duan declared before releasing her. The fleeting discomfort instilled a palpable fear of impending death. Coughing painfully, Banksia remained silent. With a sinister gaze, the prince demanded, speak. What have you heard? Unfazed, Banksia replied calmly. Princess Ziqing articulated her thoughts quite clearly. If Prince Duan doubts me, he is free to kill me. Yet, why does he fear what we might overhear? Prince Duan furrowed his brow, realizing they had indeed heard nothing. He was untroubled by the prospect of others knowing he intended to take Qingdai as a concubine. Rather, he feared Banksia might overhear his intention to eliminate her once he secured his position by marrying Qingdai.
Should she learn of this,
she would undoubtedly seek to dissolve their engagement, leaving him no choice but to eliminate her, for a true dragon cannot share its throne. Humph, what do I have to fear? I shall openly declare my intention to wed your sister Qingdai as a concubine, and my heart shall forever belong to her alone. Banksia was left speechless. Her fiancé, in the presence of his betrothed, expressed such affection for another woman, truly a cruel and repugnant display. It is evident. Banksia lifted her gaze towards Prince Duan. I do not expect your favor, only a desire for tranquility and safety. As for whom you choose to cherish, it is not for me to question. Prince Duan had anticipated that Banksia would react with anger or distress. He was taken aback by her composed response. Does your heart not ache? Banksia, aware of her own inferiority to her sister, dared not indulge in such aspirations. Surviving was more paramount than any rivalry. Very well. Remember what you have said today. As long as you remain obedient, I shall ensure your safety. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Banksia merely lowered her gaze, refraining from uttering another word. Once Prince Duan departed, she finally exhaled in relief. Her grandmother's hopes of utilizing Prince Duan's influence seemed futile. Firstly, as Prince Duan favored Qingdai, how could he assist her in confronting her kin? Thus, that avenue was rendered impossible. No, she must seize an opportunity to compel Prince Duan to withdraw from the engagement. She must strengthen herself swiftly. Banksia, are you all right? Princess Ziqing rushed over, and upon seeing Banksia unscathed, she sighed in relief. Your neck is quite red. It must be that scoundrel, Prince Duan. Princess Ziqing noticed Banksia's neck and immediately became incensed. Banksia regained her composure and shook her head. It is nothing. Do not worry. Your Highness. The princess pouted. If your elder brother were to learn of your mistreatment in my home, then in the future. The princess seemed to recall something, and her mood abruptly soured. Banksia hastened to reassure her. It is fine. For the next few days, I shall wear high-collared garments, and no one will notice. You need not fret. Princess Ziqing felt a tinge of embarrassment and said, It is entirely my fault. I should not have brought you here. Bansha shook her head gently and replied, It is of no consequence. I am merely a bit fatigued, and wish to return. Princess Ziqing glanced at the shovel in her hand, then looked at Bansha and finally said, Very well, I shall have someone escort you back. As for the secret matters, we shall discuss them later. After all, there is still ample time ahead. With the conclusion of this flower-viewing banquet, the genteel image of Qingdai, meticulously maintained over the years, crumbled in an instant. Whispers circulated within the noble circles of the capital, speculating about how Qingdai had directly entered the residence of the Grand Princess alongside Prince Duan, and how this prince had defied the Grand Princess for the sake of Qingdai. Chapter 64. The confrontation with Jean Xiaomis. The Marquis is in a furious rage. claiming that Miss Qingdai has sullied the reputation of the marquise, and she is currently kneeling in the ancestral hall. Xiaoyao was utterly delighted, finding a sense of vindication in the rumors circulating around town. Bansha turned to Lure and said, "The character for family must be inscribed with precision. Each stroke must be exact. Neither excessive nor deficient. Otherwise, it ceases to represent a family." "Why is family significant, Aunt?" Lure asked, her innocence shining through. Bansha's heart ached momentarily. What did family signify? In her past life, she had always believed that anywhere he was, that was home. "Aunt, you have yet to answer Lure's question." Lure prompted, her youthful face brimming with curiosity. After a moment of reflection, Bansha replied, "Regardless of wealth or poverty, a family is where its members can be together in health and harmony." "Humph. Since you comprehend this truth, why do you continue to harm your own sister?" Jean Sher's sudden appearance bore a menacing expression, as if she were ready to devour someone whole. Lure, frightened, instinctively took a step back, while Bansha clasped her hand and advised, "Remember, those who love and cherish you are your true family. Those who harm you are your adversaries." Though Lure did not fully grasp the meaning, she nodded earnestly.
Xiaoyao.
"Please take Lure outside to play." Xiaoyao, having been petrified by Jean Sher's outburst, quickly took Lure away. Jean Sher pointed an accusatory finger at Bansha, her fury palpable. "Why have you ceased speaking? Why do you seek to harm your own sister?" Bansha, at a loss for words, replied, "Mother, which eye has witnessed me causing her harm. How dare you claim that the rumors are not of your making?" Jean Sher's hatred for Bansha was evident, as if she wished to consume her whole. Banksia sat down, rubbing her brow. "Is this what they call worry leading to confusion? Does Mother truly believe that I possess the ability to spread this wind throughout the entire capital overnight?" Jean gradually regained her composure, contemplating Banksia's lack of foundation in the capital, and thus her inability to wield such power. Banksia continued, "Mother, you must be more aware than anyone else of whom my sister has offended with her actions. The Grand Princess." Jean felt a weight settle in her heart. It is merely a trivial matter, so why must the Grand Princess make such a fuss? A smile crept upon Banksia's lips. Indeed, it is not a significant issue, yet it cannot withstand the flames stoked by others. Who? The one that immediately came to Banksia's mind was none other than the Prime Minister's wife, Madame Pan Silian. However, she refrained from voicing this thought and instead countered, "Mother, my sister was once highly esteemed in the capital, and there were many who envied her. How could I possibly know who they are?" Jean had originally come to confront her, but Banksia's few words had turned the tide, leaving her exasperated. Jean settled herself, squinting as she gazed at Banksia. "Where do you acquire your funds?" Banksia smirked inwardly, finally unable to contain her composure. "Mother, having cut off my monthly allowance and deprived me of the resources for my little sanctuary, I have no choice but to sell the possessions you left for me." Upon hearing this, Jean's eyes sparkled with greed. "What are they?" Banksia felt a wave of disgust at her mother's insatiable demeanor. "Mother, now that we have reached this point, do you not think it is time to explain why you severed my support and why you orchestrated for me to sign so many documents from the outset?" Humph. At this juncture, Jean has no need to maintain her facade, for no matter how she pretends, Hanxia remains impervious. "Originally, had you heeded my counsel, I could have provided you with ample sustenance and comfort, allowing you to live in greater luxury than even Qingdai. However, your constant opposition to me has led me to sever your resources as a form of punishment." Hanxia rose, her gaze icy. "Mother, cutting off my resources serves a dual purpose. It not only forces me into a corner, compelling me to err, but it also presents you with the perfect opportunity to frame me should I seek to expose you." At this point, Hanxia turned away to mask the animosity simmering within her. "Mother, is what I say not true?" Jean stood, scoffing coldly. "Even if you are aware, what of it? Your mother possesses nothing of value. Though you may indulge temporarily, your future sustenance will be in jeopardy. If you repent and obey me now, I assure you that I will ensure your life is even more opulent than Qingdai's." She seeks to raise Hanxia into a useless being, treating your words as decrees, only to ultimately fall victim to your own machinations. With a sharp clap, Jean rose, indignantly exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? Why must you delve into your mother's sentiments, provoking her ire?" With a venomous glare, Jean retorted, "Since you have deduced everything, there is nothing more to discuss. Just wait and see." With that, Jean departed, and Hanxia returned to her seat, sipping her tea. You intended for me to overhear that, didn't you? You are well aware that I am resting here. Songju's eyes were red, unable to accept such a harsh reality. Brother, all dreams must eventually awaken, Han Xia said, setting down her cup. Yet she is our mother. Why can you not heed her words? Upon hearing this, Banksia, infuriated, exclaimed at Songju, she is not our mother. Awaken from your delusion. Indeed, she did not give birth to me nor raise me, but her affection surpasses that of a true mother. With a resounding slap, Banksia struck his face. In this world, apart from one's own mother, no woman can compare. Since you refuse to awaken, let her bring about your demise. I shall no longer intervene. Impossible. Mother would never act so, Songju muttered. Unable to withstand such a blow, he fled in panic. Xiangju observed the tears welling in Banksia's eyes, her heart aching. Mississippi sister, it's all right, it's all right. Jingma appeared, enveloping Banksia in a comforting embrace. In an instant, Banksia broke down. Elder brother, third brother is nothing but a fool, a fool. Jingma frowned. Brother has said, do not be hasty, or they shall be unable to comprehend. Now, do not grieve. I am always here. Within the study of the prince's residence, everyone knelt on the ground, fearfully holding their breath. Zhou Dong trembled as he explained. The situation was sudden. I did not foresee it. Yu Bei, exhausted from his relentless journey, felt as if he could annihilate the world upon hearing that Banksia had been betrothed to Duke Yuan by the emperor. His cold, composed visage betrayed no emotion. Yet his beautiful phoenix eyes shimmered with a dangerous glint. The more he remained silent, the greater the fear among the crowd. Knowing the protocol, Zhou Feng swiftly drew the sword from his waist and placed it across his neck, declaring, Your Highness, it is my dereliction of duty, and I am willing to die as penance. Just as the blade grazed his flesh, a sharp crack resonated through the air. A jade orb, deftly flicked from Yu Bei's fingers, shattered the sword into two pieces. Zhou Feng paused momentarily, disregarding the blood and pain flowing from his neck, and immediately knelt. Expressing his gratitude, I thank your highness for sparing my life. Without uttering a single word, Yu Bei turned and exited the scene. The onlookers understood that the prince had chosen to spare them, and while relief washed over them, their fear and trepidation remained unabated. Chapter 65. The Threat of Banksia Miss. Why has Madame suddenly thought of going to the temple to pray for blessings? Xiaoyao inquired, clearly perplexed. Banksia furrowed her brow. The Jin family was using the temple visit as a pretext, undoubtedly seeking another opportunity to strike at her. Observing the worry etched on her miss's face, Xiaoyao questioned, Miss, are you feeling unwell? Only then did Banksia lift her gaze to meet Xiaoyao's. Remember, you must exercise utmost caution, she advised. Xiaoyao, puzzled, glanced at Banksia, who had lapsed into silence, prompting her to refrain from further inquiries. Whose carriage is this? A voice resonated from outside, belonging to Prince Duan. A young servant replied, Your Highness, the carriage ahead belongs to the Marquis of Medicine. Do you know the purpose of their outing today? The prince continued. It seems they are headed to the Bai temple in the outskirts to pray to the white-clad Guanyin. Prince Duan frowned, contemplating for a moment before instructing, Go. Inform them that they must return today after their prayers. The bandits outside the city have been on the run and may pose a danger. Instantly, a guard mounted his horse and rode off to deliver the message. Madame Jean, our lord has instructed that you must return today after your prayers. The outskirts have been unsafe these past 2 days. Mother, but we. Qingdai began, only to be silenced by a gesture from Madame Jean, who motioned for quiet. Understanding, Qingdai fell silent. Thank you, young guard. Please convey our gratitude to your lord. We shall heed his advice, Madame Jean said with a smile once the guard departed. Madame Jin's face lit up with joy as she remarked, Prince Duan truly cares for you. It seems he is quite fond of you. Qingdai's face flushed crimson in an instant, and she hurriedly replied, Mother, please do not tease your daughter. Jin's expression was coldly amused. If the prince had not been concerned about you, would he have sent someone specifically to convey a message? However, Mother, if we return today, wouldn't that disrupt our plans? Jin's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Silly girl, with someone to protect us, what do we have to fear? Moreover, with the bandits lurking outside the city, no one would ever suspect us. Upon hearing this, Qingdai realized the truth in her words, and her spirits lifted instantly. Tonight, she would ensure that Ban Xia, that despicable person, became the laughingstock of the entire capital, a disgrace to the Yao family. At the white-robed Guanyin temple, Jean pretended to offer incense to the deity alongside the temple master. She then seated herself, attentively listening to the master as he delivered teachings and sermons. It was not until noon that the master inquired, "Now that we have concluded, do you wish to return or remain?" Jean quickly adopted a devout demeanor. "As a humble woman accompanied by my 2 daughters, we have come to pray for our family's well-being, and we hope the master will grant us shelter." With that, she produced a silver ingot and placed it into the temple's donation box for incense offerings. Ban Xia frowned. The prince had clearly stated that they were to return today, yet Jean insisted on staying, which suggested her own unease. The master nodded and summoned a young nun. "Please show our guests to the resting area." "Yes," the young nun responded, gesturing for Jean and Ban Xia to follow her to the courtyard for rest. Throughout the afternoon, Ban Xia and Jean exchanged not a single word, remaining entirely disconnected. "Miss, why aren't you eating?" Xiao Yao asked, noticing that her mistress had not touched the vegetarian dishes laid out before them. Ban Xia merely stared at the dishes, lost in thought. After a while, she finally realized and quickly exclaimed, "Do not eat." However, by the time Ban Xia uttered these words, Xiao Yao the glutton had already devoured a generous bowl. In another resting chamber, Qingdai expressed her confusion. The prince's words must have reached that little wretch. Yet she didn't even inquire why you chose to stay. Jean sure scoffed. That Ban Xia knows well that struggling is futile. It's better not to ask at all. Qingdai pondered this and concluded that even if Ban Xia did ask, her mother would simply dismiss her. There are countless excuses to remain, so any inquiry from that little wretch would be in vain. At that moment, Granny Qin entered and announced, "Everything is prepared." "Have they eaten?" "Yes, but not much." "As long as they have eaten, even a single bite holds significance. We must allow them to rest and gather their strength for the midnight operation." After a while, Jean Shi's countenance darkened as she issued her orders. Granny Qin quickly reassured her, "Rest assured, madam, I have instructed the servants, without omission." "Miss, I am truly exhausted. Please allow me to sleep." Xiao Yao's eyes could barely remain open, her words laced with drowsiness. "No sleeping, remain vigilant." Ban Xia shook Xiao Yao, refusing to let her succumb to slumber. No matter how much Ban Xia shook her, Xiao Yao remained too weary to open her eyes. Indeed, the food must have contained a sedative, otherwise, how could Xiao Yao be so drowsy and unresponsive? Just then, a sudden shout rang out from outside the door. "Help! Help!" Ban He immediately opened the window, only to behold a dozen men, clad like bandits, leaping into the rear courtyard of the temple. Armed with knives, they struck at any person in sight, plunging the sacred space into chaos. Anxious and distressed, Ban He realized that without awakening Xiao Yao, there was no hope of escape. In a moment of desperation, she seized Xiao Rao and dragged her beneath the bed, praying fervently that they would remain undetected. Suddenly, a series of loud thuds echoed as the door was forcefully kicked. In an instant, the door was shattered by the burly men, who stormed in with menacing ferocity, bloodied blades in hand, advancing towards Ban He. "Capture her alive," one of the brutes commanded. Without hesitation, Ban He pushed open the back window and leapt into the fray, the men hot on her heels. The ground was strewn with corpses, the air thick with the stench of blood, and memories of her tragic demise in a past life flooded her mind. She resolutely refused to accept her fate. The back window of Qingdai's room fortuitously aligned with her escape route, spurring Ban He to quicken her pace. "Hurry, catch her! Don't let her escape!" The assailants relentlessly pursued. Meanwhile, Qingdai, witnessing Ban He sprinting towards her from outside, was struck with sheer terror. With a resounding crash, Ban He threw her entire weight against the window, leveraging her slight frame to slip inside. Qingdai trembled, her eyes blazing with indignation as she confronted Ban He. "What are you doing? You all want me dead. But before I go, I intend to take someone down with me," Ban He retorted defiantly. Startled, Qingdai recoiled. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Han Xia swiftly extracted her hairpin and advanced with determination, grasping the frightened Qingdai firmly. The sharp end of the hairpin pressed against Qingdai's neck, causing her to freeze, her demeanor chilling like a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell, rendering Qingdai too terrified to utter a sound. At that moment, the door was violently battered by the assailants outside. Han Xia coldly commanded, "Cease at once, and withdraw from the temple." Qingdai, in a state of panic, replied, "I don't know them. Sister, you." "Silence. If you do not remain quiet, we shall perish together," Han Xia threatened furiously. Qing Dai's heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest as she observed Han Xia's hand, gripping the silver hairpin, inching closer. Unable to maintain her composure any longer, she shouted urgently, "Those outside, halt immediately." Hearing the commotion, Jean arrived on the scene, and upon seeing the assailants, Mama Qin remarked, "Your target lies across the way, not here." Chapter 66. The Northern King of Xiaoma, the leading bandit, recognized Mama Qin and immediately stated, "We have pursued them here." At that moment, Banksia replied coldly, "Mother, if you wish to lay a hand on me, you must consider whether you are willing to accompany my sister to hell." Her words startled Jin's spirit, as she had never anticipated that Banksia would be so lucid, coming to threaten her with her own daughter. "You wretched girl, regardless of the circumstances, Qing Dai is still your elder sister. Are you truly prepared to harm your own flesh and blood?" Banksia retorted coldly, "That depends on whether you will spare me, mother. Your decision will determine whether my sister perishes alongside me, or if I am granted mercy. All rests within your contemplation." Jin's face twisted in anger, and she turned to the bandits, commanding, "You must withdraw immediately. We cannot allow anyone to discover even a trace of this incident." The leading bandit nodded, assuring her, "Rest assured, madam. With the external bandits providing cover, no one will suspect a thing." After speaking, he gestured to his comrades to retreat. Banksia peered out of the window, observing the group dispersing, only to notice that one bandit was clad in military boots, indicating they were likely affiliated with the military. However, in the vast kingdom of Diwa, with its numerous military camps, pursuing this lead would be an insurmountable challenge. "Prepare the carriage," Banksia commanded coldly, knowing she could not linger here any longer. Jean hastily urged, "Why are you not hastening to ready the carriage? We must flee swiftly now that we have encountered bandits." Understanding Jin's words, Mama Qin quickly set about her tasks. Under the command of Banksia, they placed the slumbering peony from beneath the bed into the carriage, and, to be on the safe side, Banksia took Qing Dai along in a separate vehicle. Whatever transpired outside the city would not reach its inhabitants until dawn. Banksia remained ever vigilant within the carriage, while Qing Dai, seized by Banksia, felt an overwhelming urge to rend her captor apart. In the dead of night, amidst the desolate wilderness, the sudden appearance of two carriages drew the attention of genuine fleeing bandits. A sharp twang of an arrow resounded as a galloping horse fell lifeless to the ground, the carriage subsequently toppling over. Sensing the imminent danger, Qing Dai attempted to flee, but Banksia held her tightly, refusing to let her go. They had managed one carriage, but another was intercepted. The voice of a man drew ever closer. Banksia, summoning her strength, struggled to climb out of the carriage, dragging Qing Dai along with her. The pitch-black night was illuminated by the torches wielded by the bandits. One man, leading the group, bore a terrifying, scarred face. In fright, Qing Dai instinctively shrank behind Banksia and shouted at the men encircling them, "Did my mother not instruct you to leave?" The scar-faced man frowned. "What is your mother to us?" In an instant, Qing Dai realized they were confronted by true brigands, her fear intensifying as she clutched Banksia's sleeve even tighter. Banksia regarded them with a cold gaze and queried, "You capture us not for riches, then?" The scar-faced man, intrigued by Banksia's fearless demeanor, replied, "Wealth may lead to death. Do you not fear?" Bangia met the scarred man's gaze, her voice calm and icy. "I am afraid, but as long as we do not acquire wealth, we are temporarily safe." "Ha ha ha. You are quite an interesting little woman, though your appearance is somewhat unremarkable," the scarred man replied, his raspy voice suddenly filled with a hint of amusement. At that moment, someone approached and said, "Boss, Duke Duan is coming after us." The scarred man immediately cursed, "Damn, that ghost just won't leave us alone." Qing Dai felt a surge of hope. Salvation was at hand. She heard the scarred man coldly snort, "Bind them. Prepare for battle." In an instant, Bangia and Qing Dai found themselves firmly restrained by the group. Duke Duan charged in with a troop, and the scarred man led his own men to meet the onslaught. The air was filled with the clash of blades and the cacophony of combat, while the scene was a chaotic blur of bodies falling and blood spilling. Qing Dai was so frightened that her legs turned to jelly, and she even wet herself. However, Bangia, having clawed her way out of hell, would never betray her fear, regardless of the terror she felt within. After several exchanges, it became evident that nearly all of Duke Duan's men had been annihilated. Bangia narrowed her eyes. Ordinary bandits could not possibly possess such formidable fighting prowess. The fact that these marauders had decimated a small army was utterly inconceivable, leading Bangia to conclude that these outlaws were far more complex than they appeared. Silence fell as the sounds of battle ceased, leaving an eerie stillness akin to fallen leaves. The Duke of Duan was brought forth, and Qingdai immediately cried out in excitement, "Your Highness, save me, save me." The Duke cast a glance at Qingdai and Banksia, his brow furrowed tightly. Hiss! The scarred man grimaced in pain, one of his arms reduced to mere flesh, a result of the Duke's strike. The scarred man's eyes glinted with a chilling malice, regarding the Duke as if he were a lifeless corpse. The Duke snorted coldly, unperturbed. "Little King of Mo Bay, do you truly believe that after killing me, you would be able to exit the borders of Du? You actually figured it out?" The scarred man responded incredulously. The Duke forcefully broke free from his captors. "With such remarkable combat prowess, the only forces capable of besting my squad must belong to the King of Mo Bay. Given your youthful appearance, no more than in your early 20s, the only one who could command the troops of Mo Bay is none other than the little king himself." Pausing momentarily, the Duke continued, "You masqueraded as bandits to infiltrate Du, all for that map. Now that you have acquired it, if you cannot retreat unscathed, all your efforts will have been in vain. Surely, little king, you do not believe you can contend against the golden armored army of His Highness Prince Yi?" At the mention of Prince Yi, the legendary warrior, a flicker of terror crossed the scarred man's face. "State your terms," he demanded darkly. The Duke promptly replied, "Release me and them, and I assure you, I shall remain tight-lipped, allowing you to depart safely." With that, he produced a token from his waist, stating, "With my token, your passage will be unhindered." The northern king of Xiaoma, enduring excruciating pain, and on the verge of fainting, coldly inquired, "I may release you. But what is the relationship between these two women and you? Why should I grant you this favor?" Duke Duan cast a glance at Hanxia and then at Qingdai, responding, "One is my fiancé Yi, and the other is my beloved." Upon hearing this, the northern king of Xiaoma became intrigued, stating, "In that case, I shall grant you this chance. You may take only one of them with you, or else our discussion is at an end." Qingdai immediately assumed a pitiful demeanor, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "Your Highness, please save me." Meanwhile, Hanxia's eyes shone with determination, though she too placed all her hopes in Duke Duan. No matter the circumstances, she remained his fiancée Yi. Even if he did not acknowledge her, her status surpassed that of Qingdai. Nevertheless, whether she would be rescued depended entirely on Duke Duan's heart. After a moment of contemplation, Duke Duan stepped forward to untie Qingdai's bonds. She instantly collapsed into his embrace, sobbing in utter despair. Truly, it is said that heroes are enamored with beauty. For the sake of a beloved, a man may forsake his fiancée Yi. The northern king of Xiaoma sneered at this spectacle before commanding his men to present the token and allow Duke Duan and his companions to depart. Chapter 67. Blocking the path. Banksia had long anticipated this outcome, yet her heart brimmed with reluctance. Why was it that, in both past and present, she was the one cast aside? Was it truly due to this face, which was as ordinary as could be? Qingdai felt a surge of delight within her. Not only could she bring Banksia to despair, but she could also lead her to a tragic demise without bearing any responsibility. What a splendid turn of events. Once they departed, the northern king of Xiaoma collapsed onto the ground, unable to withstand the strain. The crowd surrounding him erupted into chaos. Banksia immediately spoke up. "We must staunch the bleeding." This was her sole opportunity for survival. She had to seize this lifeline at all costs. A man cast a suspicious glance at Banksia and inquired, "Do you possess medical skills?" Banksia nodded affirmatively. "I do, provided you are willing to trust me." "Absolutely not. She is the most cunning and treacherous individual from the kingdom of Deyue, untrustworthy in every regard," another voice interjected vehemently. If they hesitated any longer, the king would surely succumb to excessive blood loss. "If I cannot save him in your hands, I too shall meet my end at your hands. Why should I not attempt to save him for the sake of my own life?" Banksia's retort silenced the doubting man. There was no alternative left. "Release her bonds," ordered a leader, and in an instant, Banksia was freed. She wasted no time and approached the fallen northern king of Xiaoma, observing that his bones were already fractured. "First, we must set the bones before we address the bleeding," she instructed. "What? Are you suggesting that the young prince's arm can be reattached?" The young leader gazed at Banksia in disbelief. Banksia nodded earnestly. "It can." Then, she enumerated the supplies she required. prompting the young leader to immediately dispatch men to procure these items. After an entire night of toil, as the sun began to rise, Hanxia finally succeeded in reattaching the young prince's arm. The young leader swiftly ordered the carriage to be secured to their horses, gently lifting the young prince aboard. Hanxia remained in the carriage to tend to the young king of Mo Bay, knowing that these individuals would not permit her to leave until he was safe. Shortly thereafter, the young leader brought in a slender boy who was in a state of unconsciousness. Being in close proximity, Hanxia quickly discerned that the boy was actually a girl in disguise, thus concluding that she was indeed a maiden. Moreover, the girl exhibited an abnormal flush on her face, accompanied by a high fever, indicating a sudden onset of illness. It became clear that the young king of Mo Bay had intercepted their carriage not out of greed, but rather to utilize it for the escape of this young lady from the Great Yu Kingdom. Had they located her? In the outskirts, a man donned in pale purple brocade emanated an indescribable air of nobility. Yet, the frigid aura surrounding him instilled a palpable fear even from a distance. The prince has not been found. He must have ventured far. The expression of the stormy wind was grim as he arrived upon receiving word, having searched all night without any trace of the 5th Mississippi. Indeed, just as he lamented the lack of findings, a layer of frost seemed to settle upon the face of Princey. Despite his godlike beauty, his demeanor was so forbidding that it struck terror into the hearts of those nearby. Pursue her. I shall chase her to the ends of the earth. As you command. The young king of Xiaoma Bay awoke to the night, roused by a sharp pain in his right arm. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he was inside a carriage. Instinctively, he reached for his right arm, only to discover it was bound tightly with strips of bamboo. Do not move. There are steel nails embedded in your bones. The more you stir, the more it will hurt, a voice cautioned. Following the sound, he turned to see Hanxia resting against the carriage wall with her eyes closed. You're alive? He exclaimed in astonishment, surprised that his men had spared her life. At that moment, the driver, a small leader, overheard the commotion inside and quickly responded. Young prince, it was this woman who saved you. She possesses knowledge of medicine, and it was she who set your arm. Upon hearing this, the young king, despite the pain, struggled to sit up. Hanxia, initially reluctant to assist him, feared that his movements would aggravate the injury and require her to exert further effort. Thus, she reluctantly extended her hand to help him rise. Once seated, the young king turned to Hanxia and inquired, Your method of rejoining the broken bones. How did you accomplish it? She explained that steel nails had been inserted between the fractured bones. What? You have driven steel nails into my bones? You are courting death. The young king erupted in anger, raising his left hand as if to strike her. Hanxia stood her ground, meeting his gaze directly. Are you suggesting that you would rather forgo this right arm than endure steel nails within your bones? In that fleeting moment, he lowered his hand. Certainly, his right arm was of great significance. No one desired to become a cripple. Tell me, what are the potential repercussions? Banksia cast a cold glance at him. The steel pin has undergone special treatment. With proper exercise after 100 days, your right arm will return to its former state. Is what you say true? Prince Xiaomobi asked, somewhat skeptical. Time will reveal all truths. Besides, I am currently in your grasp, am I not? As he gazed into Banksia's resolute eyes, Prince Xiaomobi found himself inexplicably admiring her. Miss, the medicinal soup you requested has arrived. The carriage slowed its pace. Banksia accepted 2 bowls of soup, handing one to Prince Xiaomobi, saying, This one is yours. He took the bowl but did not drink from it. Instead, he frowned at the bowl in Banksia's hands and inquired, Are you unwell as well? Banksia shot him a disdainful look before assisting the girl lying in the carriage, gently feeding her the soup bit by bit. Prince Xiaomobi observed the entire process, feeling an unaccountable fondness for Banksia. Why aren't you drinking? Rest assured, I would never poison you for the sake of my own life. As he looked at Banksia, her disdainful gaze towards him made him feel uncomfortable. You should feed His Highness. Banksia nearly erupted with frustration. You have hands of your own. Why must I do it? I am injured, as you know. Banksia was at a loss for words. One arm is injured, the other is still functional. I am not left-handed. I cannot use my left hand. Banksia was exasperated, convinced that he was doing this deliberately. Ultimately, with no other choice, she took the bowl and personally fed Prince Xiaomobi. His irritation flared at her rudeness. Fine, I will do it myself. With a near grimace, he uttered those words, ultimately consuming the entire potion himself. Banksia shot him an exasperated glance. suddenly realizing that the scars adorning his face were merely affixed, fabricated, concealing the true visage beneath. A slight twitch of her lips ensued as she closed her eyes to find solace. The carriage continued its journey unceasingly, and unbeknownst to her, she drifted into slumber. It was not until the break of dawn that the galloping carriage came to a sudden halt, jolting the compartment violently. Banksia furrowed her brow and opened her eyes. Instantly alert. The young prince, it is. It is the crown prince of Dayue. The young leader stammered as he spoke. Upon hearing that it was the moon's north wing obstructing their path, a look of dread washed over the face of the northern king of Xiaomao. Chapter 68. Banksia's alarm upon realizing that the newcomer was Yu Beiyu. Banksia's gaze sharpened. He had actually pursued her to offer assistance? As Banksia contemplated this, the king of Xiaomao North had already pressed his blade against her throat. The carriage curtain was lifted, revealing the interior scene in its entirety. The king of Xiaomao North addressed the stoic figure of Yu Beiyu, who sat astride a grand steed. In a tone of negotiation, "This woman is the daughter of a minister in your court and the fiancée of your brother. If you wish to see her unharmed, allow us passage." Yu Beiyu's eyes flickered with unmasked concern as he regarded Banksia. The king of Xiaomao North, noticing this, tightened his grip with his left hand, causing crimson blood to flow from Banksia's neck in an instant. Yu Beiyu's handsome brow furrowed tightly, his instincts urging him to advance. Yet he feared that doing so would only inflict further harm upon Banksia. Thus, he withdrew his advancing leg and declared, "Release her, and you may depart." The king of Xiaomao North was taken aback, unable to believe his ears. He knew that Yu Beiyu was notorious for his ruthless demeanor, unyielding to any threats. Unsure, he inquired once more, "Are you serious?" "Leave her behind, and you may go," Yu Beiyu replied, suppressing his fury. The king of Xiaomao North understood that the legendary prince of the Great Moon Nation was a man of his word. Consequently, he sheathed his sword and turned to Banksia, commanding, "Go." Without a moment's hesitation, Banksia leapt from the carriage. Yu Beiyu stepped aside, and the small contingent of the king of Xiaomao North swiftly departed the scene. Banksia did not glance back, resolutely making her way towards the city. Yu Beiyu followed closely behind her, treading cautiously as if fearful that a single word might provoke this prickly woman's ire. Observing the blood still trickling from her neck ignited a fierce rage within him. "Go, seize the 2 cities of the northern desert," he commanded. "At once, my lord," the subordinate replied, halting immediately. As he watched Hansa stride away, Yu Beiyu mounted his horse and pursued her, fully aware of her stubbornness. Without seeking her consent, he lifted her onto the horse. Hansa felt her body suddenly lifted into the air, and the man held her waist tightly, refusing to let go. "Release me," she exclaimed, unable to suppress the fury boiling within her. Yu Beiyu remained silent, enduring her struggles, resolutely maintaining his grip. "Your Highness, I am your brother's fiancée. Are you not concerned about the scorn of the world for treating your future sister-in-law in this manner?" she asserted. "Elder brother," she added, and the title struck him like a hammer to his heart, though he initially dismissed her words. "Be quiet," he commanded, an aura of frost emanating from him that could freeze several oxen. "What if I refuse, elder brother?" Hansa retorted defiantly. With a swift tug of the reins, Yu Beiyu brought the horse to an abrupt stop. He dismounted and ordered, "Do not utter a sound." Hansa, finding the situation absurd, replied, "How is this not the truth? On what grounds do you forbid me from speaking, elder brother?" She was undeniably intentional in her provocation, willing to go to great lengths to irritate him. "Be quiet." She stubbornly resisted, calling out to him repeatedly, until suddenly, her lips were once again captured by the insufferable man's thin ones. He fervently savored the sweetness of her mouth, asserting his dominance with an air of possessiveness. Overwhelmed by the forceful kiss, scenes of her past demise flickered in Banksia's mind. She felt like a frightened little rabbit, helpless and trembling, as she cried and struggled against the onslaught. Noticing the unusual reaction of the woman in his embrace, Yu Beiyu regained some awareness. He immediately released Banksia, who curled up in a corner, her eyes filled with terror as she gazed at him. "Don't touch me. Don't touch me." Yu Beiyu's heart ached, yet he felt utterly powerless, his voice trembling as he called out, "Banksia, what is wrong?" "Banksia?" With every step he took towards her, she retreated further, as if he were a demon from hell, a nightmare she could never escape. "Get away. Get away. I don't want to bear your child. I don't want you to touch me. Just go away." Yu Beiyu's eyes reddened, his heart heavy with concern as he witnessed her distress. "All right, I want to touch you, Banksia. Banksia, fire, fire, you are all evil spirits, you are all evil spirits. In that moment, Banksia was engulfed by terror, her mind entrapped in a haunting nightmare from which she could not awaken. Seeing her in such an agitated state, Yubei had no choice but to render her unconscious, swiftly carrying her away. As the night grew dim, Banksia opened her eyes to find it was already the witching hour. Miss, you have finally awakened. Peony and Fragrant Bamboo gazed in astonishment at Banksia, who had just opened her eyes. Banksia felt a dull ache at the back of her head, and her neck wound had been properly bandaged. With a hint of thirst, she murmured, "Water." Peony hastily fetched a cup of water and presented it to her, exclaiming, "Miss, I was in a state of panic when I awoke in the wilderness. Unable to see you, I was terrified. How did I return?" Banksia sat up, rubbing her sore neck. Fragrant Bamboo replied, "The steward discovered you at the front gate and had you carried back, but it frightened the master terribly." Banksia nodded slightly and inquired, "What rumors are circulating in the city about this incident?" Fragrant Bamboo promptly responded, "It is said that bandits fled, killing people at the temple, and they even abducted you." Both the madam and the fourth young lady were greatly alarmed. Banksia raised an eyebrow, knowing that the Jean family would cover everything up, leaving no trace. After a moment's contemplation, she commanded, "Go, inform the master and mistress that I have awakened." Fragrant Bamboo quickly exited, and Banksia hurriedly relayed a few instructions to Peony. Though Peony was initially confused, she soon grasped the situation. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and Banksia immediately adopted a look of panic. Huddling in the corner of the bed and covering herself with the quilt, trembling all over, Jean was the first to enter, fearing that Banksia might say something reckless. So she sought to intimidate her. However, upon entering, she found Banksia curled up, seemingly stunned by fear. When Lord Yao entered, concern filled his expression as he called out, "Xia girl." Banksia quickly crawled over to him, embracing Lord Yao, her eyes filled with terror as they darted towards Jean. "Do not kill me. Do not kill me, mother. I do not wish to die." Jean was momentarily taken aback, as she had anticipated Han Xia would speak ill of her and had prepared an array of retorts. However, to her astonishment, Han Xia uttered not a single disparaging word. Instead, her countenance was marred by sheer terror, and the incoherent utterances that followed her fright were nothing short of bewildering. "What has happened to you, my dear Xia?" The old matron, upon entering, was struck with profound compassion at the sight of Han Xia in such a state. Han Xia quickly embraced the old matron, deliberately distancing herself from Jean. "Do not kill me, mother. I was wrong. Please do not kill me." Jing Mo and his two younger brothers arrived to witness this alarming scene, causing their hearts to clench in unison. Jean, incensed, ground her silver teeth in frustration. Yet she still feigned the demeanor of a caring mother. "My dear Xia, your mother is here. There is nothing to fear with me by your side." Han Xia immediately recoiled from Jin's touch, presenting herself as if she had been deeply traumatized.
"Ah,
"No, do not come near. I am afraid.
do not kill me."
Chapter 69. Seeds of Discord. Jean was acutely aware that Bancha's reaction was merely a facade, and the fury within her nearly compelled her to eliminate Bancha on the spot. Old Lady Ho sensed the tension and exclaimed, "Jean, what have you done to the young lady? Why is she so terrified of you?" The expression on Jin's face was one of utmost distress as she hastily defended herself. "Mother, I am wronged." Lord Yaoho observed Bancha, who appeared utterly distraught, and felt a pang of compassion. He turned to Xiaoyao, demanding, "You accompanied the young lady, so enlighten us on the matter." Xiaoyao quickly knelt, her eyes filled with trepidation as she cast a fearful glance at Jean, seemingly on the verge of revealing something but lacking the courage to do so. This infuriated Jean even further. "You insolent wench, why do you stare at me?"
I
dare not, my lady," Xiaoyao stammered, lowering her head. Old Lady Ho interjected, "Xiaoyao, speak freely, with the master present. No one shall harm you." Only then did Xiaorao muster the courage to respond, reporting to the master, "As we traveled, Duke Duan instructed us to return today." Yet the lady disregarded the counsel and insisted on staying at the temple overnight. Jean, unperturbed by her words, had long prepared her defense. With a feigned look of sorrow, she allowed 2 tears to escape, saying, "It is merely that my sister's death anniversary approaches, and I wish to pray for her." Little did I anticipate that those wretched bandits would raid the temple. Xiaoyao nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, the lady only acted out of kindness." Jin's anger began to dissipate, and with a silent scoff, she thought to herself that these young maids were still too inexperienced to contend with her. Who would have thought? Xiaoyao inquired with curiosity. Madam, did you and Miss Qingdai along with Granny Qin not partake in the evening meal at the temple? Jin's heart sank at the implication. And just as she was about to fabricate a response, Xiaoyao hastened to elaborate. The young lady had little appetite this evening and did not eat. However, I consumed quite a bit and subsequently fell into a deep slumber, impervious even to cold water splashed upon me. It seems, madam, you, Miss Qingdai, and Granny Qin are equally alert. Perhaps you also refrained from dining? Does your appetite wane as well? The old matron scoffed. It is indeed peculiar that the temple's vegetarian fare could induce such stupor. At that moment, Kangjui, seizing the opportunity to showcase his wit, interjected, Grandmother, it must be that someone has slipped a drug into the food. Observing her mother's grim expression, Qingdai swiftly sought to alleviate the tension. Surely, it was the bandits who administered the poison. How fortuitous, she continued, that you chose not to dine. Madam, you are known for your delicate constitution. Missing a meal could be quite detrimental. The suspicion in Yaoho's gaze was palpable. Jean opened her mouth to offer an explanation but found herself at a loss, prompting Granny Qin to quickly interject. We brought provisions with us, hence our abstention from the temple's fare. Since provisions were brought, does that imply that we were lacking in contributions from Xia Girl? The old matron's ire was unmistakable. Jean hastily signaled to Granny Qin to remain silent, realizing that further discourse would only deepen their predicament. Father, a youthful voice called out, belonging to the young master Xian Can, who had returned home 2 days prior. Aware of his mother's potential embarrassment, he rushed to her side. Father, Xian Can feigned an air of decorum, bowing gracefully. Yaho regarded him with a fleeting glance and responded with a non-committal grunt. Xian Xin stated, Indeed, upon returning, the Duke reported to His Majesty that it was the bandits who plundered the temple, and both sisters have simultaneously fallen into their clutches. It is rumored that these brigands are disguised as men from the northern desert, thus my mother is undoubtedly innocent. Upon hearing her son's words, Lady Jean felt a surge of joy, and tears streamed down her face as she lamented, Oh, what a wretched fate I endure. After toiling to raise several children, I am now subjected to your suspicions. I cannot bear it. I wish to cease living. As Lady Jin's cries echoed, Ban Xia suddenly screamed, drawing the attention of all present. Sir, do not slay me. Mother, let them go. Military boots, it is military boots. Mother, do not kill me. They heed your words, they heed your words. Upon hearing the words military boots and sir, Lady Jin's expression darkened, realizing that she had been exposed by that little wretch. Ban Xia, Jing Mo, filled with concern, approached and embraced Ban Xia, casting a cold glance at the medicine marquis. Father, do not inquire further. It is evident that the marauders who raided the temple and the bandits are 2 separate factions. Since they wear military boots, they must belong to the army, and we cannot afford to offend them. Xian Xin gazed at Ban Xia, his eyes revealing a sinister glint. This wretch must not be allowed to remain. At that moment, Jiyu called from outside the window. My lord, the man sent to gather intelligence has returned. He reports that the Crown Prince has once again investigated, stating that the raiders of the temple and the northern desert bandits are not affiliated. The medicine marquis understood the implication, his gaze turning icy as he directed a cold look at Lady Jean. Dare you claim that this bears no relation to you? At this juncture, the medicine marquis had already concluded that Lady Jean was indeed responsible. Considering the words of Banksia, along with her current situation and the soldier masquerading as a robber, who else could possess such formidable power but the Duke of Jean? Jean turned to the medicine marquis and said, My lord, if you suspect me of colluding with the bandits, you are free to report me and have me arrested. Upon hearing this, the medicine marquis let out a cold, mocking laugh. Ha ha ha, report you? The unspoken words lingered in his mind like ice. If he possessed the capability to confront the Duke of Jean and uncover all the incriminating evidence against him, why would he allow himself to be manipulated? Everyone disperse. It's time for rest. Father, may I stay to accompany my sister?
Ying Montag implored.
The medicine marquis nodded. Yes, let the girl Xia have a proper rest. Perhaps she will recover by tomorrow. As everyone departed, Jean intercepted the medicine marquis midway. My lord, Banksia is currently in a state of delirium. Her words cannot be taken at face value. I assure you, I have done nothing. The medicine marquis snorted derisively. A lucid individual may easily lie. Yet the ramblings born from terror are merely reflections of one's experiences. How can you claim they are untrustworthy? Jin's heart sank. She suddenly understood why Banksia feigned madness. This would indeed lend her narrative greater credibility. Meanwhile, Banksia finally exhaled in relief, returning to her usual self. But I am utterly exhausted. Jing Mo, taken aback, quickly grasped the situation and offered a resigned smile. You truly are a challenge, aren't you? Banksia settled down and remarked. If it were not for this, how could I earn my father's complete trust? Even if I cannot bring down the Jin clan now. Instigating a rift in his heart towards her would suffice. Does it still hurt? Jingma inquired, reaching out to touch Banksia's neck. Banksia shook her head. It's nothing, dear brother. Truly. The Crown Prince commanded the Dali Temple to investigate the temple robbery thoroughly. Lord Shui, the governor of the capital, knelt before the Crown Prince, trembling with fear. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead from sheer terror. You cannot find any evidence? He exclaimed. A fire of such magnitude at the Marquis of Yu's residence. And you are utterly incapable of uncovering even the slightest cause. The governor of the capital hastily bowed his head to the ground. Your Highness. Each time we uncover a clue, it is inexplicably severed for various reasons. I am equally helpless. Have the people from the Jean Duke's residence ever approached you? Chapter 70. The illness incident. The governor of the capital, Lord Shui, hastily wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and remarked. The steward of the Jean Duke's residence has indeed visited and ordered a thorough investigation into this arson case. However, after his departure, all clues and evidence have vanished. Yu Bei raised an eyebrow slightly. You may leave now. Upon hearing these words, Lord Shui was so frightened that his legs weakened, and he fled in haste. Master, do you believe that the governor of the capital spoke falsely? A cold smile crept onto Prince Yi's lips. He lacks the audacity for such deceit. The evidence was taken away by the steward of the Jean Duke's residence, perhaps even destroyed. Prince Yi pondered for a moment before inquiring. Is there any news from the Jean Duke's residence? There was no indication of anything amiss regarding His Highness. He could not find a single fault. Prince Yi ceased speaking, his hand rhythmically tapping on the table, the sound echoing with a distinct regularity. With his current influence, toppling several nations would pose no challenge. The only obstacle was the need to uncover a mistake. Once he seized upon a flaw, he could ensure that those individuals would never rise again, leaving them without a burial place. Miss, the master and madam have requested your presence in the front hall. It seems Prince Duan has sent numerous gifts of consolation. Xiaoyao prepared the attire for Banksia and set out the water for washing, awaiting her rise. Banksia acknowledged and changed her clothes, tidying herself before proceeding with Xiaoyao to the reception hall in the front courtyard. Upon entering, they were greeted by the delighted voice of Madame Jean. Look, this is exquisite cloud brocade. Cloud brocade, the king of fabrics, is worth its weight in gold. Jean Shi was utterly captivated by the delicate pink cloud brocade. The steward of the Duan Wangfu remarked, My lord has declared that Miss Qing Dai is the most beautiful woman in the capital, and only this brocade is worthy of her. What? You claim that all these treasures are gifts from your lord to Qing Dai? The medicine marquis expressed his astonishment. The steward promptly nodded, gesturing towards the remaining exquisite hairpins and jade ornaments, replying, To report to the medicine marquis, all of these have been prepared by my lord for Miss Qing Dai, asserting that only a beauty like her deserves such generous tokens from our Duan Wang. The expression on the medicine marquis's face darkened instantly, and his brothers also wore grim looks. Clearly, Duan Wang was engaged to Bansha, yet he offered no words of concern for the frightened Bansha, bestowing all his fine gifts upon Qing Dai instead. Qing Dai secretly rejoiced, for her mother had said that should Bansha perish, the phoenix would rightfully belong to her. Jean Shi, filled with delight, feigned reluctance as she said, Such precious gifts are too extravagant for us to accept. The steward of the Duan Wangfu immediately adopted a stern demeanor, warning sharply, Madam Medicine Marquis, there is no custom of returning gifts once bestowed by my lord. Jean Shi cast a troubled glance at the Medicine Marquis, who, feeling helpless, could only respond, We are grateful for the kind intentions of Duan Wang. He then glanced at Bai Ji, the maid beside Qing Dai, adding, You should accept the gifts. Only then did Bai Ji realize, hurriedly lifting the tray of gifts as she departed with the brocade. At that moment, everyone noticed that Bansha had been standing there for quite some time. The medicine marquis, seated in his wheelchair, felt a pang of sympathy for his daughter, murmuring, "Xia girl." Banksia understood her father's grievances on her behalf. She stepped forward to divert the conversation, saying, "Father, you should stand up and move about." Yao Ho was taken aback, replying, "It takes 100 days for bones and muscles to heal, my leg." Before he could finish, Banksia interjected, "Father, do you still doubt your daughter? If I say you can walk, then you can indeed walk." With those words, Banksia approached to assist Yao Ho in standing. At that moment, Jingma hurried over to help his sister support their father. Jinshi had intended to utter a few sarcastic remarks to provoke Banksia, but it became apparent that she had dismissed the matter of the Duke Wang's gift entirely. Indeed, it seemed she felt no pain. Yao Ho took a tentative step and felt a surge of joy. Banksia smiled, saying, "Father, if you practice walking every day, you will gradually return to your former self." Just then, Jiu approached and announced, "My lord, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, along with the young lord, the princess, and the young general, have all arrived." Upon hearing this, Jinshi's eyes lit up, thinking they must be here to console her daughter. She quickly urged, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and welcome our esteemed guests." As she spoke, Jiu had already ushered them in. Jingma and Yao Ho exchanged puzzled glances, while the presence of the young lord, the young general, and the princess was understandable. The arrival of the crown prince was perplexing. "Your humble servant pays his respects to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." "Long live the Crown Prince." Yao Ho led everyone in the Yao household to kneel in reverence. Jinshi hastily signaled to Qingdai, who promptly stepped forward. Mother is indeed correct. In order to be well prepared, she must hold on to both the Duke and the Crown Prince, for whichever ascends to the throne will ultimately benefit her. "Your Grace, please rise. I have heard that the young lady from the Marquis's residence encountered bandits and was frightened. I have come to express my concern." As soon as the Crown Prince uttered these words, Qingdai's cheeks flushed crimson, convinced that His Highness had come to see her. Rising shyly, she replied, "It is a great honor for me to receive a personal visit from Your Highness." However, Yu Bei did not even spare her a glance. Instead directing his attention towards Bansha, his voice gentle and melodious, "I have come specifically to see you. There is no need to kneel before me in the future." This statement left the assembly in stunned silence. What did His Highness just declare? He had come expressly to visit Bansha, referring to himself as I rather than this humble one. Disappointment flickered in Qingdai's eyes, accompanied by a tinge of jealousy towards Bansha. Bansha merely cast a cold glance at Prince Yi, offering no words in return. "Father, I am weary and shall return to rest for the time being." With that simple remark, she turned on her heel and departed, completely disregarding Prince Yi. This behavior alarmed the medicine lord, who would dare show disrespect to His Highness. Even the reigning emperor would yield a measure of deference to the crown prince. Yet his daughter's actions would surely offend His Highness. He hastily knelt again, saying, "Your Highness, my daughter was startled and is still somewhat disoriented. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Yu Bei paid no heed to the medicine lord, his gaze fixed upon Bansha's retreating figure, his brow slightly furrowed. Without uttering a word, he departed from the residence of the medicine marquis. Casting not a single glance at anyone, the young general, along with Maisie Chu and the princess, dared not breathe a word. They had come to visit Banksia, only to be intercepted by the crown prince, who insisted on accompanying them. None could have anticipated such a scene. Jean was so frightened that her legs turned to jelly. "It's over, it's over. Banksia has surely offended His Royal Highness. Will this calamity befall our medicine marquis's residence?" Just as the medicine marquis felt a wave of trepidation, Zhou Feng entered, presenting a gift. The blood jade, known for its protective properties, was meant to calm their fears, while the snow silk was light and comforting, intended for the 5th Mississippi. After conveying his message, Zhou Feng handed the tray of gifts to the medicine marquis and departed. The rest were still in a state of astonishment, unable to comprehend the situation. That blood jade was a treasure among jades, nearly impossible to acquire. Its worth incalculable even if it were merely the size of a thumb. Chapter 71. The gift controversy. Gazing once more at the blood-red jade bracelet upon the tray, its vivid hue exuding an almost intoxicating brilliance, one could scarcely articulate its worth in mere monetary terms. The snow silkworm silk, too, was a treasure beyond valuation. For while cloud brocade may be elusive, the fabric woven from this rare silk was unattainable even at the expense of one's entire fortune.
Mexico and Yunhan,
along with their companions, were rendered speechless, Such exquisite treasures were beyond the appreciation of even the simplest villager, leaving one to wonder what worth their own gifts might hold. With this thought in mind, she hastily concealed the presents she had brought, ensuring no one would notice. Qingdai's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the snow silkworm silk and the blood-red jade bracelet. Such invaluable items were utterly unworthy of that wretched half-summer. Princess Ziqing blinked and promptly declared, "Pharmaceutical lord, I must see her." Regaining her composure, Princess Ziqing immediately pursued half-summer. Observing this, Zichu quickly stated, "I shall go check on my sister." The young general also responded, "I will accompany Zichu." The pharmaceutical lord, momentarily taken aback, watched as they all made their way toward half-summer's courtyard. He soon urged, "You brothers should hasten and keep her company. We cannot allow any rumors to circulate." Upon hearing the word rumors, Jin's lips curled into a sly smile as she devised yet another scheme to deal with that wretched half-summer. "What is this mess you have created? Have you ever seen a wall painted white in anyone's home? I truly cannot comprehend why the pharmaceutical lord does not intervene." Princess Ziqing exclaimed as she stepped inside, her disdain evident as she cast a disdainful glance at the nearly completed white wall. Upon his first visit, Zichu observed the surroundings in silence, but upon noticing the walls, which were entirely white both inside and out, he could no longer contain himself. He pointed at the white walls and exclaimed to Banksia, "You country bumpkin, you truly lack experience. Have you ever seen anyone with white walls? Why forego perfectly good red paint for this ill-fated choice?" Banksia rolled her eyes at him, retorting, "It's not like you'll be staying here. Your reaction is rather excessive for a young lord." Infuriated by her dismissal, Zichu pointed at Banksia and declared, "You are utterly ignorant. Do you not understand that white is inauspicious?" Banksia, unwilling to engage in further explanation, chose to ignore him and retreated to her room.
Hichu,
Once again disregarded by this village girl, felt his teeth grind in frustration. The young general, Junhan, patted Zichu on the shoulder and suggested, "Come back after some time, and we shall discuss it then." Zichu furrowed his brow, glancing at Junhan, questioning, "What do you mean?" The young general merely smiled mysteriously, refusing to divulge the reason. Princess Ziqing leaned closer to Banksia and whispered, "It's already spreading throughout the capital." Banksia looked up, puzzled. "What is spreading?" Ziqing, exasperated, replied, "That you and Qingdai were both kidnapped by bandits, and while Duke Yuan drove them away to rescue Qingdai, he left you behind." Upon hearing this, Banksia realized the gravity of the situation. Whether one was saved or not was beyond her control. Ziqing, incensed, poked Banksia's forehead and exclaimed, "How can you be so foolish? Duke Yuan is your betrothed. It is only right that he should rescue you. How can you accept being forsaken for Qingdai?" Banyue chuckled softly and shook her head, saying, "Even if I feel reluctant, what does it matter? He does not hold me in his heart. My struggles are in vain." Upon hearing this, Princess Ziqing regarded Banyue with a sympathetic expression and inquired, "What will you do when you marry into that family?" Banyue chose silence, instead opting to sip her tea. The princess promptly seated herself beside her and continued, "It is rumored that Qingdai will inevitably become the side consort of Prince Duan, and at that time, your position may be at risk." Banyue cast a fleeting glance at her without uttering a word. She had indeed contemplated leveraging Prince Duan's influence for revenge. But her encounter in the depths of the bamboo grove at the princess's residence had dispelled that notion. A man who would kill for Qingdai is one she absolutely cannot marry, nor can she allow him to remain in her life. At that moment, Jingma entered. "The gentlemen are in the courtyard enjoying tea. Sister, you should join them for a while." Upon hearing Jingma's melodious and captivating voice, Princess Ziqing fell silent, not uttering a word. Banyue turned to Jingma, saying, "As long as you accompany me." Jingma, with a hint of exasperation, reached out to touzle Banyue's hair, an action reminiscent of fondling a cherished pet. "You silly girl, the two gentlemen have come to visit you, not to see your brother. How troublesome." Banyue silently mused, then replied, "All right." Jingma stepped outside first, and Banyue then turned to Princess Ziqing and said, "Let us go out for a while." Only then did she notice the princess's cheeks tinted with a shy blush, instantly understanding the implications. She reached out, pulling her along, saying, "Come, let us step outside for a moment." Ziqing allowed Bansha to lead her out, her heart fluttering like a startled deer. In the courtyard, several men were seated around a table, engaged in conversation unknown to her. As they drew closer, she overheard Songshu's voice, laced with disdain. "Once again, You come to visit empty-handed. I truly wonder how you two can bear such embarrassment. Maisie, incensed, retorted, you ought to be silent. Your presence alone signifies our intentions. What need have we for gifts? Junhan remained silent, sipping his tea, while Liangjiang noticed the peculiar bulges in the chests of both gentlemen. What is the matter with you two? Liangjiang inquired, pointing at them. The two men exchanged awkward glances, hastily concealing their discomfort behind their teacups. After a moment's contemplation, Ziqing retrieved a gift from her sleeve, saying, Bansha, having been startled, I brought you a guanine jade hairpin. Bansha, taken aback, unwrapped the silk cloth to reveal a white jade guanine hairpin, exquisitely carved and of superb quality. Though not extraordinarily rare, it was nonetheless worth a fortune. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Your Grace. Bansha accepted it graciously. Immediately, she removed the silver hairpin from her coiffure and, before Ziqing, adorned herself with the guanine hairpin to express her delight. Ziqing beamed with joy, exclaiming, It looks splendid. Bansha, you ought to adorn yourself more often. Though your skin may be coarse, with proper care, it can certainly be nurtured back to beauty. Ziqing, ever candid, elicited a gentle smile from Bansha, who replied, Indeed. I shall pay more attention to it. Mei Zichu and Junhan stared in disbelief at Bansha, questioning whether their eyes had deceived them.
Bansa,
Upon beholding the princely gift of immeasurable worth, couldn't even muster the courtesy to glance at it, her eyes betraying nothing but disdain and contempt. Yet, astonishingly, she seemed to cherish the inconspicuous jade hairpin. Unable to contain her sarcasm, Mei Zichu remarked, What a rustic little village girl, lacking in discernment. Ziqing's expression darkened instantly. Brother, are you implying that the gift I presented was inadequate? Zhaozhu would not let any opportunity to critique Mei Zichu slip by, hastily chiming in, Regardless, Princess Ziqing did bring a gift. What about you? Furious, Mei Zichu rummaged through her belongings and promptly produced a large box, placing it on the table. Pointing at the box, she declared, Who says I came unprepared? Open your eyes and take a good look. She then opened the box to reveal a magnificent golden Paixio sculpture designed to ward off evil spirits. Liangjiang nearly spewed her tea in astonishment. Indeed, it was a display of extravagant wealth, as crafting such a sizable gold nugget into a Paixio required considerable effort and expense. Chapter 72. The courtyard restored. Songzhu instantly gave Mei Zichu a thumbs up, exclaiming, Such audacity. If this golden Paixio were to be melted down, it could yield quite a considerable amount of gold bars. Mei Zichu haughtily retorted with a cold snort, Not just gold bars. It could produce at least 20 gold ingots. With that, she pointed at Banxia, who regarded the gold as mere refuse, declaring, Country girl, this golden Paixio belongs to you. Banxia's lips twitched slightly, yet she graciously thanked Xiaoyao for taking the golden Paixio away. Observing this, Junhan decided not to conceal his intentions any longer and opened the box he had been holding. Here, though the gift may be modest, the sentiment is profound.
please do not disdain it.
He approached and placed the box directly in Banxia's hands. Upon opening the box, she discovered a jadeite cabbage. The vibrant green and translucent appearance so lifelike that it resembled a genuine cabbage. This gift is invaluable, beyond measure. Thank you, young Master Jun. Banxia expressed gratefully before passing the box to Xiangzhu. Meanwhile, the industrious Yin Xing and Yin Ling attempted to approach, but felt utterly hindered by the watchful gazes surrounding them, leaving them in a state of agitation. Jing Imo furrowed his brow slightly. While the gifts from the others were far from trivial, they paled in comparison to the princely offerings. Why did his sister dismiss the priceless gift from the crown prince, yet graciously accept these presents? Ziqing discreetly glanced at Jing Imo, noting his slight frown, which caused her heart to tighten with concern. Banxia, oblivious to these subtle nuances, continued exchanging pleasantries with the group. Qingdai entered with a smile and said, Sister, Mother has asked me to check on you. Yesterday you were speaking nonsensically, and today you seem to have recovered with remarkable speed. Upon hearing this, Songzhu and Liangjiang finally reacted and hurriedly turned to Banxia, asking, Sister, are you truly all right?
Ying Montag chuckled.
The fright my sister experienced was merely due to a lack of guidance. I provided her with careful counsel yesterday, and after a restful night, she naturally feels better this morning. Qingdai was so enraged that she nearly bit her lip, yet she had come with the intent to annoy Banxia and would not allow them to vex her instead. She then selected a few inconspicuous items from the gifts sent by the Prince of Duan and, as if bestowing charity, declared, "Sister, I cannot keep these gifts from the Prince of Duan all to myself. I have specially brought them for you." Ban Xia remained indifferent. It was evident that this was a deliberate affront. Since the gifts were intended for her sister, Qingdai should accept them without hesitation, for it would be a source of shame to retain what was not rightfully hers. Qingdai's expression darkened. What did Ban Xia mean by that? Was she implying that the Prince of Duan was not hers to claim, thus making it shameful for her to accept? Just as Qingdai was about to retort, she heard from behind her, "Miss, the madam requests your presence." Qingdai instantly quelled her anger, grasped the items, and departed. In the room, Qingdai seethed, "Mother, how can that mere country girl possess such fine things?" Jin Shi's expression turned displeased. "Enough. What business do you have with her? You know very well that both the young prince and the young general are present. Why would you go and provoke trouble?" "Mother, I am simply incensed that His Highness would bestow gifts upon that little wretch, especially gifts of such value." Jin sighed and said, "Ban Xia is the fiancé of the Duke of Duan. His Highness the Crown Prince, as an elder brother, visits with gifts not only out of courtesy, but also for the sake of the Duke. Why should you be upset?" However, Qingdai responded, "But His Highness the Duke has affections for me. He has expressed that the rightful position will also be bestowed upon me in the future." Upon hearing this, Jin quickly covered Qingdai's mouth and urged, "Hurry, do not speak of such matters. It is enough to keep this knowledge to yourself. Do you understand?" Qingdai, however, remained unconvinced. "His Highness the Duke's fondness for me is so evident that even if I remain silent, others will still be aware of it." Jin, both exasperated and amused by her beloved daughter, replied, "My dear, no matter how well the Duke treats you, you must not show it outwardly. The engagement between the Duke and Ban Xia is still in place. If you exhibit too much affection, you will become the subject of ridicule. However, if the Duke shows you kindness unilaterally, then no one can fault you." After considering this, Qingdai nodded. "Mother, I shall remember your words." Jin continued, "Furthermore, your interactions with the Duke must remain discreet and private. As for the Crown Prince, you must strive to earn his favor so that he sees you in a different light. If you can capture the attention of both of the most powerful princes in the court, your path to the throne as queen will be secured." Mentioning this, Qingdai grew disheartened. "His Highness the Crown Prince has never even spared me a glance. And what of it? The Crown Prince is known for his cold demeanor, and his indifference towards you is no different from how he treats other women. At least today, he has personally visited your residence. Have you seen him in the houses of others?" Upon hearing her mother's words, Qingdai was taken aback. "What do you mean, mother?" "Foolish girl. The Crown Prince's apparent coldness does not imply a lack of emotion. His visit to our marquis presents you with an opportunity for closer acquaintance. A beauty like my daughter is truly worthy of the Crown Prince." Qingdai instantly comprehended, feeling her mother's words to be profoundly reasonable. If she were unworthy of the Crown Prince, then who in the world could possibly be worthy? The rain fell relentlessly for a full 7 days before finally ceasing, while the infamous robbery at the White Robe Temple in the capital stirred considerable gossip. The Crown Prince discovered that the robbery was linked to the military, and with irrefutable evidence at hand, preparations were underway for its submission. This is what you call drawing out the serpent from its lair. Banksia gazed out the window, her eyes narrowing slightly. Yu Bei entered the room, his handsome visage devoid of any expression. "We shall soon uncover the culprit. Exercise caution, as they may seek you out," Yu Bei cautioned. Banksia retorted coldly, "Why do you assist me?" Yu Bei, observing the unyielding hatred reflected in her eyes, felt a twinge of discomfort. "Eradicating treachery is my duty, not an act of charity towards you." With a derisive smile, Banksia narrowed her eyes at him. "You speak as if you are a great hero. You merely wish to seize this opportunity to eliminate those outside your influence." Yu Bei furrowed his brow at Banksia, feeling utterly helpless against her. "Take heed of my words. Remain vigilant," he concluded before departing. Banksia watched his retreating figure, her eyelids drooping as thoughts swirled in her mind. Just then, Xiaoyao entered, her face alight with joy. "Miss, the master has arranged for the celebration of your coming-of-age ceremony and has invited all the officials from the court." Ban Xia raised an eyebrow, for tomorrow marked her coming-of-age ceremony, a moment when she would publicly reveal her identity as the fifth lady of the esteemed Yaohou residence. Miss," Xiaoyao called out, sensing Bansha's silence and hastening to capture her attention. At that moment, Xiangzhu entered with a joyful demeanor, exclaiming, "Miss, everything outside has been completed. It is truly magnificent." Intrigued, Bansha replied, "Let us go out together and take a look." In the courtyard, vibrant green plants adorned the white walls, and a gentle breeze carried the sweet fragrance of climbing roses. The once worn crescent-shaped gate had shed its old appearance, now transformed into a new and exquisite entrance, embellished with uniquely designed floral baskets. The previously unruly weeds had been trimmed into a lush green lawn, with charming flora surrounding the small pavilion, and a resilient plum tree standing tall. The entire courtyard radiated warmth and beauty, evoking a sense of home while simultaneously possessing a magical allure that set it apart from any other place. Chapter 73. The Coming-of-Age Ceremony. Today, the esteemed residence of the medicinal marquis hosts a grand banquet to celebrate the coming-of-age ceremony of his daughter, Bansha, formally introducing her to the world. The household bustles with activity from early morning, with Jean, the mother, diligently striving to project an image of a devoted matriarch. Outside, a steady stream of carriages arrives, as invited dignitaries present their gifts in accordance with their esteemed relationships. In the forget-me-not courtyard, Xiaoyao is diligently assisting Bansha in her preparations. Suddenly, a vexatious voice pierces the air, eliciting both disdain and frustration from Bansha. "Sister, you must adorn yourself splendidly for today as ceremony. After all, His Highness, the Prince of Duan, will be in attendance." Qingdai's words are laced with the implication that Bansha's betrothed is overshadowed by the presence of the prince. Xiaorao glances at Qingdai, who is resplendent in a vibrant red flowing gown, adorned with a matching red agate hairpin. Her striking appearance unmistakably seeks to eclipse Bansha's moment. Bansa, however, merely offers a dismissive smile. Sister's words are duly noted. Qingdai's face darkens at Bansha's response. She cannot comprehend why this insufferable girl exhibits no trace of jealousy towards her ostentatious attire. With no time to engage further, Bansha turns to Xiaoyao, urging her to continue. Xiaoyao, frustrated, resumes styling Bansha's long hair, her irritation brewing as she recognizes Qingdai's deliberate attempt to outshine her mistress. Feeling ignored, Qingdai haughtily tosses her sleeve and retorts, "Sister, applying more powder will enhance your fairness. You simply cannot compare to me. Bai Ji, let us depart." Bansha lifts her gaze to the radiant figure, her eyes narrowing slightly. Peony shouted at the retreating figure of Indigo, "My lady does not require the allure of cosmetics to appear beautiful." Half-Summer regarded the flustered Peony with a resigned shake of her head. Why engage in a war of words? Let her speak as she wishes. Peony, unwilling to relent, retorted, "She is deliberately belittling you. Fully aware that your coming-of-age ceremony is meant to shine, yet she seeks to overshadow it." Half-Summer raised an eyebrow. Enduring a moment of indignation will allow for a more gratifying rebuttal. "What do you mean?" Half-Summer merely smiled faintly, choosing silence while her hand brushed her face, a fleeting glimmer of resentment flickering in her eyes. "The Crown Prince has bestowed such lavish gifts. I truly wonder what would please my sister?" Zhangzhu pondered. Initially, he had prepared a coming-of-age ceremony for his younger sister, only to discover it was a ruse. Cool Ginger hung his head in disappointment. The three brothers convened quietly, strategizing how to surprise their sister. Jing Mo observed his siblings with a glint of cleverness and calculation in his gaze. "Mother entrusted us with this single sister. We must care for her well." "Indeed," Cool Ginger replied, his expression clearly conveying, "Isn't that obvious?" Jing Mo continued, "In truth, it is not difficult to bring joy and surprise to our sister." As soon as he uttered these words, both siblings turned their attention to their eldest brother. Noticing Jing Mo's silence, Zhangzhu grew anxious. "Eldest brother, please do not beat around the bush. Share your brilliant idea with us." Jing Mo produced a small box from within his embrace and said, "Let us open it and see." Liang Jiang swiftly took the box and opened it, only to discover that it contained the golden key belonging to her elder brother. She furrowed her brows in an instant, remarking, "Isn't it merely a golden key? We have one left by our mother as well." Jing Mo then inquired, "What do you think is the most important to our sister?" To which Zhangzhu, with an expression that suggested the answer was obvious, replied, "Of course, it is our mother. That goes without saying." Jing Mo smiled. "Indeed. What our sister cherishes most is our mother. If the three of us present the golden key left by her to our sister, she will surely be delighted." Liang Jiang concurred, acknowledging that her elder brother's suggestion was indeed a way to bring joy to their sister. She then produced her own golden key. Song Shu also removed the golden key hanging around his neck and handed it to Jing Mo, grumbling, "The younger brother has asked me several times, and I have been reluctant to part with it. He also inquired of you. When he asked me, I claimed it was lost." Listening to the conversation between the two brothers, Jing Mo's gaze turned icy. "You two young ones are not foolish enough to relinquish the golden key." Song Shu immediately expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "What are you talking about, elder brother? Although the golden key may not hold great value, it is a relic left by our mother, and both father and grandmother have entrusted us with its careful preservation, forbidding us from giving it away. How could we possibly part with it?" Jing Mo snorted coldly. "Then what need is there to exchange the golden key for the South Sea red coral?" Upon this, Song Zhu felt somewhat embarrassed and scratched his head, saying, "It was merely the persuasion of that former steward, coupled with the allure of the rare and valuable South Sea red coral, that led us brothers to believe we wouldn't incur a loss." At that moment, Jing Mo sensed someone eavesdropping outside and immediately fell silent. He tucked away the golden key and glanced outside, noticing a figure hastily departing, his gaze darkening. Observing his elder brother lost in thought, Song Zhu inquired, "Elder brother, what troubles you?" Jing Mo, casting a solemn look at his indifferent brothers, replied, "Nothing." In the grand hall, officials and ladies were engaged in lively conversation. The elderly Lady Ho was accompanying the other ladies, while the Jin family extolled Banksia to the heavens. Those unaware might have thought Banksia was a celestial being descended from the heavens. "His Highness the Prince of Duan has arrived." A servant's voice rang out, prompting all within the hall to rush outside to greet him. The Prince of Duan had personally come, bringing with him a multitude of gifts, and the guests gazed longingly at the rows of presents. "Your servant bows before His Highness the Prince of Duan. May His Highness live long and prosper." The ministers spoke in unison, each aware of the prince's esteemed status, and thus showed utmost respect. "All ministers, please do not stand on ceremony," the Prince of Duan said, stepping inside first. The wives of the ministers, captivated by the prince's upright stature, felt their cheeks flush with shyness. Ding Shuang, observing the prince's commanding presence, muttered to herself in discontent, "Humph, that rustic girl is utterly unworthy of such a noble and handsome figure as the prince." Qin Minglin gazed at Ding Shuang's demeanor and remarked with a faint smile, "Life holds greater value than the heavens, although she hails from the countryside. Her fate is beyond her control." Ding Shuang, recognizing the stature of Qin Minglin, dared not offend her. After all, Qin Minglin was the second young lady of the Duke of Qin's residence, a close relative of the Empress, whom she could not afford to antagonize. The onlookers regarded the Duke of Duan with keen interest, yet Qin Minglin held him in contempt, having been aware since childhood that the daughters of the Duke of Qin were destined to wed the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince, after all, was to be the future emperor, far surpassing the Duke of Duan in rank. On this day, at the ceremony marking Xia's coming of age, even the Duke of Jin was compelled to make an appearance, if only for appearance's sake. The elderly matriarch of the Jin family entered alongside the Duke of Jin, and Jin Shi, filled with joy, promptly called for the Marquis of Medicine to come forth and greet them. "Father, mother, sister-in-law, you have finally arrived." As Jin Shi approached, she directly supported the arm of the elderly matriarch. The matriarch had two daughters. Her eldest was married to the Marquis of Medicine, while her younger daughter had become a favored consort of the emperor. The elderly matriarch held both daughters in great affection, and as she patted Jin Shi's hand, she said, "On this day of Xia's coming-of-age ceremony, you, as her mother, have worked hard." Chapter 74. The coming-of-age ceremony too at this moment, with a multitude of guests present. Lady Jean spoke in a melodious tone. "Mother, Ban Sha is my little daughter. Naturally, I cherish her deeply. I find joy in any exertion for this little girl." The Duchess of Jin appeared quite satisfied, remarking, "Your kind disposition does not tarnish the esteemed education of the Jin family." Old Lady Ho approached with a smile, saying, "In-laws are here, please take your seats promptly." Lady Jean, moving closer, added, "Dear in-laws, there's no need for formality. With so many guests, you may leave the bustling to us. Our eldest daughter will attend to you." After exchanging pleasantries with Lady Jean, Old Lady Ho returned to Lady Qian's side. At that moment, the previously boisterous hall fell into a hushed silence. A captivating beauty clad in crimson gracefully approached, her lotus-like steps mesmerizing numerous young gentlemen. Much to Qingdai's satisfaction, She gently bowed, proclaiming, "Qingdai pays her respects to her grandparents." The Duke of Jin, pleased at the sight of Qingdai, exclaimed, "It has been quite some time. This girl has blossomed into an exquisite young lady." All eyes turned to Qingdai, who stood there shyly, drawing the attention of the assembly. The Duke then glanced back at Bansha and said with a smile, "That must be Bansha." As Bansha approached in her simple, colorless attire, her understated elegance only served to highlight Qingdai's vibrant beauty. "Grandfather, I am Bansha, your granddaughter," she stated. The guests regarded the unassuming Bansha with little interest. The two sisters standing together were like a striking contrast between heaven and earth. Anyone who beheld them could only favor the enchanting Qingdai, dismissing the ordinary Bansha. The Duke of Jin was quite pleased with this visual juxtaposition and remarked joyfully, "Today, the young Bansha has reached maturity. She is now a young lady." Bansha merely lowered her head slightly, maintaining a demeanor that was neither submissive nor aloof. At that moment, a voice from outside proclaimed, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived." Upon hearing this, the crowd hurriedly rushed out to welcome him, excitement palpable in the air. Qingdai's heart soared. The Crown Prince had visited the Yaohou residence on several occasions, reinforcing her mother's belief that her opportunities were multiplying. The young ladies engaged in conversation instantly brightened at the mention of the Crown Prince, a figure they regarded as legendary, akin to celestial beings. Their previous encounter with him at the Qian Duke's residence had brought them joy for days, and now they were fortunate enough to see him again. Bansha furrowed her brows in irritation, cursing under her breath, "Damn, he just won't go away." As the Crown Prince entered, the atmosphere turned noticeably colder, his chilling presence instilling a sense of apprehension. Prince Duan approached him with a smile, saying, "It is quite unexpected for you, royal brother, to venture out today." Yu Bei, with his cold gaze, responded as he usually did, silently, dismissively finding a seat and remaining mute. Prince Duan furrowed his brow in secret. Yu Bei typically avoided any gatherings, even neglecting to attend the royal banquets for their father's birthday. Yet, unexpectedly, one found oneself at the residence of the medicine marquis for the second time. And all due to the fifth daughter, Banksia. As this thought crossed his mind, alarm bells rang within him concerning Banksia. It seemed that the Crown Prince was also aware of her fated destiny as a phoenix maiden. With this realization, Duke Duan discreetly cast a glance at the unremarkable Banksia. Qin Minglin, noticing that the Crown Prince was seated alone, save for the imposing figure of his bodyguard, Jin Feng, mustered her courage to approach. "Cousin," her sweet, soft voice broke the silence, causing the Moon Beiyu, who was sipping tea, to furrow his brow in displeasure. Jin Feng, acutely sensing his master's discontent, immediately turned to Qin Minglin, stating, "Miss Qin, my master does not appreciate the proximity of others. I must ask you to step away. Had it not been for Banksia's coming-of-age ceremony today, I would have already removed you from his presence rather than extend such a polite request." At Jin Feng's words, a look of indignation flashed across Qin Minglin's face. "My cousin has yet to speak. What right do you, a mere servant, have to interject? Begone," came the low, restrained voice of Moon Beiyu, who struggled to suppress his irritation. Startled, Qin Minglin shivered, instantly intimidated by the Crown Prince's frosty aura. She glanced around to ensure no one was observing and hastily withdrew. Yet, her simmering anger was impossible to conceal. As she made her way to the rear courtyard, she collided with a maid, striking her across the face in a fit of rage.
Curse that servant.
Can't she watch where she's going? Xiao Yao, caught off guard by the sudden slap, felt a surge of grievance. She had been the one bumped into yet found herself bearing the brunt of the punishment.
What are you staring at?
Hurry and get lost. Xiao Yao clutched the item in her hand. Anxious to assist the young lady without delay, she hurriedly made her way to the front hall. At that moment, Ban Xia was engaged in conversation with several ladies. Upon seeing Xiao Yao approach, she quickly sought an excuse to depart. In the corner of the grand hall, Ban Xia's expression darkened as she noticed the imprint of a hand on Xiao Yao's face. "Who struck you?" Xiao Yao promptly handed the box to Ban Xia, saying, "Miss, I am unharmed." Ban Xia stowed the box in her sleeve and pulled Xiao Yao, who was about to leave, insisting, "Tell me, who did this?" Fearing her mistress's anger, Xiao Yao recounted the incident. Ban Xia's eyes grew cold as she replied softly, "You should return and rest, apply some ointment." "But miss, we need all hands on deck." Xiao Yao protested. "Enough, when I say to rest, you must return." Before Xiao Yao could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Ban Xia's command. leaving her no choice but to comply. Ban Xia returned to her position as if nothing had happened, just as the ceremonial officer announced, "The auspicious hour has arrived." The coming-of-age ceremony begins. The opening dance of the ceremony commenced, showcasing graceful young maidens clad in emerald green attire, twirling elegantly in the center of the hall. Suddenly, a stunning figure, like a fiery red flower descending from the heavens, landed amidst the emerald-clad maidens. It was as if a vibrant crimson blossom stood out vividly against the lush green, captivating everyone present. The young gentlemen and many of the ministers were entranced by Qing Dai's alluring and seductive dance. Truly, she was the most beautiful woman in the capital. Her dance mesmerizing and enchanting. As the dance concluded, the applause of the audience resonated throughout the hall, with none present failing to offer their admiration. Qing Dai slightly bowed to the crowd, relishing the limelight, her intention to overshadow Ban Xia evident. "Today, my sister celebrates her coming of age, and as her elder sister, I present this dance as a gift to her." Once more, the audience lauded her, proclaiming Qing Dai's kindness towards her sister, deeming her a rare gem. At that moment, a voice from outside rang out, announcing, "Master Hao has arrived." The mention of Master Hao prompted an immediate hush, for everyone knew he was a favored confidant of the esteemed concubine Jean. Ban Xia's lips curled into a cold smirk. The true drama was only beginning. Master Hao was one of her targets for alliance. Securing the support of those close to concubine Jean was essential for infiltrating the enemy's ranks. With a tray in hand, Master Hao entered, his face adorned with a broad smile. "Oh, Miss Qing Dai, your birthday celebration is quite grand," he remarked. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Miss Qing Dai's birthday? Chapter 75. The coming-of-age ceremony amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Lady Jean quickly stepped forward with a smile to explain, "Behold, this concubine is even dearer to me than my own mother. In preparation for my youngest daughter's coming-of-age ceremony, I completely overlooked the birthday of my fourth daughter." Lord Yao furrowed his brow. He too had forgotten the birth date of Qing Dai, which fortuitously coincided with this occasion. The ladies present, upon hearing Lady Jin's words, showered her with compliments, praising her for prioritizing her stepdaughter's ceremony to the extent of neglecting her own flesh and blood's birthday, a rare display indeed. The venerable matriarch of the Jean family quickly interjected with a smile, "Since the dates align, let us celebrate together, creating a lively atmosphere for all." At that moment, Eunuch Hao hurriedly presented a gift, stating, "This is a birthday present specially prepared by our esteemed consort Jean for Miss Qing Dai." As he unveiled the tray, it sparkled and captured the attention of all present. Resting upon the tray was a breathtaking phoenix hairpin, crafted from pure gold, yet shimmering with an ethereal blue hue under the sunlight. Qing Dai promptly expressed her gratitude and, in a graceful gesture, secured the hairpin into her coiffure, instantly enhancing her beauty. With the esteemed consort Jean leading the way in bestowing gifts, the guests felt compelled to follow suit, offering their own presents. Originally intended for Han Xia's coming-of-age ceremony, they now had no choice but to present them to Qing Dai. They would rather incur the displeasure of Han Xia than offend the fourth young lady of the Yao family, who was backed by the powerful Jean family and the esteemed consort. As for Lord Yao, he could only lament that all of his daughters were his own, and any blame could be directed solely at the Yao household for their oversight in not staggering the dates, leaving them no time to prepare an additional gift. Jing Emo stood at the back, observing the scene with eyes as frigid as ice, filled with disdain for the Jean family. It was a disaster. His younger sister would undoubtedly be humiliated for not bringing a gift. Song Shu, rendered speechless, silently cast a sympathetic glance toward Ban Xia. As the guests offered their gifts and blessings, the ceremonial officer hastily announced, "The ceremony of coming of age begins." Suddenly, the Duke interrupted, prompting the officer to whisper urgently, "Your Highness, if we delay any further, we shall miss the auspicious time." The Duke, disregarding the officer's concerns, stepped forward to address Qing Dai. "Today marks Miss Qing Dai's birthday, and it is my duty to extend my best wishes." After uttering this, he signaled to his attendant, Dong Sun, who promptly approached with a tray. The Duke unveiled the crimson cloth covering the tray, revealing a magnificent set of East Sea pearls, glistening in their entirety before the assembly. Each pearl was round and smooth, comparable in size to a pigeon's egg, each worth a fortune. And the entire array was invaluable. Qing Dai felt a surge of joy within, yet she knew better than to display her emotions amidst the crowd. Putting on an act of modesty, she gracefully declined, "Your Highness, Such a precious gift is too lavish for someone like me. Please, bestow it upon my sister instead. After all, no further reasoning was necessary. The notion that such exquisite pearls should not be squandered on those less deserving lingered unspoken. Miss Qingdai should accept them. In an instant, all eyes turned toward Ban Xia, some filled with amusement, others with sympathy, and many clearly eager to witness the unfolding drama. Although this Bangxia is indeed the future princess of the Duan Wang, the Duan Wang publicly slapped her, which clearly foreshadows her lack of status upon marrying him. The esteemed Lord of Medicine was filled with heartache, never anticipating that the auspicious ceremony of her coming of age would place his beloved daughter in such an embarrassing predicament. Observing Qingdai's reluctance to accept, the Duan Wang's smile abruptly diminished. What? Does Miss Qingdai find my gift unsatisfactory? Sensing the Duan Wang's displeasure, Duke Jin promptly interjected. We cannot refuse such generous goodwill. Qingdai, do accept it, lest we delay your sister's auspicious ceremony. Gratefully, Qingdai acquiesced to the Duan Wang's generous gift. Only then did the Duan Wang's expression return to normal. Gazing upon the exquisite beauty of Qingdai was indeed a delight to the senses. This was precisely the effect Qingdai desired. She accepted the gift to avoid inciting the Duan Wang's ire, fully aware of his intentions towards her, despite having done nothing to provoke such attention. At last, the ordeal concluded, and the officiant hastily wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, for time was fleeting. He announced, "The coming-of-age ceremony commences. Let us welcome the distinguished guests." The Lord of Medicine's countenance darkened, yet he forced a strained smile before he could utter a word. He was interrupted by the Jin family. "Oh dear, the incense is burning low. We may miss the auspicious moment." The Lord of Medicine quickly glanced and confirmed this. Realizing the urgency, he insisted, "Let us begin without further ado, forgo the speeches." The officiant, after a moment's contemplation, concurred and proceeded to streamline the ceremony. During the rites, the Lord of Medicine personally retrieved the jade orchid hairpin, often worn by Bangxia's mother, and delicately placed it in Bangxia's coiffure. "From this day forward, you shall embrace adulthood, and your father wishes you a life of tranquility and prosperity." After the esteemed Lord Yao completed the ceremonial offerings, he extended his respects to the guests in attendance. Standing at the center of the platform, Bangxia, in an effort to avoid any gossip, offered a token gesture of reverence. Subsequently, Madame Qian, along with Lord Mei and the elderly lady of the national uncle, paid their respects. Following this, no one else approached, leaving Bangxia in an exceedingly awkward position. However, even in her embarrassment, she maintained her composure. Jin and Qingdai felt a sense of triumph, believing that Bangxia, this little wretch, was utterly unworthy of such honors and blessings. With no guests stepping forward, there was little cause for embarrassment. Just as Lord Yao felt a pang of sympathy and considered descending to his daughter's side, the figure of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince emerged before the assembly. Known for his reclusive nature and preference for solitude, his sudden approach left the crowd somewhat perplexed. He advanced to Bangxia's side and retrieved a splendid rainbow-hued hairpin from his sleeve. The glimmering gemstones, resplendent like stars, dazzled the onlookers. The tassels of the hairpin swayed gently, producing a melodious and crisp sound as the gems gently clinked together. This singular piece of jewelry surpassed all the gifts received by Qingdai. Under the envious gazes of the assembly, His Royal Highness personally adorned Bangxia's hair with the exquisite hairpin. The crowd stood in stunned silence, bewildered as to why the aloof crown prince would bestow such an honor upon the fifth daughter of the Yao family. Was it not said that any woman who approached him would meet a dire fate? How did this contradict the prevailing rumors? Moreover, it is quite irregular for one of equal rank to offer such tributes. This was indeed a breach of decorum. The indigo air had caused her to draw blood from her own grasp, yet why did His Highness the Crown Prince consistently regard this little harlot with such favor? At this moment, the Duke was increasingly convinced that the Crown Prince must be aware of the fate of the half-summer, the fated Phoenix Maiden. The notion that he wished to win the affections of this unattractive woman was, indeed, laughable. Matters of marriage are dictated by the matchmaker's words, parental commands, and imperial edicts. Whatever the Crown Prince might attempt would ultimately be in vain. Half-Summer furrowed her brow slightly, and upon raising her gaze, she caught sight of a faint smile playing at the corners of Yu Bei's mouth. However, as Yu Bei turned away, his expression reverted to one of aloofness, as if warding off any approach. Jing Mo, aware that no elder would come to bestow further gifts upon his sister, approached personally to escort her away. As he arrived to take her, the officiant announced the ceremony is complete. Jing Emo grasped Half Summer's hand, intending to lead her down from the ceremonial platform. Yet she suddenly halted. It was unbearable. It itched. Half Summer found herself incessantly scratching at her face. Chapter 76, a stunning revelation. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. What could be the reason for the fifth Miss's incessant scratching of her own face? Jing Emo expressed his concern. Sister, what troubles you? Ban Xia continued to scratch her face, lamenting, perhaps I have neglected to apply the facial cream mother provided. Upon hearing this, Lady Jean felt a wave of dread wash over her. Even Duke Jean and the matriarch's expressions shifted dramatically. Lady Jean hurried over, intent on escorting Ban Xia away. But Ban Xia called out loudly, Mother, the facial cream you gifted me is finished. Why does my face itch so intolerably when I do not apply it? The onlookers were baffled, struggling to comprehend how the absence of a mere facial cream could incite such irritation. Before Lady Jean could reach her, the esteemed apothecary stepped forward. Concern etched on his face. My dear Xia, what is this facial cream you speak of? What is amiss? Ban Xia promptly replied, Father, since I was 8, Mother has provided me with a special facial cream, instructing me to apply it daily lest my face suffer grievously. Her voice, neither too loud nor too soft, was perfectly pitched for all to hear. The apothecary immediately turned his gaze towards Lady Jean, his eyes reflecting indignation. What is the meaning of this? Lady Jean quickly responded. My lord, the house physician will confirm the matter. She had already concocted a plan. She merely needed to wait for the physician to declare that Ban Xia had suffered from a facial ailment since childhood. The apothecary urged, summon the physician at once. Lady Jean whispered a few instructions to a nearby maid, who swiftly departed to fetch the physician. The physician personally came to attend to Ban Xia, stating, My lord, the young lady has suffered from a facial ailment since childhood, hence I have prepared a special cream for her. As long as she applies it, all will be well. Upon finishing, he promptly produced the cream and handed it to the chief maid beside Madame Jean. Just as the maid was about to assist Ban Xia in applying it, Ban Xia gently tugged at a delicate layer behind her ear, and in an instant, the gossamer-like mask was removed. The onlookers, who had been anxiously observing, were left utterly astonished as Ban Xia unveiled her exquisite visage. The prince, initially perplexed by Ban Xia's actions, was rendered speechless by the breathtaking beauty that emerged before him. The apothecary was also momentarily taken aback, pondering how his daughter had undergone such a transformation. Ban Xia stood upon the platform, ethereal as a celestial being, her beauty transcending the simplicity of her plain garments. If the indigo was akin to the stars in the firmament, she was the moon, stunning enough to steal one's breath away. Moon Beiying gazed at her in disbelief, as if she were a fairy descending from the lunar palace, his brow furrowing in discontent. The atmosphere around him noticeably darkened, revealing a palpable displeasure, akin to a cherished possession being scrutinized by others. Meanwhile, Maisie Chu, who had remained silent, widened her eyes in astonishment and swallowed hard. The rustic girl had been transformed before their eyes. Junhan shot him an exasperated glance, remarking, This is the true essence of her. He had always thought that such luminous eyes, akin to the moon, could not possibly belong to an ordinary face. At this moment, Qing Dai was overwhelmed by the stunning beauty of Ban Xia, her eyes reddened with envy. Previously, she had only heard her mother speak of Ban Xia's beauty, but now that she beheld it in person, she felt an intense jealousy. Xia girl, you. The esteemed Lord of Medicine was rendered speechless by the sight. Ban Xia, feigning ignorance, turned to her father and asked, Father, what is the matter? My face is no longer itchy, but what is this? She held up the gossamer-thin facial mask, pretending to be perplexed. The Lord of Medicine gazed at Ban Xia before him, realizing that this was indeed his daughter. She bore a resemblance to her late mother, yet her beauty surpassed that of the woman who had passed away by a significant margin. In that instant he understood. If anyone were to claim this daughter was an impostor, he would never believe it. Jean, what is going on? The Lord of Medicine could no longer contain his outrage. Jean, taken aback by Ban Xia's inadvertent revelation of the false mask, exhibited a momentary look of panic. Ban Xia immediately interjected, Mother, you told me that I must apply this beauty cream daily, due to my facial ailment, yet I have not used it today, and my face is no longer itchy. Even if Jean wished to argue, the physician of the household had already confirmed her diagnosis based on her own words, leaving her no room to refute it. The matriarch of the Ho family clenched her teacup tightly, wishing she could tear Jean apart for conspiring against her granddaughter at such a tender age of 8. It was truly despicable. At this moment, the guests also began to sense something amiss, casting scornful glances toward Jean. The Duke of Jean, his face devoid of color, promptly stated, "Esteemed guests, we shall address our family matters shortly." Half-Summer raised an eyebrow and cast a glance at Duke Jean. Though he wished to avoid escalating the situation, she was resolute in her defiance. Grandfather is right. Matters concerning guests can be addressed later. As I have now reached adulthood, I shall no longer suffer calamities year after year. Her words stirred a tempest of curiosity, prompting the medicine lord to inquire urgently. What do you mean by calamities year after year?
Mother knows as well.
Did she not inform you, father? Duke Jean demanded, his irritation palpable. What does this calamity year after year refer to, dear Summer? Enraged, Lady Jean felt an urge to publicly chastise Half-Summer, yet with so many witnesses present, she could only suppress her fury. That girl is in delicate health, she stammered. Indeed, Half-Summer was frail. Merely getting drenched before her arrival had caused her to succumb to a chill that nearly claimed her life. Lady Jean glared at Half-Summer, who had intentionally echoed her words, and her anger surged. How dare she utter such irrelevant nonsense in front of so many guests? Chastised by Lady Jean, Half-Summer immediately lowered her head, feigning tears as if she were genuinely frightened. While her previous demeanor might not have bothered Lady Jean, the sight of her now, appearing so pitiful and vulnerable like an oppressed little rabbit, stirred feelings of compassion in those present. The medicine lord, incensed, could no longer concern himself with the presence of guests and thundered, "Lady Jean, what have you truly done to Summer?" Caught off guard and rendered speechless by his outburst, Lady Jean felt a flicker of fear at the sight of the medicine lord's genuine wrath. The old matriarch, well versed in the intricacies of family dynamics, quickly began to formulate a response. "My dear son-in-law, you have surely noticed that this young lady, Xia, possesses a beauty unparalleled, akin to that of the celestial maiden from the heavens. If we do not disguise her and take proper measures to safeguard her, how perilous it would be for her to attract the unwanted attention of ill-intentioned individuals. How can you not comprehend the earnest intentions of my daughter?
Indeed.
My mother speaks the truth. My actions stem from a desire to protect my dear daughter. After all, it was the allure of her mother's beauty that led to her tragic fate." At this juncture, Madame Jean hastily wiped her tears, as though she had suffered an immense grievance. The medicine lord internally scoffed. Despite the clarity of their words, he remained unconvinced. "So, what is the truth behind the misfortunes that befall this young lady each year?" Upon hearing this, Madame Jean feigned a maternal demeanor. "I am deeply pained by my daughter's tribulations, which is precisely why I sought blessings for her at the temple." Half-Summer scoffed disdainfully within, yet she would not allow her to escape accountability so easily. Chapter 77. Open defiance. Father, it is the daughter who is at fault. Every year when mother comes to visit, an unfortunate incident occurs, causing her great concern. This statement, while ostensibly an expression of remorse for worrying mother, subtly implies that every time you, the Jean family, pay a visit, an accident befalls me. It is hard to believe that this is unrelated to you. The medicinal lord's expression darkened as he inquired, "What happened with the drowning?" Qingdai shivered at the question and immediately cast a warning glance at Bansha. Bansha hastily looked at Qingdai, yet replied, "It's nothing at all." However, her timid demeanor clearly suggested that she was too intimidated to speak freely. In the courtyard, after applying medicine, Xiaoyao witnessed the scene and promptly approached, kneeling down to say, "Sir, Miss was pushed into the pond by Miss Qingdai." The moment these words left her lips, astonishment swept through the crowd. Qingdai, unable to contain herself, immediately sprang forth to berate, "You wretched servant! Utter another word, and I shall tear your mouth apart." The onlookers turned their attention to Qingdai, catching sight of her anger contorting her features. She had always appeared delicate and gentle, yet here she displayed a fierce countenance that revealed her true nature. Unfazed and resolute, Xiaoyao countered, "Sir, the matter is known to the old master and mistress in the countryside. If you doubt it, you need only send a letter to inquire." Jean glared fiercely at Xiaoyao, rebuking, "When the master speaks, there is no place for you, you lowly maid, to interject. Someone, give her 50 slaps." The crowd gasped at the thought. 50 slaps would surely leave her utterly incapacitated. Enough. Today's farce involving the Jean family has reached its limit. What more do you desire? Jean was taken aback. "My lord, what do you mean by that?" The medicine lord snorted coldly. Jean, you have always remembered Qingdai's birthday with precision, yet this year you conveniently forgot. Do you think everyone is a fool? Have you achieved your goal and are now pleased? Jean felt a surge of panic, but her reason remained intact. She quickly squeezed out a few tears and cried, "My lord, how can you unjustly accuse me? Is it truly an injustice? You know in your heart. Isn't it rather coincidental that every year, just as you go to visit Miss Xia, she encounters misfortune? Do you not find this suspicious?" "I certainly do." The medicine lord, standing before us, so brazenly slanders the daughter of the Jean family. "Do you think my family is easy to bully?" The furious shout from Duke Jean reverberated towards the medicine lord. The medicine lord, lacking evidence, felt the weight of the situation. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily manipulated and pressured. Aware of his inability to contend with his father-in-law, Duke Jean, the medicine lord ultimately chose to leave in a huff. Bansha, having achieved her objective, did not linger and promptly returned to her own tranquil abode. The guests, having witnessed the spectacle, saw that the host had departed and naturally chose not to remain, bidding their farewells. Duke Jean cast a glance at his daughter, whose incompetence had only served to exacerbate the situation, and sighed, "You must resolve this on your own." With that, he departed with the rest of the Jean family. Jean seethed with rage, wishing she could tear apart that wretched Bansha at that very moment, for it was her failure to act according to Jean's wishes that had led to her public humiliation. After this incident, the reputation of the Jean family has plummeted to unprecedented depths. Those esteemed ladies of society have been secretly disparaging Jean, claiming her benevolent facade is merely an act. They assert that her methods are unmatched. It is lamentable that I once perceived her as a saint, treating those children as if they were her own. Yet, it has become apparent that this is far from the truth. Observe the depths of her scheming. She has successfully nurtured the 3 children of the medicinal marquise into ineptitude while secretly tormenting that girl Banksia. The announcement of her daughter's birthday during the coming-of-age ceremony was clearly a premeditated scheme devised by her family, revealing their true malice. In private, those noble women have been exchanging insights, thoroughly deciphering the situation. Jean, unable to contain her fury any longer, stormed directly to Banksia's forget-me-not courtyard. The servants who trailed behind her expelled all the attendants from the courtyard. When Banksia raised her gaze, she met the venomous eyes of Jean, which seemed to crave her destruction. "You did this on purpose." Banksia, fatigued, rubbed her neck and lazily reclined in her chair, no longer wishing to feign innocence. She coldly retorted, "Since you are aware, why ask?" "Ah, so you are openly defying me?" Jean advanced, her finger accusingly directed at Banksia's nose, her expression one of barely contained wrath. Banksia scoffed, "From the annual near-fatal accidents to the assassination in the temple and that great fire, who is truly the one inflicting harm? You or I?" With a disdainful snort, Jean remarked, "Should you choose to comply with me, I could certainly ensure your survival. However, since you have openly opposed me, do not blame me for being ruthless. You have harbored malice for quite some time. You cannot escape responsibility for my mother's death, and I shall undoubtedly seek retribution." Upon hearing this, Jean erupted into laughter, as if she had encountered an absurd jest. "Ha! Truly, the audacity of youth is unyielding. Do you believe you can exact revenge?" Bansha Yu narrowed her eyes, fixated on Jean, acutely aware of the formidable backing that emboldened her adversary. After her laughter subsided, Jin's expression darkened, revealing a chilling malevolence. "Let me not withhold the truth from you. It was I who took your mother's life, and I who has tormented you on multiple occasions. What of it? Do you possess any evidence?" Bansha remained indifferent, fully cognizant of her current inability to confront the Jean family. Thus, she chose to bide her time and endure. Observing her silence, Jin's lips curled into a cold smirk. "First, consider how you will retrieve the remains of your 2 brothers." With those words, Jean departed, leaving as if she had never graced the place with her presence. Bansha closed her eyes, knowing that should Jean take action, an opportunity would arise. "Why do you do this?" a chilling voice inquired. Upon reopening her eyes, Bansha met the complex gaze of her elder brother. "Jing-mo brother, answer me. Why?" His voice resonated with an unsettling coldness. Bansha remained silent, her long lashes casting a shadow over her eyes, concealing the tumult of her thoughts. In a flurry, Xiaoyao and Xiangzhu rushed in, but their words were stifled by Jing Mo's imposing presence, which sent them retreating in fear. "She intends to take action against Song Zhu and Liang Jiang. Do you not comprehend that your actions are putting them in grave danger?" Jing Mo's gaze was laden with disappointment. His sister openly opposed the Jin family, and although the Jin family could not deal with her for the time being, they would undoubtedly target the two most foolish younger brothers. Ban Xia raised her eyes to meet her elder brother's disappointed gaze. Feeling a sense of self-mockery within, "You do not trust me. But have you ever truly believed in me? Why not confide in me?" Ban Xia forced a bitter smile. "Brother, if I were to inform you, you would undoubtedly disrupt my plans. Am I not correct? Concealing oneself is the best form of protection for you. Exposing one's brilliance only invites calamity. Do you not understand? What of your brother's pretense for over a decade? Has he achieved his goals, even in the slightest?" Upon hearing these words, Jing Mo's eyes flickered. Indeed, he had endured and concealed his sharpness for years. Yet there had been no progress whatsoever during that time. Chapter 78. Sibling consultation. In her previous life, she was meek and compliant, allowing the Jin family to manipulate her without ever showing displeasure. But what was her fate? And what of her brothers? Since even the concealed talents cannot escape persecution, she resolved to fight for her life. If her elder brother, second brother, and third brother do not witness the cruelty of the Jin family firsthand, how could they ever comprehend the depths of their malice? Jing Mo abruptly raised his gaze towards Han Xia. But there is no but. Without enduring risks, how can they grow? Does the elder brother wish for the second and third brothers to live in ignorance forever, only to be harmed by their enemies while still remembering the good of those very foes? Jing Mo hesitated, yearning to shoulder the burden alone, to shield his sister and brothers from danger, yet he realized that after all these years, he had achieved nothing. Seeing that her brother was receptive to her words, Han Xia tugged at the hem of his garment, adopting a demure demeanor as she said, "Elder brother, it is wise to temper one's brilliance. But how can one conceal their talents and still aspire to greatness? If one cannot rise, how can they seek vengeance?" Upon hearing his sister's words, Jing Mo experienced a moment of enlightenment. He had been mistaken all these years. When he was younger, it was prudent to hide, but now that he had come of age, what was there to fear? Han Xia continued, "As the saying goes, when brothers are united, their strength can cut through metal. If the second and third brothers walk the righteous path and stand with us against our enemies, how can we fear that our vendetta will remain unavenged?" Jing Mo gazed into his sister's beautiful lunar-like eyes, which sparkled with unwavering determination, and for the first time, he felt a glimmer of hope for revenge. He had previously believed that once he inherited the title, he would be able to display his abilities. Yet now, he pondered, how could the Jin family possibly allow him to inherit smoothly? Upon understanding, he handed the box in his hand to Banxia, saying, "This is a gift from your 3 elder brothers. Cherish it." Banxia accepted the box, discovering within it the 3 golden keys left by their mother, resting quietly. She furrowed her brow, sensing that these keys concealed secrets that the Jin family had painstakingly sought to uncover. Xiangzhu immediately responded, "Miss, your command?" Stealthily, she was to protect the 2 young gentlemen and report any matters promptly. "Your servant obeys." Jingma frowned as he watched Xiangzhu depart, remarking, "She is but a woman." Banxia chuckled, "Brother, do not underestimate Xiangzhu. Her martial prowess is formidable." Jingma nodded and sat down, taking a sip of tea. Banxia exchanged a knowing glance with Xiaoyao, who promptly exited to prevent eavesdropping by the 2 gentlemen. "Do you have a plan?" Jingma inquired, his eyes filled with hope. Banxia nodded. "First, we must expand our connections. We are terribly short on allies." Jingma shook his head. "Silly girl, I am well aware of that, but expanding connections requires funds. All the wealth of the Marquis lies in the hands of the Jin family. How can we extract any?" Banxia felt exasperated by this statement and shot her elder brother a playful glare. "Is it not possible to earn money ourselves without funds?" Jingma playfully flicked Banxia on the forehead, chuckling. "Do you think banks are run by your family? Earning money is not so simple." With a sigh, he continued, "Eldest brother has secretly operated a few shops, but alas, they were all in vain." Banxia smiled gently. "Elder brother, you were born with the destiny to be an official. Perhaps you should refrain from pursuing business." "An official?" Jingma gazed at Banxia with a hint of suspicion. "Brother, your talents are commendable. Why not follow in Brother Qian's footsteps and take the imperial examination, serving in the court and gradually rising through the ranks?" Jingma, who had long been enveloped in silence, felt a flicker of disturbance within at that moment. "Are you suggesting I should start from a lowly position through the examination?" Banxia nodded. "There are paths beyond merely inheriting titles. Why can't you carve out your own destiny? Jingma pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Elder brother has contemplated this. Yet with the Jin family in power, they would never allow my ascent. Banksia, somewhat exasperated, replied, Brother, the court is vast. It is not solely dominated by the Jin family. Your concerns are unwarranted. Upon hearing his sister's differing perspective, Jingma felt as though a chink had been opened in the darkness, revealing a glimmer of hope. I shall discuss this with father. Hush. Before Jingma could finish, Banksia gestured for silence, whispering, If word gets out, there will inevitably be those who would seek to place obstacles in your path. Jingma quickly grasped that he must prepare meticulously and only reveal his intentions after he passes the examination. Understood, elder brother. The time for the autumn examination is short. I must hasten my preparations. Remember, brother must not linger at home, as he is rife with spies from the Jin family. Jingmo rose, affectionately ruffling Banksia's hair. Elder brother understands. Just as he was about to depart, Banksia grasped his hand and pressed a stack of silver notes into his palm. Jing-mo gazed in astonishment at the stack of silver notes before him. So much? At least 2,000 taels. Observing his brother's incredulous expression, Banxia chuckled. Brother, when forging connections with influential figures, one must not be lacking in funds. As for this money, you need only focus on securing your examination and cultivating relationships with the powerful. I shall earn the silver. Jing-mo, holding the silver in his hands, felt for the first time a glimmer of hope for the future, envisioning the day when he could exact his revenge. Ever since Banxia had restored her stunning appearance, she had not made any public appearances. That day, any gentleman who had beheld her could hardly quell the longing in their hearts. Yet, alas, the esteemed fifth miss of the Yao family was already spoken for, leaving them to indulge in mere fantasies. Miss, this is the shop, Ruo Lu announced, standing before a storefront and gesturing inside. Banxia looked up to see Lu's general store inscribed above the entrance. She then followed Ruo Lu into the shop, which was nearly devoid of goods, thick layers of dust accumulating on the shelves, and not a soul in sight. Upon noticing their arrival, a woman hastened over. Young Miss Ruo Lu, who is this? She inquired. Ruo Lu quickly responded, Madam Lu, this is my lady. The woman immediately donned a smile, exclaiming, Oh, it is the young lady. My apologies, young lady, for the state of this place. It is truly unworthy of your visit. Banxia waved her hand dismissively, no matter. Since we are here to discuss purchasing your shop, let us get straight to the point. Hearing this, Madame Lu's face lit up with joy. Young lady, are you interested in my shop? Banxia nodded. Indeed, I am. Madame Lu, please state your price. Upon hearing this, Madame Lu contemplated for a moment before speaking. Were it not for my family's relocation, I would be loath to part with this establishment. Since the young lady has taken a liking to it, I shall set the price at 1,000 taels. Upon hearing the sum, Lu's brow furrowed slightly. However, Banxia chuckled and remarked, Madame Lu, might this price be a touch excessive? Madame Lu shook her head, asserting, My dear lady, consider that the front of my shop is equivalent to 3 others, and there is an independent courtyard at the back. A total of 1,000 taels is hardly steep. Banxia smiled and replied, Madame Lu, to begin with, your location is rather remote, far from the capital, and it sees little foot traffic. A glance around reveals the lack of business, thus rendering a value of 1,000 taels rather inflated. Madame Lu was undoubtedly aware of this. Otherwise, she would not be compelled to leave due to the inability to sustain her business. Chapter 79. Scheming Hearts, she said hastily, If you insist on 1,000 taels, we shall have no choice but to depart. Upon hearing this, Lu Nyangzi immediately grew anxious and exclaimed, Wait, the price is fixed, yet the people are not. The price is negotiable. Noticing her wavering, Bansha and Qin Ruolia hesitated to make their exit. With a grimace, Lu Nyangzi declared, Then it shall be 980 taels. I cannot reduce it further. Observing her pained expression, Ruolia could not help but chuckle at the mere 20 taels concession. Lu Nyangzi, prior to visiting your establishment, I conducted my inquiries. No fewer than 30 merchants have come before us, all eager to purchase the shop. However, upon seeing the remote location, they refrained from making an offer. Upon hearing this, Bansha felt a deeper admiration for Ruoliu. It was no wonder she had thrived in her previous life. She was indeed a perceptive individual who had thoroughly investigated the matter before seeking to buy. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win every battle. In an instant, the smile faded from Lu Nyangzi's face. Bansha then spoke up. Since Lu Nyanzi lacks sincerity, we need not continue this discussion. Hearing this, Lu Nyanzi quickly stepped forward to block Bansha's path, her expression caught between laughter and tears, rendering her quite comical. Bansha raised an eyebrow, maintaining her impassive demeanor, which Lu Nyanzi interpreted as anger. She then turned to Qin Ruoliu and implored, Miss Ruoliu, if neither of us profits, what good is it? Every bit earned counts. I have no other recourse. Thus, I invite you to propose a price. Qin Ruoliu pondered for a moment before casting a glance at Banksia. Banksia remained silent, and after some deliberation, she decisively stated, 600 taels. It cannot be more. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Lu swiftly deducted 400 taels from her expectations, feeling both pained and regretful. This is rather insufficient, could it not be? Before Mrs. Lu could finish her sentence, Ruoliu interjected, You are not at a loss with 600 taels. It is merely a lesser profit. If you choose not to sell, that would indeed be a true loss. Contemplating Ruoliu's words, Mrs. Lu sighed and finally acquiesced. Very well, 600 taels it shall be. Qin Ruoliu quickly turned to Banksia, who simply nodded slightly in agreement. Receiving the signal, Ruoliu presented the 600 taels in banknotes to Mrs. Lu. Upon seeing the banknotes, a smile finally graced Mrs. Lu's face. Although she had only earned 600 taels, it was still a substantial amount. Ultimately, divesting herself of this burden was a positive outcome. She promptly retrieved the property deed and land deed, handing them to Banksia. Fully aware that the true owner was this displeased young lady, Banksia accepted the deeds with grace and then smiled gently. Thank you, Mrs. Lu, for your generosity. I wish you safe travels. With the tension in her heart alleviated, Mrs. Lu dared to look at Banksia, and upon doing so, her eyes widened in admiration. This young lady was truly exquisite, possessing a beauty that captivated even women, let alone men. My dear lady, you are indeed ethereal. I have never encountered anyone as beautiful as you in my entire life. Qin Ruoliu quickly responded, Mrs. Lu, please take your leave. Lu Nyanzi realized her indiscretion and, with an awkward smile, remarked, Well, now that the burden in my heart has been lifted, I have no more attachments and shall take my leave. After bidding farewell to Lu Nyanzi, Qin Ruoliu inquired in confusion, Miss, why must we purchase the shops in this area? In truth, Qin Ruoliu was reluctant to acquire property here, as the location was remote and sparsely populated, and opening a shop would likely result in significant losses. Bon Xia did not respond but instead asked, How much have you earned these days? Upon hearing this, Ruoliu hurriedly produced the silver notes, stating, The recent shipment was substantial. I sold a total of 8,900 taels. Bon Xia nodded, then returned all the silver notes that Qin Ruoliu had handed over.
Ruoliu,
perplexed and about to voice her query, was interrupted by Bon Xia, who said, The supply of goods has ceased. Your current task is to acquire as many surrounding shops, houses, and even plots of land as possible. Hearing this, Qin Ruoliu felt on the verge of tears. Miss, this area is sparsely populated, and there are hardly any shops. The key issue is the unfavorable location. Purchasing here would lead to losses. Bon Xia, however, harbored her own plans and calculations. In the imperial capital, even a small shop would cost 2,000 to 3,000 taels. In contrast, properties on the outskirts of the capital were significantly cheaper. Yet this was not the crux of the matter. The essence lay within Bon Xia's secret, a memory from her past life. In her previous existence, the outskirts of the imperial capital were designated by a mysterious force that constructed a star-picking tower by the river outside the city. It was said that standing atop the tower, one could reach out and touch the stars in the sky. Furthermore, an annual star-plucking conference is held, and it is said that the enigmatic young master of the heavens is a frequent visitor to the star-plucking tower. To catch a glimpse of him, many distinguished young ladies of noble lineage wander around the vicinity, hoping for a serendipitous encounter. As for the affluent and noble gentlemen, they too are drawn to the allure of the star-plucking, making it their habitual haunt. Gradually, shops and establishments began to flourish in this area, transforming it into a locale more vibrant than the imperial city itself. Property values surged 100-fold, and renting a shop became a task requiring a fortune. Establishing this place as the golden quarter of the entire Great Yu Kingdom. Noticing her mistress's silence, Qin Ruoliu grew anxious. Miss, please say something. Banksia glanced at her and replied succinctly, In no more than a month, you shall understand why. Observing the unwavering determination in her mistress's gaze, Qin Ruoliu surmised that her confidence was well-founded and thus refrained from further comments. As the two had just secured their shop and stepped outside, they beheld a contingent of officers escorting several prisoners towards another town. Qin Ruoliu sighed. How pitiful. Look, there are even children and women among them. Banksia furrowed her brow as she observed the young child and the woman. What could they have done? Qin Ruoliu shook her head. What could some women and children possibly have done? It is likely that their husbands have gotten into trouble, dragging their wives and children along with them. Upon hearing this, Banksia felt that her thoughts aligned closely with Qin Ruoliu's speculation. Looking at the unfortunate children and women, she remarked, Go. Inquire what crime that family has committed. Qin Ruoliu immediately understood and promptly hurried forward to pursue the group, while bystanders made way. As the constable noticed a lady approaching, he immediately expressed his displeasure with a loud outburst. Qin Ruoliu swiftly produced a purse and handed it to the constable, who, upon weighing it and finding it to contain a substantial sum of 2 or 3 dozen taels, instantly wore a smile. Do you know these criminals, my lady? He inquired. Qin Ruoliu quickly waved her hand and replied, I do not know these criminals. I merely find the plight of these women and children pitiable and wish to inquire about their offenses. Upon hearing her intention to gather information, the officer briefly remarked, Do not be deceived by these women and children. Their hearts are as venomous as can be. They exchanged the goods of Duke Qin for mere wood and even attempted to assassinate young Master Qin. Before he could finish his sentence, a constable ahead chastised him, You reckless fool, cease your prattling and be on your way. Recognizing his indiscretion, the constable refrained from further conversation with Qin Ruoliu and fell back in line with the departing group. Chapter 80. Deeply poisoned, a bystander seemed to recognize the family and whispered, Isn't this the family of Ren, the wealthiest man in Tianling Mansion? Relying on her earlier inquiries, Luyo approached and discreetly relayed the information to Banksia. With a slight furrow of her brow, Banksia contemplated the gravity of the situation, exchanging the cargo of Duke Qin for timber and plotting the assassination of the Duke's eldest son. Let us depart, she declared, turning away and leading Qin Ruoliu out. Throughout their journey, Banksia remained silent, pondering why she bore no recollection of this incident from her previous life. Logically speaking, the act of swapping Duke Qin's goods for timber and subsequently attempting to murder the Duke's son should have stirred considerable commotion. Yet it seemed to have been shrouded in secrecy, particularly as the Qin family appeared intent on suppressing the matter. Upon returning to the estate, the steward, Jiyu, approached with a face full of respectful smiles. The sight of him instantly reminded Banksia of Yu Bei, and her expression darkened noticeably, dimming the surrounding atmosphere. Jiyu, having initially perceived the young lady in good spirits, found himself perplexed by her sudden change in demeanor upon seeing him. Miss, the old madam requests your presence, he said. Banksia did not even spare him a glance, her steps directed toward the old madam's courtyard. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she turned to Jiyu. Steward. Jiyu was taken aback. He could hardly believe his ears. Miss Five was indeed addressing him. He hastily approached, bowing respectfully. Miss, please command me as you wish. With a smile that was more enigmatic than genuine, Banksia leaned in to speak in a voice meant for only their ears. Tell me, how did you know that someone set fire that night? Jiyu lowered his voice, stating that he had overheard something. Banksia raised an eyebrow at Jiyu, astonished that one of the esteemed golden guards of the crown prince would resort to eavesdropping. Sensing Banksia's impending inquiry, Jiyu hastily added, I only overheard. There is no evidence. Banksia fell silent, considering how the Qin family, known for their meticulous and prudent dealings, would unlikely leave any traceable evidence. Upon entering her grandmother's courtyard, Banksia was immediately enveloped by a strong medicinal aroma. Frowning, she quickened her pace and spotted Wang Momo engaged in conversation with a man around 30 years of age. As Banksia approached, Wang Momo promptly announced, Fifth Miss, the old lady wishes to see you. Banksia hurriedly stepped into the room, where a calming incense burned in the old matriarch's chamber. The elder lay with her eyes closed, feeling an oppressive heaviness that dulled her spirits. Grandmother, Banksia called softly, taking the old lady's hand and noticing the weak and feeble pulse. Child, you have come, the old lady murmured, struggling to open her eyes and gazing wearily at Banksia. Grandmother, how did you fall ill so suddenly? Banksia asked anxiously. The old lady offered a faint smile, reaching for a box beside her pillow. My dear, I understand that undertaking tasks requires funds. This is what I have saved over the years from the estate and the shops. though it may not be much. It should suffice in times of need. Wang Momo interjected, "The man outside is my son, Jinqing. He manages the old lady's estate and shops. And I brought him today to meet you." Banksia understood and gently pushed the box offered by the old lady back, saying, "Grandmother, I have my own means regarding the matters of silver and money." Upon seeing Banksia's refusal, the old lady quickly grew anxious and insisted, "Child, take this. Your grandmother grows older by the day, and these possessions serve no purpose for me. If they can aid you, it would bring me solace." Banksia comprehended that the deep-seated resentment of bloodshed weighed heavily on the old lady's heart. The massacre of her family, the untimely death of her husband, and the persecution of her beloved daughter by the enemy's offspring left her unable to rest until vengeance was sought. Accepting the box from the old lady, Banksia resolutely declared, "Do not worry, grandmother. I shall do my utmost." Suddenly, the old lady grasped Banksia's hand, her eyes reddening as she exerted all her strength to say, "In dire circumstances, preserving one's life is paramount." After uttering this, Madame Ho leaned back and fainted. Wang Mama, alarmed, called out, "Old lady, old lady." Banksia, equally anxious, cried, "Grandmother, grandmother." She hastily placed her hand on her grandmother's pulse, only to find it growing weaker, indicating she might not survive the night. Just as she prepared to examine further, hurried footsteps were heard from outside. "Mother, what has happened?" Jean Sher exclaimed as she rushed in, pushing Banksia aside. Following closely was the young physician, who immediately began his examination. He meticulously checked the old lady and, after a moment, sighed heavily, stating, "The old lady is deeply poisoned. There is no hope for her recovery." Upon hearing these words, Jean Sher was immediately overcome with tears. "Mother, mother, how could you be poisoned? Woe betide whoever has harmed you."
What?
Mother has been poisoned? Upon receiving this news, the medicine marquis, who had followed closely behind, entered just in time to catch those words. He could hardly believe his ears, feeling as though he must have misheard. Yet, upon seeing his mother on the brink of death, his heart was filled with profound anguish. The marquis recalled something and urgently beckoned to Banksia. "Quickly, child, come and see if that little physician who has misdiagnosed her again." Only then did Banksia come to her senses and hurriedly approached to examine her grandmother closely. If the pulse did not reveal any signs of poisoning, they could only investigate through the eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. She first looked into her grandmother's eyes, which appeared normal, and then inspected her ears, finding them also unremarkable. However, a careful examination of the oral cavity and nostrils revealed slight discoloration. Indeed, her grandmother was poisoned. Banksia reached this conclusion, and the marquis, now believing her, urgently inquired, "Is there any hope for her recovery?" With crimson eyes, Banksia shook her head and replied, "It is difficult." The marquis, suddenly filled with rage, demanded, "Who is it? Who could be so cruel as to harm my mother? Bring forth all the servants from this courtyard." Instantly, the servants of Anha courtyard knelt in fear, trembling as they awaited the marquis's judgment. Brandishing a whip, the marquis lashed out at the servants, exclaiming, "Speak! Who poisoned my mother?" The servants all cried out in protest, claiming their innocence. The cook, Aunt Wu, pointed to the elder maid, Wang, standing behind the marquis, and asserted, "The old lady's diet and daily care are all managed by Aunt Wang herself. We have no knowledge of where this poison could have come from." Upon hearing this, Wang Mama quickly knelt down and exclaimed, "My lord, I have accompanied the old madam for decades as a servant. How could I possibly harm her?" Just then, Jean Sher stormed out in a fit of rage, casting a handful of calming incense to the ground. With a cold snort, she declared, "No need to investigate further. The poison lies within this incense." The crowd gasped in shock, their eyes turning towards Banksia. For everyone knew that this calming incense had been specially crafted by the fifth miss for the old madam. Little Hu, the physician, held up a stick of the incense and said, "My lord, this incense contains the odorless poison of the venomous ant. The old madam has inhaled this toxic substance for an extended period, resulting in severe poisoning that is now beyond remedy." Jean Sher stepped forward and struck Banksia fiercely across the face, her voice dripping with malice as she spat, "You wretched girl, your grandmother has treated you with such kindness. Yet you seek to poison her. You are truly a heartless viper." Chapter 81. To be publicly investigated. Seeing the situation unfold, Jiyu felt a sense of foreboding and promptly went to inform her master. The medicine marquis, gazing at the handprint on Banxia's face, exclaimed with heartfelt anger towards Jean. "What have you done?" Jean, witnessing the Marquis still defending this wretched girl, was instantly consumed with rage. "Master, she poisoned her own grandmother. Are you not going to punish her severely and still protect her?" The medicine Marquis coldly replied, "Impossible. Banxia would never commit such an act." Upon hearing these words, Banxia felt a warmth in her heart. Even though she had been struck, the pain seemed insignificant. Observing the Marquis's unwavering disbelief, Jin's fury escalated as she pointed at the calming incense on the ground and shouted, "The evidence is irrefutable. Are you going to shield the one who has caused the death of your own mother?" Throughout the ordeal, Banxia remained remarkably composed, pondering how to stabilize the poison within her grandmother. When she suddenly fell silent and returned to the room, Jean immediately grasped her arm. "Where are you going? Are you planning to kill your grandmother in front of us?" Banxia, lacking the time to indulge her theatrics, pushed her away, her gaze as piercing as a demon emerging from hell, startling Jean. You. Before she could finish, Banxia's voice, cold as a crypt, resonated. "Those who harm my grandmother shall die." Jean, intimidated by her fierce demeanor, trembled and dared not obstruct Banxia any further. The medicine Marquis hurriedly followed her inside, anxiously asking, "My girl, do you have a solution?" "Not yet. For now, I can only suppress the poison within my grandmother and slowly seek a remedy." The esteemed Master Yao fell silent, his gaze fixed upon Banxia as she delicately immersed her silver needles in an enigmatic potion, subsequently applying them to the matriarch's acupuncture points. Approximately an hour passed, and as dusk began to envelop the sky, Banxia completed her intricate task. Upon her emergence, Qingdai and Xianchen had also arrived, yet her 3 elder brothers were conspicuously absent. With a stern expression, Master Yao inquired, "In light of such a grave situation at home, it is utterly disgraceful that those 3 are nowhere to be found." A young servant approached, visibly anxious as he reported, "The 3 young masters seem to have vanished. I have searched all conceivable locations, but to no avail." "Have you checked the gambling houses and brothels?" Master Yao exclaimed in exasperation, already suspecting that the trio had succumbed to such vices. The servant hesitated, his demeanor betraying a reluctance to voice the truth. Master Yao, growing increasingly irate, demanded, "It's not that you couldn't find them, it's that you discovered their whereabouts but were instructed to remain silent, am I correct?" Lady Jean promptly interjected, "What are you all hesitating for? Since you have located the young masters, you must escort them back at once." In an instant, a dozen or so retainers from the Yao household surged forth, their formidable presence indicating an intention to escalate the matter. Banxia narrowed her eyes as she observed the cunning Lady Jean, who, in her quest to ruin Banxia, had not hesitated to harm their grandmother, an act she found utterly intolerable. In her relentless pursuit to tarnish her brother's reputations, Lady Jean proved herself capable of devising every conceivable underhanded scheme. Outside, word spread like wildfire of the Yao household's retainers storming towards the brothels and gambling houses, intent on retrieving the 3 young masters. Some individuals inquired about the specific circumstances, and those servants of the household brazenly disseminated the news regarding the poisoning of the venerable matriarch after she was administered a tranquilizing incense by Miss Banshaw from the residence. In the glaring scrutiny of the public, witnesses observed the servants of the Yaoho residence escorting the 3 young masters of the Yao family from the brothel and gambling den. Consequently, the already tarnished reputation of these 3 young masters fell further into disrepute. How callous and unfilial they were, wandering through brothels while their grandmother lay near death, truly heartless and ungrateful. When Jingma, Songshu, and Liangjiang received the news, they were utterly bewildered. How could their grandmother, in seemingly good health, suddenly succumb to poisoning? Upon returning home, they found Jean and Lord Yaoho seated in the main hall, with Bansha standing in the center, while Qingdai and Xianchen occupied the left side. Xianchen, with righteous indignation, declared, "Father, we cannot tolerate those who would poison our grandmother. I understand that one is your daughter and the other is your wife, placing you in a difficult position. However, the debt of gratitude owed to our mother surpasses all. You must not allow your heart to soften and let our grandmother down." Lord Yaoho, maintaining a steadfast demeanor, replied, "I trust my 5th sister. Your grandmother's poisoning is unequivocally unrelated to her." Qingdai squeezed out a couple of tears, appearing to advocate for their grandmother's honor, and said, "Father, the evidence is irrefutable." Yet you still wish to shield your daughter. How heartbroken our grandmother would be to learn of this. Confused, Songshu stepped forward and grasped Bansha's arm. Is what they said true? Bansha met his gaze and retorted. Do you not believe me? Songshu hesitated. They claim the evidence is conclusive. Upon hearing such words, Banksia felt a wave of disappointment as she glanced at her second brother, Liangjiang, who mirrored her confusion. Banksia understood that they would not believe she had been framed by the Jin family unless they personally experienced the insidiousness of their schemes. I trust my sister. She would never commit such an act, Jingma asserted with unwavering conviction. Xiao Hui scoffed lightly, producing a calming incense, and declared, This incense contains odorless poison from the ant. If you doubt my words, feel free to summon the imperial physician to verify. Banksia smirked inwardly, recognizing that Jean had deliberately escalated the situation to make it widely known throughout the city. Very well, she would assist in her own demise. Father, Xiao Hui is indeed untrustworthy. I implore you to summon several imperial physicians for verification, Banksia urged. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Hui's face flushed with rage. Yet he knew that the incense aligned with his claims, and he was untroubled by the prospect of verification. Jean cast a disdainful glance at Banksia, having never intended to utilize this incident to bring about the demise of the little wretch. However, since she insisted on her own ruin, she would be granted that wish. Given that Xiao Hui had made an erroneous diagnosis previously, another mistake was not out of the question. Thus, the credibility of the imperial physicians was paramount. The medicine marquis shot Jean a fierce glare, aware that if the palace learned of this matter, the resolution would differ, and even he could not defy such legalities. Silence. I shall investigate this matter thoroughly, he commanded. Seeing her father's refusal, Banksia swiftly added, Father, it is imperative to invite several imperial physicians for verification to clear my name. Upon hearing this, Jing Dai inwardly cursed the fool, realizing that if this matter were to be made public, it would no longer be a domestic affair. The law of the land could very well cost her life. Jing Mo had always placed his trust in his sister, and since she expressed confidence, he believed there would be no error. Thus he spoke, Father, I also suggest we summon the imperial physician. The medicine lord hesitated. He had faith in what the young physician had said. He was convinced that the tranquilizing incense was indeed poisonous, yet he also believed that the poison could not have originated from Ban Xia. However, the fact that the incense came from his daughter Ban Xia made it impossible for him to articulate a defense. Noticing her father's indecision, Ban Xia earnestly stated, Father, if we do not invite the imperial physician and keep this matter concealed, even if the truth is uncovered in the future, I will remain stained by this disgrace. Our family may have faith in me, but the outside world will continue to speak ill. Upon hearing his daughter's words, the medicine lord was stirred. Even if the truth were revealed, the public's ignorance could drown her in a torrent of slander. Chapter 82. The prince's malicious intent. Upon this thought, the esteemed lord of medicine cast a fierce glare at the Jean matriarch. Had she not made such a grand display in summoning her 3 sons? Would anyone have been aware of the situation? Reluctantly, he acquiesced. Summon the imperial physician, and also invite Lord Shui, the governor of the capital. A smirk played upon Jin's lips, as she had initially deemed that this insolent girl would be a formidable opponent, only to discover her to be rather foolish. She had overestimated her capabilities. It was not long before Lord Shui, accompanied by several imperial physicians, arrived at the residence of the Lord of Medicine. Naturally, the summoning of the imperial physician roused the attention of the emperor. While partaking in his royal meal, the emperor's countenance darkened. The 5th Miss Yao, who braved fire to rescue her father, now dares to poison her grandmother. Is this truly the conduct of a human being? Eunuch Yuanji chuckled as he served the emperor more dishes, remarking, Once one enters the noble gates, the depths of the household are indeed profound. The emperor, who had been troubled, suddenly broke into a hearty laugh. Let us observe how the situation unfolds. Within the Furong Palace, the expression of concubine Rome was exceedingly grim as she addressed the messenger. Is what you say truly factual? Absolutely. The imperial physicians have already departed for the residence of the Lord of Medicine, the messenger affirmed. Concubine Rome scoffed disdainfully. Fools. What great achievement can be accomplished when one is so easily ensnared? Your Highness, please temper your anger, the elder maid implored. Concubine Rome coldly retorted, What fate of the phoenix is this? If I lose this strategic move over this matter, it would be for naught. My lady, the prince has already gone to investigate. It remains uncertain whose hand will claim victory. Concubine Rong let out a cold snort. The fifth daughter of the medicine family has now been bestowed as the princess of Duke Duan by the emperor. It matters not that she has sullied her own reputation, but to think that it could bring shame upon my son is something I shall never tolerate. My lady. We can only observe in silence and refrain from action. The formidable concubine Jean is watching closely, eagerly awaiting an opportunity to exploit any misstep on your part. With a resounding crash, concubine Rong hurled her teacup to the ground. That wretched concubine Jean, ensnaring the emperor's affections, I shall ensure she pays dearly for her deceit. As night fell, the residence of the medicine marquis was ablaze with light and bustling with activity. Several imperial physicians meticulously examined the calming incense multiple times, ultimately concluding that it was indeed poisonous. The prefect of the capital glanced at the delicate figure of Banksia, standing there pitifully, and couldn't help but shake his head, lamenting the fate of such an exquisite beauty. Have they managed to ascertain the cause? The prefect then turned his attention back to the physicians. Just then Jiu entered, announcing, "Sir, His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness Duke Duan have arrived." Upon hearing this, the Marquis of Medicine furrowed his brow tightly. What could have prompted the two princes' visit? Just as he prepared to rise in greeting, Duke Duan and the Crown Prince had already entered the hall. Duke Duan cast a glance at the frosty demeanor of the Crown Prince beside him, his own brow furrowing in concern. The prefect, Lord Shui, was visibly frightened, his legs trembling. With such formidable figures present, how could he possibly adjudicate this case? Noticing the Marquis of Medicine approaching to pay his respects, Duke Duan promptly offered a supportive gesture. "There is no need for such formalities, Marquis. This suspect is my fiancé, and my mother has expressly sent me to ascertain the truth to prevent any wrongful accusations." Han Feng silently rolled her eyes, knowing that her own affairs would implicate him and subject him to ridicule as the fiancé of a woman who had poisoned his grandmother. Thus, he naturally had to keep an eye on things. His Royal Highness had already taken his seat on the right, his gaze falling upon the red mark on Han Feng's face, causing the atmosphere around him to become palpably tense. The crowd could distinctly sense the prince's ire, rendering them mute with trepidation. The Duke of Duan interjected, urging, "Please continue." Only then did the imperial physician step forward to disclose the findings of their examination. The odorless poison ant, while relatively harmless in isolation, could become lethal when concentrated in large quantities. This tranquilizing incense contained a high concentration of its venom. Prolonged inhalation of this scent would lead to the absorption of the toxic fumes, ultimately resulting in a deadly effect. After the physician concluded his explanation, the young physician who presented the tranquilizing incense to Lord Shui, the governor, the Duke of Duan, turned his gaze toward Han Feng, noting her calm demeanor, devoid of any hint of anxiety. Her eyes sparkled like the moon, captivating all who beheld her, drawing them deeper into her enchanting beauty. Particularly striking was her composed aura, which elicited a sense of curiosity in others. Lord Shui inquired, "Miss Wu, did you personally formulate this tranquilizing incense?" With her delicate nose held high, Han Feng slightly parted her rosy lips, exhaling a fragrant breath, and replied, "Indeed, my lord, this tranquilizing incense was crafted by me for my grandmother." Jean rose abruptly, slamming the table in fury. "How dare you, Banksia? Your grandmother has treated you with utmost kindness, yet you have chosen to harm her." A cold smirk curled the corner of Banksia's lips, instantly bestowing an alluringly wicked charm upon her exquisite visage, leaving the onlookers entranced. "The tranquilizer is of my own formulation, yet it is not this batch. Whoever has tampered with my tranquilizer to frame me knows their own heart well." Jean anticipated Banksia's retort and was prepared, promptly responding, "The esteemed Lady Qian, the old duke's wife, possesses her own tranquilizer. We may easily compare them." Lord Shui, the magistrate of the capital, immediately turned to His Highness the Crown Prince and Prince Duan. Upon receiving a nod from the Crown Prince, he ordered someone to fetch the tranquilizer from the Qian residence. Meanwhile, Qingdai observed the two princes closely. Truth be told, the Crown Prince's appearance was exceptionally striking, though Prince Duan, too, was a remarkable figure, yet he paled in comparison. However, the Crown Prince's demeanor was too austere, his expression almost devoid of emotion, rendering him rather dull. In contrast, Prince Duan was gentle with people, exuding warmth that penetrated to the bone, and possessed an innate charm that endeared him to women. When comparing the two, the Crown Prince was like ice, chilling the hearts of those around him, while Prince Duan was akin to the blazing sun, proud yet tender, capable of igniting a passionate warmth within. As Qingdai silently weighed their differences, Qian Xiaodang and the old lady Qian arrived with the tranquilizer in hand. Lord Shui, this is the tranquilizer that Sister Xia prepared for our grandmother, which she uses nightly without issue. Lord Shui handed the tranquilizer to the imperial physician, whose expression shifted dramatically after inspection. I report to you, my lord, that this tranquilizer also contains the venom of the odorless toxic ant. Qian Xiaodang hastily turned to the crown prince, requesting, might I trouble the imperial physician to attend to my grandmother? One of the physicians stepped forward and conducted a thorough examination, his expression darkening as he stated, Madam Qian has been poisoned, I fear. His words trailed off, and the faces of those present shifted, especially that of Lord Yao, who appeared utterly horrified. Lord Shui, incensed, slammed his hand on the table and glared at Banksia, demanding, do you have anything to say for yourself? At that moment, Duke Duan rose abruptly, pointing an accusatory finger at Banksia, exclaiming, you vile woman. Conspiring to harm your own grandmother and plotting against Madame Qian, you deserve to die. Duke Duan drew the sword from his waist, intent on taking Banksia's life. Though she was a beauty, her allure paled in comparison to his reputation. Only by personally executing this woman could he uphold his honor and avoid ridicule. Just as Duke Duan's sword was about to pierce Banksia's heart, a collective gasp echoed through the room. With a sharp clang, the sword was deflected to the ground by the crown prince's ring. Chapter 83. Caught red-handed as one gazes upon Hanxia, her unwavering gaze astonishes all present. Yu Bei furrows his brow, questioning whether this petite woman harbors no fear whatsoever. The Duke of Duan, consumed by rage, ironically retorts, Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Shall we allow a wicked woman, who has attempted to harm her own grandmother, to continue wreaking havoc upon others? Yu Bei bestows not even a sidelong glance upon him, remaining resolutely silent, as if he were not the one who had just intervened to save a life. Hanxia coldly addresses the Duke of Duan. Your Highness appears most eager to reach a conclusion. One might wonder if you harbor some profound enmity towards me, compelling you to wish for my demise. The Duke, taken aback by Hanxia's composure and fearless demeanor, feels an inexplicable quickening of his heart. Dismissing further conversation with him, Hanxia strides over to old Madame Qian. Madam, you can place your trust in Hanxia. Initially, the old matron, aware of her grave poisoning, harbored resentment. However, upon witnessing the unexpected clarity in Hanxia's unfathomable gaze, her heart steadied. She naturally chose to believe her. Feeling warmth in her heart, Hanxia meticulously examines old Madame Qian. Although you are poisoned, the toxin has merely penetrated the surface and has not reached your heart or lungs. It can be resolved. The physicians, upon hearing this declaration, exchanged incredulous glances at Hanxia. You, a mere child, dare to claim that this poison can be cured? One physician scoffed, evidently skeptical. Yet, Qian Xiaodang saw a glimmer of hope and urgently inquired, Sister Xia, can it truly be resolved? Hanxia, with unwavering confidence, affirmed, if I say it can be cured, then it shall be cured. Old Madame Qian is presently unharmed. I must first attend to my own matters. Qian Xiaodang nodded. Indeed, it is so. Banksia turned to the court physician and inquired, just now, when you examined old Madame Qian, was the poison recently administered? The physician nodded. At most, it has been less than 5 days. Banksia was quite satisfied with this response, and then addressed Lord Shui. Lord Shui, it is well known that the very first tranquilizer incense I developed was taken by old Madame Qian. The preparation of the tranquilizer incense requires time. The second batch was only delivered to my grandmother afterward. However, old Madame Qian clearly used it before my grandmother, yet her poisoning occurred after a shorter duration. This does not add up. Banksia articulated the crux of the issue, prompting everyone to reflect and acknowledge the validity of her reasoning. Observing the increasingly grim expression on Jin's face, Banksia deliberately reminded her, Stepmother, you were present when old Madame Qian took the tranquilizer incense that day. The term stepmother caused a flicker of discomfort among the onlookers. Although unflattering, it was not inaccurate. Seeing that Jean remained silent, old Madame Qian raised her voice. The first batch of Banksia's tranquilizer incense was taken by me. I did not leave even a stick for the old Marquis's wife. Banksia continued, My grandmother has been deeply poisoned, affecting her heart and lungs, while old Madame Qian has only been poisoned for a few days. It is evident that the toxin was administered recently, which implies that the tranquilizer incense used prior was devoid of poison and was tampered with later. Lord Shui, realizing the implications, responded with indignation. Surely, someone has maliciously interfered with old Madame Qian's tranquilizer incense. It is apparent to any discerning individual that this is a deliberate act of sabotage. Bansha glanced at Lord Shui, who was on the upper path, and remarked, in truth, the investigation is not particularly arduous. One need only begin with those closest to the individuals involved. For instance, we could start with the personal maidservants of the matriarch of the Qian family, as well as other approachable relatives. It is not solely Wang Mama who has access to my grandmother. My mother, father, and even grandchildren should be scrutinized as well. How outrageous! Do you suspect us? The Jean family seemed to be feeling the weight of their guilt as they became visibly unsettled. Bansha's eyes were icy as she inquired, if this is merely an investigation, why not proceed? Would you, Brother Qian, be willing to cooperate? And what say you, father? In unison, Qian Xiaodang and the medicinal marquis readily assented. We are willing to cooperate. Meanwhile, Qing Dai, who had initially anticipated reveling in Bansha's downfall, was now nervously twisting a handkerchief, her anxiety palpable. Lord Shui found himself at a loss. Even if he had tenfold courage, he would not dare to openly investigate the families of the Marquis and the old Duke. Suddenly, after a prolonged silence, Yu Bei spoke a single word. Instantly, dozens of guards emerged from the shadows, appearing robust and orderly, rendering Lord Shui's entourage insignificant by comparison. Without hesitation, the guards commenced their search, and panic ensued among Jean and Qing Dai. The young physician observed the expressions on the faces of the lady and Miss Qing Dai and thought to himself that this was dire. It seemed they had failed to dispose of the incriminating evidence properly. Qing Dai was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, "How can we allow those men to search a lady's chamber? If word of this spreads, I shall have no hope of living." Jean hastily followed his daughter's words, stating, "Indeed, my daughter's exquisite jade tower was bestowed by the imperial concubine. Are you not fearful of this palace bearing the consequences?" Yu Bei's remark was evidently a declaration of his willingness to bear the burden. Qing Dai was on the verge of tears and rushed towards Prince Duan, casting a pleading glance in his direction. The onlookers discerned her distress and understood the situation. Prince Duan, being tender-hearted, was deeply pained by Qing Dai's appearance. He immediately stepped forward to intervene, exclaiming, "How dare you gentlemen intrude upon a lady's private quarters?" The others who followed him out witnessed Prince Duan standing resolutely before the Jade Tower, forbidding entry. Yu Bei cast a glance into the shadows, and in an instant, 2 female guards descended with agility. Prince Duan was rendered speechless. The guards disregarded him entirely and proceeded directly into the Jade Tower. Hengxia furrowed her brow, sensing an easily exploitable flaw and feeling that something was amiss. Then, she noticed that Granny Qin, who had been beside Jean, had mysteriously vanished amidst the chaos. Cursing under her breath, she thought, "Damn it, it's too late now." After a thorough search, the 2 female guards emerged, bowing and reporting. Nothing was found. The guards who searched the other areas approached, echoing nothing. Yu Bei nodded, and subsequently, they all departed together. Hengxia inwardly scolded herself for her naivety, realizing she had failed to see through this ruse. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind heralded the arrival of a man carrying a woman. He unceremoniously tossed the woman to the ground and declared, "Your Highness, it is she." The crowd turned to gaze at the staggering woman, who was none other than Granny Qin, Jin's wet nurse. As Banksia reached this point, she finally exhaled in relief. This was indeed the northern wing of the moon. They feigned one thing while executing another, and he, in turn, played along with their scheme. The pivotal factor was the abundance of personnel at their disposal. Even if she had surmised their intentions, she could hardly muster such a multitude to assist her. Lord Shui angrily demanded, "What is it that you hold in your hand?" The old maid Qin trembled in fear, and to claim that she was unafraid would be a blatant falsehood. The expressions of Jean and Qing Dai, which had been filled with triumph, turned to sheer shock upon witnessing Qin's apprehension. Lord Shui ordered his men to seize the object from Qin's grasp, as she was held down by the constables, unable to move. After the imperial physician's examination, he unequivocally declared, "This is indeed the toxin extracted from the tasteless, venomous ant." Lord Shui immediately commanded, "Arrest her and take her back to the yamen."
Wait!
The medicine marquis stepped forward, furiously delivering a kick to Qin's side. "Why have you harmed my mother?" In an instant, Jean lunged at Qin, scratching and clawing. "You shall return my mother-in-law's life to me, you wicked-hearted fiend." Chapter 84. The demise of the Jean family amidst her frantic scratching, Jean threatened in a hushed tone, "Take the blame, or your son, grandson, and husband shall not live to see another day. Should you comply, I assure you they will want for nothing in their later years." Granny Jean observed Jin's menacing demeanor, a moment of clarity washing over her as she grasped the meaning of when the cunning rabbit dies, the hounds are cooked. "Seize her," commanded Lord Shui, and in an instant, several guards advanced to detain Granny Jean. Fear enveloped not just Granny Jean, but also Jean and Qingdai. For if Granny Jean were taken back for rigorous interrogation, her endurance might crumble under torture, laying bare all secrets. Granny Jean forcefully shoved Jean, who, in a flash of inspiration, stumbled backward and collided violently with Lord Shui. In that brief moment of distraction, Granny Jean, akin to a wild beast, seized the tasteless venom of the poisonous ants and consumed it all. Seeing this, Jean and Qingdai felt a wave of relief, with no witnesses to corroborate their actions. Even if they found themselves in a precarious situation, the absence of evidence rendered them untouchable. Under the astonished gazes of those present, Granny Jean's life ebbed away, blood streaming from her 7 orifices, her demise utterly complete. Banksia furrowed her brow, vexed that the nefarious Jean had narrowly escaped retribution. Yet, it remained true that this incident would not be the undoing of Jean. Lord Shui cast a glance at the somber-faced crown prince, beads of sweat forming on his palms. "Your Highness, this." Prince Yu Bei maintained an expression of unyielding darkness, offering not a word. It was Prince Duan who stepped forward, stating, "It appears there are vile servants in the household. It is evident that all misdeeds stem from this wicked servant. Lord Shui, why have you not yet removed the body?" Lord Shui quickly bowed his head and said, "I shall obey your command." He waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to remove the corpse of Granny Jean. At that moment, the steward of the Duke of Qian's residence came to report, "Master, Madam, something terrible has happened. The maidservant beside the old lady has hanged herself." Upon hearing this, Lord Shui felt a wave of headache wash over him. It was evident that this was a case of suicide driven by guilt. Qian Shaotong's eyes glinted with coldness as he remarked, "A hanging suicide? What a coincidence." The messenger, perplexed by his young master's words, was taken aback by the chilling glare emanating from Qian Shaotong's eyes. Lord Shui took his leave. It was clear that this case had become a headless mystery, with the perpetrator now deceased, and no further leads to pursue. "It is getting late. I too must return to report," declared Prince Duan, casting a meaningful glance at Banksia before departing. With Prince Duan's exit, the Crown Prince found it inappropriate to linger, uttering not a word before he too left. Once they were gone, the apothecary lord could no longer contain his suppressed fury. A resounding slap echoed throughout the apothecary manor. Jean Shi, clutching her face in pain, looked at the apothecary lord in disbelief. "My lord, why did you strike me?" Qingdai and Xianshun were equally startled and hurried to support Jean Shi. The apothecary lord's eyes were bloodshot as he bellowed at Jean Shi, "Granny Jean was your wet nurse. How can you claim to be unaware of her actions in poisoning my mother? Who would believe you?" Tears, as large as beans, streamed down Jin's face, her expression one of deep grievance. "My lord, you cannot unjustly accuse me. I have no knowledge of the actions taken by Aunt Jean. How could I possibly know that she harbored such malice within her heart? You must believe me." The medicine lord scoffed disdainfully. "You insist that I trust you. Yet tell me, why did Aunt Jean conspire against Banksia and endanger my mother?" Qingdai, unable to contain her anger on behalf of her mother, retorted, "Is she not just a wretched woman? It is wrong for you to strike mother over such a person. Father, mother has been your wife for many years. No matter the circumstances, you should not treat her this way." Upon hearing Qingdai's words, the medicine lord felt a chill in his heart. "Are you implying that I should remain indifferent even if your beloved grandmother were to be harmed?" Qingdai, appearing unfazed, replied, "It was Aunt Jean who caused grandmother's demise, not my mother. You cannot vent your anger upon her." The medicine lord, upon hearing this, was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Xianshun, being astute, quickly interjected, "Father, Aunt Jean has always regarded mother as her own daughter. Since fifth sister arrived at the manor, whether intentionally or not, she has often clashed with mother, causing her to be ridiculed by others. It is likely that Aunt Jean, in her frustration, sought to harm grandmother as a means to implicate fifth sister and avenge mother. Father, mother truly was unaware of any of this." Upon hearing Xian Shen's words, Jin Shi immediately burst into tears like a sorrowful wretch. My lord, I do not understand how this Qin mama could have erred. I have never blamed Miss Xia. My lord, sob. Ban Xia found herself both amused and exasperated by the trio's words, realizing that their misdeeds had ultimately been directed at her. Was it truly her fault? They suggested that her unintentional transgressions against her mother were to blame. At what time and under what circumstances had she ever offended her? Xian Shen, with a furrowed brow, recognized that every perceived affront Ban Xia had made towards her mother was grounded in reason, leaving him at a loss for words.
King Dai scoffed.
Just a few days ago, at the coming-of-age ceremony, you offended her. Have you forgotten so soon? Taken aback by this comment, Ban Xia pondered how foolish Qing Dai could be and how in her past life she had been ensnared by this dimwit. Jin Shi quickly tugged at Qing Dai's sleeve, signaling her to remain silent. The more they spoke of it, the more they would remind her of the numerous times she had wronged Ban Xia. Yao Ho snorted disdainfully. Truly, you have raised commendable offspring. A wife like you is no longer suitable for this nobleman. Upon hearing this, Jin Shi's expression shifted dramatically. My lord, are you truly considering casting me aside? Humph. If you do not dismiss me, who is to say that your maidservants will not one day conspire against this nobleman? Jin Shi's face paled at his words, and she instantly replied, No, you cannot cast me aside. Liang Jiang and Song Zhu, witnessing their beloved mother on the verge of being dismissed, hurriedly knelt to plead for mercy. Father, it was all the doing of mother's wet nurse. She was unaware. Please, forgive mother for her lack of vigilance. Indeed, father, mother has toiled tirelessly to raise us, her efforts deserving recognition, if not praise. I implore you, father, do not abandon mother. Banksia gazed at her two pleading brothers, her frustration palpable. She was astonished to discover that these two foolish siblings possessed the potential for such naive innocence. Jingma turned his attention to his ineffectual brothers, his irritation simmering. What my sister said rings true. Without experiencing the malevolence of the Jin family firsthand, they will remain oblivious. Qing Dai and Xuanxi also knelt, each pleading for Jin's mercy, their expressions tragically pitiful. Do not appeal to me. My resolve is unwavering and intolerant, he declared. Perhaps the words of Lord Yaoho had struck a nerve with Jin, for her tears ceased to flow. Suddenly, she erupted into laughter, exclaiming, My lord, I have devoted over a decade to you, pouring my heart and soul into our bond. Yet no matter how much I give, I cannot warm your cold heart of stone. As she uttered these words, she cast a venomous glare at Banksia, wishing fervently to consume her whole, unable to quell the hatred that consumed her heart. Chapter 85. The detoxification of medicinal vapors. Our union was a decree from the late emperor. To sever it, the emperor's consent is required. I have not transgressed any of the 7 grounds for divorce, and even should you harbor doubts, the absence of evidence renders your intentions void. It is indeed a manifestation of ingratitude and moral depravity to wish for dissolution, especially when your family sought my hand in times of distress. Suddenly, the words of Lady Jean jolted the medicinal marquis from his fury. Indeed, how could he even contemplate a divorce? What power did he possess to do so? He was but a pawn, at the mercy of the Jean family. Observing his father's dejected figure retreat, a pang of sorrow surged within Banksia, deepening her resentment towards Lady Jean. Outside, a gentle autumn rain fell, accompanied by a cool breeze. Miss, we have arrived. The voice of Xiaoyao broke the silence. Banksia opened her eyes and stepped out of the carriage, only to be guided by the steward to the rear courtyard where the matriarch of the Qian family resided. Before entering, she overheard the lamentations of several court physicians. The helpless expressions etched upon their faces ignited a fury within Lord Qian. Speak up, will you? All you do is shake your heads. Lord Qian bellowed in exasperation within the confines of the room. Physician Guo replied, Lord Qian, although the poison afflicting the matriarch is superficial, its potency is formidable, making it exceedingly challenging to neutralize. The other physicians nodded in agreement, echoing his sentiments. Enraged, Lord Qian dismissed them with a wave of his hand. Leave. If you cannot resolve the poison, you are wasting precious time here. At that moment, Banksia entered and witnessed the scene of Lord Qian expelling the physicians, their expressions tinged with indignation. Grandfather Qian and Uncle Guo. A melodious voice resonated as Banksia slightly bowed in greeting. Upon seeing her, Grandfather Qian could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, Xia girl, Shouting mentioned that you can dispel the poison in your grandmother Qian. Banksia nodded affirmatively. The old lady Qian is not deeply poisoned. It only affects the surface, and it can be cured. Upon hearing this, Dr. Gua's eyes brightened. Having engaged in numerous discussions on medical principles with Banksia, he recognized her unique approach to medicine. The other imperial physicians, however, looked down upon Banksia's rudimentary skills, deeming her merely a country girl unworthy of treating patients. Moreover, the poison they could not cure, no matter how clever she was, seemed an insurmountable challenge for her. My dear girl, what is your method? Dr. Gua immediately inquired with humility. Banksia simply replied with one word: steam.
What? Steam?
Do you think it's as simple as steaming buns or sweet potatoes? One physician scoffed. The others shook their heads in unison, gazing at Banksia as if she were foolish, having never before heard of a person being treated by steaming, fearing it would only lead to a cooked state. Grandfather Qian addressed the disdainful physician, Dr. Hu, if you have no solution, do not hinder her from speaking. Upon hearing this, Dr. Hu, incensed, angrily waved his sleeve and retorted, this is utter nonsense. Banksia slightly furrowed her brow at Dr. Hu. In her previous life, she had never encountered him, yet she was aware that the young physician from the Yaohou residence had a brother serving as a court physician, and he was likely this very doctor, who, retracting her thoughts, Banksia spoke earnestly. The body's secretions will evaporate along with sweat, and the heat will accelerate the release of perspiration. Upon hearing this, Dr. Gua's mind suddenly sparked with realization. The ordinary amount of sweating cannot expel toxins, but a copious flow of sweat can help eliminate toxins alongside it. Brilliant. Dr. Hu, observing Dr. Gua's elation, retorted, toxins evaporating with sweat still remain in the body. How can they be expelled? Moreover, can the human body endure steam generated by fire? Dr. Hu's words abruptly grounded the jubilant Dr. Gua back to reality. His reasoning was not without merit. While the idea was promising, its execution seemed implausible. Banksia's smile was subtle yet breathtaking, enhancing her already stunning beauty, rendering her utterly endearing and devoid of any hostility. Dr. Hu's previously grim expression softened at that moment. My dear girl, your idea is commendable, but it is mere fantasy and utterly unfeasible. Dr. Hu, I am not referring to steam in the conventional sense, but to medicinal vapor. Medicinal vapor? The assembly, hearing this for the first time, gazed at Banksia with eyes aglow. Then Banksia elaborated. Yes, medicinal vapor, utilizing the evaporative heat mist of detoxifying herbs, combined with the temperature the human body can tolerate. Upon hearing that his wife had a chance of salvation, Mr. Qian was filled with excitement. Summer girl, since there is a solution, quickly prepare that medicinal vapor for your grandmother Qian. Banksia, observing Mr. Qian's anxious demeanor, found herself both amused and exasperated. She replied calmly, the preparation of this medicinal vapor requires time. We can only commence detoxification once everything is ready. Upon hearing this, Mr. Qian anxiously called out to the maid, what are you dawdling for? Quickly summon the eldest young master. At that moment, a throng had gathered outside, primarily comprising Mr. Qian's sons, daughters-in-law, grandchildren and granddaughters. Their gazes were fixed upon Banksia, occasionally whispering to one another in hushed tones. Qian Shaoang hurried over and found Banksia standing in the hall of his grandmother's chamber. The previous night, despite the oil lamps flickering in the Hou residence, he had not discerned her countenance from a distance. He had not attended the coming-of-age ceremony, and only upon his return did he hear his grandmother mention how the Jin family had insidiously obscured Banksia's true beauty, fearing that she might usurp the title of the most beautiful maiden in the capital. Although he was unaware of the specifics, the gossip circulating in the capital was quite clear. Now, observing Banksia up close, he was utterly captivated. The woman, poised like a serene maiden yet lively as a startled hare, was indeed Banksia. She possessed an unparalleled beauty, her exquisite features radiating an irresistible allure. As she cast her gaze upon him with eyes as profound as a hidden pool, it seemed as though a magnetic force could draw one into their depths. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that her eyes, reminiscent of a tranquil spring, exuded a clarity so pure that it discouraged any desire to taint them. Brother Tang, I have a prescription here. May I ask you to fetch the necessary herbs? Also, please assist me in preparing all the required implements. Banksia's melodious voice, akin to the sound of jade beads falling, instantly drew Qian shouting back to reality. He took the 2 papers inscribed with characters, glanced at them briefly, and remarked, all right, I shall attend to this promptly. Lord Qian, still appearing quite anxious, inquired, "What shall we do next?" Observing Lord Qian's nervous demeanor, Banksia simply replied with a single word, "Wait." Nodding in agreement, Lord Qian immediately instructed a maid to prepare a platter of fruits and seeds to entertain Banksia. Physician Gua gazed at Banksia with keen interest, as if she were his sole focus. Discussing medicine with her was a means to broaden his horizons and deepen his understanding. Physician Hu, however, regarded her with disdain. Although the country girl spoke with considerable insight, he remained skeptical of her ability to put her words into practice. The other physicians lingered, eager to witness firsthand the peculiar concoction referred to by this rural girl. Chapter 86. The carriage blocked as time gradually passed. Everything was finally prepared by noon. At Banksia's insistence, Jian Xiaotang specially arranged for a modest chamber, sealing it tightly to ensure no air could escape. Subsequently, small holes were chiseled into all four walls, with each hole accommodating a bamboo tube designed to allow the influx of air. The physicians were left astonished, as they had never witnessed such an operation before. Banksia directed the assembly of several large cauldrons, filled with detoxifying herbs, which were covered securely except for a single vent that connected to the bamboo tube leading into the chamber. The steam emanating from the boiling concoction flowed entirely through the bamboo tubes into the small room. Gradually, the temperature within the chamber began to rise, and the aroma of the medicinal herbs pervaded the air. For the first half-hour, all remained well, but as time progressed, Madame Qian began to perspire profusely. Her handmaiden, equally drenched in sweat, diligently attended to her mistress, ensuring she remained hydrated. With the temperature soaring, Banksia maintained a serious demeanor as she meticulously regulated the heat. If it became too high, she would temper the flames, and if it dipped, she would stoke the fire anew. This back and forth continued for nearly 2 full hours, with everyone anxiously awaiting the outcome, their stomachs rumbling in hunger. Finally, Banksia spoke up, "Extinguish the flames, prepare for Madame's bath." The maidservants promptly unsealed the door and carried in hot water. Everyone awaited with bated breath, and after the span of an incense stick, the refreshed Madame emerged, radiating vitality and vigor. Her appearance was strikingly rejuvenated, leaving all present utterly astonished. Old Master Qian, making an effort to blink, remarked, "How is it that my skin feels so tender?" The old matron responded joyfully, "I must say, after this steaming, I feel utterly revitalized. My face truly does appear more youthful." The onlookers nodded in agreement, acknowledging that indeed, the skin appeared somewhat more supple, with the effects being quite evident.
Banksia elucidated.
The herbal steam promotes blood circulation and can similarly rejuvenate aging skin. It is a form of wellness treatment. Doctor Hu scoffed dismissively, "These are mere embellishments. What tangible benefit can they provide? If the poison remains, all this is but idle chatter." Upon uttering this, Doctor Hu rolled up his sleeves and approached old Lady Qian, insisting on personally checking her pulse to ascertain the truth. Given that it concerned her own body, old Lady Qian was equally eager to discover if the poison had been eradicated, thus she complied willingly. After a meticulous examination, Doctor Hu's expression transformed from initial disbelief to sheer astonishment. The crowd watched with bated breath, anxious to learn the outcome of the examination. Unable to contain himself, Master Qian inquired, "Doctor Hu, do not just stare in silence. Has the poison truly been dispelled from my wife? What does it mean for you to gaze so wide-eyed without uttering a word?" It was only upon Master Qian's urgent questioning that Doctor Hu snapped back to reality. "It has been resolved," he replied, his voice laced with incredulity. Dr. Gu, upon hearing this, was equally astonished and stepped forward to push Doctor Hu aside to conduct his own examination. Indeed, the findings corroborated Doctor Hu's. The toxins within old Lady Qian had been entirely eliminated. The two esteemed physicians have spoken, confirming that the poison afflicting the old matron has indeed been resolved. Lord Qian, overjoyed, exclaimed, "Why are we still dawdling? Let us commence the banquet and invite the guests to take their seats. If my daughter Xia goes hungry, I shall not let you off easily." Bansha's lips twitched slightly. In mere moments, she had been transformed into Lord Qian's daughter Xia. Physician Gua gazed at Bansha with fervent admiration, stating, "My dear Xia, I initially believed it would take several attempts to purge the toxins, yet astonishingly, it was accomplished in just one go." As she walked alongside the others, Bansha responded, "The toxins resided merely on the surface, hence a single treatment sufficed. However, should the toxins penetrate deeper, multiple treatments would indeed be necessary." Lady Qian, grasping Bancha's hand, inquired, "My dear Xia, could it be that your grandmother's poison might also be alleviated through repeated medicinal steaming?" Bansha shook her head, replying, "Dear Lady Qian, my grandmother's poison has already seeped into her organs, rendering the steaming method ineffective for her." Upon hearing this, Lady Qian sighed. "My dear sister, despite her age, must still endure such torment." Understanding Lady Qian's concern, Bansha reassured her, "Rest assured, Grandma Qian, I will not let anything happen to my grandmother. No matter how insurmountable the challenge, I shall strive to save her." Lady Qian, comforted, patted the back of Bansha's hand and said, "You are a wonderful child. I truly envy your grandmother for having such a dutiful and compassionate granddaughter." Madame Qian, the mother of Qian Xiaodong, approached and, upon hearing the words of the elder Madame Qian, could not help but chuckle. "Mother, our household has neither granddaughters nor daughters. Why not adopt Miss Xia as your god-granddaughter? This would certainly bring our families closer together." Upon hearing this, the elder Madame Qian nodded in agreement. "What a splendid idea. However, we must wait for my elder sister to awaken and consult her, otherwise she may resent me for seizing her granddaughter while she lay in a poisoned slumber." The remark elicited a burst of laughter from those present. During the meal, Banksia sat at the women's table, where the various ladies of the Qian household eagerly served her dishes, their warm hospitality eventually making her feel somewhat bashful. Once the meal was concluded, the elder Madame Qian set down her chopsticks and, touching her face, inquired, "Miss Xia, you mentioned that steaming the medicinal herbs could detoxify. I perceive it also has beautifying effects. Can healthy individuals partake in the steaming?" As soon as she posed the question, all the eyes of the women at the table sparkled with anticipation. Banksia finally understood the source of their enthusiasm. They were keen to learn whether the medicinal steaming could enhance their beauty. Setting down her chopsticks, she replied earnestly, "As long as the herbs are replaced with those aimed at beautification, the effects of the steaming will be even more pronounced, while also bolstering the immune system. Thus, it can indeed benefit healthy individuals." Indeed, medicinal steaming inherently belongs to the realm of health-promoting therapies, thus it is suitable for the healthy as well. And the outcomes will naturally vary depending on the herbs employed. Upon hearing Banksia's elucidation, the ladies were utterly delighted. The esteemed lady suddenly had a thought and immediately rose, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I must speak to those individuals about not dismantling the medicinal steamer. It is essential that we preserve it for our future use." "Indeed, it must not be taken apart," echoed the other ladies in agreement. Observing the fervor with which the ladies regarded the medicinal steamer, Banksia was struck by a sudden inspiration for a lucrative venture. Upon departing from the Qian residence, Banksia handed Qian Xiaodong a note. Once Banksia had left, Qian Xiaodong opened the note to discover a list of medicinal herbs, all necessary for Banksia to concoct an antidote for her grandmother. Most of the herbs were readily available, but one, known as ice lotus, was exceedingly rare, leaving him with no choice but to attempt a search. Unbeknownst to him, slumber overtook him, and he was abruptly awakened by a nightmare while on the carriage. Upon opening his eyes, he found Xiaorao gazing at him with her round, curious eyes. Banksia rubbed her weary forehead and asked, "Have we arrived at the estate?" Xiaorao immediately shook her head, replying, "Not yet. The carriage is stuck in traffic." "Stuck?" Banksia furrowed her brow slightly and reached to open the carriage curtain to peer outside. Chapter 87. A grand gift. At this moment, darkness enveloped the sky, and the rain fell in a slanting curtain, the rhythmic patter echoing against the carriage. The night was so profound that the outside scenery was completely obscured, leaving only the sound of objects being cast into the half-city lake. Fortunately, it was not long before that sound ceased, and the carriage began to move slowly. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and an unexpected figure appeared within the carriage. "You." Ban Xia furrowed her brow, gazing at the uninvited guest Yu Bei. Before Xiaoyao could react, she was struck unconscious. "Stop." Ban Xia immediately called out. However, the carriage driver showed no intention of halting, and Ban Xia quickly realized the truth. "The driver is one of your people?" Yu Bei's captivating phoenix eyes turned towards Ban Xia, who was now witnessing her true face up close for the first time since her transformation. Ban Xia's gaze still bore traces of impatience and displeasure. "What brings you here?" At that moment, Ban Xia's demeanor instantly reminded Yu Bei of her childhood self. Each time she was bullied, this little girl would wear a stern expression, her teeth clenched in frustration, as if she longed to bite her adversary. Seeing the slight curve of Yu Bei's lips, Ban Xia felt a sharp twitch at the corners of her mouth. What was there to smile about? Is there a matter? Yu Bei finally snapped back to reality and replied, "You have something to request of this prince." Ban Xia was at a loss for words. "Your Highness, what do you mean by that? Do you not wish to know about the Qin family and the wealthiest family in Tianling, the Ren family?" Upon hearing this, Ban Xia's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "You know?" Upon uttering those words, Han Xia felt an overwhelming urge to bite her own tongue, for it was only natural that the Qin family was related to the crown prince. Yu Bei, noticing Han Xia's somber demeanor, reached out to caress her face, yet she deftly evaded his touch, turning to the side. His hand hung awkwardly in the air, the atmosphere thick with tension. Retracting his hand, he proposed, "I have a condition." Han Xia understood that he would not divulge his intentions so readily, and indeed, he continued, "From now on, when you see me, you must not wear a stern expression. You are to smile." The corners of Han Xia's mouth twitched slightly. How could one smile in the presence of an adversary? "What, will you not agree?" Han Xia lowered her gaze, perplexed as to why, despite her straightforwardness, he persisted in this affectionate demeanor. "If it proves too difficult, I shall not impose upon you," he added, feigning a departure. "Very well. Knowledge of oneself and one's opponent leads to victory in 100 battles. Thus, it was imperative to gain further insight into the Qin family to avoid future complications." Upon her agreement, Yu Bei's spirits lifted considerably. The Ren family of Tianling was, after all, the wealthiest in Tianling, serving as the financial backbone of the Qin family. As Han Xia listened, she pondered the true purpose behind Yu Bei's revelations. "Are you aware of money laundering?" Upon hearing this, Han Xia nodded and replied, "Naturally. It refers to vast sums of illicit money, cleansed through commercial means." Yu Bei nodded, revealing that the Qin family had long maintained clandestine relations with the Tianling kingdom. Each year, Tianling would generously provide the Qin family with substantial silver, all in exchange for military intelligence regarding Deyue. However, after the Mabe kingdom forged an alliance with Deyue, Tianling ceased to offer any favors to the Qin family. Recently, however, they secretly dispatched envoys to infiltrate Deyue and established a covert agreement with the Qin family, promising to repay the long-standing tribute owed, totaling 388 chests of gold and silver. The Ren family of Jinling, as the financial steward of the Qin family, naturally assumed the responsibility of transporting these treasures. Yet, upon their arrival in Deyue, it was discovered that the chests contained nothing but wooden balls. The Qin family accused the Ren family of greedily absconding with the true wealth. Unable to produce the treasures, the Ren family ultimately faced execution on charges levied by the Qin family, leading to the downfall of the entire Ren household in Tianling Prefecture. Upon hearing this, Ban Xia immediately grasped the implications. Did Tianling intend to invade Deyue? Yu Bei leaned against the carriage wall, observing the young woman with a discerning gaze. "Not foolish," he remarked. Ban Xia, seemingly enlightened, gasped, "Did you exchange the treasures? Was it your doing?" Yu Bei remained silent, his demeanor tacitly affirming her suspicion. Instantaneously, Ban Xia felt a weight settle upon her heart. Without the treasures, the Qin family would not expose Deyue's military secrets, devoid of assured intelligence. Tianling would be unable to launch an assault on Deyue. Yu Bei continued to watch her quietly, as Ban Xia clenched her fists tightly. What a masterstroke, securing vast wealth while simultaneously dismantling the alliance between the Qin family and Tianling. His prowess surpassed his own expectations, making it exceedingly difficult to confront him. "I have a grand gift for you." Ban Xia furrowed her brow as she gazed at Yu Bei, utterly perplexed by his meaning. Indeed, the temple had manipulated certain aspects in the middle, yet the wealth had not been exchanged. After uttering the sentence, he vanished into thin air. The coachman outside announced, "Miss, we have arrived home." Ban Xia came to her senses and promptly roused the slumbering Xiaoyao. Upon returning to the Forgetting Worries courtyard, Ban Xia was unsettled by Yu Bei's words. He claimed that the wealth had not been replaced but merely altered. If it had not been replaced, then where was the wealth? It was indeed nearly impossible to exchange the valuables before such a multitude of individuals escorting them, unless one resorted to theft. However, stealing the valuables would preclude any opportunity to incite discord between the Tianling kingdom and the Qin family.
What was truly unfolding?
"Miss, Sister Roliu has returned and brought some delicious roasted chestnuts for you to try." As Xiaoyao spoke, she had already peeled one and held it to Ban Xia's mouth.
Suddenly,
Inspiration struck Ban Xia as she observed the remnants on the table and the chestnut meat in Xiaoyao's hand, and clarity dawned upon her. Miss? Xiaoyao waved her hand in front of Ban Xia, bewildered by her apparent distraction. Ban Xia immediately rose and instructed, "Stay here and ensure no one enters." With that, she leaped out through the rear window. Xiaoyao scratched her head, watching her mistress in a flurry of urgency, feeling somewhat perplexed. Ban Xia, following the trail of her memories, swiftly arrived at the shores of Bancheng Lake, where the rain had thoroughly soaked her garments. The downpour and the cloak of night rendered the streets utterly devoid of any passers-by. Noticing the presence of others by the lake, she promptly concealed herself behind a grand tree. It was from this very spot that she had heard the sound of something being cast into the water as the carriage passed by. "Is it done?" a man inquired. "Chief Steward, everything has been disposed of." The chest was exceedingly heavy and did not resurface, came the reply. "Humph. It's all made of Tianling black sandalwood. With such high density, it is naturally submerged," the steward retorted with a scoff. "Who delivered such a substantial quantity of wood to our master? Is it meant for burning?" Silence. Do not ask what you ought not to know. The more you comprehend, the swifter your demise will be. Understood. I will ensure that today's events remain unspoken. Chief Steward, you can trust my discretion. The steward huffed once more, asserting that even if someone were to learn of the matter, no conclusions could be drawn. After all, it was merely a collection of worthless timber. Chapter 88. A fortuitous windfall. After ensuring that no sound lingered in the air, Han Xiao emerged from behind the great tree. With a graceful leap, she plunged into the depths of Bancheng Lake, employing her trusty dagger to pry open a chest nestled at the lake's bottom. She nonchalantly retrieved a wooden orb and resurfaced. Swiftly, she peeled away the dark ebony exterior, revealing a dazzling abundance of gold within. Han Xiao realized that, being a tribute to the celestial wolf, it could not merely be wood. She had struck it rich. This was a monumental fortune. Once again, she submerged, counting a total of 387 chests. Yet, Moon Beiyu had previously mentioned 388. The absence of one chest illuminated the entire situation for Han Xiao. The subtle manipulations Moon Beiyu had alluded to involved only inspecting the chest filled with gold and jewels, while the rest remained overlooked. Consequently, Duke Qin had retained the chest brimming with riches, discarding the ones containing ebony wood. Upon returning home, Han Xiao's lips were tinged with a shade of violet from the cold. Upon seeing her mistress, Xiaoyao gasped in alarm. "Miss, what has happened to you?" "Prepare hot water," Han Xiao instructed. Without hesitation, Xiaoyao rushed to comply, while Qin Ruoliu promptly draped a goose-down blanket around Han Xiao's shoulders. Looking at Qin Ruoliu, Han Xiao immediately declared, "Tomorrow, seek out a concealed residence, preferably one with a hidden chamber, and secure it." Qin Ruoliu did not question her. She simply nodded in agreement, for she understood that her mistress's decisions were immutable. Soon, Qin Ruoliu efficiently managed the tasks assigned by Ban Xia. The concealed residence was conveniently located not far from the half-city lake, and within it lay a remarkably secret chamber. For several consecutive nights, Ban Xia ventured out under the cover of darkness, only returning at the break of dawn. After more than 10 days of relentless efforts, she successfully transported all the golden orbs from the ebony sphere in the half-city lake. Since Ban Xia consistently used the back window for her nocturnal escapades, only Xiaoyao, Shangzhu, and Ruolio from the Yaohou residence were aware of her nightly outings. "Is there news regarding the Ice Lotus?"
Ban Xia exclaimed,
her face alight with joy as she gazed at Qian Shaoting, who had come bearing tidings. Qian Shaoting replied, "There is only one Ice Lotus, and acquiring it is no simple task." "What is the Ice Lotus?" inquired the Yaohou, who had just entered the hall, puzzled. "The Ice Lotus can cure grandmother's poison. My acupuncture can only sustain her life for 2 months, so we must locate the Ice Lotus within a month. Otherwise, grandmother." Before Ban Xia could finish, the Yaohou interjected urgently, "If there is a lead, we must retrieve it at once, regardless of the cost. We cannot lose the Ice Lotus." Qian Shaotong's expression darkened. "The Ice Lotus is in the possession of young Master Tianji, and there is but this one in the world, making it exceedingly difficult to obtain." Upon hearing this, the Yaohou's demeanor fell into despair. "If we cannot acquire the Ice Lotus, then so be it. It is my father's unfilial negligence for not taking better care of your grandmother." Tears streamed down the Yaohou's face as he spoke, his spirit appearing utterly dejected. Qian Shaotong's mood was equally somber, This young Master Tianji is affiliated with the Tianji Tower, a figure whom even the emperor dares not offend. Even without observing the expressions on their faces, Banksia could sense that matters were not proceeding smoothly. Although she had never encountered the Tianji Tower in her previous life, she was certainly aware of its reputation. Brother Qian, do you know how to locate the young master of Tianji? Upon hearing this, Qian Xiaotong's countenance shifted dramatically. The Tianji Tower was an organization entrenched in darkness, not to be trifled with under any circumstances. The esteemed Lord Yao also interjected with an authoritative command. Xia girl, this matter ends here. You are forbidden from seeking Ice Lotus any further. In the shadows, Qingdai regarded Banksia with eyes filled with jealousy and malice. The mention of the young master of Tianji instantly sparked within her a scheme to deal with Banksia. Distractedly returning to the Forgetting Worries courtyard, Banksia resolved to procure Ice Lotus for her grandmother's antidote, regardless of their opposition.
Sister.
Suddenly, a voice called out to her from behind. Banksia turned to find Qingdai's radiant face. Is there something you need? Banksia replied, her disinterest evident. Sister, grandmother's poisoning causes me great distress as well, and I wish to offer my meager assistance. Qingdai feigned concern for their grandmother. Banksia's disdain grew. Why continue to pretend when the mask is already torn? There is no one here. Aren't you exhausted from the charade? Qingdai's expression soured at Banksia's words. You shameless wretch, don't overestimate your worth. I possess dignity. Your lack of it does not concern me, Banksia retorted, inciting Qingdai's ire further. Even a country bumpkin speaks with such vulgarity. My coarseness does not justify your insults. One should not project their own nature onto others. As Qingdai raised her hand to strike Banksia, she was swiftly grasped by Banksia. Speak your mind. I have no time to squander on futile banter with you. Qingdai winced at Banksia's grip, struggling to extricate her hand while huffing. I know how to meet young Master Tianji. Upon hearing this, Banksia didn't even spare her a glance. You intend to scheme against me again? Don't assume that everyone's intellect matches your own. With that, Banksia dismissed Qingdai and departed without further engagement. Only then did Qingdai realize that she had been insulted as a fool by this woman, and she was instantly infuriated, wishing she could strike her down. Mother. Qingdai went to complain, only to find Jin Shi pouring tea for Xianxin. A wave of displeasure washed over her. Her mother seemed preoccupied with her brother, neglecting her daughter's grievances. Upon hearing this, Xianxin's brow subtly furrowed. Jin Shi hurriedly interjected, the autumn examination is fast approaching. Your brother aims to achieve the highest honors and bring glory to our family. With the title of Marquis in our home, what does it matter if he achieves success? Jin Shi, upon hearing this, looked at Qingdai with a mix of disappointment and frustration. You foolish girl, a marquis with merit is inherently different from one without. The latter holds only the title, while the former can secure a significant position in the court. Understanding the implications of Jin Shi's words, Qingdai realized that her father was merely a marquis without merit, seemingly occupying a high position yet only managing trivial matters in the court. Qingdai no longer dwelled on the matter, instead recounting the grievances she had suffered at the hands of Banksia. Listening to her daughter's words, Jean felt an overwhelming surge of anger. What a wretched creature she was, far more challenging to contend with than her own despicable mother. No matter how formidable she appeared, she was merely a woman devoid of power or influence. What tempest could she possibly stir? Xianxin suddenly interjected, expressing his apprehension not towards Banksia, but rather towards his 3 elder brothers. As long as they drew breath, he would have no opportunity to inherit the marquisate. Thus, they must be eliminated. Jean furrowed her brow slightly, reflecting on the master's words, and felt a twinge of unease. This could not continue. She must first deal with her foolish brothers before turning her full attention to that little harlot, Banksia. Mother, Qingdai exclaimed, sensing her mother's indifference and growing anxious. Jean quickly reassured her, return home for now. I shall devise a plan. Chapter 89. The painted boat on the lake beyond the capital. A vast lake is dotted with colorful pleasure boats. The renowned courtesans, adorned in splendid attire, showcase their talents upon these vessels, captivating onlookers and enticing them to partake in their services. Prince Duan arranged a clandestine meeting with Qingdai, wary of scandal should their encounter be discovered, thus inviting numerous daughters of high-ranking officials, with Princess Yueying as the host. Qingdai, is that not your sister, Bansha? What brings her here? Ding Shuang remarked disdainfully. her gaze fixed upon Bansha, who was elegantly clad in white and veiled. Qin Minglin, initially languid aboard the painted boat, was roused by Ding Shuang's comment and ventured out to observe. Miss Qingdai had always been lauded as the most exquisite beauty in the capital. However, it was only at her coming-of-age banquet that I truly comprehended the meaning of unparalleled grace upon witnessing your sister's true visage. Upon hearing this, Qingdai's expression darkened, a fierce desire to strip away Bansha's facade surging within her. Qin Minglin, noting Qingdai's discontented countenance, felt a surge of satisfaction. If she could incite discord between the sisters, she would effortlessly reap the rewards of their strife. Ding Shuang, who had always shared a close bond with Qingdai, bristled at Qin Minglin's words. No matter how beautiful one may be, it could not disguise the rustic essence of a country girl. How could she, a mere village maiden, possibly contend with a lady of refinement, skilled in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting? As a daughter of the Qin family, Qin Minglin held herself in high regard, convinced that only her family could produce an empress. She would not tolerate any disparagement, retorting sharply, "Oh, Ding Shuang, do not forget whose musical prowess faltered miserably during Lord Qian's birthday celebration. How dare you speak of the arts?" Upon the mention of the recent competition of musical prowess at the Qian residence, Ding Shuang felt as though a vice were tightening around her throat. Accustomed to her domineering ways, she could hardly bear the humiliation. In a fit of rage, she exclaimed, "You are but a mere illegitimate daughter of the Qin household. What right do you have to stand on equal footing with us legitimate ladies? Your mother was nothing more than a lowly maid who climbed into the Lord's bed to bear such an offspring." Ding Shuang, repeat that again if you dare. The truth of the matter was evident, and uttering it 100 times would not change it. Illegitimate daughter, illegitimate daughter, illegitimate daughter. I shall fight you. Unable to restrain herself, Qin Minglin surged forward to engage in a scuffle with Ding Shuang. The other young ladies hastily feigned attempts to mediate, yet none genuinely intervened to separate the combatants. "His Highness the Prince has arrived. Her Highness the Princess is here," a eunuch announced from the far end of the boat. Instantly, the ladies of high society reverted to their serene, untroubled demeanor. As the prince stepped onto the pleasure boat, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Noticing the disheveled state of Ding Shuang and Qin Minglin, he comprehended that a brawl had ensued. However, he chose to remain indifferent, merely uttering the command, "Set sail." The boat then glided gently across the water's surface as the young ladies gathered to pay their respects, subsequently engaging in laughter and conversation while admiring the picturesque scenery of the lake. Meanwhile, Ban Xia had already boarded a nearby pleasure boat during the fray between Qin Minglin and Ding Shuang. Now, seated at the center of the lake, she observed the throng of lively maidens surrounding her, feeling somewhat out of place. Maisie Chu chuckled softly, gazing at the person seated opposite him. "Banksia, what do you think? I treat you well, don't I? Just look at how many beautiful women I've gathered around." Banksia could not help but inwardly curse. If he truly cared for her, wouldn't he have sought the company of handsome men instead? To invite her to such a place was quite audacious of him. She shot him an exasperated glance.
Maisie Chu,
upon noticing her displeasure, retorted, "What's wrong with this place? The scenery is picturesque and exquisite. Those impoverished souls could never afford to board such luxurious boats." Seeing Maisie Chu flaunt his wealth with such arrogance, Banksia refrained from further disparagement. "To the point, I summoned you today because I require your assistance." Upon hearing this, Maisie Chu smirked. "Ah, so you seek my help. That depends on whether I'm in a good mood." Banksia felt a weight in her chest at his words. Recognizing the mischief behind his grin, she knew it would not bode well. After a moment of contemplation, Maisie Chu suddenly exclaimed, "Wait a moment. Since you are seeking my help, it must be a matter of great significance. You want me to assist you in breaking off an engagement, don't you?" Banksia raised an eyebrow at his assumption. "Why did you jump to the conclusion of a broken engagement? Are you foolish? It's evident to anyone with eyes that the Prince of the Eastern Realm has little regard for you. His true affection lies with your venomous sister. Marrying him would only lead to your suffering, and I doubt you would wish to become his bride." Banksia nodded earnestly. "You are correct. Breaking the engagement is indeed inevitable." At this, Maisie Chu wore a smug expression, relishing in his own cleverness.
"What?
Banksia, you intend to break off the engagement?" Princess Ziqing unexpectedly appeared, accompanied by Junon. Maisie's lips twitched in disbelief. "How is it that you two can find each other so easily?" Junhan approached and took a seat. Letting out a light scoff, Your little lord's pleasure boat is so conspicuous. Not only is it spacious, but it also exudes opulence, visible from the shore. Princess Ziqing curled her lips. My brother's boat is indeed beautiful, but when compared to the crown prince's, it pales in comparison. Hey, can't you appreciate subtlety? My brother's style is what one might call understated. Princess Ziqing shrugged. There's no denying the grandeur of others, so it seemed rather presumptuous to speak of modesty. However, she refrained from further comments and turned to Bansha, asking, Are you truly set on calling off the engagement? Having long considered these individuals friends, Bansha felt no need to conceal the truth. The engagement was indeed to be annulled. Upon hearing this, Ziqing's jaw dropped in astonishment. But this was an imperial decree. To break such an engagement is tantamount to defying the emperor, which could lead to execution. Enough, enough. Maisie abruptly shoved Ziqing's head aside, revealing his handsome face as he leaned towards Bansha. Don't let my sister intimidate you. Solutions are always at hand, as long as one is resourceful. There's no need to fear a lack of options. You have a solution? Everyone turned their skeptical gazes towards Maisie, who then grinned mischievously. Of course I do. Ziqing, unable to contain her excitement, urged, Elder brother, what ingenious plan do you have? Please do share. Junhan observed the mischievous grin on the young man's face, knowing full well that he had no good intentions in mind. Indeed, Maisie Chu pointed at Banksia and remarked, You and I have already consummated our union. In due course, the emperor's uncle shall retract the imperial decree, haha. As soon as he uttered these words, he was met with a chorus of disdainful glances from several individuals, acutely aware of the scorn directed at him. Instantly displeased, he leapt from his chair and declared, I am, after all, a dignified young lord, a formidable presence in this capital, and one of the foremost handsome men. How could I possibly be unworthy of a mere village girl like you? Jun Han's lips twitched in response. You should cease this fanciful talk. It is quite delusional. Should you succeed in your ambitions, it would be a grave injustice. Upon hearing this, Maisie Chu became flustered. Is this how you treat a good brother? If you disrupt this destined union, may you be struck by heavenly wrath. At that moment, both Banksia and Princess Ziqing were overwhelmed by a flock of cawing crows overhead, wishing fervently to disassociate themselves from this foolish man. Chapter 90. The collision of painted boats. She understood that the matter of breaking off the engagement was not a simple one, thus she needed to devise a gradual approach. Therefore, she spoke. Ending the engagement is inevitable, but not at this moment. I require your assistance with another matter. Bansha's words left Maisie Chu momentarily stunned. Another matter? What could it be? I wish to meet young Master Tianji, and I wonder if you have any connections. This statement rendered both Junhan and Maisie Chu speechless. Their gazes fixated on Bansha as if she were an otherworldly being. Bansha raised an eyebrow. Why do you look at me like that? Do you realize that young Master Tianji is the most formidable figure in Tianji Tower, second only to the Master? Are you aware that while Tianji Tower operates storefronts across various nations, it predominantly thrives in the shadows as the largest dark force among the 9 nations? Do you know that the Master of Tianji Tower has a penchant for human flesh, is capricious and merciless? How could a subordinate, young Master Tianji, possibly be any better? Do you understand that anyone who enters Tianji Tower without permission is doomed to meet a fate from which there is no return, leaving no trace behind? Are you cognizant of the multitude who yearn to meet the Master of Tianji Tower and young Master Tianji? The lines of hopefuls extend beyond several nations, and only 2 types of individuals ever encounter them: the deceased and those they wish to see. Thus, it is not merely a matter of desire. The key lies in whether they wish to meet you. Junhan and Maisie Chu exchanged words, painting a picture of Tianji Tower as a veritable hell on earth, terrifying in its reputation. Now I understand, yet I still long to meet. Banksia spoke with determination. Maisie and Chu exchanged glances with Junhan, both shaking their heads in unison, sensing that Banksia was beyond saving. Ziqing tugged at Banksia's sleeve, whispering, The Tianji Tower is indeed quite terrifying. Even my imperial uncle fears it to some extent. It would be wise for you to refrain from going. I must risk everything for the Ice Lotus, for only the young Master of Tianji possesses it, Banksia declared fervently. Her companions were taken aback, realizing that her motives for seeking out the young Master were not entirely pure or friendly. She merely desired what he held. They could guarantee that if Banksia approached him with such intentions, she would likely meet her demise before even reaching the entrance of Tianji Tower. Can you assist me? Banksia inquired earnestly. Not at all, they replied almost in unison. A woman on the pleasure boat cast a knowing glance at Banksia, then mouthed a single word, "Can." Banksia clearly read her lips and chose not to dwell on the matter further. She stepped out of the boat to admire the scenery of the lake. When the girl in red emerged and softly murmured, "Shen Pavilion, the pavilion master, Black Market." After speaking, she returned to sit beside Maisie, playing music and enjoying the festivities. Banksia gazed at her deeply, puzzled over why she would offer assistance and what her true intentions were. "Banksia, how is your elder brother faring lately?" Zicheng, the princess, asked shyly. With a gentle smile, Banksia replied, "All is well." On that side, Prince Duan was engaged in a game of chess with Qingdai aboard a beautifully adorned boat, surrounded by a throng of young ladies who gazed at Qingdai with envious admiration. The sixth princess, Yueying, remarked with a smile, "My royal brother has never played chess with a woman, believing them to be slow-witted and lacking in skill. Yet Miss Qingdai's exceptional moves have brought honor to our gender." Qingdai replied with a gentle smile, "Your Highness, you flatter me. It is merely Prince Duan's graciousness that allows me to shine." "Good is good. There is no need for false modesty," the prince complimented generously. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the boat collided with another. The crowd swayed, and Qingdai seized the opportunity to leap towards the opposite side. Prince Duan instinctively reached out, embracing her as she fell. "Miss Qingdai, are you unharmed?" he inquired with concern. A blush crept onto Qingdai's cheeks as she replied, "Your Highness, it was my lack of balance that caused this, and I beg your pardon." "No harm done. As long as you are well," he reassured her. Witnessing this exchange, the young ladies felt a twinge of resentment, wishing it were they who had fallen into Prince Duan's arms, rather than Qingdai. Though their hearts simmered with discontent, their faces maintained an innocent and harmless fa. "What are you doing? If you cannot navigate a boat, you ought not to try. Do you not realize that the owner of this boat is none other than Prince Duan himself? You would not have enough heads to pay for your offense," shouted one of the attendants from Prince Duan's boat, posturing with unwarranted bravado. As Maisie Chu emerged, she witnessed the attendant on the opposite boat gesturing wildly. The two boats, having collided, were now in close proximity. At that moment, Prince Duan stepped out and caught sight of Maisie Chu standing just across from him. "It turns out to be Maisie Chu? What a delightful surprise to see you out and about today." The young attendant, upon recognizing the master of the boat across the way as the esteemed Lord May, and realizing his own master had also made an appearance, quickly retreated in confusion. Mei Zichu remained silent, her keen eyes catching a glimpse of the enchanting Qingdai behind the duke. A charming smile graced her lips as she turned to Banksia and remarked, "Are you aware that your sister is out enjoying herself with her soon-to-be brother-in-law?" Upon hearing this, the duke raised his finely arched brows and followed Mei Zichu's gaze. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, lifting the delicate veil from Banksia's face, revealing her breathtaking beauty in the sunlight. The loose strands of hair danced in the breeze, and even in disarray, her allure captivated all present. For the first time, the duke beheld Banksia's beauty up close under the sun, his eyes entranced by her captivating presence. Previously, Qingdai had been the object of affection for countless men in the imperial city, yet Banksia's appearance rendered any comparison utterly futile. One was like the moon in the sky, a celestial maiden to be revered, while the other, though beautiful like a star, could only serve as a backdrop to the moon's brilliance. Banksia felt a twinge of displeasure, recognizing Mei Zichu's deliberate provocation. "Sister, did you not mention that you were unwell and needed rest? What brings you out here?" Despite her reluctance to engage, she felt compelled to maintain a facade in front of the onlookers. The complexion of Qingdai instantly darkened, and just as she was about to explain, Han Sha continued, "Father also mentioned that I should take my sister's pulse, but when I went to the Xiaoyu building, they told me you were resting. So, it turns out you have come out." Her words plunged Qingdai into despair. The expressions of those around her shifted to one of disdain, as they regarded her with scorn. How shameless it was to feign illness to her sister, while secretly indulging in leisure with her prospective brother-in-law. "Sister, how is it that you are out here with the young lord?" Qingdai hastily attempted to redirect the conversation. Princess Zicheng promptly interjected, "I invited Han Sha. My brother merely accompanied me." At that moment, the sixth princess also stepped forward, declaring, "Sister Zicheng, Miss Qingdai was invited by me." Princess Zicheng retorted with a huff, "I invited Han Sha openly. She did not sneak out under the pretense of illness." This statement left Qingdai utterly humiliated, and she immediately reverted to her innocent facade. employing her old tactics once more. Sister, mother said that if I keep lying down, I would feel even worse, so she encouraged me to take a stroll. How could you misunderstand my intentions? Chapter 91. The prince's arrival. Qingdai's crimson eyes resembled those of a rabbit, on the verge of tears, evoking a sense of pity in those who beheld her. Noticing Qingdai's pitiable demeanor, the sixth princess promptly pointed an accusing finger at Banksia, exclaiming, "How can you speak such words to harm her, especially when Qingdai is your own elder sister?" Banksia, aware that she was addressing the sixth princess and initially reluctant to offend, felt compelled to stand her ground against the unwarranted bullying directed at her. Her expression remained inscrutable, betraying no hint of joy, anger, or sorrow. Her eyes, however, were deep and swirling, as if capable of engulfing both individuals in their depths. "I merely express concern for my sister's well-being," she replied, and made no inflammatory remarks that would warrant any harm. Her words rendered the crowd momentarily speechless, for she had indeed only inquired about her sister's illness and mentioned that she was resting, never anticipating this confrontation. Each statement she made was rooted in truth, devoid of any falsehood or malice. The thoughts of others were their own affair, and Miss Five had no obligation to concern herself with them. Observing Qingdai's stifled sobs, Banksia continued, "Sister must be crying due to her discomfort. If she is unwell, it would be best for her to return and rest. I feel her pain as well." Maisie Chu chimed in, "Miss Qingdai must indeed be distressed. There is no one here to scold or strike her. Aside from her discomfort, I cannot fathom any other reason for her tears." The assembly struggled to suppress their laughter. Qingdai, who had always feigned fragility and solicitude, had inadvertently ensnared herself in her own act. The conversation between Miss Wu and Master Mei Xiaojun was nothing short of blatant sarcasm. No one was attacking, scolding, or bullying her. Yet she wept for whom? Qingdai was seething with a desire to tear apart the envious and contemptible visage of Ban Xia, but found herself in a predicament where she could only continue to feign innocence. "Sister is correct. I am indeed unwell and shall take my leave," she declared. Turning to Prince Duan with a pitiful expression, "Your Highness, might you permit the boat to dock? I truly feel unwell and must take my leave." Having grown up within the palace walls, Prince Duan was well aware of the intricate rivalries among women. He gestured to a servant, who promptly summoned a small boat. Qingdai had anticipated that Prince Duan would personally escort her ashore, yet this was not the case. Discontent began to fester within her. It was all because of that little vixen Ban Xia. Had it not been for her revealing her true self, Prince Duan would never have treated her with such indifference. In front of the gathering, she maintained an utterly harmless facade, bidding farewell to the crowd before reluctantly boarding the small boat. Meanwhile, Mei Zichu turned to Prince Duan and remarked, "Cousin, since it was merely an unfortunate collision involving our own boat, let us not dwell on it. I shall take my leave." As she spoke, Mei Zichu had already begun to gesture toward the boatman to signal her departure. However, before the boat could set off, they heard Prince Duan call out, "Come here." The assembly froze, uncertain to whom he was addressing. Following the direction of his gaze, they soon realized that his eyes were fixed upon Ban Xia. It turned out he was speaking to his betrothed. Although the young ladies felt a twinge of displeasure, they could only watch, for she was indeed the main focus. Ban Hua completely disregarded Duke Duan, instead turning to Maisie Chu and stating, "Let us depart." The Duke's expression darkened in an instant. "Are you intending to abandon your fiancé for your own amusement?" Upon hearing this, Ban Hua felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a few resounding slaps to this shameless man. Duke Duan had never regarded her as a fiancée, so what prompted such words? Whether or not she held that title was one matter. The reality remained that she indeed was. Maisie Chu rolled her eyes. "Cousin, why do you dance around the subject? By the way, today Ziqing has invited Ban Hua, so there must be a proper order of arrival. Cousin, let us reschedule your invitation." After uttering this, Maisie Chu swiftly gestured towards a burly man operating a pleasure boat, who promptly understood and maneuvered the vessel away from the Duke's boat. As Ban Hua and the others were about to board the pleasure boat, a figure suddenly leaped gracefully onto Maisie Chu's vessel. Maisie Chu turned to regard her uninvited cousin, her lips twitching in irritation. "Cousin, to abandon your circle of esteemed young ladies is rather ungracious." "Not at all. Those ladies were invited by the sixth princess and have nothing to do with me," Duke Duan replied, striding over and sitting down opposite Ban Hua without a word. Ban Hua's exquisitely arched brows furrowed slightly. She had not forgotten the Duke's ominous words regarding Qingdai. Once he achieved his ambitions, it would signal her demise. Thus, she must maintain her distance from this perilous man. Ban Hua remained silent, rising to evade his presence. As soon as she stood up, she was abruptly pulled back down by Prince Duan. Ziqing, startled, quickly approached and said, "Cousin Duan, it was I who invited Banksia out. If you are angry,
Direct it towards me."
However, Ziqing's brave sacrifice was completely disregarded by Prince Duan, who fixed his gaze upon her. "Do you know how to play chess?" he inquired. Banksia was taken aback, not anticipating such a question directed at her.
"Chess? No."
"Zichu, bring the chessboard," he commanded. The crowd collectively pondered. Was Prince Duan incapable of understanding plain speech? Miss Wu had clearly stated her lack of knowledge in the game. Noticing that Maisie Chu remained still, Prince Duan cast a chilling glance in her direction. Alarmed, Maisie Chu hurriedly fetched the chessboard. Although Prince Duan was not as intimidating as Prince Taizi, he could still be quite fearsome when angered. Banksia gazed at the already arranged chessboard with a sense of conflict. In her previous life, she had learned many things, but chess was not among them. "It is your turn," Prince Duan declared as he placed a piece on the board, then turned his attention to the small, troubled Banksia. She picked up a black piece, her delicate fingers hovering in the air with a seriousness that conveyed both inquiry and innocence. Her adorably dazed expression, combined with her breathtaking beauty, rendered her exceptionally endearing. Prince Duan, captivated by her demeanor, felt an irresistible urge to ruffle her hair, yet he restrained himself amid the crowd. Observing Banksia's concentration, Princess Ziqing quickly explained the rules and gameplay of chess to her. At last, Banksia made her move, and upon placing the piece, the onlookers were left utterly astonished. Maisie Chu, filled with exasperation, exclaimed, "Are you truly so dim-witted? Placing the pieces here will lead to their inevitable demise." Upon hearing her words, Hanxia hurriedly retrieved the fallen pieces. To her dismay, Maisie Chu's ire only intensified as she retorted, "Not only are you a country bumpkin devoid of integrity, but your chess skills are equally lacking. Do you not understand the principle of no regrets in chess moves? What kind of reasoning allows for pieces to be picked up once laid down?" Hanxia, observing Maisie Chu's heightened agitation, found herself at a loss for words. "I have already told you that I am unfamiliar with the game. You should play on my behalf," she remarked, stepping aside. Without hesitation, Maisie Chu took her place and declared, "Let us continue." Du Kuang raised an eyebrow slightly, pondering whether this young man was truly foolish or merely naive. His inability to navigate interactions with this woman had led him to engage in a game of chess. He now harbored serious doubts that his cousin was intentionally causing disruption. Meanwhile, Hanxia pulled Ziqing aside for a conversation, and as the breeze from the lake swept over them, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Chapter 92. A desperate rescue. She could only let out a sigh of relief, but little did she know that the Prince of Duan had followed her out. The prince turned to Ziqing and asked, "May I have a moment alone with your future cousin-in-law?" Though phrased as a question, his tone was laced with an unmistakable air of dominance and assurance, his gaze carrying a subtle threat. Ziqing merely cast a glance, startled. The aloof prince had always treated her coldly, and she